With a single shot, one can shatter myriad laws. With a single strike, one can sweep across the world. Reborn into the clan of Paji, armed with the spirit of the broken soul spear, I shall lead my lineage down an unparalleled path, elevating the broken soul spear to become the most formidable of martial spirits. Chapter 1. Transmigration to the clan of Paji. My name is Yang Padi, a mere laborer of humble origins that in what manner is my existence simple, you might ask? Approaching the age of 35, I have long since graduated from college, yet I find myself with naught to show for over a decade of effort. From the initial optimism of entering society to the current burden of overwhelming debt, I have traversed various roles: factory worker, salesman, manager, and even ventured into e-commerce. Gradually, I have transitioned from an inexperienced novice to a state of numbing disillusionment. Since childhood, my greatest passion has been martial arts, harboring dreams of becoming a martial hero. I have engaged in the study of various martial disciplines, practiced sanda, and explored weaponry. My affinity for arms diverges from the norm. While others admire swords and knives, I find admiration in firearms. I have always believed that swords are too diminutive and lack the grandeur of a gun, longing instead for the ancient days of galloping on horseback with a silver spear. Each day, I toil at work, while my evenings are spent in solitude within my rented room, watching television, indulging in anime, and occasionally viewing films. Recently, I have developed a fondness for Douluo, a series that ignites my fervor. One particularly tedious evening, I decided to watch a film in my rented room. Just as I was immersed in the experience, the power abruptly went out. Unable to contain my frustration, I muttered, "What is this? Why does this wretched apartment keep losing power? Has the circuit breaker tripped again?" Peering out the window, I noticed that the neighboring rooms appear to have electricity. Grabbing a rickety stool to elevate myself, I stood upon it to investigate further. Indeed, it was a trip breaker. As I reached to reset it, a sudden surge of electricity coursed through me, causing me to convulse and tumble from the stool, rendering me unconscious. In an instant, I seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness, struggling to breathe. Am I in a recovery room? I wondered. Suddenly, a bright light pierced through my consciousness, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. "It's born! It's born! Finally, it has arrived!" I felt myself being lifted, my surroundings spiraling wildly. Upon closer inspection, I found myself cradled by an elderly man, whose face bore a strikingly resolute expression, marred by a significant scar. This visage seemed oddly familiar. Could it be Yang Wudi from Douluo? Glancing at myself, I realized I was indeed in the embrace of Yang Wudi, and as I struggled to turn my head and move my hands and feet, I felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. My limbs were diminutive, akin to those of an infant. I attempted to open my mouth to make a sound, but all that escaped was a faint whimper, reminiscent of a cry. Once more, the world spun around me, and I succumbed to slumber. After several days of intermittent waking and sleeping, I finally comprehended the reality. I had transmigrated to the world of Douluo, and I was none other than the grandson of Yang Wudi, bearing the name Yang Padi. The father's name is Yang Jintian, and the mother is called Nyo Jinfeng, seemingly hailing from the esteemed Yu clan. Furthermore, the mother possesses a tall and sturdy physique, rivaling that of her husband, and it is rumored that she is the cherished daughter of Nyo Gao, the clan leader of the Yu lineage. However, this information is merely hearsay, as I am but a newborn, absorbing fragments of conversation. At this moment, my primary focus is to nourish myself and grow robustly. The advantage of having a mother with such a formidable stature is the ample supply of nourishment, allowing me to indulge in a routine of eating and sleeping, largely unaffected by the outside world. Naturally, influencing the external environment is beyond my capability as a recently born infant. Unable to articulate words, any sounds I manage to produce are akin to cries. At this juncture, the Haotian Sect stands as the preeminent sect in the realm, with the clan serving as the foremost external clan. Yang Wudi, my grandfather, holds the esteemed position of the Grand Elder of the outer sect, wielding considerable influence. As the only grandson, visitors come in droves, showcasing a myriad of faces. Among them are Bai He, the leader of the Min clan, Titan, the leader of the Li clan, and Nyo Gao, my maternal grandfather. I also encountered numerous individuals from the Haotian Sect, including Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and his wife, Ain. Much like characters from an animated series, both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao appear remarkably tall and robust, exuding an aura of strength. Unlike the despondent figure portrayed during the Holy Soul Village arc in the original tale, Tang Hao appears somewhat handsome, which perhaps explains his ability to win the affections of the beautiful Ain. in her gentleness and beauty, could not resist cradling me in her arms. Regrettably, as an infant, I remained largely oblivious to my surroundings, with the sole sensation being the softness of a yin's embrace, filled with vitality. It appears she is not currently expecting, at least in the near term, which offers a sense of reassurance regarding my safety as for future matters. They lie beyond the grasp of an infant like myself. Thus, after half a year of continuous cycles of nourishment and slumber, I began to notice my throat gradually developing, enabling me to utter the simplest of terms, Papa, Mama, and Grandpa. The achievement of vocalization brought immense joy to the family, particularly to my grandfather, Yang Wudi, who delighted in spinning me around, leaving me dizzy, while he reveled in his own merriment. Simultaneously, I commenced attempts to walk, albeit only managing a few steps each time, yet I felt a semblance of security with my mother's watchful eye upon me. With the onset of my ability to call out to others, my breastfeeding ceased, much to my mother Niu Jinfeng's dismay, as she believed that children should consume more milk to grow. Swiftly, however, for me, this was somewhat disconcerting after all. In terms of my soul's age, I have surpassed 35 years. Being perpetually cradled and nursing for my mother was hardly appropriate. My father, on the other hand, seemed to relish this change, bringing home an abundance of small spirit beast meat to prepare delightful broths for me, leaving me to wonder whether his joy stemmed from my happiness or some other motivation. The flesh of soul beast seems to be imbued with an extraordinary abundance of energy. Each time I indulge in it, I feel invigorated and replete with vitality. It is no wonder that the progeny of affluent families possess a significantly superior foundation compared to ordinary individuals. Even the simplest soul beast meat far surpasses the energy provided by mundane fruits and vegetables. Not to mention, these esteemed families have their own elaborate training systems. Thus, half a year has passed, and I can now articulate my thoughts with clarity and walk independently, and quite smoothly at that. However, my mother remains ever watchful, trailing closely behind me as if she were a protective hen, anxious that I might stumble. Chapter 2. The Timeline. Ever since I learned to speak, I have taken great delight in posing various questions to my parents, particularly regarding their martial souls. My father, Yang Jintian, possesses the martial soul known as the Breaking Soul Spear, with a soul power of level 71. My mother, Niu Jinfeng, wields the martial soul of the armored giant rhinoceros, boasting a soul power of level 63. My grandfather, Yang Wudi, also has the Breaking Soul Spear, but his soul power is an impressive level 77. How can my grandfather's soul power be 77? That seems implausible. I recall that in the original narrative, my grandfather's soul power was stated to be level 82, which is several decades into the future. This suggests that his soul power has hardly improved over the years. Contemplating this causes a pang of discomfort. Given the formidable enemies outside, why does it seem that everyone here is lacking in ambition? Moreover, my father, much like my grandfather, is particularly obsessed with alchemy, believing it to be even more crucial than martial cultivation. As an elder of the Haotian Sect, few dare challenge my grandfather. Thus, by the age of 2, I had gathered a rough understanding of the current timeline. One day, while engaging in conversation with my parents, or rather, indulging in my innocent curiosity, I asked, "Dad, Mom, is the Haotian Sect truly as powerful as they say?" With pride etched upon their faces, both replied, "Absolutely. Our Haotian Sect is renowned as the #1 sect in the world." Perplexed, I inquired further, "Dad, if the Haotian Sect is the supreme sect, then surely it must be filled with many experts?" "Indeed," my father affirmed. "The former sect master was a 99th level limit Douluo, unmatched in the world." "But Dad," I persisted, "didn't the former sect master go missing many years ago?" "Ah, this is something you may not be aware of. It is said that the former sect master is in seclusion for cultivation, which is why the position was passed to the current sect master." "And what about the current sect master? What is his strength?" "The current sect master, Tang Zhun, is extraordinarily formidable, already a 95th level title Douluo." "Title Douluo? What is that? Is it powerful?" "Indeed, title Douluos are exceptionally strong, each one capable of exerting overwhelming pressure and unmatched prowess in the world." "Since title Douluos are so powerful, does our Haotian sect have many of them?" My father, Yang Jintian, chuckled softly. "Son, title Douluos are indeed rare and powerful. We have a total of only 4 in our sect, apart from the former and current sect masters. Only the first elder and the second elder hold the title Douluo rank." At this moment, I pondered to myself, for title Douluos, and excluding the former sect master Tang Chun, that means the Haotian sect has only 3 title Douluos, with the highest being merely level 95. This is rather disappointing in terms of strength. Then, another thought crossed my mind. "Dad, I seem to recall you mentioning something about the Haotian twin stars. What are the Haotian twin stars? Son, where did you hear of the Haotian twin stars? Dad, I just overheard someone mentioning it occasionally, and I grew curious. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhentian's face turned envious. The Haotian twin stars referred to by outsiders are your Uncle Tang Xiao and Uncle Tang Ho. They held you in their arms when you were just born. Dad, what are they like now? Why are they called the Haotian twin stars? Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, the two brothers, possess extraordinary talents and have gained widespread recognition across the continent at a remarkably young age. Given their exceptional abilities, it is anticipated that they will soon ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, earning them the moniker of the Haotian twin stars. The pivotal question posed by Yang Pudi has now emerged. Considering their prodigious gifts, what are their current ages? Tang Xiao's elder uncle is presently 56 years old, while Tang Hao's uncle is 41, both of whom have achieved the status of sole Douluo. Within a decade, the Haotian Sect is poised to produce 2 additional titled Douluos. Father, are both of them currently within the Haotian Sect? Upon returning to his chamber, Yang Pudi began to contemplate in solitude. By calculating the timeline, it is revealed that Tang Hao became a titled Douluo at the age of 44, indicating that in 3 years, Tang San will be born. Likewise, 3 years hence, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, will sustain severe injuries at the hands of Tang Hao. Thus, in a little over 3 years, but no more than 4, a cataclysmic conflict will erupt between the Haotian Sect and the Spirit Hall. Following this battle, the Haotian Sect will retreat and relinquish the 4 single attribute families, resulting in catastrophic losses that nearly lead to their extinction. It is estimated that Tang Xiao will break through to title Douluo in the next 2 years. Regarding the matter of cultivation, Yang Pudi could not suppress his inner critique. His grandfather is already at level 77, harboring a grudge against the annihilation of their clan. Yet he only reaches level 82 in the Battle of Jialing Pass nearly 28 years later. As for his parents, they are absent from the original narrative, leaving the question of whether they perished in the clan's genocide unresolved. From any perspective, Yang Pudi feels as though he is ensnared in a dire predicament, with the genocide looming over him like a sharp sword. If he were to disclose future events prematurely, he would likely be subjected to dissection and scrutiny. Reflecting on the talents of the Tang family, he is struck by the brilliance of Tang San, who, as a dual martial soul wielder and the child of destiny, boasts an impeccable background, being the son of the Haotian Sect leader, a pupil of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, and a classmate of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader's daughter, as well as a comrade and benefactor of the Star Luo Empire's prince. Furthermore, his teacher is the former lover of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, rendering him virtually untouchable by any major power. In a mere 20 years, Tang Xiao of the Haotian Sect advanced from an ordinary title Douluo to a formidable 97th level Super Douluo at an astonishing pace. One need only consider that the Bone Douluo remained at level 95 throughout his life, while the elder Long Yu engine of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan also never surpassed 95. Despite being significantly older than Tang Xiao, the same applies to the likes of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Tang Hao of the Haotian Sect presents an even more remarkable case. After absorbing his wife's spirit rings, he languished for 15 years, yet still managed to ascend to level 95. Even after sacrificing a hand and a foot, he quickly climbed to level 96, recovering from his injuries in a manner that can only be described as extraordinary. Sighing at this thought, Yang Pudi resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, his immediate goal must be to evade the impending calamity of clan annihilation. As a mere child, even as the grandson of the clan leader, his standing within the family is likely negligible. Should his martial soul remain unawakened 3 years hence, his opinions will undoubtedly hold little weight. After much contemplation, the only solution seems to be to evade the impending catastrophe, to seek refuge from the impending genocide war 3 years hence. The specifics of where to hide and the subsequent plans require meticulous consideration, for the future conflicts will be relentless, particularly with the soul-hunting expedition of the Spirit Hall looming over 2 decades away. Should one find oneself on the list of those targeted for the soul-hunting operation, it would spell disaster. As for the forthcoming battle at Jialing Pass, what concern is it of mine? Chapter 3, Training. However, 2 decades later, I found myself ensnared by Tang San's machinations, being drawn into the Tang Sect. Throughout this ordeal, apart from acquiring a single exquisite herb, I seemed to gain nothing of significance. Conversely, the disciples of my clan, upon joining the Tang Sect, became known as the so-called disciples of the Medicine Hall, unwittingly acquiring a paternal figure over their heads. The other 3 clans appeared to fare even worse, gaining nothing while toiling away for the Tang Sect and for Tang San. What was the purpose of that? Particularly during the climactic battle at Jialing Pass, where our clan leader, Yang Wudi, faced off against the titled Douluo Snake Spear. Although victory was achieved, he sustained severe injuries. What assistance did this provide to me or my clan? What benefit did Tang Sen offer to my family? Would he share his Shintian skill with others? It is evident that the 4 clans with single attributes were engaged in a lopsided exchange of sacrifice and reward. Such time would be better spent on self-improvement. The subsequent period became considerably simpler. By the age of 2, under Yang Peti's persistent insistence, my mother began arranging for someone to teach me literacy and reading. Although I had perused the original work of Douluo Continent, upon entering this world, I discovered that everything deviated significantly from the text, with vast discrepancies. The most rudimentary knowledge, particularly concerning soul beasts, is encapsulated in hundreds of volumes, large and small. The hallmark of the Douluo world is its martial souls and soul beasts. The varieties of soul beasts are as numerous as the stars, ranging from a mere blade of grass to a towering mountain. Each soul beast, regardless of size, dietary habits, or even methods of attack, possesses distinct characteristics. Coupled with the variances in the ages of different soul beasts, the differences multiply. On the other hand are the martial souls, which are bewilderingly diverse. Various combinations of martial souls with different soul beasts and soul rings, even the differing ages of soul rings, yield an array of unique skills and even mutations. This brings to mind a teaching from Yu Shaojing to Tang San. The more rings, the more bones, powerful skills arise. Fewer rings, fewer bones. Run when in peril. Initially, Yang Peti regarded this with disdain, believing it to be a sign of weakness and that having numerous soul rings did not necessarily equate to strength. However, as he delved deeper into the texts, he gradually comprehended the disparities among soul masters of varying ranks. While some soul masters might engage in battles beyond their level, much like my grandfather, Yang Wudi, this is a rarity. The majority are ordinary soul masters, who often struggle to acquire soul rings. Many spend their entire lives grappling with the quest for soul rings, with countless individuals compelled to absorb a decade's worth of soul rings to become a soul master. As for soul masters with a 5th ring at a millennium, they are not uncommon. In the original text, both Snake Spear and Qin Ming possessed 5th rings at a millennium. Was it a lack of ability or connections that hindered them? It is indeed a challenging endeavor to acquire a soul ring that is both suitable and of the appropriate age, particularly as the 5th soul ring must just surpass the 10,000-year mark without exceeding it by a significant margin. Without substantial backing, this becomes an arduous task. Reflecting on the myriad of fanfictions from later generations, it is evident that most are critical of Yu Shaojing. From a certain perspective, one could argue that he has wronged 2 women and exhibits a somewhat cowardly demeanor. However, academically speaking, he has made notable contributions. Ever since he introduced the so-called soul ring age chart, it has been widely disseminated among the common populace, albeit not entirely accurate. It has nonetheless mitigated the phenomenon of soul masters absorbing soul rings beyond their age limit, which often leads to catastrophic consequences. What irks the public even more is that despite being merely a great soul master, he tends to display an air of superiority, showcasing a lack of genuine strength while maintaining an inflated sense of self-importance. Many of the insights he shares are already possessed by noble families, yet remain inaccessible to the common folk. Yu Shaojing has taken knowledge from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and combined it with what he learned at the Spirit Hall, presenting it as his own, thereby monopolizing academic achievements akin to the much-despised act of plagiarism in later times. Furthermore, his vehement disdain for the Spirit Hall, while relying on the financial support it provides, reflects a hypocritical stance, dining from a bowl while cursing it. Even more absurd is his conduct while residing at Notting Academy, where he was not a teacher and contributed nothing to the institution, yet still adopted a teacher's demeanor, exuding an air of intimidation. Such behaviors have resulted in a rather poor reputation for Yu Shaojing within fan communities. Upon discovering his grandson's profound love for reading, Yang Wudi procured a plethora of diverse and eclectic books, encompassing all manners of subjects, including intriguing anecdotes about soul master training and advanced notes on soul master cultivation. This period of reading persisted for a full year. Following this year, when he turned 3, both his grandfather and father began to impose strict expectations upon him. In addition to his reading, he was required to practice marksmanship and partake in medicinal baths daily. His marksmanship primarily focused on the techniques of the Pajie clan, although he regarded their methods with a degree of disdain, believing them to be rudimentary compared to the marksmanship of his previous life. Nonetheless, he committed to mastering them in the short term. Every morning, he would bear a heavy iron spear, training alongside a group until exhaustion nearly overcame him, only to be summoned by his mother for his medicinal baths. Regarding the weight of the Pajie spears, the training ground featured a variety of spears, all sharing the same design, yet differing in size, weight, and material. Each day, he would select one that suited his height and strength. As for the medicinal baths, this practice commenced at the age of 3, a common custom among prominent families. Core disciples are typically trained from ages 3 to 4. The Paji clan, being a family renowned for alchemy, possesses a far greater understanding of medicinal herbs and prescriptions than others, with even the Haotian Sect utilizing their medicinal bath solutions. Yang Wudi personally concocted remedies tailored to his grandson's constitution. After the age of 4, Yang Padi intensified his physical training. His regimen included frog jumps and running, albeit without weights due to his tender age. Throughout these formative years, Yang Padi encountered numerous individuals from the Haotian Sect. In his view, all members of the Haotian Sect shared a common trait: arrogance and self-righteousness, with some even displaying utter disdain for others. This attitude was prevalent within the Haotian Sect, and even the 4 single-attribute families exhibited similar characteristics. In essence, they looked down upon everyone, convinced of their own superiority. Judging by such traits, one could speculate that if they were characters in a modern television drama, they would not survive beyond 2 episodes. It is no wonder that the Spirit Hall has targeted the Haotian Sect. Currently, the Haotian Sect seems to be in constant opposition to the Spirit Hall, particularly with the alliance of the 3 upper sects, which often disregards the Spirit Hall entirely. Anyone in their position would likely consider annihilating the Haotian Sect. Moreover, the so-called allies of the Haotian Sect probably wish to use it as a shield against potential threats. The current strength of the Spirit Hall is not as formidable as depicted in the original narrative set 20 years later. The combined might of the 3 upper sects boasts over 10,000 soul masters, sufficient to challenge the Spirit Hall. Each time Yang Padi reflects on this, he cannot help but sigh. Is the decline of the Haotian Sect without reason? On one hand, it has made too many enemies, while on the other, its reputation far exceeds its current capabilities. Only the core members are aware that the old sect master has been missing for decades. And now the strength of the Haotian Sect does not align with its illustrious name. Chapter 4, The Evading Plan. As time progressed, Yang Padi reached the age of 5. In their eyes, the Haotian Sect was akin to the heavens. According to his grandfather, Yang Wudi, the Pa family was originally a small clan that gradually flourished after aligning with the Haotian Sect. Currently, the Pa family boasts a collective strength of 700 individuals, with 300 direct disciples. In terms of the number of soul masters, they can be considered a mid-sized sect. It is noteworthy that during the soul hunting operation, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family comprised only 1,800 members. At its peak, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect suffered a loss of 2,000 during the soul hunting operation, accounting for over 2/3 of its strength, with an additional 40% of its disciples, who were engaged in external affairs, being besieged by the Spirit Hall. It is estimated that the entire 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect has around 3,500 to 4,000 soul masters, whereas the current strength of the Haotian Sect is uncertain, possibly not even reaching 5,000 soul masters. The prominence of these major sects as the top 3 is primarily due to their possession of titled Douluos, which during this era are akin to nuclear weapons. After discussing matters with his parents, Yang Padi noticed a change in their expressions, indicating that he must devise his own strategies. One day, Yang Padi found himself alone in his room, where a sizable map of the Douluo Continent lay on his table. Gazing at this map, he fell into deep contemplation. 3 circles marked on the map represented Star Luo City, Heaven-Do City, and Hanhai City. In the original text, among the 4 families with singular attributes, the one that suffered the least loss was indeed the Strength Clan. After the Great Battle, their surviving numbers were astonishingly double that of the Breaking Clan. It is no wonder that Titan remained steadfastly loyal to Tang Hao. Had the Strength Clan also faced a demise exceeding 2/3, Titan's loyalty would have been rendered moot. Upon meticulous analysis of the 3 locations, Xinglua City appears to be the most secure. The Xinglua Empire boasts formidable national strength, yet its royal family is excessively powerful, causing most major sects to refrain from establishing themselves there. Should the Breaking Clan venture to Xinglua City, they would likely become vassals to the royal family. Hanhai City, on the other hand, is far too remote and lacks any significant force for protection. Additionally, it is predominantly home to Sea Soul Masters, raising concerns about whether the Breaking Clan could adapt. Its only advantage lies in its relative freedom, yet it bears the highest risk. Conversely, Tiandou City is comparatively safe. The Tiandou royal family is rather weak. If the Breaking Clan were to settle there, they would likely be welcomed by the royal family. However, the drawback is the looming presence of Qian Renxue and her 2 titled Douluo bodyguards. After thorough contemplation, Tiandou City appears to be the most suitable option, especially since it harbors the opportunities one desire most. Although I have yet to awaken my martial soul, should I awaken with an inherently low spirit power or experience a malignant mutation, that place still holds the potential for a life-altering transformation. The pressing issue now is how to bring my family to Tiandou City. Even if I cannot relocate the entire Breaking Clan, I must at least arrange for a portion to go. Ultimately, I have no choice but to consult my grandfather, Yang Wudi. Upon my arrival, he smiled and said, "Breaking enemy, what brings you here today? You've been visiting me quite frequently lately." Hearing his inquiry, I replied with utmost seriousness, "Grandpa, I have a very unsettling premonition that our breaking clan may face a significant crisis." "Breaking enemy, are you feeling unwell? Would you like Grandpa to take a look at you?" he asked. "Grandpa, I assure you, I am not ill. I genuinely feel that something monumental is about to transpire." He responded, "Your mindset is not right. As a member of the breaking clan, we must always lead the charge, confronting any adversity or enemy head-on, even to the point of sacrificing our lives without retreat." At his words, I was beset with worry, even tinged with despair. Observing my grandfather's demeanor, and that of the entire breaking clan, I noted their unwavering confidence in the Haotian Sect, even at the cost of their lives. I clenched my teeth, resolute that I could not remain passive. For the sake of the breaking clan, and for myself, I must devise a plan. If all else fails, I will resort to throwing a tantrum to persuade my parents to take me to Tiandou City. With this thought, I decided to seek out my mother, Niu Jinfeng. Upon seeing my unusual demeanor, she quickly inquired, "Breaking enemy, what is the matter? You seem a bit off." I solemnly replied, "Mom, do you believe in me? What is troubling you? Why so serious all of a sudden?" "Of course, I believe in you." I continued, "Mom, I have been feeling extraordinarily uneasy. I sense that something significant is about to happen to our breaking clan. How about we visit Tiandou City to investigate?" "Breaking the enemy, I perceive that you are not feeling well. Shall I summon your father and grandfather to examine you?" "Mother, I speak the truth. Our family may indeed be in peril." It was evident that his mother was merely deceiving herself, as no one believed that the esteemed clan could encounter any significant difficulties. After all, the Haotian Sect was well established, and people had grown complacent, lacking a sense of urgency. Yang Pidi, with a resolute heart, thought to himself that, at worst, he would depart on his own. As long as he reached Tiandou City, his parents would undoubtedly come in search of him. At that point, their family would be secure. As for others, he could no longer afford to be concerned. He could not allow himself to perish beneath the butcher's blade without even awakening his martial soul, for that would make him the most unfortunate of transmigrators. Without hesitation, he gathered a few of his frequently worn garments, took a small bundle, armed himself with a well-used soul-piercing spear, and ensured he had a handful of gold soul coins before stealthily exiting his family home through the back door. As Yang Pidi stepped outside, the news swiftly reached the ears of the clan leader, Yang Wudi. Within Yang Wudi's chamber, he was accompanied by his grandfather, Yang Wudi, his second uncle, Yang Wushuang, his father, Yang Jintian, and his mother, Niu Jinfeng, along with several elders of the clan, all of whom were formidable soul sage-level experts. When the assembly learned that Yang Pidi had slipped away from home, they were all taken aback, except for Yang Wudi, who remained silent. Before Niu Jinfeng could exit the door, Yang Wudi spoke. "Jinfeng, please wait a moment." After a moment of contemplation, he produced a slip of paper. Chapter 5. The Future of the clan. All present gazed at Yang Wudi with expressions of confusion. He addressed them. "Do not rush. First, take a look at this latest intelligence." Yang Wushuang was the first to grasp the paper, his eyes widening in surprise at its unexpected content. After a round of circulation, the others too perused the slip. "The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, has led the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo out." Yang Wudi surveyed the assembly. "This is the latest information I have received from an informant within the Spirit Hall. Qian Xuanji, accompanied by the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, has departed from the Spirit City. The precise purpose remains unknown. You are all aware that in recent years, our conflicts with the Spirit Hall have intensified, with the potential for confrontation looming at any moment. Pudi's unease resonates with my own. I too sense that something is amiss. Whether in battle or in death, I, Yang Wudi, harbor no fear, and neither does our entire clan. However, Pudi is still but a child, naive to the world. Thus, it would be best for him to venture to Tiandou City for leisure." At this juncture, Yang Wushuang interjected. "Elder brother, are you suggesting that?" "I am implying nothing of the sort. We, the elders, may face death, but our younger generation still holds promise. We must preserve a glimmer of hope for our clan. Elder brother, what are your plans? However, elder brother, if any calamity were to befall us, you would be left alone here. Wushuang, fret not. I am not yet old. I can still uphold our clan's strength. Your role is critical. You represent the hope of our clan." Surrounded by the gathered crowd, silence enveloped the air upon hearing these words. Ultimately, Yang Wushuang nodded solemnly, assuring, "Elder brother, rest assured, I shall take care of these children." Just as Yang Pidi stealthily slipped out of his home, he was abruptly seized by his mother, Niu Jinfeng, who grasped him by the collar, halting his escape. Niu Jinfeng appeared somewhat displeased, saying, "You little rascal, Didn't you promise to take me to Tiandou City in a few days? How dare you sneak out alone? Were you afraid I wouldn't accompany you? What do you mean, mother? Who else is going? Neo Jinfeng gazed at Yang Padi with a knowing look. Your grandfather just mentioned that since this is a trip for pleasure, it would not do to be biased. Therefore, your second grandfather will lead all the children of our clan on this excursion, ensuring peace of mind. Yang Padi was taken aback by her words. Grandfather said all the children should go together? What does he mean by that? What could it possibly imply? Why do you ponder so much, you little one? Upon returning home, Yang Padi contemplated his grandfather's decision from earlier that day. Could it be that grandfather senses something amiss or has perceived danger, prompting him to send all the children to Tiandou City for refuge? Or has he received some news? Early the next morning, Yang Padi was roused from slumber. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he was astonished to find all the children under 12 gathered there, around 40 to 50 in total. Leading them was his second grandfather, Yang Wushuang, along with 10 adults, including his father, Yang Jintian, and mother, Neo Jinfeng, along with several caregivers holding children, while others appeared to be mothers of the little ones. Upon learning they were bound for Tiandou City, the children erupted in joyous excitement, with a few of the younger ones babbling incessantly, clearly thrilled at the prospect of an adventure to the most prosperous city on the continent. In this manner, under the guidance of the adults, the children boarded the 9 waiting carriages, each accommodating 1 or 2 adults alongside several children. Yang Padi, accompanied by his parents and a few other children, entered the last carriage, evidently to ensure his father could oversee and protect the entire convoy. Yang Wushuang, the deputy clan leader, took command from the foremost carriage, issuing the order for all carriages to set forth towards Tiandou City. As the carriages began their journey, Yang Padi cast a lingering glance at the receding stronghold of the Pa family, silently wishing for their survival through this impending crisis. Without the burden of the children, perhaps the clan could avoid considerable loss. He hoped that once war broke out, his grandfather would lead the clan to Tiandou City, a relatively secure haven. Meanwhile, young Wudi, alongside all the elders, watched the departing convoy from within the confines of a room, their expressions grave yet tinged with a hint of solace. A collective sigh of relief seemed to permeate the air, as it was their own kin and descendants who were leaving. Once the convoy had completely vanished, young Wudi turned to the esteemed elders. Respected elders, from this moment forth, we must be vigilant in gathering intelligence and enforcing strict measures on our clan members. Although we remain uncertain about the forthcoming events, it is undoubtedly significant, potentially affecting the very survival of our clan. Simultaneously, holding the note, Yang Wudi made his way to a gathering spot, where soon the leaders of the Li clan, Titan, the Yu clan, Niu Gao, and the Min clan, Bai He, arrived. Upon seeing the note in Yang Wudi's hand, none of the 3 appeared particularly surprised. Yang Wudi shook his head. It's nothing alarming. Just that I've been feeling somewhat restless lately, and my grandson has been clamoring to visit Tiandou City. So I decided to arrange for all the children of our clan to join in the outing. Oh, old goat. Is it my little grandson who wishes to go on an adventure? Had I known, I would have accompanied him too, Bai He interjected. You old rhinoceros. With so many matters at the sect, how could you find time for leisure? Bai He, being the maternal uncle of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, was undoubtedly the foremost relative of the Haotian Sect, basking in the glory of his status. Titan then spoke up. Indeed, it has been quite busy lately. I would love to partake in a little escapade when time permits. It was evident that the leaders of the other 3 clans had received similar news. Yet they seemed unfazed. Yang Wudi shook his head, hoping that perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation. Chapter 6. Arrival at Tiandou City. Tiandou City lay several hundred kilometers away from the residence of the Paji clan. For a high-ranking soul master, it might only take half a day to reach. However, for a group of young children traveling by carriage, the journey would span 3 days. Many of the children had never ventured beyond the confines of the Paji clan's territory, and their first journey away was filled with wonder. They were captivated by the flowers, trees, and passing carriages, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Occasionally, they encountered small soul beasts along the way, which piqued their curiosity even further. After all, they were merely children, and seeing those little soul beasts was akin to encountering pets. As night fell, they gathered all the carriages in a circle, erecting a large tent in the center for everyone to rest. Their fathers and granduncles took turns keeping watch, vigilant against any potential dangers, their anxious demeanor suggesting they anticipated formidable foes. After 3 days of travel, the group finally arrived at Tiandou City. Gazing at the towering city walls, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. After such a long journey, the children appeared quite fatigued, as they were, after all, mere youngsters. Upon reaching the city gates, the guards, upon seeing the 9 carriages filled with children, were initially apprehensive, fearing they were dealing with a band of human traffickers. However, Upon recognizing the Haotian Sect's token and Yang Wudi's soul sage-level aura, they promptly granted passage. Once inside Tiandou City, rather than heading directly to a hotel, the convoy took a winding route until they arrived at a particular courtyard. Yang Pidi, puzzled, asked, "Father, Mother, are we not staying at a hotel?" Upon hearing these words, my mother chuckled softly. "Son, who told you that we would be staying in a hotel? Our family, albeit humble, is nonetheless the foremost clan of the Haotian Sect's outer door. Moreover, our prowess in alchemy is renowned throughout the realm, thus we possess several properties in various cities, including several residences in Heavendou City." Yang Pidi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. It appeared that grand families operated in such a manner, even engaging in real estate ventures. In the original narrative, the Haotian Sect had concealed itself for 25 years, and rather than diminishing in strength, it had significantly increased, which was likely a result of such survival strategies. After all, it would be inconceivable for the members of the Haotian Sect to toil in the fields. Suddenly struck by a thought, he hastily inquired of his mother, "Mom, do we have any properties in Heavendou City?" He was met with a dismissive eye roll. "Son, what are you thinking? Do you not recognize who your mother is? Would we need to purchase property?" Yang Pidi felt a surge of frustration. His mother was the sole emperor of the Yu clan. If she desired a house, surely acquiring a parcel of land would be a trivial matter. There was no real estate market in Douluo Continent, nor any notion of rising property prices. "Mom, seeing as you and Dad are not getting any younger, haven't you considered preparing some inheritance?" His mother, Niu Jinfeng, replied earnestly, "Son, rest assured, when you come of age, your father and I will certainly prepare a generous betrothal gift, ensuring your marriage is splendid." Yang Pidi was left speechless once more. Is that really what I was asking? Was it necessary to respond in such a manner? "I merely wish to know how much savings you have." His father, Yang Zhentian, seemed to be suppressing a smile at his side. After more than 10 minutes of travel through Heavendou City, the carriage finally arrived at a large courtyard. Although somewhat aged, the courtyard was relatively clean, indicative of regular upkeep. Following a brief arrangement, everyone was settled within the house. However, due to the limited number of accommodations, many had to share rooms. Yet, considering that most of the travelers were children, they managed to make do. Furthermore, it appeared that second uncle had some plans in mind. With the initial task accomplished, both he and his parents had successfully arrived in Heavendou City, and for the time being, they should be free from peril. The next step was to await news from the Haotian Sect. Once Tang Hao injured Pope Qian Xuanji, it would signal the imminent demise of Qian Xuanji, and similarly herald the outbreak of war. As for the Pa family's fate, he felt utterly powerless. He could only hope that his grandfather and the others could mitigate the losses, and that they would be among the first to reach Heavendou City post-conflict, thus minimizing the aftermath's impact and avoiding further entanglement with the Spirit Hall. It was now time to embark on the second objective. After the martial soul awakening next year, he would need to contemplate the ice and fire duality eyes, for that was the true locus capable of altering the Pa family's destiny. According to the original text, Douluo Yin should be of a similar age to him, and her parents had perished from poisoning. He could ascertain whether Douluo Yan's parents were indeed deceased at this time. To ascertain whether Donggu Bo has already claimed the eyes of ice and fire, we must determine his status. If he has not yet laid claim, we shall seize the opportunity to do so. Conversely, should he have already occupied the eyes, we will need to devise alternative strategies. Furthermore, we can gauge his standing by whether he has attained the title of Title de Law. If he has achieved this rank, it implies he has indeed secured the eyes, necessitating a more cautious approach. Lost in contemplation, Yang Pidi succumbed to a deep slumber, perhaps relieved of any imminent threat to his life, resulting in a particularly restful and profound sleep. Niu Jinfeng and Yang Zhentian entered the room, discovering their son in a peaceful slumber. As Yang Zhentian began to speak, he was gently interrupted by Niu Jinfeng. She quietly approached Yang Pidi, caressing his serene face, and adjusted his blanket before whispering to her husband that they should leave the room quietly. "Darling, did you notice how soundly our son sleeps today?" Yang Zhentian shook his head. "No, I didn't perceive anything unusual." Niu Jinfeng continued to express her concern. "What do you understand? In the past, our son always furrowed his brow while sleeping, as if he were afraid of something, exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance. Now, having arrived in Tiandou City, he seems entirely at ease, which is why he sleeps so soundly. My dear, could it be? After all, our family possesses some degree of strength. What could our son possibly be worried about? He seems to be making a mountain out of a molehill this time," Yang Zhentian retorted. Niu Jinfeng, feeling a surge of irritation, responded, "If you cannot even notice the changes in our son's sleep, how can you call yourself a father? If our son finds comfort in Tiandou City, perhaps we should simply reside here to spare him from constant anxiety. My love, isn't that a bit excessive? I am, after all, the young clan leader of the Paji clan. What does it signify for me to live away from our family in Tiandou City? I care not whether you are a young clan leader or anything else. Nothing is more significant than our son. I will not concern myself with it. You must decide. Observing Niu Jinfeng's genuine displeasure, Yang Zhentian hastily began to placate her. Do not be upset, my dear. If our son wishes to stay in Tiandou City, I shall find a way. Chapter 7. A day out in Tiandou City, given the large number of children in the group and the challenges of managing them. Yang Zhentian and 5 adults would take a small contingent of children, around 10, on outings, while the rest remained in the courtyard under the vigilant watch of Uncle Yang Wushuang. It was unclear who procured a substantial amount of building materials from outside, seemingly intending to construct additional houses in the vicinity. It is said that the Peiji clan possesses several properties within Tiandou City, yet Uncle did not appear inclined to assign anyone to other locations. Noticing this, Yang Padi began to comprehend that perhaps the family had deliberately arranged for the younger generation to seek refuge in Tiandou City. Had his grandfather received some troubling news? Naturally, the prospect of outings filled everyone with excitement, eagerly anticipating their turn to explore, which motivated them to train even more diligently, as is the nature of children. Finally, the opportunity to venture out arrived for Yang Padi, who felt a particular fascination with Tiandou City, the largest city in the world. Unlike others who venture out in groups, this time it is solely my mother, Niu Jinfeng, who has taken me on an excursion, eliciting a series of resentful glances from my father. While others enjoy family outings as a trio, here I find myself relegated to the role of caretaker for other children. Nonetheless, Yang Padi and my mother, Niu Jinfeng, pay little heed to such matters, both of them departing in high spirits. Mom, did you often visit Tiandou City in the past? Niu Jinfeng replied with pride, of course. Just consider who your mother is. I am a formidable soul emperor. And in my youth, I was a great beauty. Your father brought me to Tiandou City many times in his pursuit of me. Mom, you are still a great beauty. Indeed, it's my obedient son who speaks so, she beamed. Today, I shall introduce you to the unique attractions of Tiandou City. Niu Jinfeng seemed quite elated upon hearing this. Mom, what is there to enjoy in Tiandou City? It seems rather dull these days. My son, you are still young and do not yet grasp the delights of Tiandou City. Noticing the look of confusion on Yang Padi's face, Niu Jinfeng continued. Tiandou City is the capital of the Tiandou Empire and its bustling core, boasting a population exceeding 10 million, which contributes to its vibrant atmosphere. Within the city, there are 3 particularly fascinating attractions. First is the Tiandou Great Soul Arena, a venue where soul masters from the Douluo Continent engage in battles, and the only place where non-soul masters can witness these duels. The battles are categorized into 3 types. The first is friendly sparring, where participants engage in skillful exchanges without the intent to harm. The second is life and death duels, used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last type is wagered battles, where both parties agree upon the rules, and the arena appoints a referee to oversee the contest. The Tiandou Great Soul Arena is the highest-ranked arena, capable of hosting battles up to the level of Soul Emperor. The atmosphere during the fights is incredibly lively and exhilarating. I will take you there tonight. The second attraction is the Tiandou Auction House, the largest in the Tiandou Empire, where numerous valuable items are auctioned, sometimes even including priceless soul bones. Even if one does not participate in the bidding, it is an eye-opening experience. Then there is the vibrant allure of Tiandou City itself. Yang Padi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what is so enjoyable about the city's prosperity? What do you know, young one? Prosperity signifies shopping and culinary delights. In Tiandou City, you can find nearly anything you wish to purchase, even rare soul-guided devices and soul bones. Moreover, the gastronomy here is renowned throughout the nation, whatever delicacy you desire. Tiandou City can provide, and the flavors are exquisite. Yang Padi couldn't help but think, in every world, shopping and food seemed to hold an irresistible charm for women. Subsequently, Niu Jinfeng led Yang Padi into a shopping frenzy. She transformed into a veritable shopping aficionado, purchasing anything she fancied, from various styles of clothing to an array of jewelry. Upon encountering items of desire, one does not hesitate to procure them. For common folk, the illustrious gold soul coins are indeed a treasure. However, in the eyes of high-ranking soul masters, they are of little significance, particularly for those hailing from esteemed families, such as Yang Padi's mother. Naturally, she indulged in purchasing numerous garments and toys for Yang Padi, even acquiring various styles of armor, leaving him at a loss for words. The entire afternoon was spent in a shopping spree, clearly indicating her familiarity with the city of Tiandou, as she even managed to procure some rare items. Truly, the grandest hotel in Tiandou City boasts opulence, both in its external appearance and interior decor. Many areas are adorned with gold and jade, and the main hall is graced with exquisite orchids. Though many patrons were dining, the atmosphere remained serene and refined, indicative of the elite clientele. nobility, and cultured individuals, or soul masters. Niu Jinfeng led them to a private room, and upon glancing at the menu, Yang Padi could not help but swallow hard. The prices were indeed staggering, befitting the largest hotel in Tiandou City. It was estimated that a single dish would cost dozens, if not hundreds, of gold coins, equivalent to a commoner's lifetime expenditure. While the prices for the extravagant soul beast meat were even more outrageous. Considering Yang Padi's youth, she refrained from ordering the rare soul beast meat, opting instead for more ordinary dishes. As the table filled with fragrant delicacies, Yang Padi swallowed again, transforming into a voracious eater, disregarding decorum, while his mother maintained a more reserved demeanor during the meal. After indulging, Yang Padi felt a slight fullness in his stomach and resorted to sipping tea to aid digestion. Although the prices at the Tiandou Grand Hotel were steep, the flavors were indeed commendable, justifying the cost, which explained its bustling business. Where are we headed next? He inquired. Tiandou City truly comes alive at night. First, we shall visit the Tiandou auction house, and after the auction concludes, we might still catch the tail end of the soul fighting competitions at the Great Soul Arena. Yang Padi learned that the auction and the soul fighting events in Tiandou City commenced simultaneously in the evening, although the auction would be of shorter duration, while the soul battles were more tightly scheduled with numerous matches, often stretching into the late hours. Chapter 8. The Tiandou Auction House. After dinner, Niu Jinfeng guided Yang Padi to the Tiandou Auction House. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a magnificent circular edifice, reminiscent of a grand sports arena from future times. The auction house, nearly 500 meters in diameter and towering over 80 meters, was resplendent in white, exuding both grandeur and solemnity. Standing at the entrance were 4 enchanting maidens, each possessing striking beauty and an elegant stature of approximately 175 centimeters. Clad in flowing gowns that accentuated their exquisite figures, they appeared youthful, likely under 20 years of age. Their movements were both graceful and efficient, clearly the result of extensive training. One of the young maidens approached Yang Padi, and the other, slightly bowing, inquired, "Esteemed guests, may I assist you in any way?" Niu Jinfeng produced a black card, presenting it to the maiden. The card bore an image of the auction house. The maiden examined the card closely for a brief moment before returning it to Niu Jinfeng, stating, "Honored black card member, welcome to our auction venue. Would you prefer to proceed to the main hall or directly to a private room?" "Let us go to a private room. Please arrange one for me," Niu Jinfeng replied. "Certainly, esteemed black card member. Please follow me," the maiden said without hesitation, leading Niu Jinfeng and Yang Padi into the auction house. Upon entering, the atmosphere was not one of ostentatious grandeur. The ground was adorned with creamy white marble, and the walls were embellished with various relief sculptures, exhibiting a minimalist palette. The overall aesthetic was simple yet elegant, reflecting the venue's high standards. The guiding maiden demonstrated remarkable professionalism, pausing every 10 steps or so to gesture invitingly, accurately directing their path. Throughout their journey, several guards were stationed, presumably to maintain order and prevent any potential altercations or theft. Before long, the trio arrived at a private room. The maiden announced, "Most esteemed black card member, this is the assigned room. Please wait a moment. The auction is about to commence." Niu Jinfeng nodded, and the maiden promptly exited the room. Yang Padi scrutinized the interior of the private room, which was modestly decorated with only 8 seats, each facing a glass panel that overlooked the central stage of the auction hall. It was evident that the glass was one way, ensuring privacy within the room. Peering out from the private room, Yang Padi observed that the auction hall was divided into 5 distinct sections. The 3 rows closest to the podium were red, radiating outward in succession to black, purple, yellow, and white, with each area delineating private rooms and seating, likely chosen according to individual preferences. Shortly thereafter, a knock was heard at the door, and a beautiful waitress entered, bringing tea and snacks for the two. Yang Padi noted that all the waitstaff in the auction hall were female, comparable in height to the 4 at the entrance, but with more voluptuous figures and attire that was relatively revealing, subtly hinting at their curves. "Mom, how did you acquire a black card for the auction house?" he asked. "Son, do you not know who I am? How could I possibly lack a black card? I simply haven't visited recently, which is why I haven't applied for a red card. Your grandfather even possesses a red card," she replied. Yang Padi chose to ignore his mother's remarks, instead continuing to observe the entire venue. The waitresses, reminiscent of Ning Fengji's description in the original text, bore expressions that were somewhat indifferent, almost devoid of emotion, as if their souls had been relinquished, leaving them to be mere puppets at the mercy of others. Shortly thereafter, the auction commenced with great fanfare. The host of the auction was a captivating beauty clad in a red dress, whose height, appearance, and figure epitomized perfection. Her eloquence surpassed that of many esteemed hosts I had encountered in the past, exhibiting remarkable prowess in evoking emotion and commanding the audience. As the auction unfolded, an array of items was presented upon the central podium, while the large screen above magnified each item, enabling everyone present to observe them from every conceivable angle. The host elaborately described the provenance, purpose, and value of each item, interspersing her commentary with a touch of emotional appeal, before announcing the starting bid. Attendees engaged in bidding based on their understanding of the items. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. Some discussed the true worth of the items. Others lamented their insufficient gold coins, while many debated potential sale prices. The auction featured a diverse assortment of products, ranging in value from affordable antique swords to expensive soul-guiding devices and rare herbs, including the auctioning of cat-eared maidens akin to the original tale, alongside precious metals. Suddenly, an intriguing item was introduced. The enchanting host addressed the audience. Esteemed guests, the next item for bid is an exceedingly rare treasure. Displayed on the auction platform was a fist-sized black object, adorned with delicate patterns resembling a gelatinous substance. As you can see, this item is a piece of whale resin, specifically a rare millennial specimen. For those in need, it is a potent tonic, capable of revitalizing one's vigor. Upon hearing this, many gentlemen in the audience erupted in excitement. The starting bid for this millennial whale resin is 10,000 gold coins, 11,000 gold coins, 12,000 gold coins. Before long, the price for the whale resin surged to 30,000 gold coins. Ah, we must acquire this whale resin. Neo Jean Fong gazed at Yang Padi in bewilderment. What does a child like you know about the uses of whale resin? Despite her momentary hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to her son's insistence and secured the whale resin for 50,000 gold coins. A hush fell over the crowd. It appeared to be an unprecedented occurrence for a woman to auction whale resin. Was her husband incapable? Neo Jean Fong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Here she was, a woman bringing her son to auction whale resin. What a curious situation. How mortified she would be if others discovered this. As the auction continued following the sale of the whale resin, a plethora of items remained, many of which piqued Yang Padi's interest. However, his tender age and lack of funds rendered participation impossible. Ultimately, the auction reached its climax with the final, headlining item, which, surprisingly, was a millennium-old soul bone. Although Yang Padi was unimpressed, the atmosphere in the room ignited with fervor. The host captivatingly introduced, esteemed guests, as you can see. The grand finale item today is a 1,000-year-old iron arm bear soul bone. The strength and defense of the iron arm bear are exceptionally formidable, making it ideally suited for power-type soul masters. It is truly a priceless treasure. Yang Padi gazed at the screen displaying the radiant red soul bone, and an unexpected longing stirred within him. For soul masters, soul bones hold immense value. They do not merely provide a soul skill, but significantly enhance one's physical capabilities and even the speed of soul power circulation. It is no wonder they are referred to as treasures of the blood river. However, his mother, Neo Jean Fong, displayed no sign of interest upon seeing the soul bone. Mother, this is a soul bone. Aren't you even a little moved by it? Neo Jean Fong scoffed. The value of a 1,000-year soul bone is simply too low. Judging by this one, it seems to be just over 1,000 years old, not even reaching 2,000. It holds little significance for me. Observing her son's puzzled expression, she continued, Son, remember that for soul masters, one must consider their own strength and potential. Otherwise, soul bones are meaningless. Even the finest 1,000-year soul bones are only useful to soul saints and below. This soul bone, having just surpassed a millennium, becomes ineffective for soul kings and above. It may even become a burden. Consider this. My third soul skill surpasses the ability of this soul bone. What use would it be to me? It may hold some value for those whose potential has reached its limit and can no longer advance, but I have yet to reach such a threshold. Mother, does our family possess such soul bones? Of course we do. However, for our Padi clan, the value of such soul bones is negligible. Those with even a slight talent disdain to absorb them. They are merely kept as collectibles or given to soul masters who are stuck at a bottleneck. Hearing this, Yang Padi fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, such soul bones seem somewhat superfluous for a soul master family, especially for the Padi clan, a family of great power. After all, the Haotian Sect, following its confrontation, produced numerous titled Douluos, likely leveraging similar foundational resources. The Haotian Sect has long been regarded as the world's foremost sect, and one can only imagine the terrifying depth of their resources. Cheers and exuberance echoed throughout the auction hall, culminating in the astonishing sale of the 1,000-year soul bone for 500,000 gold soul coins, leaving Yang Padi in awe. Mother, didn't you say the value of this soul bone was low? Why are they willing to spend so much gold soul coins to acquire it? My son, you are still too young to grasp certain matters. The rarer an item, the more likely it is to end up in the hands of powerful factions. Do you believe that if this 1,000-year soul bone were taken to the Haotian Sect, the elders there would even glance at it? Yet for common folk or ordinary individuals, this soul bone appears exceedingly rare. Yang Pidi observed the excited crowd, particularly the individual who acquired the soul bone, and could not help but sigh inwardly. Is this the disparity in our world? In this fantastical realm, is the gap between people truly greater than that between man and dog? After the auction concluded, Neo Jinfeng and her son proceeded to the backstage area of the auction hall. Upon confirmation from several staff members, they acquired the whale gum obtained from the auction. After a thorough inspection, confirming its authenticity, she casually produced a gold soul coin card and processed a payment of 50,000 gold coins before departing. It is worth noting that the professionalism of the personnel at the auction was commendable, even as Neo Jinfeng, a woman accompanied by her son, came to purchase whale gum. There were no expressions of surprise. Once they exited the auction venue, the pair made their way directly to the Great Soul Arena in Tiandou City. The scale of the Great Soul Arena was evidently much larger than that of the auction house, stretching several thousand meters in both length and width, with seemingly no restrictions on entry, requiring no membership card for proof. However, the internal security was significantly more stringent, given that the arena catered to soul masters. Neo Jinfeng approached the reception desk, casually presenting a black membership card. "Are there any upcoming soul battles?" she inquired. The attendant, upon seeing the esteemed black card, responded with utmost respect. "Honored black card member, there are 4 soul battles today. A 1-on-1 for soul masters, a 1-on-1 for soul kings, a 2-on-2 for soul kings, and a 1-on-1 for a soul emperor. All 4 are competitive soul battles." After a moment of contemplation, Neo Jinfeng instructed, "Please arrange the 1-on-1 battle for the soul emperor and secure a private room." "Certainly, madam. This battle will take place in Arena 2. And we do have a private room available. I will arrange it immediately." Shortly thereafter, the private room was prepared. After completing the payment, Neo Jinfeng received the room number and departed with her son. It was evident that the Great Soul Arena accommodated a substantial number of visitors, as there were no escort services provided. "Mom, what is Arena 2 in the Great Soul Arena? Are there many arenas inside?" her son asked. "Of course. There are numerous arenas within the Great Soul Arena, each varying in size. There are reportedly over 10 arenas, with Arena 1 being the main arena, typically hosting battles involving soul emperors or team competitions." "Mom, I noticed many people moving near the reception desk just now. What are they doing?" he inquired further. "That area is for betting on the soul battles. People can place wagers on the matches they favor, and each betting event has specific odds. If one wins, they can collect corresponding rewards based on those odds. Then, if I were to participate in a soul battle, could I bet on my own victory or defeat?" Neo Jinfeng gently tapped her son's head, saying, "Son, according to the rules of the arena, one technically cannot bet on their own battles. However, betting on one's victory is generally permitted, while betting on one's defeat, whether personally or through acquaintances, is typically prohibited. But there must be loopholes in that system," he remarked. "Son, do not underestimate the Great Soul Arena. They maintain strict control over the outcomes of the battles, and their backing is formidable. No one would dare intentionally lose to profit from it. Is the arena's backing truly that powerful? Is it stronger than our Haotian Sect?" he asked curiously. "What are you thinking, my son? No force can surpass the might of our Haotian Sect," she replied. "However, all the major powers throughout the Douluo Continent are intricately linked to the Soul Arena, much like the Haotian clan, which holds a certain stake in it. Thus, the soul battles conducted in the arena are relatively fair, as no one dares to offend these formidable factions simultaneously." As these words were spoken, the 2 individuals arrived at the entrance of a private room, displaying their identification tokens to the guards before entering. Chapter 10, The Soul Battle Competition. The private room bears a resemblance to the auction venue, characterized by its simplicity. Nonetheless, its visual appeal surpasses that of the auction hall, being in close proximity to the central soul arena. The central arena itself spans over 100 meters in both length and width, its ground constructed from metal, exuding an impression of formidable durability. The edges are bordered by railings, reminiscent of a boxing ring from a former life, albeit considerably larger in size. As the competition drew near, the crowd swelled, ultimately filling the soul arena to capacity, leaving little room to spare. With the host beginning to speak, he addressed the audience. "Esteemed spectators, the contest is about to commence. May I now invite the participants to enter the arena. Today's competitors are a level 56 Earth Tyrant and a level 57 King of Strength. The Earth Tyrant wields the soul of the Earth Bull, a formidable assault-type soul king, with 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings. To date, he boasts a record of 76 victories and 24 defeats. The King of Strength, on the other hand, possesses the soul of a gorilla, also an assault-type soul king, with an identical configuration of 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings. and a record of 46 victories and 17 defeats. Both combatants have impressively high win rates and are renowned stars in the plaza of Heavendou City. Today, the battle promises to be exceedingly fierce. Shortly thereafter, the large screen displayed detailed information about the two competitors, although both were masked. "Why are their 5th soul rings all purple?" one exclaimed. Each soul ring represents an opportunity for a soul master. The 5th soul ring typically has a lifespan of up to 12,000 years. This range is quite challenging to navigate, as soul beasts are relatively scarce. Defeating a soul beast over 10,000 years old generally requires a soul emperor-level expert, and the forests are fraught with dangers. Thus, obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring typically necessitates the assistance of a high-ranking soul emperor or soul sage. Such resources are unattainable for commoners. Do not underestimate these two soul masters. Although they are merely soul kings, their first 4 soul rings are optimally configured, indicating that they possess a certain degree of background, albeit not an overwhelmingly powerful one. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yang Pudi began to watch the soul battle with newfound seriousness. The host continued, "We now have 1 minute for preparation. Competitors, please ready yourselves and summon your soul weapons." Indeed, upon hearing this, both participants began to call forth their souls. The individual on the left summoned a massive, formidable bull, exuding an aura of ferocity, particularly with its glistening horns. Conversely, the individual on the right summoned a large gorilla, muscular and imposing, radiating explosive strength. Judging by the appearances of both the gorilla and the bull, it was evident that both were inclined towards being power-type soul masters. A minute later, the referee spoke again. "The preparation time is over. The match begins." The arena erupted into a frenzy, as if the entire crowd were exulting, vociferously chanting the titles of the two soul masters. This spectacle was 100 times more vibrant than any concert of stars from my previous life. The two combatants on the soul fighting stage charged towards each other, both being assault-type soul masters, which made their movements somewhat sluggish. Yang Pudi observed their soul duel closely. It was evident that both possessed extensive combat experience, displaying a plethora of battle techniques while unleashing their respective soul skills. However, in comparison to their combat techniques and soul skills, the encounter predominantly showcased the clash of brute strength, which was relatively straightforward and unrefined. From the perspective of martial arts, the fighting techniques of these two soul kings paled in comparison to my own rudimentary understanding of martial arts from my previous life. To an onlooker with my background, it resembled two brutes competing in sheer strength. My mother, watching with a hint of excitement, appeared almost unable to restrain herself from joining the fray. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the Earth Overlord contestant emerging victorious, yet both participants bore numerous injuries. Yang Pudi felt disheartened, pondering why both fighters felt the need to announce the number of their soul skills before unleashing them. As if all soul masters on the Douluo Continent shared this peculiar trait, he turned to his mother with a query. "Mom, why do all the soul masters seem to shout the number of their soul skills before using them? They even articulate the details of their skills." Furthermore, he noted that despite their prolonged struggle, their techniques seemed limited or not particularly sophisticated. Neo Jinfeng chuckled. "My son, you are mistaken. The two soul masters in the arena, in terms of experience and combat prowess, were quite adept, and they did possess a degree of combat skill. However, you must recognize that our Puff family stands at the pinnacle of combat techniques on the Douluo Continent. Few can rival our mastery in this regard. The pistol gun technique you practice daily is a culmination of countless generations of refinement in our lineage, even incorporating elements from the Haotian Sect's hammer techniques. Do you really think these two common soul masters can compare with the pistol gun technique? Are you suggesting that these two soul masters are indeed commendable?" She continued. "They are merely adequate. Any soul king from a major sect could likely defeat them." "Mom, that seems overly harsh. I thought they were quite impressive," he retorted. "Son, from what perspective do you find them impressive?" Yang Pudi was left speechless. "Remember this, my son, true powerful soul masters and combat techniques are not honed in the soul fighting arena. They are either inherited through family lineage or forged through life and death experiences. Though these two soul masters are passable, they would not catch the eye of any major sect, judging by their physiques and certain facial features. They both seem to be over 40, nearing 50, and their potential is significantly limited." "Mom, why then do they still participate in soul fighting?" he asked. "Well, what if they were to join a major sect or family? My son, as previously mentioned, given their potential, it is unlikely that the major sects would take notice of them, and the minor sects cannot provide what they desire. What about the Spirit Hall?" "The Spirit Hall indeed presents a possibility. However, they place immense value on the loyalty of soul masters. If the masters are not cultivated by them, acquiring their assistance may require even greater sacrifices." Chapter 11, Whale Oil. Upon returning home and lying on my bed, I reflected on the day's experiences. The duel between the two Soul Kings at the Soul Arena left a profound impact on me. Words such as family, sect, commoners, and empire swirled in my mind. I now consider myself a core disciple of the family and a disciple of the sect. Previously, I was indifferent to many resources. But now I realize my starting point is indeed quite high. Yet, with that elevation comes greater peril. The strength of the Pa clan is already comparable to that of half the lower 4 sections. Nevertheless, in the face of the Haotian Sect and the Spirit Hall, my strength is still insufficient. Without the title Douluo and lacking foundational support, these are significant shortcomings. Contemplating this brought to mind my grandfather, Yang Wudi, and I hope he can safely navigate this conflict. Darling, today when I took our son to the auction, he insisted that I purchase a large piece of whale oil. Our son is only 5 years old. How could he possibly understand the significance of such things? Whale oil. That seems implausible. He has mostly stayed at home, enjoying reading and practicing martial arts, with minimal interaction with women. How could he know about the uses of whale oil? What are you saying? He is merely 5. How could he have such thoughts? He said it was for you. Have you mentioned something to him? For me? How could that be? I have no use for such items. My dear, let us simply ask our son. Something feels rather peculiar. Very well, he is still so young. You must not lead him astray. Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian was left speechless. Just as Yang Padi was awakening, both his father and mother unexpectedly entered his room. With his mother holding the large piece of whale oil, Nu Jinfeng spoke directly. Son, at the auction today, I did not inquire. What do you intend to do with this whale oil? Yang Jintian quickly chimed in. My son, how did you come to know about whale oil? I am still in good health and do not require such things. Hearing both of them speak, Yang Padi couldn't help but internally scoff. What are you two thinking? Whale oil is indeed a precious item. Father, please allow me to explain. I have recently perused numerous texts and discovered that whale oil may possess significant potential. Both parents looked at Yang Padi with expressions of confusion. Father, I have examined many ancient texts and found that if consumed in small quantities, it only yields minor effects. However, for us soul masters, if the entire piece of whale oil is melted using fire and then ingested directly, it would provide unexpected benefits and effects. My son, from which ancient text did you acquire this information? If it truly holds value, the price must have surged considerably by now. Moreover, no family is monolithic. In the original narrative, the second grandfather, Yang Wushuang, was captured by the Spirit Hall, ultimately revealing the secret medicine of the Pa family, the 7-colored elixir, which left the Heavendou Empire in a precarious position. Yang Jintian felt a tinge of confusion. Son, according to your assertion, does consuming an entire piece of whale gelatin truly yield results? Father, it is indeed effective. If you doubt it, you may try it for yourself. Yang Jintian gazed at the fist-sized piece of whale gelatin, unable to suppress a gulp. But is it possible to swallow such a large piece at once? Neo Jinfeng interjected. Since our son has stated its efficacy, what do you still question? Yet, Yang Jintian remained speechless at the sheer size of the gelatin. Father, congratulations are in order. However, why have you brought me into this room so mysteriously? Neo Jinfeng quickly responded. Son, I have a question for you. Does whale gelatin have any effect on women? Mother, whale gelatin should be effective for soul masters, regardless of gender. In fact, it seems to have an even greater effect on women, along with beautifying properties. Indeed, my son is quite perceptive. Otherwise, we might have nearly overlooked such a remarkable substance. Yang Padi looked earnestly at his parents. Father, mother, please refrain from disclosing the matter of the whale gelatin to anyone, including members of our Pa family. Yang Jintian was somewhat taken aback. Son, why do you hold such a notion? Father, the issue of whale gelatin is of great significance. After all, our Pa family is merely an auxiliary sect of the Haotian Sect. We must retain some of our own resources. But what about your grandfather? Yet, son, since whale gelatin possesses such remarkable effects, should we not procure more? However, if we buy too much, could it arouse suspicion? Father, that will depend on you. Yang Jintian, puzzled, asked, how can this depend on me? Yang Padi and Neo Jinfeng exchanged knowing glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Neo Jinfeng, with a knowing expression, said, Darling, it is well known that whale gelatin has its benefits. To disguise our true intentions in acquiring whale gelatin, we must impose a slight burden upon you. What burden could that possibly be? Wait, what are you planning? It is nothing sinister. I will simply spread the word that you are having difficulties in that regard and require whale gelatin to remedy the situation, which will facilitate our purchase. Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian was left dumbfounded. Wife, such a rumor would not bode well. After all, I am still a man. Neo Jinfeng asserted with righteous fervor. Darling, for the sake of our family, we must sacrifice your reputation. Is such a minor sacrifice too much to ask? Yang Jintian looked at Neo Jinfeng with despair, then at his son. ultimately succumbing with tears in his eyes. Chapter 12. Tang Hao breaks through to title Douluo. Yang Pudi and Niu Jinfeng exchanged furtive smiles, and indeed, Niu Jinfeng had consumed a fine piece of whale gelatin, elevating her soul power by 1 level, now achieving the rank of Soul Emperor at level 64. Unbeknownst to all, a monumental event affecting the entire world had transpired. In the Heaven Dou Empire, in the Fasnuo province, a fierce battle was erupting. Having reached the esteemed level of 90, Tang Hao stood alongside his wife, Ayin, and their recently born child, Tang San. Opposite them were the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, and the formidable title Douluo, Zhu Douluo, as well as Gui Douluo. Their intentions were unmistakably directed towards Ayin, the Blue-Silver Emperor, a soul beast of 100,000 years. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, Ayin ultimately chose to make the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of her husband and son. From this act of devotion, Tang Hao acquired a precious 100,000-year spirit ring, which significantly enhanced his abilities. Coupled with the secret techniques of the Haotian Sect, namely, the ring explosion and the great subtlety hammer, he triumphed over Qian Xuanji and his companions, inflicting grievous wounds upon Qian Xuanji and compelling their retreat. In his initial foray as a title Douluo, Tang Hao managed to vanquish 3 title Douluo simultaneously, one of whom, Qian Xuanji, boasted a remarkable level of 95 and wielded the divine martial soul of the six-winged angel. This confrontation became renowned throughout the Douluo Continent as a remarkable instance of transcending one's limits. One day, as Yang Pudi dined with his parents, his second grandfather hurriedly entered the room, appearing highly agitated. "Zhentian, we are facing a grave situation," he exclaimed. Yang Zhentian promptly inquired, "Uncle, what calamity has befallen us? Why are you in such a rush?" His uncle replied, "How could this be? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, is a title Douluo of level 95, accompanied by Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. Even if Tang Hao is exceptionally strong, it is implausible for him to defeat all 3 simultaneously." The second grandfather, his face etched with concern, responded, "The Spirit Hall has also communicated that Tang Hao has ascended to the rank of title Douluo, achieving this milestone at the tender age of 44, thus becoming the youngest title Douluo in history." "Where is Tang Hao now?" Yang Zhentian questioned. "There is no news. The entire Haotian Sect is shrouded in fear." The second grandfather interjected, "No, Zhentian, you are mistaken. The Pa family now consists entirely of soul masters, and without the burden of children, they are able to fight more effectively. Furthermore, do not forget the task your father entrusted to us." Yang Zhentian, now anxious, queried, "But will this not endanger father?" The second grandfather, Yang Wushuang, displayed a myriad of emotions: concern, fear, and ultimately resolve. "Zhentian, before we departed, your father's intuition was notably ominous. He likely sensed impending danger. This is why he brought all the children from our sect to the city of Tiandou. The Pa family is a subordinate sect of the Haotian Sect and is under its protection. In the face of adversity, it would be acceptable for my elder brother and all our kin to perish. However, these children are innocent, and it is our duty to nurture them and ensure the survival of the Pa family lineage." "What shall we do now, uncle?" Yang Zhentian asked. "We must convene all able adults immediately. From this day forth, no one is permitted to venture outside. We must remain ever vigilant and enhance our defenses to guarantee the safety of these children." "Understood, uncle. I shall make the necessary arrangements," Yang Zhentian replied before swiftly departing. In the ensuing days, all recreational activities were suspended, and the adults were assigned to patrols or guard duties, with strict regulations against any outings. A palpable sense of anxiety enveloped the adults, as if a storm were brewing. Nevertheless, they seemed to retain a steadfast faith in the Haotian Sect. The initial news that emerged was that Tang Hao had declared his withdrawal from the Haotian clan, causing a stir across the land. Shortly thereafter, the Spirit Hall announced that the former Pope Qian Xuanji's disciple, Saint Bibi Dong, would succeed him as the new pope. Following this, it was reported that both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect had dispatched armies of soul masters to the Haotian clan, with their respective leaders also taking part. Meanwhile, the Tiandou Empire, under the command of Prince Xuesheng, was heading towards the Haotian clan. The situation suggested that a great conflict among the 4 major factions was imminent. Within the Haotian clan, anxiety reigned as if the members were ants on a hot pan. Clan leader Tang Zhun, his son Tang Xiao, and all the elders gathered, their expressions grave. Finally, Tang Zhun spoke. "Elder, what is the situation outside?" The elder replied, "The circumstances are dire. The Spirit Hall, led by the newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong, is estimated to have over 10,000 soul masters attacking the Haotian clan, with at least 6 title Douluo among them. The number they have sent is astonishing. It appears to be their full strength." "Is Tiandou coming?" Tang Zhen inquired. We have received no word from Tiandou. He is likely deterred by our former clan leader's might and is currently hesitant to approach. However, with his son deceased, I fear he will come sooner or later, and that will truly spell trouble. What about the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, and the Tiandou Empire? What are their statuses? Tangjin asked. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect, led by sect leader Ning Fengji, along with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, is en route with 1,000 soul masters. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect is personally led by sect leader Yu Yuanjin, bringing along 800 soul masters. The Tiandou Empire is commanded by Prince Xuexing, who leads an army of 50,000 and is also on the way. A look of concern crossed Tang Jin's face. Our Haotian clan has a total of approximately 4,000 soul masters, with 2,000 from the inner sect and around 2,000 from the 4 outer families. Even with the support from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, our total is only 5,800, while the Spirit Hall has dispatched 10,000 soul masters, revealing a significant disparity in strength. Chapter 13. War erupts. Upon hearing Tang Jin's words, the gravity of the situation deepened on everyone's faces. Yet, Tang Jin continued, regardless of the aid from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect or the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, we shall ultimately repay the debt incurred. Even the deaths among the 4 outer families will require our consolation after the battle. By the end, our clan's foundation may be depleted. At this moment, the elder spoke up. Clan leader, we, the Haotian clan, are the foremost sect in the world. Even if we were to perish to the last man, we shall never yield. The other elders echoed in agreement. Clan leader, we of the Haotian clan shall fight to the bitter end. Tang Jin understood their sentiments. Esteemed elders, we of the Haotian clan shall resolutely stand our ground and fight to the last. Once the mood among the assembly had settled, Tang Jin inquired once more. Elder, do we have any news of Tang Hao? The elder responded. Clan leader, Tang Hao has now broken through to title Douluo and is referred to as Haotian Douluo. Since the earlier news of his withdrawal from the Haotian Sect, there has been no further word of him. Haotian, standing alone against 3 adversaries, must surely be gravely injured. Elder, continue to send people to gather information about Haotian. We must locate him. At this moment, a disciple burst in. Sect Master, it is dire news. The Spirit Hall has already arrived at our doorstep. Upon hearing the disciple's report, Tang Jin and the elders stepped outside. Before them stood a multitude of spirit masters clad in white, mourning the passing of the former pope, Qian Xuanji. The sheer number of spirit masters suggested that they exceeded 10,000, with a significant proportion being high-ranking masters. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from the Spirit Hall's ranks. People of the Haotian Sect, heed our words. You have 1 hour to surrender the murderer of our former pope, Tang Hao, or we shall commence an assault that will leave no one unscathed. Tang Jin disregarded this proclamation and instead continued conversing with the elder. Elder, how long until the reinforcements from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect arrive? Master, according to the fastest routes, it will take at least half a day for both sects to reach us, while the army of the Tiandou Empire may take a full day. It seems the Spirit Hall intends to engage us before our reinforcements can arrive. Inform all inner disciples and affiliated sects to be prepared for battle. Elder, you must personally go to the Spirit Hall and inform them that Tang Hao has been expelled from the sect and is no longer within the Haotian Sect. At this moment, Tang Xiao interjected. Father, although Brother Hao has committed a grave error, the Spirit Hall is clearly targeting us deliberately, and their swift arrival indicates premeditation. The elder beside him spoke again. Master, the Spirit Hall's ability to amass such a large number of spirit masters in a short time suggests they have long been preparing to confront us. Tang Jin shook his head gravely. I am not unaware of their intentions to exploit this opportunity, but regardless, Tang Hao did indeed slay their pope, and their pursuit of vengeance is justifiable. Elder, you should proceed to negotiate and see if they can propose alternative terms. Upon hearing Tang Jin's words, the elders swiftly flew towards the Spirit Hall's forces. It is clear that the Spirit Hall is resolute in their intentions against us. Notify everyone to prepare for battle and instruct the Min family to inform the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect to urge their leaders to arrive promptly. The elder's face reflected hesitation. Master, the Min family may not be able to escape. The Spirit Hall has us completely surrounded. While the ancestral land is treacherous, it may not withstand their spirit master army. Rest easy. My father, Tang Chun, has made an agreement with Tiandou that until their conflict reaches a resolution, no one from the Spirit Hall may set foot in our ancestral land. But the old sect master has been missing for many years. Will the Spirit Hall honor this promise? While my father is indeed missing, he is not deceased. Furthermore, Tiandou is a man who values his reputation and would never act in violation of his word. With these reassurances, everyone began to mobilize. Meanwhile, outside the sect of the Haotian clan, the leaders of the four single attribute families were gathered, their expressions fraught with tension, for they faced a foe that outnumbered them twofold. At that moment, a disciple arrived with news. He took the message, glanced at it, and promptly passed it on to the others. Upon reading the information, Yang Wudi spoke directly. Our four families have always been under the protection of the Haotian clan. Since the sect has made a decision, I shall lead my clan into battle to the bitter end. As Tang Zhen had remarked, the Spirit Hall had indeed prepared meticulously for this confrontation. From disseminating the news of Qian Xuanji's demise to declaring war on the Haotian clan, every step was executed with remarkable precision, leaving the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect no time to react. Otherwise, with the combined forces of the three sects, along with the army of the Heavendo Empire, the Spirit Hall would likely find itself at a disadvantage. The foundational strength of the three sects was profound. Combined, they boasted an estimated 9,000 to 10,000 soul masters, a formidable force capable of contending with the Spirit Hall. However, with the Spirit Hall's sudden declaration of war, the three sects had lost the initiative. Each sect had nearly 20% of their disciples engaged elsewhere, contributing to the heightened tension of the situation. An hour later, the Spirit Hall disregarded any conditions set forth by the Haotian clan, refusing to accept the rationale behind the expulsion of Tang Hao from the sect, and launched their assault. Clearly well prepared, the Spirit Hall primarily dispatched a portion of their forces to restrain the four single attribute families, which numbered around 2,000 soul masters, while facing approximately 3,000 from the Spirit Hall. Conversely, the Spirit Hall concentrated a greater number of troops directly against the gates of the Haotian clan, resulting in the inner sect's 2,000 disciples having to contend with nearly 7,000 soul masters, meaning each disciple faced 3 to 4 enemies, overwhelming them in sheer numbers. The gates of the Haotian clan had been meticulously crafted by the Yu family, yet they offered little in the way of defense against the onslaught of 7,000 to 8,000 soul masters, especially considering the presence of numerous high-ranking soul masters, including several titled Douluos. Chapter 14, The Bloody Battle of the Haotian Clan. Although the walls of the Haotian clan sect were tall and imposing, providing some deterrence against ordinary individuals or lower-tier soul masters, their efficacy was severely limited against high-ranking soul masters. Compounding this issue, most of the inner sect disciples wielded the Haotian hammer, lacking ranged offensive capabilities and the auxiliary support that Tang San's hidden weapons would have provided for the sect's defense. In a mere quarter of an hour, the sect's walls fell, plunging all soul masters into battle. At present, the Haotian clan boasted 4 titled Douluos, the 95th level Tang Zhen, the 93rd level Grand Elder, the 92nd level Second Elder, and the 91st level Tang Xiao, their elite combat strength far surpassing that of other sections. Coupled with the formidable prowess of the Haotian hammer martial spirit and the Haotian clan's legacy of the Haotian 9 extremes, it was exceedingly difficult for an opponent of equal rank to defeat a titled Douluo wielding the Haotian hammer in one-on-one combat. However, the Spirit Hall seemed to have received advance intelligence regarding the number and levels of the titled Douluos within the Haotian clan, leading them to specifically dispatch 8 titled Douluos, 2 more than the 6 they had originally anticipated. The titled Douluo possesses formidable strength, far surpassing that of soul Douluo or lower-ranked soul masters, compelling Tang Zhen and the elders to confront the situation preemptively. Otherwise, they would be passively witnessing the slaughter of their disciples, particularly for Tang Zhen. Although he is merely at level 95, his prowess is exceptionally formidable, rendering the average level 96 soul master incapable of matching him. The Spirit Hall, fully aware of the capabilities of such high-level experts, had long devised strategies and taken measures. Tang Zhen finds himself facing 2 titled Douluo, Qianjun and Jiangma, both at level 96, evidently well prepared by the Spirit Hall. The duo, with their soul power exceeding Tang Zhen's, wields the exquisite weapon spirit, the Spiral Dragon Staff, which in certain respects rivals the Haotian hammer. Despite the unparalleled finesse of the Haotian 9 absolutes, Tang Zhen finds himself in peril against their onslaught, feeling somewhat powerless. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Tang Xiao, although also titled Douluo, are at most level 93, lacking the advantage in soul power, with their only edge being the Haotian hammer and the Haotian Sect's unique skills. However, the Spirit Hall had evidently come prepared, and all were confronted by the 2 titled Douluo. While their soul power does not significantly surpass that of Tang Zhen and his companions, it suffices to restrain them. Even Tang Xiao cannot achieve a swift victory. In the original narrative, Tang Xiao, utilizing the Haotian formation, could simultaneously overcome 3 titled Douluo, earning him the title of the pinnacle practitioner of the Haotian 9 absolutes. However, now, Newly ascended to title Douluo, his strength has yet to reach such extraordinary heights. For the Haotian Sect, the situation is further exacerbated by the countless soul masters they must contend with. This assault has brought forth around 7,000 to 8,000 of their own soul masters, including a significant number of soul Douluo and soul saints, seemingly intent on leaving no room for the Haotian Sect to survive. Within merely an hour, the entire Haotian Sect lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. With the sounds of battle and cries of anguish echoing everywhere, it has become impossible to tally the number of direct disciples who have perished in this conflict. But the casualty rate is undoubtedly alarmingly high. Even the Grand Elder and Second Elder, due to their advanced age, have faced dire situations and sustained considerable injuries. Tang Jun himself bears immense pressure, as Tiandou and Jiangma demonstrate remarkable synergy, effectively complementing each other's offense and defense. Every time Tang Jun attacks, one of them defends while the other strikes from differing angles, creating a pressure greater than that of battling 3 level 96 title Douluo. Conversely, Tang Xiao experiences relatively less strain. At 59 years of age, he stands at the zenith of physical condition in terms of soul power, age, and stamina. Finding himself more than capable against the 2 title Douluo, yet he lacks the capacity to assist others. Yet, the cries of the Haotian Sect disciples resonate everywhere, with members falling at any moment, preventing the 4 from focusing on their battle. With a tremendous roar, the Grand Elder's Haotian hammer collides with that of a title Douluo wielding a bear spirit, as the Grand Elder employs his 7th soul skill, the true body of the weapon spirit, while the opposing title Douluo manifests their own spirit form. A colossal Haotian hammer descended upon a massive magic bear, towering several dozen meters high. In this fierce confrontation, the 2 adversaries remained evenly matched. However, taking advantage of the momentary vulnerability and distraction of the Grand Elder following the utilization of his weapon spirit's true form, a gigantic ghost leopard materialized with uncanny swiftness before the Grand Elder, delivering a direct strike that left 2 gaping wounds on him, exposing bone, and even severing his left arm. Observing this opportune moment, the 2 opponents launched a relentless assault, determined to eliminate the Grand Elder, particularly the ghost leopard Douluo, whose speed was astonishingly quick and nearly indefensible. Witnessing this dire situation, Tang Jun employed his 9th soul skill to withstand a direct blow from both the Qianquan and Demon Douluo, then soared towards the Grand Elder in a bid to provide aid. Qianquan and Demon were acutely aware of Tang Jun's intentions and pursued him without hesitation. The titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall appeared to have been well prepared. In that fleeting instant, the magic bear and ghost leopard Douluo, who had initially besieged the Grand Elder, abandoned him and charged towards Tang Jun. Consequently, in a matter of moments, Tang Jun found himself confronting 4 titled Douluo simultaneously. The previously balanced situation rapidly descended into chaos, as Tang Jun was forced to contend with 4 formidable opponents. The Spirit Hall's members recognized that Tang Jun was the spiritual leader of the entire Haotian Sect. Under the relentless onslaught of the 4 titled Douluo, Tang Jun began to falter, particularly due to the ghost leopard Douluo, whose speed far surpassed his own. Taking advantage of the distractions caused by Tang Jun's engagement with the other 3, the ghost leopard Douluo executed several surprise attacks, inflicting multiple injuries on Tang Jun in a short span of time. The other 3 opponents, seizing the opportunity, unleashed their soul skills upon Tang Jun with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, the Second Elder, being of advanced age, also sustained considerable injuries. Observing the dire state of his sect and the imminent threat of collapse, Tang Jun resolved to employ his final trump card. Suddenly, multiple soul rings erupted from his Haotian hammer, causing it to swell dramatically until it resembled a mountain in size. Qianquan and Demon exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that the moment of reckoning had arrived. The 9th soul ring on their spiral rods shimmered as they simultaneously activated their 9th soul skills, all beings transcendence and Bodhi's verification. The spiral rods expanded rapidly, resembling towering pillars, and resonated with a haunting dragon's roar. In the sky, the enormous Haotian hammer clashed with the 2 spiral rods, generating a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the air. Qianquan and Demon, both titled Douluo, were repelled, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet, it seemed that Tang Jun bore the heavier wounds, his aura visibly waning. The magic bear and ghost leopard Douluo renewed their assault on Tang Jun, particularly the ghost leopard Douluo, who appeared instantaneously before him, inflicting grievous harm. At this juncture, among the 4 titled Douluo of the Haotian Sect, 1 had sustained minor injuries, while 2 were gravely wounded, and the situation was exceedingly dire, with the specter of annihilation looming ever closer. Chapter 15. The Haotian Sect's Retreat. Faced with such a critical predicament, Tang Xiao unleashed a desperate strike with the Haotian 9 absolutes, repelling the two-titled Douluo before him, and swiftly flew to his father's side, finally alleviating Tang Jun's crisis. Immediately, all remaining spirit rings on Tang Jun's Haotian hammer erupted, causing the hammer to expand once more, resembling a small mountain that forcefully separated the members of the spirit hall. Following this, all members of the Haotian Sect heard the command of their leader and swiftly surged towards the ancestral grounds. Tang Jun's desperate sacrifice bought them a fleeting moment of respite. However, the title Douluo of Tiandou and the title Douluo of Demon Suppression stood firm, refraining from pursuit. As a massive scar of a sword lay before the eyes of the onlookers. When others attempted to continue the chase, they were promptly halted by the Demon Suppression Douluo, who stated that this mark was drawn by the Grand Offering, and per his orders, none of the Spirit Hall disciples were permitted to cross this line. The newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong, lacking the strength and prestige of the Grand Offering Tiandou, could not contest the words of the Demon Suppression Douluo. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, neither retreating nor launching an attack. Tang Jun, summoning his last vestiges of strength, spoke, "Shower, esteemed elders, for the survival of our Haotian Sect. I, Tang Jun, as the sect leader, hereby declare my final command. From this moment forth, I pass the title of sect leader to Tang Xiao. Furthermore, I announce the expulsion of the unfilial disciple Tang Hao from the Haotian Sect. Henceforth, we shall withdraw from the realm of soul masters, never to step beyond our ancestral grounds, thus providing an account for the death of the Pope of the Spirit Hall and offering an explanation to the world of soul masters." Upon uttering these words, Tang Jun breathed his last. All disciples of the Haotian Sect knelt, their faces etched with rage and sorrow, calling out, "Sect leader, sect leader." Several elders, equally filled with grief and indignation, declared, "Our Haotian Sect, the foremost sect in the world, has tragically reached the point of our leader falling in battle. We resolutely refuse to retreat. We stand together with the Haotian Sect in life and death." Many present echoed this sentiment, ready to fight against the soul masters of the Spirit Hall outside their ancestral grounds. At that moment, Tang Xiao rose, his gaze somber as he addressed the crowd. "Our Haotian Sect, the greatest sect in the world, must not allow its legacy to be severed in my hands or in those of others. Should we continue to fight, the entire Haotian Sect will be razed to the ground. We have lost this battle, yet we must strive even harder in our training to reclaim our former glory." With that, Tang Xiao strode towards the ancestral grounds without another word. The members of the Spirit Hall, witnessing Tang Xiao emerging alone, were taken aback. At that moment, Tang Xiao, adorned with a white cloth and a visage full of indignation, addressed the Spirit Hall. "People of the Spirit Hall, the death of your Pope indeed requires an explanation from us. Now, our leader Tang Jun has fallen in battle, the Grand Elder has perished, and the Haotian Sect has expelled Tang Hao. From now on, the Haotian Sect shall withdraw from the realm of soul masters and return to our ancestral grounds. I wonder if this explanation suffices." Tang Xiao's words reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, reaching the ears of every soul master present, prompting hushed whispers among them. The Spirit Hall had lost their Pope, and now the leader and Grand Elder of the Haotian Sect were also dead, with the latter retreating from the realm of soul masters. Such an account would leave no one daring to voice further objections. Continuing the conflict would only reveal the Spirit Hall's tyranny. Pope Bibidon clenched his teeth, casting a glance at the two titled Douluos, Xianjun and Jiangma, who appeared exceedingly pleased with the outcome. It was clear that they would no longer assault the ancestral grounds of the Haotian Sect, and the others seemed somewhat moved by the turn of events. Finally, Pope Bibidon spoke. "I hope the Haotian Sect will honor its commitment to permanently withdraw from the world of soul masters. Furthermore, I wish for the Haotian Sect to sever ties with the murderer of the Pope, Tang Hao. Otherwise, it would constitute a breach of today's promise." Upon hearing this, both the members of the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the tulip Douluo, Yueguan, interjected, "Your Holiness, how should we handle the affiliated sects of the Haotian Sect?" After pondering for a moment, Pope Bibidon replied, "Send them towards the ancestral grounds of the Haotian Sect and observe their choice. Should the Haotian Sect accept them, we shall seize the opportunity to resume hostilities. Conversely, if they abandon them, we will teach these affiliated sects a lesson they shall never forget, dissuading them from ever returning to the Haotian Sect and instilling fear in the hearts of all forces from aligning with the Haotian Sect." Subsequently, under the deliberate guidance of the Spirit Hall soul masters, the four single attribute families arrived at the periphery of the Haotian Sect's ancestral grounds, yet the gates remained firmly shut. Yang Wudi called out to the ancestral grounds, "Our clan, as a faction of the Haotian Sect, wishes to retreat into obscurity." The leaders of the other three families echoed his sentiments. However, the gate remained resolutely unmoving, evidently prohibiting outsiders from entering the ancestral grounds. At that moment, On the mountain of the ancestral grounds, Tang Xiao and several elders engaged in a heated debate. Several elders argued, "The single attribute families have shown unwavering loyalty to our Haotian sect and have contributed greatly to our cause. Perhaps we should allow them entry into the ancestral grounds." The second elder quickly countered, "Master, this is utterly inadvisable. The Spirit Hall is clearly waiting for our decision. If we accept the single attribute families, they will use this as an excuse to launch an attack against us. Furthermore, the ancestral grounds are a top-secret location crucial to the survival of our Haotian sect. We cannot permit outsiders to enter." Tang Xiao hesitated, saying, "But the single attribute families outside are in grave danger. They have flourished under our protection, and their fate now hangs in the balance." The surrounding elders voiced their opposition, insisting that the mountain gates remain closed. From the Spirit Hall, the Tulip Douluo spoke again. "Your Holiness, how should we proceed? The single attribute families have always acted as the Haotian sect's minions, serving as instruments of tyranny. Let us impart upon them an indelible lesson. This shall serve as a warning to deter any future insubordination against our Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, the Tulip Douluo immediately commanded the mobilization of personnel for an assault. Thus, thousands of soul masters from the Spirit Hall commenced their siege against the single attribute families. Yet no titled Douluos were deployed. At that moment, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Titan, and Bai He fought valiantly, with countless disciples from the families falling in battle. For the single attribute families, surrender was not an option after prolonged conflict with the Spirit Hall. Their only recourse was to break through the encirclement. After a brief exchange, it became evident that they had been forsaken by the Haotian sect, leading them to unanimously decide to attempt an escape. The Spirit Hall, however, did not appear intent on eradicating the single attribute families entirely, allowing them to break free while inflicting psychological wounds. After a fierce battle, the 4 single attribute families successfully broke through, marking the near conclusion of the Haotian Sect conflict. Chapter 16. Departing from the Haotian Sect. Once the 4 families escaped the encirclement of the Spirit Hall, Yang Wudi, Titan, Bai He, and Niu Gao reconvened. This time, they deliberated on their direction of departure and their individual plans thereafter. Titan expressed his desire to head to Tiandou City, a place conducive to the development of the Power Clan. Niu Gao and Bai He, on the other hand, intended to journey to the Star Luo Empire. This choice was motivated by the Empire's formidable national strength, which would likely deter the Spirit Hall from acting recklessly. Furthermore, the Star Luo Empire was the ancestral homeland of their 2 clans, where they possessed certain enterprises, ensuring that rebuilding would not pose significant challenges. Yang Wudi, however, was somewhat hesitant. Logically, the Star Luo Empire was an excellent destination, yet nearly all of his children resided in Tiandou City, which indeed presented promising opportunities for development. After considerable discussion, upon learning that his daughter and grandson were also in Tiandou City, Niu Gao reflected for a moment and decided to head there first. Bai He, representing the Min clan, recognized the strong inclination of the other 3 towards Tiandou City. Given the stringent limitations on his clan, he too resolved to accompany them to Tiandou City, postponing any future plans until they had evaded the immediate crisis. The battle had inflicted substantial losses on the 4 families. Aside from the Pa clan, the other 3 clans had suffered over half of their numbers. In contrast, the Pa clan, initially comprising around 700 members, still boasted over 400 survivors. Their relatively minor losses were largely due to the absence of children, negating the need to allocate forces for their protection. Additionally, during the breakout, some of the older members bravely charged to the front lines, sacrificing themselves for the sake of their family. Ultimately, the 4 clans unanimously decided to head to Tiandou City first, with future developments to be addressed later. Although the Spirit Hall permitted the escape of the 4 single attribute families, the situation was far from straightforward, as they dispatched numerous personnel to pursue them relentlessly. However, fortune smiled upon them. After an hour of frantic running towards Tiandou City, they encountered a large contingent ahead, reinforcements sent by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to support the Haotian Sect, including their leader Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo. With the presence of Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the substantial force of Soul Masters from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the pursuing Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall were compelled to abandon their chase, thus reducing the casualties among the 4 families. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo found it rather peculiar that the fleeing individuals were affiliated with the Haotian Sect, renowned for its valor and dominance. Why would they display signs of retreat? Nonetheless, as the 3 sects shared a close bond, their primary intention was to assist the Haotian Sect. After careful consideration, they resolved to rescue the fleeing personnel first. Consequently, the Sword Douluo, with a sword in each hand, intercepted the pursuers. While the Spirit Hall had emerged victorious in the Haotian Sect conflict, They too had incurred significant losses and had no intention of engaging simultaneously in battle with the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Ultimately, the pursuing forces were compelled to retreat, notably without deploying any title de law, as doing so would tarnish the Spirit Hall's reputation. Upon hearing the demise of the Haotian Sect and its decision to withdraw from the Soul Master realm, both Ning Fengji and the Sword de Law were utterly astonished. After a moment of contemplation, they resolved to station their forces on site, awaiting the arrival of the remaining two factions before determining their subsequent course of action. Half a day later, within a hastily erected conference room, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, alongside the Sword de Law, Yu Engine, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and the Snowstar Prince of the Heavendou Empire, gathered with the 8 patriarchs of the 4 single attribute clans. When Yang Wudi recounted the progression of the conflict, supplemented by various other intelligence sources, the entire assembly was left in a state of shock. It was unfathomable that the esteemed #1 sect in the world, known as the Haotian Sect, had suffered the loss of its leader, endured countless casualties within its ranks, and ultimately chose to retreat from the Soul Master realm, instilling a profound sense of fear among the attendees. After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengji spoke. Upon receiving the news, my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School mobilized our forces at the earliest opportunity, hastening our arrival. However, we did not anticipate the rapid and ruthless response from the Spirit Hall. Had their actions been delayed by even half a day to a day, with the combined strength of our 4 factions, we would not have encountered such a predicament. Yu Engine and the Snowstar Prince remained silent, as both of their factions had acted promptly upon receiving the news, only to find themselves arriving too late. After a moment of reflection, the elderly Yu Engine finally voiced his thoughts. The Spirit Hall's maneuvers, from disseminating information to rallying their forces, and even dispatching a title de law to the Haotian Sect, were all executed with remarkable precision. In the future, the Spirit Hall may prove to be a formidable adversary. The retreat of the Haotian Sect had cast a significant shadow of pressure upon the 3 major factions. When the 4 leaders learned of the single attribute clan's intentions to journey to Heavendou City, they were taken aback. The Snowstar Prince, however, felt a surge of delight. The formidable reputation of the single attribute clans could enhance the power of the Heavendou Empire. Moreover, their shared animosity towards the Spirit Hall rendered them natural allies. Both Ning Fengji and Yu Engine extended fervent invitations to the single attribute clans to develop near their own sects, but all 4 declined politely. Yang Wudi and his companions had endured an assault on their family, been forsaken by the Haotian Sect, and subsequently faced relentless pursuit from the Spirit Hall, harboring deep-seated resentment towards both the Haotian Sect and the Spirit Hall. Thus, they were extremely reluctant to join any other sect. Ultimately, after the Snowstar Prince provided repeated assurances, even securing a decision from the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heavendou Empire to directly address the territorial concerns and future development of the 4 clans, the 4 leaders consented to lead their families to Heavendou City for advancement. Thus, the saga of the Haotian Sect came to a definitive close. In a short span, news spread rapidly throughout the Soul Master realm. The once dominant Haotian Sect, renowned for its dominance for many years, had withdrawn from the Soul Master realm following the assassination of its Pope, Qian Xuanji, and the death of its leader, Tang Jun, simultaneously expelling Tang Hao from the sect. The formerly affiliated single attribute clans also officially declared their departure from the Haotian Sect, opting to develop in Heavendou City. The entire Douluo Continent reverberated with the impact of these events. The Haotian Sect has long been renowned for its dominance and formidable strength, with its former leader, Tang Chun, being deemed invincible across the realm. His martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, is often referred to as the supreme weapon spirit, and in the eyes of many, it epitomizes the pinnacle of martial souls. Yet, it is disheartening to witness its current plight. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the Haotian Sect, all present were clad in mourning garments, and the hall was filled with countless coffins. At the center lay Sect Master Tang Jun, flanked by the Grand Elder. The recent conflict had inflicted grievous losses upon the Haotian Sect, resulting in the deaths of both Sect Master Tang Jun and the Grand Elder, both titled de law. Originally boasting over 2,000 inner disciples, fewer than 800 remained, marking a casualty rate exceeding 60%. Furthermore, the 4 outer families of singular attributes were compelled to relinquish their status and withdraw from the world of soul masters. The backbone of the Haotian Sect, once the unrivaled leader among sects, had now been shattered, and its glorious past seemed irretrievable. In the Tiandou Empire, within the Fasnuo province, a scruffy middle-aged man, accompanied by a newborn infant, drowned his sorrows in drink upon hearing the news of the Haotian Sect. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly murmured, "I am a sinner of the Haotian Sect." Chapter 17, Gathering in Tiandou City. A day after the war concluded, the 4 families of singular attributes arrived in Tiandou City. Yang Wudi, accompanied by several elders, made his way directly to the residence where the children were to be housed, where his brother, son, and grandson awaited, along with numerous matters to discuss with his brother, Yang Wushuang. Within the imperial palace, Emperor Xia's expression grew grave upon learning of the war's circumstances. The Spirit Hall had consistently exerted immense pressure on the Tiandou Empire, and now, witnessing even the mightiest sect suffer such catastrophic losses and retreat into obscurity, he pondered how they would ever stand against the Spirit Hall again. However, when Emperor Xia learned of the arrival of the 4 families of singular attributes in Tiandou City, his demeanor improved considerably. Xuesheng, you have performed admirably this time. Although the 4 families possess modest strength, their combined numbers exceed 1,000 soul masters. Even if they do not join our Tiandou Empire, they will stand with us against the Spirit Hall. Tomorrow, invite the 4 clan leaders to the palace. We shall discuss the arrangements for the families. Ensure they remain within the Tiandou Empire. Prince Xuesheng hesitated. Your Majesty, I understand the importance of the 4 families. But might this not provoke the Spirit Hall? Moreover, given the recent abandonment by the Haotian Sect, the 4 families may be reluctant to align with any faction. Xuesheng, remember that the Spirit Hall is now our greatest adversary. Even the Xinglua Empire poses less of a threat than they do. Emperor Xue, having governed the empire for many years, though not regarded as a wise ruler, possessed his own insights into the grand scheme of the world and recognized who his true enemies were. Upon Yang Wudi's arrival at the residence, his gaze fell upon the children playing and training nearby, eliciting smiles from the elders, as their fatigue and sorrow seemed to dissipate. Yang Wushuang and Yang Jintian expressed their excitement. Elder brother, you have finally returned. What is the situation like now? Yang Wudi glanced once more at the children and suggested, let us discuss this in the room. After several individuals entered the room, there were now a total of 9 people present, including Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, Yang Jintian, and 6 soul saints from the Peiji clan, marking the entirety of the clan's soul saints. All 9 possessed the same martial spirit, the Pasolgan. Yang Wudi recounted in detail the events of the recent battle, including the abandonment by the Haotian Sect and the ensuing pursuit by the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Yang Wushuang expressed her outrage. The Haotian Sect, how could they abandon us after generations of loyalty? They left without a word. Brother, what shall we do now? After a moment of silence, Yang Wudi replied, there are several pressing issues. I gathered everyone here to discuss them. Jintian, where do you think we should develop our clan? Yang Wudi directly inquired. Father, the Tiandou Empire is actually a favorable option. Furthermore, we arrived in Tiandou City with Prince Xuesheng, and it may not be easy to leave now. Additionally, the royal family of the Xinglua Empire is quite aggressive. If we go to Xinglua City, we may easily be absorbed by them. If we remain outside Xinglua City, we risk being targeted by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, I suggest we stay near Tiandou City, where the royal family is less domineering. After hearing this, the group fell into silence, ultimately leading Yang Wudi to decide that the Peiji clan would rebuild their territory near Tiandou City and develop independently. After deciding to remain in the Tiandou Empire, Yang Wudi continued, following this war, our family has been forsaken by the Haotian Sect. Currently, the Tiandou Empire, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School have all sought to recruit us, but I have declined their offers. From now on, the Peiji clan will develop independently, without reliance on any sect. As for the specific location of our new territory, please consider it. In the coming days, our 4 single attribute families may communicate with the Tiandou royal family. After further discussions regarding clan development, everyone dispersed to attend to their respective offspring. Yang Wudi, however, made his way to Yang Padi's room, where he found his grandson, who was bewildered yet clinging tightly to him, causing a slight discomfort in his breath. Grandfather, you finally came. I missed you so much. From now on, Padi will never part from you again. Yang Wudi gently patted his grandson's little head, continually ruffling his hair. Padi, I missed you too. Our family shall not be separated any longer. In the aftermath of the Haotian Sect's war, the Peiji clan suffered the least among the 4 single attribute families, thanks to the absence of children as a burden, retaining over 400 disciples, significantly better than the mere 100 remaining in the original tale. In contrast, the other 3 families each suffered over 50% losses, now possessing only around 300 disciples. Thus, it can be said that following this conflict, in terms of both current combat strength and future prospects, the Peiji clan stands as the most formidable among the 4 single attribute families. After all, the most vulnerable children were safeguarded in advance. Yang Padi's innocent actions unexpectedly brought tremendous benefit to the clan, earning him considerable merit, to the point where other elders suggested rewarding him, leaving Yang Wudi somewhat speechless. The following day, at the invitation of the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiandou Empire, Yang Wudi and his companions arrived at the imperial palace. After a series of discussions, they unanimously agreed to establish their families in proximity to Tiandou City, at most a few dozen kilometers away, ensuring convenience from all perspectives. The Paji family, situated approximately 40 kilometers east of Tiandou City, claimed a territory that included a mountain and a valley, primarily for the cultivation of medicinal herbs, as alchemy was paramount for them. Additionally, this location was a mere 60 kilometers from the Sunset Forest, facilitating the Paji family's access to gather herbs. The other three families were also distributed closely around Tiandou City, reinforcing the bond between the four single-attribute families and the Tiandou Empire. They communicated with the Empire, agreeing to assist in the event of foreign threats, thereby aligning themselves with the Tiandou Empire, while the Empire would refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of the four families. As for other requests, both the Tiandou Empire and the single-attribute families did not delve further into discussions, as this was merely their initial collaboration and did not warrant deeper entanglements. Chapter 18. The New Clanland. Yang Padi himself was indifferent and no longer clamored for leisure. Instead, he devoted himself to diligent cultivation, honing his spear techniques, enhancing his physical strength, soaking in medicinal baths, and studying. Each day was meticulously scheduled. In just a few short years, he had nearly exhausted the ordinary texts within the Paji family, leaving primarily books on medicinal herbs and martial spirit cultivation, which were kept securely inaccessible to Yang Padi for the time being. Naturally, these texts were preserved for the safety of the disciples. Exposing an unawakened child to such knowledge could be perilous. 3 months after his grandfather Yang Wudi arrived in Tiandou City, a significant gathering of masters from various sects convened on a mountain east of the city. This mountain, while not particularly high or perilous, spanned nearly 10 kilometers in circumference and housed a vast valley with a climate perfectly suited for herb cultivation, known as Qingyuan Mountain. At this moment, atop Qingyuan Mountain, Yang Wudi and his entourage gazed down at the bustling crowd below with a sense of satisfaction. Over the past 3 months, the Paji family had expended a substantial portion of their resources to invite the Yu family to construct their clan residence, which was now nearing completion. The Paji family's dwelling was established at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, encompassing a 2-kilometer radius, resembling a small town. Within this enclave, numerous structures were erected, including hundreds of residences, multiple alchemical workshops, training rooms, armories, and even several large arenas, with a small lake adorning the perimeter. It could be said that the necessities of a sect were almost entirely provided for, with a water source also developed. Moreover, Yang Wudi discreetly arranged for the excavation of an escape tunnel, known only to a select few. At that moment, after a long day of toil, Niu Gao approached the group, proudly exclaiming, "Old goat, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this newly constructed clan land?" To which the old rhinoceros retorted, "Your culinary skills are truly commendable. Old goat, I truly cannot fathom why you have chosen this location. There are countless places suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs, are there not? Although this area boasts picturesque mountains and waters, it harbors a significant flaw. Old rhinoceros, I am well aware of this deficiency. However, my clan possesses a singular trait. We are unafraid of death. Should we be attacked, it would merely mean the demise of my entire clan. The construction of our residence has its merits, yet its sole drawback lies in its inadequate defenses. It lacks any natural barriers, and the clan's gates are merely flanked by a few meters of wall, which proves insufficient against soul masters. Nonetheless, Yang Wudi remains unfazed by this. Old rhinoceros, how much longer until your work is completed? We shall finish within 3 days at most. After 3 days, your clan shall be able to move in entirely. I am immensely grateful to you. Without the unwavering support of your clan, our residence would not have come to fruition so swiftly. Old goat, you are being overly formal. What is our relationship, after all? By the way, when do you plan to move in? Since you will complete the construction within 3 days, our clan will relocate then. Shall we all gather together at that time? Excellent, it is settled. And so, 3 days passed. Yang Padi, accompanied by his parents and grandfather, arrived at the new residence of the Paji clan for the first time. Upon witnessing the towering walls and newly erected buildings, he was struck with astonishment. Clearly, these structures were recently constructed, indicating that within the span of merely 3 months, the residence had been completed, truly a testament to the prowess of the Yuji clan. Yang Padi followed his parents to their new abode, which far surpassed their previous clan grounds in both size and opulence. A mere trio occupied an expansive courtyard, fully equipped with all necessary amenities. The dwelling boasted over 10 rooms, including a study, storage room, alchemy lab, kitchen, and grand hall, exuding an air of luxury. The backyard featured a substantial training ground and a pond, the former measuring several dozen meters in length and width, comparable to a basketball court from a past life. The pond's waters were crystal clear, teeming with various fish. In terms of environment, this place surpassed even the so-called luxurious villas of the past, though it did suffer from a slight scarcity of inhabitants. Upon entering their new home, everyone expressed immense satisfaction and excitement. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yang Puti's mother appeared somewhat bashful. During dinner, she directly addressed Yang Puti. Puti, what do you think of our family of 3? You seem rather reluctant to play with those children. Yang Puti, slightly exasperated, replied, those little ones are far too childish. I prefer reading or exercising. My dear son, you are quite well behaved. However, do you not feel a touch of loneliness? Mother, why do you speak like that? As a child, how could I possibly feel lonely? Son, children should play together more often, especially taking care of those younger than you. This will better prepare you to become an exceptional leader of the Peiji clan in the future. Yang Puti found himself at a loss for words. Mother, I am still young. Why should I concern myself with such distant matters? Today, you have expressed so much, but what exactly do you wish to convey? After much hesitation, Mother Niu Jinfeng finally spoke. Son, would you mind having a younger brother or sister? Mom, you aren't pregnant, are you? Upon hearing this, both father and mother fell into a profound silence, and Yang Puti instantly comprehended that he would soon assume the role of an older brother. Mom, pregnancy is a wonderful thing. It signifies that I am to become a brother. Why do both of you wear such peculiar expressions? They hastily responded, Indeed. It is a good thing, son. Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be our most cherished child. However, witnessing Yang Puti's seemingly indifferent demeanor, they couldn't help but think, has our son lost his senses? He is about to have siblings, yet remains utterly unconcerned. After dinner, Father Yang Jintian adopted a somewhat serious tone. Son, regarding the efficacy of whale gel, I am contemplating sharing this information with the family. What are your thoughts? Yang Puti pondered for a moment. Father, after the family has endured this crisis, suffering significant losses, revealing the benefits of whale gel to grandfather and the others would indeed be advantageous for the family. Recently, Yang Jintian had been feeling quite distressed. Since the news of his intention to consume whale gel emerged, he had noticed the peculiar glances others cast upon him. Even Father Yang Wudi approached him, urging him to take care of his health, leaving him somewhat speechless. Chapter 19. The Development of the Pa Family. Upon hearing this, Mother Niu Jinfeng interjected. Son, do you think your grandfather cares for you? Mom, my grandfather treats me quite well. Then, could you possibly share the secret of whale gel with your grandfather? Yang Puti contemplated for a moment. Mother, while the effects of whale gel are indeed remarkable, it is only during the initial consumption that the results are most pronounced. It is not a significant secret. I have no objection to informing grandfather, but it would be wise to refrain from disclosing it to others, lest the price of whale gel escalates dramatically, making it inaccessible for us. Upon hearing this, both Father Yang Jintian and Mother Niu Jinfeng nodded in agreement. The following day marked the gathering of the 4 single attribute families, a celebration of the Pa family's official relocation, signifying their newfound modest influence. Attending this assembly were Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, Yang Jintian, and Yang Puti from the Pa family. Each of the other 3 families sent 3 or 4 representatives. The Li family was represented by their patriarch Titan, accompanied by his son Tenao and grandson Tyro. The Min family, led by Bai He, brought along his son and grandson, albeit unnamed in the original text. And the Yu family's patriarch Niu Gao attended with his son and grandson. Of course, Mother Niu Jinfeng also participated, primarily tasked with entertaining the 4 children. The 4 children, all of similar age, spent time together, fostering future communication among the 4 families. After all, in a certain sense, these single attribute families formed a small alliance, necessitating collaboration to tackle various challenges. Surprisingly, all 4 children were 5 years old. The child from the Min family was named by Xiaofei, while the child from the Yu family was called Niu Meng. In terms of their birth order, Yang Puti was the eldest, followed by Niu Meng, Tyrone, and by Xiaofei in succession. Given their comparable ages and somewhat similar backgrounds, they found themselves quite compatible in conversation. However, upon reflection, Yang Puti found Yang Niu's manner of speaking somewhat simple-minded, while Talon exhibited a commendable character, displaying a certain boldness. Bai Xiaofei, in contrast, was more meticulous in his approach. After the gathering concluded, Yang's mother, Niu Jinfeng, engaged in a private discussion with her grandfather, likely regarding the special properties of whale glue. Once everything wrapped up, Niu Gao embraced Yang Puti, showering him with compliments, seemingly intent on whisking away the young grandson. Meanwhile, Yang Jintian sought out his father, Yang Wudi, proclaiming, Father, my soul power has risen to level 72. Yang Wudi regarded his son with approval, saying, Well done, Jintian. Despite the many recent events, you have remained diligent in your cultivation. I would entrust the Puti clan to you without hesitation. Yang Jintian shook his head, replying, "Father, I anticipate reaching level 73 within a month at most." Hearing this, Yang Wudi adopted a serious demeanor. "Son, while our family faces considerable pressure, you must advance steadily and refrain from overextending your potential in your quest for power." Yang Jintian, momentarily speechless, ultimately detailed the matter of whale glue to his father. Yang Wudi's expression turned grave. "Son, can you truly verify this? Is the efficacy of whale glue genuinely so remarkable?" Yang Jintian reassured him, "Father, how could I deceive you about such a significant issue? After consuming golden glue, Jin Feng has ascended to level 64, and her cultivation speed has notably accelerated." Yang Jintian, feeling exasperated, continued, "Father, the effects of whale glue are indeed impressive. I merely stockpiled some in advance for my future child." "Then why did you not mention this prior to the gathering of the 4 singular attribute families?" Yang Wudi inquired. "Although our singular attribute families maintain a good rapport, the recent events concerning Haotian Sect have taught me the importance of caution and whom to trust, which is why I refrained from disclosing it. However, Jin Feng should have already informed my father-in-law, Niu Gao. It appears, son, that you have indeed matured significantly following the conflict with Haotian Sect. We were overly trusting of them, which led to our substantial losses." Yang Wudi concluded, "Let us communicate about whale glue with the elders of our clan for the betterment of our family's future." Thus, Yang Wudi convened another meeting with the clan elders. The attendees were astonished upon hearing the revelations about whale glue. Yang Wudi silenced the discussions. "There are 2 critical matters that require our focus. First, the secrets regarding the properties of whale glue must remain confidential outside of our clan. Although my in-law, Niu Gao, is privy to this information, I will ensure he understands the necessity of discretion between our families. Second, the cost of whale glue is relatively high, and I may need to trouble my second brother to travel to Hanhai City, where it is more readily available and of superior quality and price compared to Tiandou City. However, utmost confidentiality must be maintained." After hearing the clan leader's words, everyone present expressed their commitment to safeguarding this secret, agreeing that any younger members requiring whale glue would report to the family in advance. Yang Jintian felt somewhat exasperated, pondering the difference between purchasing whale glue and trial use. Nevertheless, as his second uncle was involved, he refrained from voicing his dissent. In the end, Yang Jintian reluctantly took out several pieces of whale glue. The onlookers could not help but comment, "You rascal, are you truly incapable? How could you purchase so much? Especially when the quality and age are commendable." Ultimately, Yang Jintian promoted his son, saying, "The efficacy of this whale glue was serendipitously discovered by my son, Yang Pidi, through ancient texts." Upon hearing this, everyone present hastily praised Yang Pidi. "This child, Pidi, has always been bright since childhood. He is destined for greatness. Our family of Pa has finally produced a bibliophile. Pidi had achieved significant merit for the family this time. We must surely commend him at an appropriate moment." Yang Wushuang added, "Rest assured, my dear nephew, once Pidi matures, I will wholeheartedly support him in becoming the young clan leader of our Pa family." Listening to their conversation, Yang Jintian felt a sense of joy, yet something seemed amiss. "Wait a moment, if I support my son as the young clan leader, what does that make me?" Chapter 20. The Awakening of Martial Souls. Yang Pidi himself pondered quietly, wondering if the whale glue truly had such remarkable effects. The elders of his family were not merely experiencing a simple elevation in soul power. Each individual had significantly accelerated their cultivation pace. This lack of awareness from Yang Pudi was understandable, as the matters at hand were rather complex. In the Pa family, everyone practiced alchemy and held a deep affection for it. To them, alchemy appeared to be even more vital than cultivation. However, as the adage goes, all medicine has its poison. The medicinal materials contain various toxic substances, particularly for those who engage in alchemy over extended periods. These toxins increasingly permeate the bloodlines and marrow of the clan members, becoming irretrievable. The role of whale glue, however, is to enhance physical prowess and invigorate one's vitality, thereby augmenting the endurance of soul masters. Additionally, whale glue aids in expanding meridians and eliminating impurities from the body, rendering it a treasure for the Pa family. Notably, the elders consumed whale glue aged for millennia, proving effects that rivaled some rare and precious materials. After consuming whale glue, Yang Wudi, his grandfather, had reached level 78, while his second grandfather, Yang Wushuang, had attained level 77. Based on their current cultivation rates, both were expected to break through to the soul Douluo level within 2 years. Thus, after nearly half a year, Yang Pidi turned 6, standing at an impressive height of nearly 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Although his face retained a youthful innocence, he bore a slight resemblance to a small adult. Recently, his mother's belly had begun to swell, indicating that in a few months, he would welcome either a younger brother or sister. His father had been spending much time at home, primarily caring for his pregnant wife and young Yangpudi while diligently working on his soul power cultivation. Since consuming whale glue, his father's cultivation speed had noticeably increased. Having broken through to level 73 5 months prior, he had now reached the pinnacle of level 73 and was expected to ascend to level 74 within the next 2 months. This was, of course, related to his father's recent cessation of alchemical activities, while his mother, Neo Jean Feng, had advanced to level 65. One day, after dinner, his father said to Yangpudi, "Son, you should rest early today and ensure you restore your spirit. Tomorrow marks the day of the soul awakening ceremony for our entire clan, and you shall awaken your martial spirit." Upon hearing this, Yangpudi felt an immense surge of excitement. After 6 years on the continent of Douluo, he was finally on the brink of awakening his martial soul. Douluo Continent is renowned as the bloodline continent. For anyone, the martial soul serves as the foundation of their existence. Only by awakening a potent martial soul and possessing a high innate soul power can one continue to advance. Otherwise, no matter how hard one strives, achieving any significant accomplishments would be exceedingly difficult. Take for example the character Yu Xiaojiang from the original work, who awakened the martial soul 3 canon with a mere half-level of innate soul power. Were it not for the fact that his father was the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, he might never have become a soul master. Despite Yu Xiaojiang's relentless efforts for half a lifetime, poring over countless texts from the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, he failed to discover a method to break through to level 30. Thus, amidst a whirlwind of excitement and apprehension, he gradually succumbed to sleep. His parents, however, gazed at him with some concern, for every soul master had traversed this path. On the following morning, his father, Yang Zhentian, and his mother accompanied him to the site of the soul awakening. Initially, his father intended for his mother to remain at home and await news, but her anxiety compelled her to insist on attending. Ultimately, his father could not prevail against her determination, and she was permitted to join them. Surprisingly, the awakening ceremony was to take place outside the ancestral hall of the clan, where 8 chairs were arranged, occupied by his grandfather, Yang Wudi, and the 7 elders of the clan. To Yang Pudi's astonishment, his father, Yang Zhentian, was to preside over the ceremony, and he was ushered to the front of the line. Yang Pudi felt somewhat at a loss. He had intended to observe how others awakened their martial souls, yet he found himself thrust into the spotlight first. Before long, all attendees had gathered. A total of 13 children, all direct descendants of the clan, were present for the soul awakening. In the world of soul masters, the primary distinction between direct and collateral descendants lies in their martial souls. Regardless of one's father's esteemed position, should a martial soul not be of the family lineage, one would be relegated to collateral status. After all, every family possesses its own method of cultivation tailored to their martial soul, which is precisely why Yu Xiaojiang faced exclusion from his clan. Yang Zhentian produced 6 black stones, arranging them in a hexagonal formation. Pudi, step forward and enter the hexagon, he commanded. With a mixture of nervousness and excitement, Yang Pudi approached the center. His father, Yang Zhentian, manifested his martial soul, summoning a colossal spear known as the Breaking Soul Spear, exceeding 3 meters in length, with its tip constituting nearly a quarter of the entire spear's length. Subsequently, 6 radiant beams of light from his father flowed into the 6 black stones, causing them to emit a golden glow that enveloped Yang Pudi's body, forming a golden shield around him. His father's voice resonated in his ears. "Pudi, close your eyes and extend your right hand to slowly attune to the experience." Yang Pudi obeyed, closing his eyes and keenly sensing the changes within his body. He felt as though a powerful force coursed through him, warming his entire being. As time slowly passed, a shattered soul spear gradually coalesced in Yang Pudi's right hand, almost identical to his father's shattered soul spear, though the black shaft appeared even more profound, and the spearhead seemed notably sharper. Yet, this was not the end. The soul power continued to surge through him, flowing relentlessly like a river, while his left hand remained completely unresponsive. Yang Pudi contemplated inwardly. This shouldn't be the case. Normally, after the awakening of the shattered soul spear, I felt the presence of another distinct martial soul awakening, yet my left hand shows no sign of reaction. Shouldn't dual martial souls manifest as one in the left hand and the other in the right? Something feels amiss. Just as Yang Pudi was lost in thought, tranquility gradually returned to his being, leaving only the immense shattered soul spear in his grasp. "Son, well done. Your awakened martial soul is the shattered soul spear." At that moment, Yang Zhentian breathed a sigh of relief. The shattered soul spear is the inherited martial soul of the family. Typically, any disciple awakening the shattered soul spear would not possess inferior innate soul power, with few falling below level 5. Chapter 21. The Second Martial Soul. Soon after, Yang Jintian produced a crystal ball, a common tool for testing soul power. Son, come and place your hand on the crystal ball to measure your soul power. Yang Putty followed his father's instructions, placing his right hand upon the crystal ball and channeling his soul power into it. In an instant, the crystal ball erupted with brilliant light. The soul power within surged, nearly filling the entire sphere. By Yang Putty's estimation, it should be about 90% full. Could it be that he possesses innate soul power at level 9? Yang Jintian's face clearly reflected his excitement, which he struggled to contain. He glanced at his father, Yang Wudi, seated in the position of clan leader, who nodded slightly, seemingly imbued with deeper meaning. Hearing Yang Jintian's words, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, their faces aglow with smiles, particularly the elders seated above. For an innate soul power of level 8 is already considered a remarkable talent. With diligent practice, becoming a soul Douluo should be within reach. Subsequently, the other children, filled with hope, underwent their martial soul awakenings. However, whether by fortune or misfortune, all 12 of the remaining 13 children awakened the shattered soul spear, each boasting innate soul power above level 5. The unfortunate one only reached level 7, which barely qualifies as a genius. With a glimmer of hope for achieving soul Douluo status through hard work. Upon returning home, Yang Jintian finally spoke. Son, there was a slight issue during your martial soul awakening. Yang Putty, bewildered, wondered what problem could arise from awakening a martial soul. When I tested your innate soul power, it should have been level 9, but I intentionally stated it was level 8. Father, why is that? Our Pa family currently bears a grudge against the Spirit Hall and has a strained relationship with the Haotian Sect. For your safety, I have deliberately downplayed your innate talents and spiritual power, as this will better suit your future development. Do not worry, my son, I will remain low-key in my endeavors. Today, you shall rest, and later I will instruct you on the art of cultivation and meditation. Our clan will establish an elementary school, where you are to attend daily in the mornings. Yang Putty was momentarily taken aback. Despite being merely 6 years old, his mental maturity surpassed 30, and the thought of attending elementary school alongside a group of children felt rather disconcerting. Father, may I refrain from attending school? Reading at home is quite enjoyable as well. My son, attending school is imperative. This decision is beyond your discretion. The curriculum will primarily focus on matters pertaining to the Soul Master realm, including essential cultivation guidelines, as well as the foundational knowledge of alchemy within our clan and the basic applications of the soul-breaking spear. Once you have mastered the teachings at school, I shall impart to you the profound secrets of alchemy. Remember, the soul-breaking spear and alchemical knowledge are the very essence of our clan. Hearing his father's words, Yang Putty reluctantly acquiesced. Upon reflection, he acknowledged the significance of the clan's deep-rooted heritage and the necessity of foundational education from a young age. Upon returning to his room, Yang Putty meticulously contemplated the process of his martial soul awakening, sensing an underlying anomaly. According to the circumstances surrounding his martial soul's emergence, after awakening the soul-breaking spear, his internal spiritual energy continued to flow, as if on the verge of awakening another martial soul. He distinctly felt sensations throughout his body at that moment. Why then did a second martial soul not manifest? Could it be that the second martial soul had not fully awakened, or only partially so? How might one fully awaken it? After pondering for some time without resolution, he shifted his focus toward future developmental plans. With an innate spiritual power of level 9 and the martial soul of the soul-breaking spear, the overall situation appeared favorable. Even without a second martial soul, he was considered a prodigy among prodigies. Would the acquisition of soul rings need to adhere to the traditions of our clan? Following the clan's customary methods for obtaining soul rings seemed to impose limitations on his potential growth. As per the current trajectory, Tang Sin should now be 1 year old, indicating that in 19 years, the Spirit Hall would initiate its soul-hunting operations, which would devastate the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and obliterate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, leaving the former severely weakened. This meant that time was of the essence. He needed to grow stronger by any means necessary before the outbreak of war, or else the clan would face peril. Yet, how could the strength of the clan be enhanced? Above all, acquiring the Ice and Fire Two-Headed Eye was essential. That place held the true treasures capable of altering the clan's destiny. That afternoon, his father, Yang Jintian, entered Yang Putty's room with a book in hand. His demeanor notably serious. My son, now that your martial soul has awakened, I shall commence your instruction in meditation. The realm of soul masters has developed over countless years, with various sects possessing their own meditation techniques. The differences in meditation methods among these sects are seldom significant. Alas, our clan, once the foremost outer sect family of the Haotian Sect, boasts one of the most superior meditation practices. In any environment we inhabit, The essence of soul power permeates the air. Meditation, in essence, is the process of channeling the soul power within oneself while simultaneously absorbing the external soul energy. Of course, the attributes and concentrations of soul power vary across different environments. For instance, plant-type soul masters benefit greatly from practicing in an environment conducive to their martial souls. Similarly, fire-type soul masters can absorb soul power from the air more rapidly when meditating in fiery conditions. Our clan's martial soul, the Break Soul Spear, embodies metal attributes, which is why our training facilities are predominantly constructed from substantial amounts of metal. You may attempt to meditate now by envisioning your inner self as a small world brimming with soul power. Through meditation, allow the flow of internal soul power to quicken. The swifter and more comprehensive the flow throughout your body, the more efficiently you will absorb external fire energy. After imparting this wisdom, Yang Jintian presented a book, Sun. This tome elucidates various considerations regarding meditation. You may wish to peruse it. Chapter 22. The first meditation. Yang Pidi accepted the book from his father and began to read intently. When it comes to meditation, the concept is rather straightforward, as all soul masters are familiar with it. This thought led Yang Pidi to recall Tang San's Xiantian Gong, which can be considered a unique form of meditation, intertwining current meditation practices with the internal energy pathways of martial arts. In some respects, it represents a more advanced meditation technique, particularly since the world of Douluo Continent lacks the notion of meridians. Moreover, Xiantian Gong renders meditation more tangible, thereby enhancing its efficacy. With this in mind, Yang Pidi commenced his inaugural meditation. He closed his eyes and carefully examined the direction of the soul power flowing within his body. As time elapsed, he gradually learned to control the flow of soul power, which began to navigate throughout his entire being as if guided. As the soul power circulated, the vitality in the air seemed to resonate, slowly permeating his being and slightly enhancing his soul power. His first meditation lasted a full hour. Afterward, Yang Pidi opened his eyes and said, "Dad, I have completed my meditation, and I feel as though my soul power has improved ever so slightly." Yang Jintian meticulously observed his son's condition and, upon confirming that all was well, replied, "Son, meditation is a cumulative process. Only through relentless practice can one become stronger. Your recent meditation was quite successful, indicating that your aptitude for cultivation is commendable. However, as a battle soul master, you must also focus on practical combat skills and physical training. All three aspects are indispensable." "I understand, Dad. Rest assured, I have already prepared a detailed training regimen." Yang Pidi responded, presenting a set of training methods to his father for advice. "As someone who has perused the original text, I am naturally acquainted with various effective training methods and cognizant of the true focal points. The training regimen is articulated with remarkable detail. Each morning, upon rising, one engages in fundamental marksmanship exercises, followed by attending a small class to acquire foundational knowledge. In the afternoon, a weighted running session is undertaken, with the weight calibrated according to one's physical strength. The weighted running activities encompass jogging along tribal paths or ascending Qingyuan Mountain, alongside specially designed weighted frog jumps and swimming exercises. Upon completing the running, a medicinal bath is administered, after which dinner is served, followed by a period of meditation. Due to his tender age, there are currently no plans for practical combat training. Son, your training methods are commendable, though might they not be a touch excessive? After all, you are but a child, merely 6 years of age." "Father, you are mistaken. The younger one is, the more effective the training will be." "Very well, my son. Yet you must heed the care of your body. Avoid overexertion that could lead to hidden injuries." "Father, it ultimately depends on you. You must tailor the medicinal bath regimen according to my physical condition." "You little rascal. Speaking of the medicinal bath regimen, our clan, the Pa family, is undoubtedly the most formidable in the entire Douluo Continent. In years past, even the disciples of the Haotian Sect utilized our educational programs, and both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao benefited from our medicinal baths." That evening, Yang Jintian presented his son's training plan to his own father. "Father, what do you think of my grandson? Is this training plan not quite good?" Yang Wudi scrutinized the training plan, nodding occasionally. "Indeed, this plan is excellent. It is befitting of my grandson. However, Jintian, have you not discerned any issues?" "Father, I find this training plan quite commendable. How could there be any problems?" Yang Wudi gazed at his son in mild disbelief. "You would entrust a 6-year-old child to train alone? What if danger were to arise during the training? Moreover, as the young clan leader, have you not considered promoting such an exceptional training plan throughout the clan?" Upon hearing his father's admonishments, Yang Jintian felt a pang of shame. He had come to seek praise and display his accomplishments, only to be chastised instead. "Jintian, why do you linger? Go swiftly to summon your second uncle and several elders. Little did Yang Pudi realize that due to his training plan, all the children of the Pa family would soon embark on a rather unfortunate educational journey. The following day, after breakfast, Yang Pudi ventured alone to the clan's educational facility, where the 12 children who had awakened alongside him were already present. There were 5 or 6 small rooms, each occupied by children engrossed in their studies, all of whom had awakened their martial spirits over the years. The number of children in each room varied. Notably, this year saw the highest count of awakened martial spirits, totaling 13, whereas previous years typically had only 8 to 10, with the lowest year witnessing a mere 5. The educators in the clan are a group of elderly individuals whose physical strength has waned, rendering them unfit for external activities or clan duties. Consequently, the clan leader, Yang Wudi, has summoned them to oversee the cultivation of the children. These venerable instructors, each holding a distinguished lineage and possessing vast knowledge, command respect. No child dares to disobey them. They have the authority to discipline directly, and afterward, no dissent is voiced. The morning lessons encompass a variety of subjects, including the application of the breaking soul spear technique, fundamental knowledge of pharmaceuticals, meditation methods for the breaking soul spear martial spirit, and an introduction to the myriad martial spirits of the Douluo Continent. The curriculum is notably broader and more targeted than that of typical academies, drawing on the extensive knowledge accumulated by generations of the breaking clan. In the afternoon, Yang Pudi initially intended to train independently, but was informed of a collective training session for all the clan's children. Upon arriving at the training ground, he was struck by a sense of disbelief. The area was filled with an assortment of weighted vests, ranging from a few kilograms for the smaller ones to over 100 kilograms for the larger. All the children from the breaking clan studying there had assembled, approximately 50 to 60 in total. It appeared that, during the recent battle against the Haotian Sect, the clan's children had suffered little harm. Some had accompanied the group to Tiandou city, while others seemed to have appeared unexpectedly, likely due to the clan's other arrangements. The afternoon exercises consisted of all the children climbing with weights. Those who were particularly young or frail were permitted to climb without additional burdens. The singular goal was to exhaust the children thoroughly by day's end, with the instructors vigilantly monitoring their physical conditions to prevent any mishaps. Thus, Yang Pudi embarked on his journey of cultivation, laying the foundation for all future training. Chapter 23. The Little Princess Yang Tianyu. Each time he meditated, he experienced peculiar sensations in his body, as if it were operating autonomously. However, during the Douluo era, the manifestation of a body as a martial spirit was exceedingly rare, and the realm of soul masters had conducted little research on it. Many even dismissed it as a worthless martial spirit, given the absence of methods for its secondary awakening. The cultivation of a body martial spirit is inherently challenging. A martial spirit that encompasses the entire body is considered a pinnacle among body martial spirits, rivaling any spirit in existence. Yet, the secondary awakening of a body martial spirit presents a significant challenge. Millennia later, the body sect developed the deep-sea pressure awakening method through countless trials, immersing soul masters in the ocean to endure its pressures and the lack of oxygen. After numerous trials of life and death, they could finally achieve a secondary awakening. However, once awakened, both the martial spirit and the body undergo a qualitative transformation, explaining why members of the body sect possess multiple 10,000-year soul rings. Upon reflection, Yang Pudi began to comprehend that in order to become truly formidable, one must undergo countless trials of physical refinement, and perhaps even experience a second awakening, especially through the crucible of life and death. For this reason, he engaged in rigorous training daily, often exhausting himself to the point of near unconsciousness. Meanwhile, his mother had recently become rather anxious, simultaneously concerned about her own cultivation and the well-being of the child she was carrying. Thus, during mealtimes and at other moments, she would incessantly chatter away. Yang Pudi found himself somewhat at a loss. Was this what they referred to as prenatal depression? After approximately 2 months, the day finally arrived when his mother went into labor. Outside the delivery room, both his grandfather and father were unusually tense, and even Yang Pudi felt a flutter of nerves. As the wail of a newborn echoed from within the room, cheers erupted. "It's a girl. She has finally arrived." Shortly thereafter, a midwife emerged, cradling the infant and presenting her to his grandfather. "Congratulations, clan leader. Congratulations, young clan leader. You have a daughter." Both his father and grandfather vied to hold the little girl, their faces alight with excitement. His father even stumbled over his words in his eagerness. Yang Pudi took a moment to gaze at his baby sister, her face as pure as snow, with delicate arched eyebrows, large, expressive eyes, and a tiny mouth that made her utterly adorable. All the elders flocked over to coo at the clan's little princess. Even his great-uncle, Yang Wushuang, couldn't contain his affection for the child, exclaiming, Brother, look at me. Without sons or daughters, I am all alone. I would cherish the opportunity to raise this granddaughter. However, before he could finish his sentence, his grandfather, Yang Wudi, shooed him away. I can barely spoil my granddaughter enough. How could I allow you to take her? Amidst the joyous chaos, someone remarked, Clan leader, this little girl is so beautiful. What shall we name her? Upon hearing this, both Yang Wushuang and Yang Jintian exchanged awkward glances. They adored the daughter and granddaughter, but had not given naming her any thought, finding it more daunting than facing a battlefield. The granddaughter had just been born. There was no rush, no need for haste. That evening, after the guests had departed, Yang Wudi, Yang Jintian, and Yang Putty gathered together. After much deliberation, the names proposed by his grandfather and father were all imbued with a sense of martial ferocity, sounding less like those befitting a princess and more akin to those of warriors. Son, Yang Jintian said, as the clan leader, I am well versed in the arts of combat and alchemy, so let this task of naming fall to you, as the father. Yang Jintian's expression darkened slightly. Father, you know me well. I have never been fond of studying, and I am rather inept at naming. At the mention of studies, both men turned their gaze to the side, where Yang Putty stood. Son, you have always had a penchant for reading from a young age. Why not bestow a name upon your sister? Indeed, grandson, his grandfather added, after much contemplation, your father and I have found nothing suitable. Please share your thoughts. Yang Putty gazed at his grandfather and father, feeling a wave of exasperation. How could these two illiterates serve as clan leader and vice leader, respectively? They couldn't even come up with a name. Under their leadership, the future of the Pa family seemed rather bleak. However, contemplating his 2 lifetimes, he felt a surge of joy at having a sister to cherish for the first time. After a moment of reflection, he inscribed 3 characters on a piece of paper, Yang Tianyue. Tianyue, akin to a precious gem bestowed by the heavens, is a splendid name for our little princess. Indeed, this name suits my granddaughter perfectly. It is settled then. She shall be called Yang Tianyue from now on. Thus, the little princess of the Pa family, Yang Tianyue, was born, and Yang Putty gained a little sister. In the days that followed, both his father and mother delighted in cradling the baby, especially his father, who would hold her tightly and neglect all other matters, embodying the sentiment that having a daughter fulfills all desires. Yang Putty couldn't help but comment. They say daughters are their father's little lovers from past lives, but my dad's reaction is a bit over the top. Conversely, his mother frequently inquired about his cultivation progress and often offered guidance, especially when she noticed Yang Putty appearing weak after his weighted runs, which tugged at her heartstrings. After a month of diligent training, 3 months post-soul awakening, one evening, Yang Putty sensed a significant acceleration in the flow of his soul power, accompanied by a feeling of ease throughout his body. He had broken through. He had finally reached level 10. After 3 months of effort, Yang Putty had attained this milestone. Yet he felt an impending bottleneck, realizing that his soul power could not ascend further. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of his second martial soul, which was his entire being, an exquisite innate martial soul. However, Yang Putty chose to keep this revelation to himself, not even confiding in his parents or grandfather. Much like his father concealed his innate soul power level, it was prudent to remain discreet, especially since the greatest advantage of his innate martial soul was that it could not be forced out unless actively used, at least during the Douluo period. No one would suspect. The next step was to acquire soul rings, which would greatly influence his future training strategy. Chapter 24, Training Strategy. Upon reaching level 10 in his soul power, Yang Putty took a moment to calm himself and thoughtfully consider his training strategy moving forward. The Pa family's martial soul. The Pa soul spear emphasizes sheer attack power, embodying extreme destructive capability. The family has inherited a set of experiences where all soul rings are chosen for offensive soul skills. This approach ensures that, among peers, his attack power is nearly unparalleled, even allowing him to surpass opponents of higher levels. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. A lack of defense and adaptability rendered the strategy somewhat rigid. Though theoretically sound, this was not the path Yang Putty wished to pursue. Having read the original text, he contemplated the most formidable weapon martial souls of the current era, including the Haotian hammer, the 7 killing sword, and the Pa soul spear. Represented by Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, the sword Douluo Continent, and his grandfather Yang Wudi, respectively. However, in comparison, there remains a notable disparity. When Tang Hao first attained the title of Douluo, he triumphed over Qianxuanji and 2 other titled Douluo, showcasing his formidable prowess. At the age of 97, Tang Xiao, utilizing the Haotian formation, was able to simultaneously defeat 3 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, whose soul power was comparable to his own, thus dazzling everyone present. Although the sword Douluo Qianxin managed to conquer 4 titled Douluo during the battle against the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, He had already reached level 97 at that time and benefited from the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, ultimately defeating opponents with a maximum level of 92. While impressive, it was not extraordinary. My grandfather, Yang Wudi, at level 82, could vanquish a level 92 opponent, and although his achievements were commendable, they often resulted in mutual destruction, alongside the fact that an 82-level soul power was considerably lacking. The primary distinction lies in the fact that the Haotian school has consistently adhered to a path of pure strength, complemented by the self-created soul skill, Haotian 9 Absolute. Whereas the 7 Killing Sword and the Breaking Soul Gun, despite their offensive strategies, do not possess the singular focus of the Haotian Hammer. Therefore, Yang Padi's training regimen must also strictly follow the path of pure strength, allowing for further exploration of spear techniques later, thus raising his potential ceiling. As for the spear techniques, they are relatively straightforward. In my previous life, I had a particular fondness for firearms. Having studied both the Yang family and Yu family spear techniques, albeit only scratching the surface. However, mastering the fundamentals of spear technique will enable the creation of unique soul skills. Nonetheless, I must currently conceal my true martial soul, particularly as I am the young clan leader of the Breaking One clan, necessitating the public display of the Breaking Soul Gun martial soul to gain the respect of others. After considerable reflection, Yang Padi has largely determined the course of his future training, though he still requires soul rings. And this training path will need the support of both his father and grandfather. The following morning, Yang Padi approached his grandfather and father. Grandfather, father, I have now reached level 10. Both were somewhat taken aback, especially his father. Son, how have you progressed so rapidly? You've reached level 10 so quickly. To this, Yang Padi could not help but retort, what kind of father are you? Unaware of your own son's training progress. It was his grandfather Yang Wudi who spoke up. Padi, with the optimal training plan of our Breaking One clan, I will certainly help you find a soul ring that suits you. Yang Padi, with a serious expression, declared, Grandfather. Father, I wish to seek a power-type soul ring. The two immediately became intrigued. Padi, why do you desire a power-type soul ring? Is our Breaking One clan's inheritance not sufficient? Grandfather, while the soul ring configurations of the Breaking One clan are indeed impressive, I still wish to seek power-type soul rings. And each of my subsequent soul rings will also be of this type. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi's countenance grew serious. Padi, what do you intend to do with so many power-type soul rings? Do you wish to emulate the Strength clan? No, you aspire to learn from the Haotian Sect, don't you? Your idea is commendable, but many have attempted this method. However, do not forget the inherent properties of our Breaking Soul Gun. If the gun becomes too heavy, the technique can suffer, as spear techniques emphasize agility. Grandfather, I have already considered the issue you raised, which is why I intend to absorb each soul ring beyond its age limit. Just like the first soul ring, I desire one aged between 500 and 600 years. I have indeed witnessed individuals surpassing the age limit of soul rings for absorption. Yet such endeavors can inflict internal injuries upon the body. Have you considered this aspect? Moreover, it poses considerable risks. Yang Padi, with a resolute countenance, replied, Grandfather, do not forget that our clan, the Pa family, excels at alchemy. Such minor internal injuries can easily be remedied through medicinal baths. Furthermore, with my consistent physical training complemented by the baths, you may even test my physical resilience if you doubt it. After hearing this, Grandfather meticulously examined Yang Padi's body, leaving no stone unturned. Eventually, Yang Wudi smiled and remarked, Indeed, you are truly my Padi. Your physical condition is excellent, and absorbing a soul ring of around 500 years should pose no problem. Hearing this, Father breathed a sigh of relief. Padi, tomorrow I shall take you to hunt for a soul ring. Do you have any particular targets in mind? Grandfather, I do not have a specific target. Any power type would suffice. However, the rarer, the better, ideally something like a Titan Great Ape or a dark gold fearsome bear, Yang Padi replied. Yang Wudi could not help but pat Yang Padi on the head, exclaiming, Padi, your aspirations are quite optimistic. I have yet to even lay eyes on those creatures you mentioned, let alone find one of suitable age. Yang Padi could not resist criticizing, given that he was an outer elder of the Haotian Sect and had never even seen a Titan Great Ape. After a discussion, they ultimately narrowed down their options to several soul beasts, primarily including the 1,000-June ant, bears, apes, tigers, and dragon-type soul beasts, renowned for their strength. The next hurdle was finding soul beasts aged between 500 and 600 years, which are relatively rare. The plan was for Yang Wudi to personally lead Yang Padi to the Sunsetting Forest. While the Sunsetting Forest may not harbor many high-aged soul beasts, it is still home to numerous ordinary ones, which is why it has become one of the most renowned soul beast forests on the Douluo Continent. Yang Padi had additional intentions for this expedition. If he could locate the Eye of Ice and Fire, it would be perfect. Ideally, he hoped to seize it before Douluo could find it. If that proved unfeasible, he would at least scout the location for future planning. Early the next morning, Yang Wudi took Yang Padi on a carriage towards the sunsetting forest, which is approximately 60 kilometers from the Pa family. Given Yang Padi's tender age of 6, traversing that distance on foot would be quite arduous. Chapter 25. Entering the sunsetting forest. After about 2 hours in the carriage, Yang Wudi and Yang Padi finally arrived at the outskirts of the sunsetting forest. The periphery of the forest was home to a small soul-hunting town, bustling with a diverse crowd. The town, though modest in size, was populated by many, featuring various establishments including restaurants, inns, and shops selling survival gear for the soul beast forest. Noticing Yang Padi's curiosity, Yang Wudi took his time, opting to explore the area with his grandson before entering the forest. In soul-splitting town, the predominant activity is commerce, where a plethora of goods are exchanged, encompassing essential items from the forest such as various blades, weapons, bows and arrows, ropes, tents, and even food items like dried meat, a staple for survival in the wilderness. For ordinary individuals, igniting a fire in the soul beast forest is both forbidden and perilous, as the illumination may attract ferocious soul beasts, particularly at night when creatures of various sizes, such as venomous spiders and ants, emerge. Moreover, there exist certain valuable commodities, including the excrement of rare soul beasts, such as that of the Titan giant ape or venomous spiders, which are formidable predators within the forest. Though seemingly insignificant, these items are indispensable for forest dwellers, as their presence can deter numerous soul beasts from launching surprise attacks during the night. Additionally, one can find merchants selling items acquired from the soul beast forest, including the remains and limbs of soul beasts, as well as vital organs. For instance, rhino horns and bear paws, along with potent medicinal plants, are available. There are even vendors specializing in various poisonous herbs or medicinal plants, which can be discovered within the less explored areas of the soul hunting forest, where many rare herbs thrive due to the limited human intrusion. Furthermore, the forest is frequented by a multitude of mercenaries, whose primary role is to assist patrons in capturing desired soul beasts and soul rings. The pricing is determined by the age and rarity of the soul beasts, with costs soaring into the thousands of gold soul coins for merely a century-old soul beast, while a millennium-old beast may demand tens of thousands. The prices for rare or particularly ferocious soul beasts can be exorbitantly higher, and the procurement of a 10,000-year soul beast is exceedingly rare, typically necessitating a soul emperor-level individual to undertake such a dangerous endeavor deep within the forest. When hiring mercenaries for soul rings, another critical aspect is discussed. All remains and items obtained from the slain soul beasts rightfully belong to the mercenary team. This occasionally leads to perilous situations. Should a soul bone be discovered, internal conflicts or even the assassination of the employer may ensue, given the astronomical value of soul bones. For instance, at a recent auction, a mere millennium soul bone fetched several 100,000 gold soul coins. After Yang Wudi and his grandson perused soul-splitting town, they made their way directly into the Sunset Forest. Unlike the Imperial Soul Beast forests, entry into the Sunset Forest does not require a permit. While 10,000-year soul beasts have yet to be discovered, there remains an abundance of higher-tier soul beasts, affirming its status as the largest soul beast forest in the Tiandou Empire. Some mercenaries observed Yang Wudi and Yang Padi, contemplating approaching to promote their services, but were swiftly deterred by Yang Wudi's fierce visage. Meanwhile, others watched as the old man and the child ventured into the soul-hunting forest, seemingly whispering amongst themselves, with shadows flitting about. Upon entering the twilight forest, their pace slowed considerably. The soul-hunting forest was adorned with towering trees and an abundance of underbrush, predominantly comprised of blue-silver grass, alongside various unknown flora and tendrils, making their way through the thick vegetation. Evidently, frequent passage had gradually formed a subtle path. Upon entering the twilight forest, they were greeted by an array of peculiar sounds, hisses, calls, and even the roars of some creatures. Occasionally, a bird-like soul beast would soar overhead, emitting its cries. Yang Wudi did not hasten to hunt soul beasts with Yang Padi. Instead, he took the opportunity to enlighten him about the forest's inhabitants, elaborating on the characteristics of the plants they encountered. For instance, they had just passed a grove of bamboo, home to the solitary soul beast, the solitary bamboo. While this type of soul beast possessed relatively weak offensive capabilities, it remained perilous if approached. Similarly, they chanced upon seemingly innocuous vines, which were also soul beasts. Proximity could lead to entanglement, posing a significant threat. They also encountered spider and ant-like soul beasts, though many were merely 10-year-old variants, deemed of lesser value. Thus, the two meandered through the twilight forest for nearly a day without encountering a suitable soul beast. Although they spotted two powerful soul beasts, their age rendered them unworthy of pursuit. As night descended, Yang Wudi found a clearing, erected a tent, and scattered the droppings of an unknown soul beast around them. They then engaged in conversation. Pudi, how do you find our day in the Twilight Forest? Grandfather, I believe the soul beast forest is rife with peril. Even seemingly minor soul beasts can be exceedingly dangerous, with unknown threats lurking at every moment. You speak wisely. In the soul beast forest, one must remain ever vigilant. A moment's inattention could invite diverse attacks, some of which are quite uncanny. We are merely on the periphery of the Twilight Forest, venturing towards its center. One encounters many 10,000-year-old soul beasts. I have even encountered those exceeding 80,000 years in age, whose strength rivals that of a tidal Douluo. Grandfather, soul beasts just surpassing 10,000 years should pose little challenge for you, correct? Indeed, you are correct. For me, 10,000-year soul beasts are not formidable. I could even triumph over those from 5 to 7,000 years prior. However, you must remain acutely aware. In the soul beast forest, sustaining any injury is absolutely inadvisable. A wound will attract a plethora of soul beasts drawn by the scent of blood, leading to incessant assaults. Moreover, once one enters the soul hunting forest, the primary objective is to capture soul rings. In the event of injury, whether from absorbing a soul ring or facing various attacks, one must exercise utmost caution and self-protection. It is prudent to avoid engaging in battle with soul beasts unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, it is essential to remember that within the realm of soul beasts, the most perilous threats are not the beasts themselves, but rather, humans. As is evident in the current situation, Yang Wudi seems to have sensed something amiss. Chapter 26. Encountering robbers indeed. Shortly thereafter, 5 individuals appeared before the two. Judging by their attire, it was apparent that they were all soul masters, 4 men and 1 woman. The leader, an older man, appeared to be in his 50s, while the other 3 men were in their 40s, and the woman looked to be in her 30s. Appearing younger than the rest, the older man was somewhat slender, yet exuded a robust vigor, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. The 3 middle-aged men bore a resemblance to one another. One was extraordinarily tall, towering over 2 meters, while the other 2 had rather ordinary appearances. Yet their muscular physiques suggested considerable strength. The woman, dressed provocatively, possessed an alluring presence, her figure and features rivaling those of celebrities from a past life. Yang Padi could not help but mutter to himself, reflecting on the absurdity of encountering robbers while accompanying his grandfather to the soul beast forest for the first time. Yang Wudi, seemingly unfazed, replied, "No need, we can manage on our own." The older man interjected, "We are merely here seeking wealth. Hand over all your valuables, and we assure you that we will assist you in hunting satisfactory soul beasts. With 1 soul king and 4 soul sects among us, capturing soul beasts will be a trivial task." Upon finishing, the 5 revealed their martial souls and soul rings. Indeed, 1 soul king and 4 soul sections. The old man's martial soul was a mantis, while the 3 middle-aged men had the martial souls of a bear, a rat, and a curved blade, respectively. The soul woman possessed the martial soul of a serpent. Notably, the old man boasted 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings, while the others displayed 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple soul rings. Yang Wudi responded with a cold laugh. "As I stated, we require no assistance. If you seek fortune, find another target, do not approach me." The old man appeared unfazed, continuing, "This is no longer a matter of whether you wish to comply, but rather, we must finalize this transaction." "Oh, so you intend to resort to coercion?" Yang Wudi replied. The old man countered, "Not necessarily. I suspect your strength is commendable, but with a child in tow, you may find us 5 to be insurmountable." Yang Wudi seemed to disregard the threats posed by the 5, turning instead to Yang Pudi, saying, "Pudi, I shall impart a lesson to you. Observe closely." No sooner had he spoken than a soul-piercing spear materialized in his hand, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings illuminated his presence. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear towards the elder. The sight of Yang Wudi's soul rings left the opposing group momentarily stunned. However, in that fleeting moment, the soul-piercing spear had already reached the elder before him. The elder's purple soul ring illuminated, and he hastily activated his 5th soul skill, wielding a pair of enormous mantis legs that slashed towards Yang Wudi's assault like scythes. Yet, the elder's attack proved futile as the spear pierced straight through the mantis, impaling the elder himself in the process. The remaining 4, witnessing this spectacle, realized they had encountered a formidable adversary and attempted to flee. Yang Wudi pointed the soul-piercing spear and wounded one of the middle-aged men, then swiftly swung the spear, sending another man flying. The last 2, terrified and paralyzed with fear, bolted in panic. However, Yang Wudi would not allow their escape and swiftly pursued one of the fleeing middle-aged men. Ignoring the man's soul skill, he once again pierced through his body. Meanwhile, the last woman had already distanced herself by several meters. With the spear in hand, Yang Wudi hurled it like a javelin, its speed akin to lightning, pinning the final woman to the ground. In that brief instant, the 5 adversaries had been utterly annihilated, with no chance to escape. Yang Pidi observed as his grandfather dispatched 5 foes with an effortless grace, their resistance non-existent, and noted that his grandfather hadn't even employed his soul skills. The fates of the fallen were gruesome. 3 had been impaled by the spear, while another middle-aged man was obliterated, leaving the sole survivor, who lay on the ground, gravely injured and clearly near death. Yang Wudi paid little mind to the carnage and approached, delivering a final blow to ensure the man's demise. With all 5 adversaries slain in a horrific manner, blood pooled around them, and fragments of internal organs littered the ground. For Yang Pidi, this marked the first time witnessing murder, and the gruesome scene nearly compelled him to retch. Struggling against his nausea, he moved towards the bodies. Starting with that of the elder. The corpse had been completely pierced by the soul-piercing spear, a massive wound gaping at the chest, blood flowing freely and staining the body crimson. After rummaging through the bloodied remains, he eventually discovered a soul guide device, followed by a meticulous search of the other 4 bodies, which took considerable time. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi paid little attention to the scene. Instead, he retrieved a large bag of water and a fresh set of clothes from his soul guide device. Clean yourself of the blood and change into new garments. We must depart immediately. Yang Pidi, suppressing the tremors in his hands, accepted the water from his grandfather and carefully washed himself before donning the fresh attire. Once ready, Yang Wudi took his grandson's hand and swiftly left, as if the events had been utterly mundane. Yang Pidi felt that since encountering those 5 enemies, his grandfather had transformed entirely, shedding his former benevolence in favor of a chilling demeanor. Even the attitude towards his own grandson has undergone a significant transformation. It seems as though he is confronting not his own grandson, but a complete stranger. Approximately half an hour later, the 2 returned to a new open space, where Yang Wudi once again set up the tent. They sat together once more. At this moment, Yang Wudi suddenly spoke. Pudi, what do you think? From what transpired earlier until now, do you have any questions? Can you discern anything further? Clearly, Yang Wudi intended to impart a lesson to his grandson. Chapter 27, A Weighty Ant. In response to Yang Wudi's inquiry, Yang Pidi pondered for a moment before speaking. Grandfather, the 2 of us entered the sunset forest without any burdens, which clearly indicates that they acknowledged your possession of a soul guide, an item generally of considerable value, suggesting at least a certain wealth. They brought us into the soul-hunting forest, knowing you might possess some strength. Initially, they did not plan to besiege you. Their true target was me, intending to use me as leverage to restrain you. Your decisive elimination of them likely aimed to prevent any potential leaks of information. Furthermore, when you instructed me to search their bodies, it was probably to expose me to bloodshed, to grasp the brutality of the soul master world. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi nodded. Indeed, Pudi, it is quite impressive that you have grasped so much in such a short time. The reason I killed those 5 was not merely out of fear they would inform others, but to impart a crucial lesson in the realm of soul masters. Once a hand is raised, one must eradicate the threat entirely, otherwise it will lead to endless repercussions. Additionally, did you notice my approach during the attack? I struck down the 5 swiftly, before they could turn their attention to you. The techniques of our breaking soul spear often emphasize agility and the rapid resolution of conflict. If you were to pursue a path solely rooted in brute strength, how would you contend with the situation we faced earlier? Moreover, it is vital to remember that our clan, the Breaking Family, is a lineage of warriors. Every member is a natural fighter, impervious to threats. Should you indeed fall into their clutches, my breaking soul spear would become even more ferocious, with no reservations. This is the very essence of our clan's strength. Hearing these words, Yang Pidi could not help but swallow hard. It dawned on him that he had been living in a cocoon of comfort, forgetting the fundamental principles of his lineage and the harshness of the world. Pidi, reflect deeply on what I have said. Should you arrive at any further insights, do share them with me. Following this, both fell into a contemplative silence. Yang Pidi carefully deliberated over his grandfather's words. In the original narrative, the direct descendants of the Breaking family dwindled to just over 100, yet even so, they did not cease their resistance against the Spirit Hall. His grandfather's indomitable spirit, fearless and unwavering, allowed him to battle against titled Douluos with the strength of a soul Douluo. Contemplating this, Yang Pidi could not help but wonder if he would ever attain such prowess as his grandfather. Could he truly harness the same strength? The breaking spear technique had been cultivated by the Yang family through generations. Was the pursuit of a purely strength-based path truly feasible? Having pondered throughout the night, Yang Pidi found himself unable to sleep, ultimately unaware of how he finally drifted off. The following morning, he languidly opened his eyes, only to be met by the large visage of his grandfather, who seemed to be scrutinizing him intently. startling him profoundly. Yang Wudi, momentarily at a loss for words, wondered if he truly appeared so fearsome that even his own grandson was rendered speechless. However, at that moment, Yang Wudi resumed his familiar benevolent demeanor. Pity. What I shared with you yesterday might have been a bit premature, but do take some time to reflect on it. Grandfather, I have given it considerable thought and remain resolute in pursuing the path of pure strength, no matter how arduous it may be. Very well, Pity. I have faith that you will undoubtedly succeed. Yet, allow me to impart another piece of wisdom. Within the soul-hunting forest, one must never succumb to slumber and must remain ever vigilant. Understood, grandfather, replied Yang Pity. Though inwardly he couldn't help but scoff at the notion of needing to be alert at merely 6 years of age while accompanied by his peak soul sage grandfather. After a modest breakfast, the duo resumed their quest within the sunset forest in search of soul beasts. Fortune seemed to favor them that day, as they soon discovered a promising soul beast, a sizable anthill in the distance, evidently the abode of a 1,000-gene ant. Around the nest, countless 1,000-gene ants scuttled about, among which one particularly large specimen caught their attention, measuring over 7.5 inches, nearly reaching 8. In any soul beast forest, 1,000-gene ants are quite common, predominantly appearing as 10-year soul beasts, with those surpassing a century being relatively rare. Renowned for their robust vitality, 1,000-gene ants possess exceptional defensive capabilities and formidable strength, boasting power that far exceeds their physical proportions. This makes them immensely favored by all strength-oriented soul masters, as their enhancement of strength is remarkably significant. Generally, a 10-year-old 1,000-gene ant measures around 3 inches in size and possesses a pair of saber-like mandibles capable of severing tough materials. A century-old specimen rarely exceeds 6 inches in length, while only those aged a millennium may reach a foot. Ants exceeding a millennium are exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. The largest 1,000-gene ant on record is said to measure approximately 1 meter in length, with an age exceeding 30,000 years. Pity. That large 1,000-gene ant is likely over 500 years old, approaching 600. What are your thoughts? Grandfather, are there truly no other, more impressive soul beasts to consider? I feel that a 1,000-gene ant lacks the requisite prowess for my first soul ring. Perhaps we should continue searching for a dragon-type soul beast or something of the sort. Yang Pidi inwardly lamented. As a traveler from another world, it seemed beneath him to select an ant as his inaugural soul ring, feeling it far too humble. Pity. You fail to grasp the significance. For strength-type soul masters, the 1,000-gene ant is considered a paragon. Old Titan's 8th soul ring produces effects that even I envy, and more importantly, it has considerably enhanced his physical strength. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Padi finally spoke. Grandfather, it's this 1,000-gene ant. I would appreciate your assistance in capturing it. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi nodded. He swiftly charged towards the swarm of 1,000-gene ants, and with a tremor of his soul spear, he sent the smaller ants flying. Following that, he thrust his spear directly at the larger ant. In a mere instant, a substantial wound appeared on the ant's body, blood gushing forth. Before the other ants could react, he seized the large ant and quickly retreated. With Yang Wudi's peak soul sage prowess, dealing with a mere century-old soul beast was effortlessly simple. Chapter 28. The first soul ring. Once Yang Wudi found a clearing, he set down the 1,000-gene ant along with Yang Pudi, his expression tinged with concern. Pudi, in order to acquire a soul ring, you must personally hunt it. You must kill this 1,000-gene ant yourself. Consider this carefully. The age of this ant exceeds the typical duration for soul ring absorption, thus the risk is significantly elevated, and the process will be quite painful. Grandfather, you have tested my physical strength. I am certain I will succeed. Gazing at the injured ant before him, Yang Pidi summoned his martial soul, the soul spear, and directly pierced the ant's eye, causing it to bleed profusely and succumb to its injuries. Shortly thereafter, a yellow soul ring materialized above the corpse of the ant. Yang Pidi regarded the soul ring and settled into a meditative position on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mental state to its utmost peak and began the absorption process. Following the method for soul ring absorption, Yang Pidi raised his right hand, concentrating all his soul power into his palm. As a sharp glimmer emerged, a black soul spear materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, his body seemed to respond, as if it yearned for the soul ring, indicating that the 1,000-gene ant soul ring was remarkably compatible with his martial soul. However, Yang Pidi paid no heed to such thoughts. Guided by his soul power, the 1,000-gene ant's soul ring gradually floated towards him. As the soul ring approached, he felt an unprecedented and overwhelming pressure, with his bones emitting faint sounds under the strain, especially when the soul ring neared the crown of his head. A tremendous force surged from the ring into his body, surpassing Yang Pidi's limits. Once inside, this power began to rampage through his system, making his veins and arteries feel as though they were about to burst. In this critical moment, Yang Padi's martial soul commenced its function, gradually absorbing this overwhelming force, allowing his body to settle down. Without granting him any opportunity to react, the yellow ring suddenly constricted, transforming into a compact band the size of a bracelet, which firmly encased the soul spear in his right palm. Yang Padi felt as if his hand had plunged into molten lava. An intense, scorching energy surged wildly within him, and in an instant, his insides felt ablaze. His body trembled violently. At this very moment, Yang Padi harnessed all his might, centering his thoughts as he began to employ meditation techniques, guiding the influx of energy to flow throughout his body. In his grasp, the soul-breaking spear, under the influence of this power, appeared as if it had undergone countless forges. Its shaft gradually deepened and darkened, akin to a piece of mundane iron refined through relentless trials. At this juncture, Yang Padi could perceive with greater clarity the direction of his soul power's flow and the intricate structure within his body, visualizing a colossal figure within his mind, wielding the soul-breaking spear amidst a sea of flames. This giant, robust in stature, stood defiantly in the inferno, unyielding. Time eluded him, yet the formidable energy began to merge with his being, enveloping him in warmth and comfort. His meridians seemed to have expanded significantly, and the velocity of his soul power's flow quickened, as if he had shattered a previous limitation. Success! The first soul ring had finally been absorbed. As Yang Padi slowly opened his eyes, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease. His physical strength and overall resilience had notably increased, his body brimming with vitality. And he had even grown taller. Standing nearby, Yang Wudi exhaled in relief upon witnessing the successful absorption of the first soul ring. For it was a soul ring nearly 600 years old, a record of the highest caliber in the soul world, marking a historical breakthrough. Grandfather, I have succeeded. I have successfully absorbed my first soul ring. Yang Wudi beamed with pride. Padi, you have done remarkably well. Your success is a testament to the lineage of Yang Wudi. Padi, let me examine you to ensure there are no underlying issues or injuries, he offered. Grandfather, I feel fantastic. I assure you, there are no problems, Yang Padi replied. Undeterred by his grandson's protests, Yang Wudi meticulously inspected his body and finally spoke. Indeed, your physique is sound and appears to be significantly strengthened. What do you think, Padi? The 1,000 Junant soul ring is quite commendable, isn't it? Padi, what is the ability of your first soul ring? How effective is it? Grandfather, the name of my first soul ability is 1,000 June power. Its effects are remarkable. When activated, my physical strength increases by 50%, and the power of the soul-breaking spear is doubled for a duration of 10 minutes. Moreover, my soul power has now reached level 12. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi swallowed hard. Padi, your first soul ability is indeed impressive. It rivals the Millennium abilities of the Li clan. It is rare to encounter weapon spirits that enhance physical strength. Such effects typically manifest only after the 7th soul ability. Yang Padi could not help but chuckle at his grandfather's remarks. After attaining the rank of Soul Saint, the synergy between soul masters and weapon spirits becomes harmonious, especially when their mental energies align. However, possessing 2 weapon spirits, one being his primary, allowed for an enhanced compatibility, thus resulting in the amplification of his physical prowess. It was akin to how many could only perceive their weapon spirits before reaching Soul Saint. He, however, could visualize his body wielding the weapon spirit, illustrating the profound mental connection between the weapon spirit and the body, particularly concerning power-type soul beasts, especially those that transcend their age limits. Not only have the weapon spirits been elevated, but even the primary body spirit has experienced a slight enhancement. It can be deemed as perfection. At this moment, Yang Padi felt the weight of the breaking soul spear significantly increase, while his own strength surged remarkably, enabling him to adapt flawlessly to the weight fluctuations of the spear's weapon spirit. Even his mental fortitude had seen a notable improvement. Could this be the advantage of possessing a fully realized primary body spirit? Contemplating this, Yang Padi brimmed with confidence in his choice of a power-type soul ring, especially after having absorbed a ring that surpassed his level, instilling him with greater assurance that he could continue to absorb each subsequent soul ring beyond his level. He recalled the renowned Douluo, where the character Poison Immortal possessed a fully realized primary body spirit, and his 7th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring, undeniably formidable. He too aspired to train diligently, hoping that his 7th soul ring would be a 100,000-year one. At this juncture, Yang Wudi had already finished organizing the remains of the 1,000-gene ant and had not discovered any soul bones. Just as the two were preparing to depart, Yang Padi seemed to remember something. Grandfather, I've noticed that there are quite a number of medicinal herbs in the Sunset Forest. Why don't we search around? Perhaps we might find something worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi was somewhat perplexed. Padi, What made you think of searching for medicinal materials in the Sunset Forest? It is true that there are plenty of herbs here, including some rare varieties. However, the dangers of the Sunset Forest are disproportionately high compared to the herbs one might find. Moreover, as a peak soul saint, it would be quite overqualified for me to gather herbs. Grandfather, let us just take a look. Consider it a training experience in the Sunset Forest, allowing us to encounter various soul beasts and prepare for my next soul ring acquisition. Hearing this, young Woody couldn't help but chuckle. Pity, you have only just acquired your first soul ring. The second one will not come so swiftly. Ultimately, young Woody acquiesced to his grandson's request, and the two spent several days traversing the Sunset Forest. During these days, they encountered numerous soul beasts of various types, including plant and animal soul beasts, and even a few 10,000-year soul beasts. Notably, they came across a 10,000-year nether leopard, remarkably swift, appearing and vanishing like a shadow. It was arguably the fastest among speed-type soul beasts. Fortunately, young Woody was able to intimidate it away. Had an ordinary soul emperor encountered it, it might have spelled danger. The duo also discovered several precious medicinal herbs, among which the finest was a 1,000-year-old earth poria, valued at tens of thousands of gold soul coins. However, despite their efforts, they could not locate the position of the ice and fire yin-yang I mentioned in the original work, and young Woody steadfastly refused to lead them to the inner circle, deeming it far too perilous for his 6-year-old grandson. In the end, amidst young Peti's disappointment, the two departed from the Sunset Forest. On their carriage, young Petit could not restrain his curiosity and asked his grandfather, "Grandfather, are there any formidable poison masters in the Tiandou Empire?" Young Woody, intrigued, replied, "Petit, why the sudden interest in poison masters?" "Grandfather, our family not only practices alchemy, but also the art of poison. Are there any who surpass us in this craft?" In the realm of Douluo Continent, when discussing the use of poison, the most renowned figure is undoubtedly Douluo, whose martial soul is the phosphorescent serpent emperor, residing in the city of Tiandou. Upon hearing news of Douluo, young Petit immediately became intrigued. "Grandfather, is this Douluo truly formidable? How does his poison compare to that of our Petit clan?" "Our clan's poison and Douluo's possess their own merits. His poison is entirely derived from his martial soul. I encountered him a year ago, by which time he had already ascended to the rank of a high-level soul Douluo. However, his poison poses no threat to your grandfather. While he excels in group battles, his prowess in one-on-one combat is relatively lacking, and in terms of strength, he is not my match. Grandfather, there seem to be few poison soul masters in Douluo Continent. What could be the reason for this? Logically, one would think the lethality of poison would be significant. Petit, allow me to impart another lesson. Although utilizing poison can be advantageous and possesses great lethality, it bears a significant drawback. If a soul master relies on poison for an extended period, they too may become poisoned. Particularly with prolonged exposure, toxins can seep into their own blood, ultimately hindering the growth of their soul power. This is one reason why our Petit clan's soul power has stagnated. Nevertheless, alchemy is one of the cornerstones of our clan, and as the clan leader, I must excel in this art. This is our greatest regret. Grandfather, is there a way to practice alchemy without risking self-poisoning?" Upon hearing this, young Woody fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable time, he replied, "Indeed, there exists a method. One must simply locate the legendary herb, the ethereal fragrant Chiloa immortal product." "Grandfather, what exactly is the ethereal fragrant Chiloa immortal product?" "The ethereal fragrant Chiloa immortal product is the bane of all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize any toxin. While it does not directly detoxify, it can counteract poisons. Our Petit clan has spent countless generations in search of it, yet we have not succeeded." "What does the ethereal fragrant Chiloa immortal product look like? And what precisely is an immortal product?" Immortal products are extraordinary herbs that have matured over tens of thousands, even exceeding 100,000 years, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Ordinary soul masters who consume them can significantly enhance their soul power, and some may even evolve their martial souls. Each specimen is worth a fortune. The ethereal fragrant Chiloa immortal product appears as a large flower of pale pink hue, devoid of leaves, with a stem measuring 3 feet in length. Its blossoms are immense, with a diameter of nearly a foot, each petal glistening like crystal, while the flower's center is a delicate lavender, resembling clusters of purple diamonds embedded therein. Standing in proximity to the ethereal fragrant Chiloa immortal product renders one impervious to all toxins. Upon hearing this, young Petit felt a surge of excitement. Yet a hint of hesitation lingered. Eventually, he spoke. "Grandfather, may I focus solely on acquiring the knowledge of alchemy without engaging in the practice myself?" Young Woody cast a glance at his grandson. "Petit, why do you harbor such thoughts? You must understand that mastering alchemy will only serve to strengthen you." "Grandfather, I truly wish to grow stronger, but my aspiration is to become a more formidable soul master. Upon hearing these words, Yang Wudi fell into silence, as it seemed that every member of the Pajie clan was confronted with such a dilemma. Yet, once they began to delve into the art of alchemy, they became utterly captivated. Otherwise, the clan would not have endured through countless generations without a single title de law. Though the broken soul gun is heralded as a top-tier weapon spirit, its renown pales in comparison to the 7-killing sword and the Haotian hammer, highlighting one of the clan's greatest tragedies. If you wish to defeat the enemy, begin by acquiring knowledge of alchemy. Whether you truly desire to pursue this path can be discussed later. Once, Yang Wudi aspired to become a preeminent soul master. But his obsession with alchemy led to neglect in his cultivation of soul power. Otherwise, he would not still be merely a peak soul sage. His soul power rank among the leaders of the 4 elemental families being the lowest, even falling below that of the Bai, he from the Min clan. Now, the other 3 had already ascended to the rank of soul de law. Contemplating this, Yang Wudi could not help but sigh. The Pajie clan's success was intertwined with alchemy, yet its downfall might stem from it as well. Mother, my body is truly fine. My son, after such a prolonged absence, how could I not worry? Moreover, you absorbed a 600-year-old soul ring, which is exceedingly perilous. After thoroughly examining her son's health, Neo Jinfeng finally felt at ease. Son, refrain from engaging in such hazardous endeavors in the future. Although our Pajie clan may not be a grand family, we possess a modicum of strength. There is no need for you to push yourself so hard. Mother, rest assured, I will only undertake endeavors in which I am confident. Chapter 30, Knowledge of Alchemy. Since acquiring his first soul ring, Yang Puti's daily studies have undergone a transformation. Each morning, he practiced his spear techniques, attended classes at the elementary school in the forenoon, and then dedicated an additional hour in the afternoon to the study of alchemy, personally instructed by his grandfather, Yang Wudi. Afterward, he would embark on a weighted mountain climb, pushing himself to exhaustion before indulging in a medicinal bath, followed by meditation throughout the night. Today marked the inaugural session of alchemical studies. After lunch, Yang Wudi led his grandson into the alchemy chamber. This chamber was constructed within his own modest courtyard, a spacious underground room designed for tranquility, shielding it from external disturbances. The alchemy room was expansive, lined with various shelves filled with an array of jars and containers, each housing diverse herbs. Yang Puti observed meticulously. The shelves boasted a comprehensive collection of herbs, from the commonplace blue silver grass to the rare 1,000-year-old ingredients, including ginseng, poria, and angelica, alongside numerous soul beast blood, entrails, and bile. Additionally, there were various snake venoms, including that of the Bailin snake, and a few exceedingly rare 10,000-year-old herbs, albeit in limited quantities. At the center of the alchemy room stood a grand cauldron, or rather, a Dan furnace. As Yang Puti entered the alchemy room for the first time, it felt as though he had stepped into a realm of herbs. This time, Yang Wudi did not engage in immediate alchemical practice, but instead began to impart some foundational knowledge of the craft. In the realm of alchemy, our esteemed family, the Pajie clan, boasts a rich and illustrious heritage that is unparalleled across the Douluo Continent. While you are currently immersed in foundational knowledge at the primary academy, a curriculum that is commonplace among prominent families, I am poised to impart to you the esoteric wisdom that is the hallmark of our lineage. This sacred knowledge is intimately familiar only to myself, your great-grandfather Yang Wushuang, and your father Yang Jintian, along with a select few secret concoctions of our clan. The remaining elders have merely scratched the surface of this profound lore. However, some of these secret elixirs harbor considerable dangers, making them unsuitable for your current studies. Your present task is to delve into the texts, familiarizing yourself with the myriad herbs and their properties that exist in the world. To safeguard our family's secrets, you are to visit this place each afternoon to study. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. The shelves behind you are laden with the vast majority of herbs found on the Douluo Continent, which you may examine for comparison and understanding. Yet, I must advise you to refrain from handling any toxic specimens until you are fully prepared to engage in the alchemical arts, at which point I shall instruct you on their safe usage. After imparting this wisdom, Yang Puti procured a multitude of ancient tomes from his soul guide, each appearing to be relics of knowledge passed down through countless generations. Among these treasured volumes were titles such as the Compendium of Celestial Herbs of Douluo Continent, the Compendium of Toxic Flora of Douluo Continent, the Compendium of Serpentine Species of Douluo Continent, the Compendium of Arachnids of Douluo Continent, the Compendium of Extraordinary Flora of Douluo Continent, the Compendium of Spiritual Beasts of Douluo Continent, the Compendium of Poison Attribute Martial Souls of Douluo Continent, the Elixirs of the Pajie clan, and the Medicinal Baths of the Pajie clan. These texts encapsulate every aspect of medicinal and toxic applications known in the Douluo Continent. With eager anticipation, Yang Padi first reached for the tome he had longed to peruse, the Compendium of Celestial Herbs of Douluo Continent. Upon opening its first page, he was greeted by a magnificent pale pink flower, the fragrant Chi Luo celestial blossom. The text detailed not only its properties but also its ideal growing conditions, harvesting techniques, and preservation methods. After meticulously absorbing this information, he turned to the second page, revealing a large white flower reminiscent of a peony, the celestial heartbreak red. As he continued to flip through the pages, an array of celestial herbs unfolded before him, including many not mentioned in the original texts, each exhibiting fantastical attributes. Among all the celestial herbs, the one that most captivated Yang Padi was the 9-leaf swordgrass. This remarkable herb enhances a soul master's metal attribute, proving to be a divine asset for those wielding sword-type martial souls. If utilized by a wielder of the Paisol spear martial soul, its sharpness would be significantly amplified, potentially granting the ability to manifest a piercing aura akin to a sword's light. Moreover, there exists a chance for it to evolve into the ultimate form of gold. Grandfather, it appears that the 9-leaf swordgrass could be exceedingly beneficial for our Paji clan, Yang Padi remarked. Indeed, your discernment is commendable, Padi. The 9-leaf swordgrass is indeed the most suitable herb for our Paisol spear martial soul. Alas, it has not been found for countless years. Legend has it that the founder of the 7-killing sword technique once consumed the 9-leaf swordgrass, achieving a soul power of 98. Yet the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has spent nearly a lifetime in search of it, without success. Upon hearing these words, Yang Padi contemplated silently. I wonder if the Eye of Ice and Fire contains the 9-leaf swordgrass. One can only hope. An hour later, Yang Padi reluctantly departed from the alchemy chamber. Indeed, the knowledge of alchemy is vast and profound. It is no wonder that the members of the Pa family throughout the ages have been so captivated by it. As he pondered this, a thought suddenly struck him. His martial soul is his own body. If he were to master alchemy, could the toxins actually stimulate the growth and awakening of his second martial soul? Perhaps he could even cultivate a body impervious to all poisons, akin to the original work's invulnerability. However, everything remains uncertain at this moment. Until he possesses more confidence, he intends to refrain from practicing alchemy, despite its enchanting allure. This is, after all, the world of Douluo Continent, where soul power is paramount. Without it, one would lack even the basic means of self-defense. Otherwise, the Pa family would not have become the apothecary hall of the Tang sect, gaining an extra patriarch seemingly out of thin air. If one's own strength were sufficient, why concern oneself with Tang San? Establishing a sect would be far more gratifying. In addition to alchemy, Yang Padi quietly added another pursuit to his studies. Every morning during his spear training, he would not only practice the Paisol spear technique, but also begin to experiment with some spear techniques from his past life. Until he has mastered them, he dares not disclose this to others. After all, the Pa family spear technique is the culmination of countless generations of effort, a veritable crystallization of many people's dedication. Practicing other spear techniques might lead to him being seen as an anomaly, which could spell trouble. Yang Padi also took the initiative to have his father arrange for the crafting of a set of personal weighted gear for him, totaling approximately 30 kilograms. This set includes wrist guards weighing 3 kilograms each for his limbs and a chest plate weighing 20 kilograms. While the overall weight is manageable, he intends to keep it on at all times, except during his medicinal baths. Furthermore, he plans to gradually increase the weight once he fully adapts to this set, striving to push his physical limits through rigorous exercise every afternoon. After each session of weighted mountain climbing, he will bolster his strength further with medicinal baths. Chapter 31. Learning Spearmanship. Early one morning, Yang Padi arrived at the training grounds in his backyard to commence his spear practice. He scrutinized the Paisol spear in his hand. The spear, one of the ancient weapons of Huagua, is a long-handled piercing weapon, combining a sharp blade with a staff. With a longer handle than blade, it boasts significant overall power, classified among the 18 weapons and revered as the king of all arms. The spear, constructed from the union of a long staff and a short blade, can be wielded for close combat or thrown for ranged attacks. It allows for the flexible application of various spear techniques, exploiting the advantages and strategies of different polearms to launch diverse assaults upon adversaries. Among the ancient weapons of Huagua, the knife, spear, sword, and staff stand out, each holding a unique position and distinct characteristics. The knife is hailed as the commander of all weapons. The spear as the king due to its extensive long-range lethality, the sword as the ruler, symbolizing power in ancient times, and the staff, the progenitor of all weapons, is the most primitive and simplest in structure. From any perspective, firearms reign supreme as the most formidable weapon among all armaments, serving as the quintessential instrument of warfare. However, in the realm of Douluo Continent, the soul destruction spear, despite its exalted reputation as a top-tier martial spirit, does not enjoy a commensurate status. The techniques of the Soul Destruction Spear encompass 9 distinct moves, corresponding to its 8 soul skills, with the final move remaining an enigma to all. These techniques are named shock, penetration, explosion, piercing, rupture, decapitation, collapse, malevolence, and kill. Given their wholly offensive nature, their application via the Soul Destruction Spear yields immense lethality. This is the reason the Yang family is referred to as the Destruction Clan, akin to their selection of soul skills, which exclusively favors aggressive soul beasts. They have even devised a methodical approach to soul ring absorption, meticulously aligning it with the techniques of the Soul Destruction Spear. Notably, in dire circumstances, one can amalgamate all soul ring abilities for a devastating strike, a technique that led to the downfall of the original Serpent Spear. Nonetheless, Yang Padi believes that while the Soul Destruction Spear techniques are powerful, they do not encapsulate the essence of spear play. The true foundation of spear techniques lies in thrusting, jabbing, lifting, sweeping, blocking, grasping, strangling, flicking, pressing, cleaving, collapsing, and flower dancing maneuvers. Mastering these fundamentals alleviates the stringent demands on soul skills, which is one of the reasons Yang Padi dares to absorb solely power-oriented soul rings. The foundational spear techniques include thrusting, jabbing, strangling, flicking, sweeping, stabbing, cleaving, and collapsing techniques. Mastery of these techniques allows for the proficient handling of the Soul Destruction Spear. Yang Padi himself commenced his training with the thrusting technique. One could observe him firmly gripping the weighty Soul Destruction Spear, delivering a direct thrust forward. The thrusting technique can be categorized into 3 forms: straight thrust, upward thrust, and downward thrust. The straight thrust is primarily aimed at the opponent's chest, waist, and abdomen, while the upward thrust targets the throat, face, and crown, and the downward thrust is directed at the legs and feet. Even with this relatively simple thrusting technique, Yang Padi dedicates 2 hours each morning to rigorous practice, concluding only when his entire body aches, before proceeding to breakfast. His plan is to fully master one technique before advancing to the next, estimating that each technique necessitates 2 months of practice for even a rudimentary grasp, with complete mastery requiring at least 3 years. This pertains solely to basic spear techniques. The truly profound maneuvers can only be learned once a solid foundation is established. Furthermore, this rapid progression is facilitated by the inherent soul power of being a soul master, which significantly enhances physical capabilities. In ancient times, achieving proficiency with a spear would have taken no less than a decade. That afternoon, after Yang Padi had finished studying alchemy, he was called to a halt by Yang Wudi. "Padi, I have heard that you often study and train alone. As my grandson and the young leader of the Destruction Clan, you must learn to engage with others, rather than solely immersing yourself in solitary training." "Grandfather, it is not that I dislike communicating with others. It is simply that those who study with me are but children, and their immaturity is quite overwhelming. In the face of adversity, it is essential for you to engage with peers of your own age. Otherwise, you may appear rather reclusive, which could hinder your ability to lead the clan of Po in the future. Moreover, even if you possess immense strength, assistance is invariably necessary." "Grandfather, I firmly believe that individual prowess is paramount. Only by enhancing my own capabilities can I genuinely lead the clan of Po. I perceive that your solitary practice of marksmanship and study may be rather tedious. It is vital for a young man to interact more with contemporaries to alleviate such monotony." Upon hearing Yang Wudi's remarks, Yang Padi felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. What could be the purpose of his grandfather's visit today? Surely, such words were not spoken without reason. "Grandfather, after all that you've said, what is it that you wish to convey? Could you not speak plainly?" he inquired. "If you all have consented, why must you still consult me?" "Padi, Yang Ping awakened his martial soul alongside you, possessing innate soul power at level 7. He is indeed a rare talent within the clan of Po, and he diligently practices. I wish for him to train alongside you, so that he may become your right-hand man in the future." Yang Padi contemplated this for a moment. It seemed reasonable, as the clan of Po could not rely solely on his strength. With innate soul power at level 7, he was indeed a prodigy. Zhu Zhuqing from Shrek Academy also possesses innate soul power at level 7. Nurturing him could potentially lead to his ascension as a soul sage or even a soul Douluo in the future. "Grandfather, that sounds agreeable. Please arrange for him to stay with us. I shall train with him," Yang Padi replied. Hearing this, Yang Wudi finally exhaled in relief. His grandson, despite his tender age, exhibited remarkable maturity, discipline in his training, and outstanding talent. However, he was rather reluctant to socialize, lacking friends within the clan, which could pose a challenge in times of need. Yang Pingun, with his innate soul power at level 7, was a commendable talent. By allowing him to learn alongside Yang Padi, It could address the concerns of the clan and also assist his grandson in overcoming his emotional struggles, an opportunity to achieve multiple benefits. Chapter 32, Yang Pingan. My son. This is Yang Pingan, who is a few months younger than you and will be living with us from now on. Pingan, this is my son, Yang Padi. Consider this place your home. Feel free to express any needs you may have, and you will learn alongside my son. Padi, Pingan, you two are now brothers. Do treat each other well. Thus, their household welcomed another child, Yang Pingan. After dinner, the two ventured to the training grounds. Yang Padi spoke first. Greetings. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Yang Padi, wielder of the martial soul, the soul destruction spear, with soul power at level 12. The young boy responded, Hello. I am Yang Pingan, wielder of the soul destruction spear, with soul power at level 8. Yang Padi nodded. We are both members of the clan of Pa. And now we are family. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. From today onward, you shall train with me. Young clan leader. I shall rely on you in the future, Yang Pingan replied. Greetings, Pingan. In the future, please refrain from referring to me as the young clan leader. Simply call me brother or Yang Go. This would feel far more amiable, considering we are all disciples of the same clan. Very well, brother, I shall trouble you henceforth. As Pingan has stated, we are now akin to family, and there is no burden too great to share. Whether pertaining to cultivation or daily life, feel free to consult me. All right, brother. Thus, Yang Padi has acquired a new little follower in Yang Pingan. However, it appears that this heralds the beginning of Yang Padi's arduous days, as he is now beset daily by a myriad of inquiries from a 6-year-old, leaving him vexed yet unable to refuse or dismiss the child, especially since the little one has taken to calling him brother. In the morning, while Yang Padi practiced the spear technique, Yang Pingan commenced his training in the soul-piercing spear technique. Brother, why does it seem that your spear technique differs from my soul-piercing spear technique? Pingan, what I practice is not the soul-piercing spear technique. It comprises some spear techniques I devised myself and am just beginning to cultivate. Brother, I feel as though something is amiss with you. Pingan, I typically carry weights on me. Aside from when I am in medicinal baths, I do not remove them at any time. Brother, may I also carry weights? You are still quite young. If you wish to carry weights like me, it would be best to wait until you become a soul master. Your body may not withstand it just yet. Brother, today's weight training feels significantly more exhausting than usual. Do you feel the same? The weights today should be no different from the usual. Are you unwell? Perhaps you should consult my father. Thus, the two engaged joyfully yet painfully in their training and learning, with their father occasionally offering guidance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Yang Padi was now 8.5 years old, standing at approximately 1.50 meters, his physique having grown sturdier, especially his muscular build, which rivaled that of fitness enthusiasts. His appearance was rather ordinary, not strikingly handsome. He possessed a countenance that would easily be lost in a crowd. Yet, his gaze was sharp and his demeanor resolute, imbued with an indomitable spirit cultivated through years of practice. His short black hair, while not lengthy, bore an air of elegance. Occasionally, when he gazed into the mirror, he did not resemble the charming figures of popular allure, yet he exuded the vitality of a spirited youth. In these 2 years, the clan has experienced numerous events. Notably, my grandfather Yang Wu Di and my second grandfather Yang Wu Shuang both achieved the rank of Soul Douluo within this time frame. Separated by a mere 6 months, grandfather Yang Wu Di's 8th soul ring reached an impressive 60,000 years, derived from a fiercely powerful spotted tiger. The might of his 8th soul skill was formidable, significantly enhancing his strength. Remarkably, he acquired a 60,000-year right arm soul bone, a treasure of extraordinary worth, suitable for legacy within both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Haotian clan. Fortunately, only the leaders of the 4 single attribute families and Yang Wu Shuang ventured to hunt the soul beasts, ensuring that no information was leaked. According to Yang Wudi's assertion, this soul bone can only be wielded by the clan leader of the Pa family in the future. As for whether he himself has utilized it, that remains unknown to anyone, including Yang Padi. His second grandfather, Yang Wu Shuang, possesses an 8th spirit ring that has reached 55,000 years and is derived from a formidable ape known for its impressive offensive capabilities and strength. The 8th spirit skill is equally remarkable, providing an enhancement in power that may even surpass that of grandfather Yang Wudi. Regrettably, he did not acquire the soul bone. Perhaps influenced by Yang Padi, both of them opted for strength-oriented soul beasts for their 8th spirit rings, resulting in significant improvements in both attack and power. Currently, the Pa family can be considered to have 2 soul Douluos, establishing itself as a considerable force within the Tiandou Empire. Although they still pale in comparison to the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, they are not far behind the Elephant Armor Sect, one of the lower 4 sections, particularly in terms of high-level prowess. Both grandfather Yang Wudi and second grandfather Yang Wushuang are likely capable of challenging the leader of the Elephant Armor Sect, Hu Yinjun, single-handedly. Moreover, the Pa family is inherently composed of battle maniacs, fiercely fearless and equipped with purely offensive spirit rings, rendering them virtually invincible within the same realm. Even Seoul Douluo powerhouses dare not provoke the Pa family lightly. Thus, the Pa family stands as a minor lord, unchallenged by others. As for the major powers, they do not pose significant issues for the Pa family and will refrain from inciting them. After all, the Pa family's poison is renowned throughout the world. Should they be cornered, unleashing poison within their own territory would be catastrophic, making them a unique variant of a poison-wielding Seoul Douluo. Yang Zhentian, the father, has reached level 76 after 2.5 years of diligent cultivation, while Mother Niu Jinfeng has attained level 68, poised to become a soul sage within 2 years at most. Behind him, his younger brother Yang Ping'an, though somewhat naive in character, is remarkably diligent in his training, both physically and in spirit power, and has not lagged too far behind Yang Pidi. He has now acquired his first spirit ring and recently broken through to level 16, marking him as a rare talent. The youngest in the family, Yang Tiandou, merely 2 years old, is exceptionally adorable, yet her temperament is not typical of a girl. At such a tender age, she delights in running about, chasing cats and teasing dogs, creating a chaotic atmosphere within the Pa family. And she bears a striking resemblance to her mother, suggesting she may grow into a strong-willed young woman. The several elders of the Pa family have, on average, only advanced by 2 to 3 levels. Although none have yet broken through, their strength has seen considerable enhancement. Given this trajectory, it is plausible that multiple Seoul Douluos may emerge in 5 years. However, there is also the possibility of stagnation at level 79, which relies on fortune and opportunity. The entire Pa family is thriving. Chapter 33, Douluo seeks medicine. That evening, Yang Pidi meditated alone in his chamber. After a day of rigorous training, particularly the weighted mountain climb in the afternoon, Yang Pidi felt far from his optimal state. Fatigue enveloped him despite the rejuvenating effects of a medicinal bath. Yet, it is precisely this post-fatigue training that often yields far superior results. At that moment, Yang Pidi sensed a pervasive soreness in his muscles, and his pores were relaxed throughout his body. During the meditation, the spiritual energy in the air permeated through the pores, integrating into the very essence of the body. The internal spiritual energy flowed rapidly, becoming increasingly substantial with each infusion from the surrounding atmosphere. At that moment, it appeared that the energy within reached a critical threshold, halting any further growth. However, as time progressed, although there was no increase in energy, its flow accelerated, particularly under the stimulating influx from the external spiritual energy, which ignited a sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, it felt as though the entire body had broken through a certain barrier with a resounding pop, and thereafter, the spiritual energy surged once more, becoming denser and warmer, enveloping the entire being from the pores to the muscles, even to the soul. A profound clarity and ethereality washed over him. He had finally ascended to level 20. In that moment, Yang Pidi had achieved the rank of a Grand Soul Master, becoming the youngest Grand Soul Master in the illustrious history of the Pa family. Yang Pidi stifled his excitement and continued his practice, recognizing that the newly attained state might yield even greater results for his cultivation. The following morning, Yang Pidi approached his father. "Father, mother, I have broken through to level 20. Yang Zhentian beamed with pride. "Son, this is remarkable. Achieving level 20 at merely 8.5 years old makes you the fastest in our family's history. You will surely bring glory to the Pa lineage." His mother and younger brother, Yang Ping'an, shared in his joy. What could be more delightful than witnessing one's family thrive? Meanwhile, his little sister incessantly called out, "Big brother, big brother," though it was unclear if she was expressing happiness. After a moment of shared elation, Yang Zhentian suddenly interjected, "Son, our family has been quite busy lately. Your grandfather and great-uncle may not have time to accompany you on your hunt for spirit beasts." Yang Pidi turned to glance at his grandfather's residence and replied, "Father, this time let us go without Grandpa. Just the two of us will suffice." "Very well, son. I will personally take you to hunt spirit beasts and ensure you find a satisfactory spirit ring." Yang Zhentian, a soul sage at level 76, found it easy to procure a spirit ring from a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. However, his grandfather, Yang Wudi, was concerned for his beloved grandson's safety and worried that Yang Zhentian's abilities might not be sufficient, which is why he insisted on accompanying him. Nevertheless, a significant matter had recently occupied everyone's attention. Yang Pidi pondered, "I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. It represents the true foundation for our family's rise." This determination stemmed from a recent event within the family. Half a month prior, the esteemed spirit Douluo, Douluo, had arrived seeking medicine, accompanied by his son, Douluo. Douluo was a formidable spirit Douluo within the Tiandou Empire, renowned for his prowess, particularly in the realm of poison, which struck fear into the hearts of many. Soul masters beneath the rank of spirit Douluo often found themselves at his mercy, especially those from families and sects without a titled spirit Douluo, who dreaded provoking Douluo, fearing the dire consequences that would follow. Indeed, Douluo has committed acts akin to the extermination of clans. It is said that many years ago, a medium-sized family, due to a dispute with the Douluo family, took action against Douluo's son, Douluo, resulting in grave injuries to him. Upon witnessing his beloved son grievously wounded, Douluo, in a fit of rage, stormed into the family's stronghold, culminating in a fierce battle that led to the complete annihilation of that family. From that day forth, they vanished from the Douluo Continent, their residence transformed into a desolate wasteland, truly achieving the proverbial annihilation of all. Recently, for reasons unknown, Douluo has suddenly succumbed to a lethal poison. Despite scouring the entire Tiandou Empire for renowned physicians, none have been able to offer a remedy. Even Yirenxin, the patriarch of the Jiuxin Haitang family, found himself powerless against the poison afflicting Douluo. He could only provide a fleeting respite, unable to cure the toxin. The Puji clan is well known throughout the Tiandou Empire for their expertise in alchemy and poison crafting, yet they are not recognized as a medical family, as healing spirit masters are far more effective in treatment within the realm of soul masters. Moreover, the members of the Puji clan are inherently battle-hardened and rather aloof, making communication challenging. Witnessing his son's gradual decline, Douluo, feeling the weight of despair, resolved to seek assistance from the Puji clan, treating it as a last-ditch effort. The poison afflicting Douluo is of the martial soul variety, emanating from his very essence, rendering any healing spirit master's efforts futile. Even detoxifying soul techniques prove ineffective against such a source of poison. Nevertheless, the Puji clan's passion for alchemy and poison manipulation ignited a spark of excitement when Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang encountered the poisoned Douluo. After a series of discussions with Douluo, they welcomed him and his son into their clan. Now, within the confines of the alchemy chamber, uncertainty looms regarding the efficacy of the detoxification methods. The chamber has been strictly sealed, forbidding any entry or approach, particularly as strange green gases occasionally emanate from it, creating an eerie and frightening atmosphere. At this moment, Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, and Douluo gaze upon Douluo, who lies on the bed. Should brother Douluo muster the resolve to destroy his son's martial soul, the poison could be entirely eradicated. After all, the toxin originates from Douluo's own martial soul. Even if we were to successfully detoxify him now, any further cultivation would inevitably result in a resurgence of the poison. At this juncture, Douluo, though his son still clings to life, is filled with trepidation. Esteemed patriarchs, do you possess any alternative methods to heal my son? After a prolonged contemplation, Yang Wudi finally spoke. Indeed, there exists a remedy. If Brother Douluo could procure the legendary celestial herb, the fragrant Qi Luo, your son's affliction would be resolved. The fragrant Qi Luo? What is this celestial herb? The fragrant Qi Luo is a mythical herb capable of curing all poisons known to mankind, undoubtedly capable of alleviating your son's martial soul poison. However, this herb has been lost to the world for countless years, and our clan has sought it for generations without success. Then, esteemed patriarchs, might there be any other alternatives? In the realm of Douluo Continent, countless martial souls and spirit beasts abound. Perhaps others may possess the means to heal your son, yet we, being of limited knowledge and experience, have yet to conceive a solution. After a prolonged silence, Douluo finally spoke. Then I must trouble you both to assist in treating my son. We shall ponder if there are alternative remedies thereafter. Though Douluo was loath to see his son reduced to an ordinary existence, he was resolute in his desire to provide aid. Upon hearing that Douluo had come seeking treatment for his son, Yang Pudi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yang Pudi recognized that his opportunity had arrived, as did the chance for the Pa family to rise. Clearly, Douluo had not yet taken control of the ice and fire in Yang. Otherwise, he would have already achieved the rank of title Douluo, and his son would not be beyond healing. According to the original narrative, it was presumed that Douluo's son, Douluo, had perished before Douluo acquired the ice and fire in Yang, leaving it currently unclaimed. Thus, the impending expedition to the Sunset Forest in pursuit of spirit rings presented an optimal, perhaps final, opportunity. Early the next morning, Yang Zhentian took his son out. They traveled to the Sunset Forest by carriage. As they rode, Yang Zhentian initiated the conversation. Son, what type of spirit beast do you wish to hunt for your spirit ring? What age do you desire it to be? Yang Pudi contemplated for a moment and replied, Father, I aspire to obtain a power-type spirit ring. It would be even better if it possesses some unique abilities. As for the age of the spirit ring, it should exceed 900 years but not surpass 1,000. Yang Jintian immediately became intrigued. Son, what prompts your selection? I have always intended to pursue a path of pure strength. If there are notable skills involved, I would be inclined to consider them. Regarding the age of the spirit ring, I cannot ascertain whether I can absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, and a 1,000-year second spirit ring would certainly attract attention. The Pa family is not yet formidable enough for that. Logically, every spirit ring enhances one's physical capabilities, especially for Yang Pudi, who possesses a main martial soul. However, the initial spirit rings, particularly the first, offer limited enhancement to physical prowess. In the realm of 10,000-year martial souls, the first two spirit rings are fundamentally no different from those of ordinary spirit masters. It is through the extraordinary elevation provided by each spirit ring that one can achieve formidable strength in later stages, even if one is immune to poison. Possessing a 10,000-year seventh spirit ring, the first four rings would still reflect a combination of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Thus, Yang Pudi refrained from committing to the absorption of a 1,000-year second spirit ring, aware that it would indeed draw undue attention and envy. Regardless of who it may be, everyone desires their sect or descendants to grow stronger, particularly those ancient sects with legacies spanning millennia. Should he truly possess a 1,000-year second spirit ring, it would not be surprising if representatives from the top 3 sects sought to engage with him, as it is widely acknowledged that the higher the age of a spirit ring, the greater the enhancement to one's physical capabilities. As for whether to pursue a 10,000-year fourth ring, that decision would require further contemplation, for he had no means to resist soul shocks. Tang San was able to do so only because of his training with the purple extreme magic eye. After hearing his son's reflections, Yang Jintian could not help but nod in agreement. Son, you speak wisely. It seems you have indeed matured considerably. 2 hours later, the two individuals arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. After securing their carriage, they did not take the time to survey the surroundings, opting instead to enter the forest directly. Upon re-entering the soul-hunting forest, Yang Pudi was once again enveloped by the invigorating essence of nature, a sensation that brought him immense comfort. However, as they ventured into the new forest, his father, Yang Jintian, grew increasingly anxious, clutching his son's hand and ensuring that the boy did not stray from his side. Every path, tree, and even open space had to be traversed first by Yang Jintian before Yang Pudi could follow. If they encountered swamps, dense thickets, or small streams, Yang Jintian would carry his son on his back, determined to avert any potential mishaps. Yang Pudi found himself exasperated, pondering whether his father was being overly cautious. Yet, upon spotting a minuscule snake, he quickly comprehended his father's intentions. This snake, scarcely a centimeter in diameter and half a meter long, moved with remarkable speed and bore the unmistakable signs of potent venom. Fortunately, his father's quick reflexes had spared them from danger. Thus, the duo searched the Sunset Forest for a full 3 days and nights, yet failed to find a soul beast that satisfied Yang Pudi's criteria. Either the age was inadequate or the attributes did not align with his desires. Yang Pudi was particularly keen on locating a power-type soul beast with unique attributes, which proved to be an arduous task. They encountered several commendable beasts, including a formidable 700-year-old 1,000-gene ant, which Yang Pudi promptly dismissed. As a person who had traversed worlds, he could not bear the thought of every soul ring being a 1,000-gene ant, as that would be quite embarrassing. They also came across bear-type soul beasts, some of which boasted an age of 800 years, but Yang Pudi rejected them as well, resolute in his quest for a truly exceptional soul beast, one of considerable caliber. That evening, while they were resting, Yang Jintian suddenly seemed to sense something, rising abruptly from his seated position and pulling his son to his feet. Yang Pudi only vaguely perceived a distant tiger's roar, faint yet unmistakable. Son, it seems we may encounter a remarkable soul beast, though I cannot ascertain if its age is suitable for you. Father, what kind of soul beast? From the sound we just heard, it should be a tiger. Let us proceed to investigate. In the depths of the Sunset Forest, Yang Jintian dared not leave his son alone while he sought the soul beast, especially at night when various dangers lurked. He grasped Yang Pudi's hand firmly and moved swiftly forward. After walking approximately half a kilometer, they beheld a tiger before them. This magnificent creature measured over 4 meters in length, approaching 5, and its coat was not the common white or yellow, but rather a striking black tinged with blue. A prominent royal symbol adorned its forehead, exuding an air of majesty befitting the king of the forest. Son, this is a purple-eyed demon tiger, a pinnacle among tiger-type soul beasts, rivaling the white tiger and perhaps even surpassing it in strength. Typically, tigers prefer to be active during the day. However, the violet-eyed magic tiger is quite the opposite, favoring nocturnal activities. In addition to its immense strength, the violet-eyed magic tiger possesses certain dark attributes. Most astonishingly, A select few soul masters who acquire the violet-eyed magic tiger's soul ring may gain teleportation-like abilities. The Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire wields the soul of the nether spirit cat, yet their preferred spirit beast remains the violet-eyed magic tiger. Unfortunately, the violet-eyed magic tiger is exceedingly rare. It is rumored that the Zhu family once offered a bounty for its discovery. What do you think of this violet-eyed magic tiger? Teleportation? How could that be? Shouldn't such abilities belong to agile spirit beasts or those of exceptional nature? I cannot say for certain. It is merely hearsay. Nevertheless, it seems that the violet-eyed magic tiger shares a certain connection with the dominant dark demon evil tiger of the Tiandou forest, although the truth of this remains uncertain. Moreover, this particular violet-eyed magic tiger has surpassed 900 years of age, drawing perilously close to a millennium. After much contemplation and analysis, Yang Pudi resolutely declared, "Father, I wish to claim this violet-eyed magic tiger. I believe it would be an excellent match for me." Chapter 35. The Second Soul Ring, Violet-Eyed Magic Tiger. Upon realizing his son's determination, Yang Jintian breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his son's second soul ring was finally secured. "Son, stay vigilant in your position. The violet-eyed magic tiger is exceedingly dangerous. I shall confront it at once." With that, Yang Jintian summoned the broken soul spear to his hand, activating his 7 soul rings before swiftly charging at the violet-eyed magic tiger, thrusting his spear towards it. However, his fierce strike astonishingly missed as the violet-eyed magic tiger vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. In the next moment, the violet-eyed magic tiger unleashed a fearsome roar and lunged toward Yang Jintian. During its leap, the tiger flashed and appeared beside Yang Jintian, delivering a swift strike with its massive paw. Yang Jintian raised his spear to block, yet he was forced back half a step. Truly, it was a top-tier spirit beast, exhibiting such terrifying combat prowess. It is worth noting that Yang Jintian was already a high-ranking soul sage, capable of easily vanquishing 10,000-year-old spirit beasts, let alone one that was less than a millennium old. Yang Jintian appeared somewhat incensed. How could a dignified soul sage fail to fell a mere tiger of less than 1,000 years with a single strike, instead allowing it to counterattack? Without waiting for the violet-eyed magic tiger to teleport again, he swiftly aimed his spear once more at the beast. The violet-eyed magic tiger, seemingly aware of Yang Jintian's formidable strength, roared fiercely, exerting all its might to defend itself, yet it sustained injuries, a deep gash on its back, blood gushing forth. However, Yang Jintian did not concern himself with the violet-eyed magic tiger's wounds. Had he not been wary of killing it outright, the tiger would have been pierced through by that strike. Yang Jintian continued to thrust at the violet-eyed magic tiger with fervor. This time, the tiger finally teleported away. However, just as it completed its teleportation, a broken soul spear soared through the air, piercing the violet-eyed magic tiger's body and pinning it to the ground. At that moment, the violet-eyed magic tiger lay impaled, gasping for breath, blood flowing freely, nearing its end. "Son, it is done. Come forth and deliver the final blow to this violet-eyed magic tiger." Upon hearing this, Yang Pudi swiftly approached his father, wielding his soul-piercing spear to pierce the eye of the purple-eyed demon tiger, which immediately succumbed to its fate. Shortly thereafter, a yellow soul ring materialized above its lifeless form. Yang Jintian observed his son with a hint of concern, saying, "Son, you must ponder carefully. This soul ring is nearly 1,000 years old, significantly exceeding the absorption limit for an ordinary soul master. Father, you need not worry. You are well aware of my bodily fortitude. Absorbing this soul ring should pose no problem," Yang Pudi reassured him. With his father's apprehensive gaze fixed upon him, Yang Pudi settled beside the corpse of the purple-eyed demon tiger and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. During this arduous process, he endured immense agony, as if engulfed in flames, with an overwhelming surge of soul power flooding into every cell of his body, all the while silently persevering. The absorption lasted for a full 3 hours. Upon completion, Yang Pudi felt an unprecedented sense of clarity within his body. His soul-piercing spear now bore 2 yellow soul rings, and within his mind, a vision appeared of a giant wielding the spear, which was adorned with 2 soul rings. The giant appearing considerably more robust. After the absorption, Yang Pudi summoned his soul-piercing spear and sensed its increased heft, now exceeding 300 pounds, while his physical strength had also markedly augmented. Gazing at his spear, he recalled Tang San's Haotian hammer, which, during the Soul Master competition, had weighed 500 pounds despite lacking any soul rings, making it one of the heaviest martial souls. Seeing his son complete the absorption, Yang Jintian could not contain his curiosity. "Son, how does this soul ring fare? What abilities does it grant?" "Father, the soul skill I acquired is quite remarkable." "Allow me to demonstrate," replied Yang Pudi. Rising, he summoned his soul-piercing spear, manifesting 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet. as the second ring began to pulsate. He thrust the spear forward with great force, and a miraculous occurrence ensued. He instantly appeared beside a large tree approximately 20 meters away, piercing through the trunk, which measured about a meter in circumference. "Son, this soul skill of yours is truly impressive. What are its effects?" inquired Yang Zhentian. "Father, this soul skill is called the Demonic Tiger Annihilation Strike. It allows me to teleport beside my enemy for an attack. When I activate this skill, the weight and power of my soul-piercing spear increase by 50%, requiring roughly 10% of my soul power for each use. Naturally, as my soul power strengthens, the consumption will diminish, and currently, I can teleport up to 30 meters. The distance correlates with the soul power expended, and I anticipate that it will extend further in the future, though not by a significant margin." Upon hearing his son's explanation, Yang Zhentian's expression brightened. "Son, your soul skill is enviable, even to me. It likely surpasses the effectiveness of many thousand-year soul skills and is exceedingly practical. What level is your soul power now?" "Father, I have reached level 22, replied Yang Pidi. "Well done, my son. You truly live up to being my child," Yang Zhentian exclaimed with pride. Yang Pidi seemed to have suddenly recalled something. "Father, may I inquire how you discerned the position of that purple-eyed demon tiger after its teleportation?" Yang Zhentian could not help but chuckle. "My son, I believe you are concerned that someone might unravel the mystery of your soul skill. Worry not, for in the near future, you are unlikely to encounter an adversary of such caliber. Remember, any teleportation-type soul skill generates fluctuations in soul power during the transition, encompassing both your own soul power and that of the surrounding atmosphere. Particularly at the very moment of teleportation, such fluctuations are imperceptible to you at this stage. Only a soul master who has achieved the rank of soul sage can perceive them, or those with exceptionally strong mental faculties. It is only at the soul sage level that a soul master experiences a qualitative leap in mental power. For now, you should not expect to face such formidable opponents. Moreover, as your strength escalates, your control over soul power will also intensify, thereby minimizing the fluctuations of soul power in the air during teleportation. Thus, you need not fear that this skill will be uncovered. This is precisely why teleportation-type soul skills are often regarded as divine techniques. They require minimal consumption, yet are exceedingly difficult to counter. After a lengthy discussion, the two prepared to depart. They meticulously dissected the purple-eyed demon tiger, but found no soul bones, leaving Yang Pudi speechless, while Tang San can absorb soul rings of a higher level to obtain the 8th spider soul bone. I, having absorbed soul rings twice at a higher level, have gained nothing. Chapter 36, Titan Giant Python. Yang Zhentian expressed his curiosity. "My son, now that you are a great soul master, you could participate in soul battles, which are relatively safer. Why do you wish to train in the Sunset Forest?" Yang Pidi pondered for a moment, internally scoffing. "Surely I cannot tell you that I seek the ice and fire two eyes? Father, I feel a peculiar affinity upon entering the Sunset Forest, as though something particularly alluring draws me in." Upon hearing this, Yang Zhentian's interest peaked. Previously, before the conflict with the Haotian Sect, his son had sensed danger and insisted on leaving the sect for Tiandou City, ultimately averting considerable losses for their family. Was this situation similar? "Son, what exactly do you feel? What is it that attracts you? Could it be that you have fallen under the enchantment of some soul beast's illusion?" "Father, if I were ensnared by an illusion, would you not detect it? You are, after all, a distinguished soul sage." After some further deliberation, they ultimately agreed to train in the Sunset Forest, resolving to seek out areas with toxic miasma, perhaps leading them to the ice and fire two eyes. Thus, they ventured into the Sunset Forest, yet even upon reaching the core region, they failed to locate any concentrations of toxic gas. Instead, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts, the most ancient among them boasting ages of 70 to 80,000 years, prompting a hasty retreat from the pair. Such beasts were not foes that a mere soul sage could contend with. Even a titled Douluo would find them exceedingly challenging. As for the ancient soul beasts encountered, their frequency has increased significantly, with several appearing almost daily. There are indeed many powerful soul beasts, yet currently, neither of them has such a need. After all, the father has only just reached level 76, and it will likely take several more years to attain the rank of Soul Douluo. On this day, while traversing a marshland, both individuals suddenly halted. "Father, do you not find this area exceedingly strange? Even in a marsh, one would expect to encounter numerous soul beasts nearby, yet it is so eerily silent here. Not even the sound of insects can be heard." Yang Zhentian remained silent, grasping his son's hand as they cautiously retreated, only speaking once they had distanced themselves from the marsh. "Son, you are correct. That marsh was indeed peculiar, likely concealing something remarkable within." Yang Pa contemplated for a moment. "Father, how about we toss a live soul beast in to test the waters? It could serve as a precaution for the future. That is a splendid idea, my boy. Wait a moment while I capture a small soul beast. With that, Yang Jintian led his son to capture a soft-boned rabbit. A creature commonly found in the forest, known for its prolific breeding, often considered a nuisance in the realm of smaller soul beasts. Nevertheless, it is also a familiar source of sustenance for the residents of Douluo Continent. After all, aside from its swiftness, the soft-boned rabbit possesses little else in terms of advantages. Contemplating this, Yang Pa could not help but express his thoughts, given the survival prowess of the soft-boned rabbit. How did Xiao Wu and her mother manage to become 10,000-year soul beasts in the perilous Tiandou forest? It is well known that 10,000-year soul beasts are coveted not only by humans, but also by other soul beasts. They had captured a 10-year-old soft-boned rabbit, which trembled visibly, particularly as they approached the marsh. Yang Jintian then hurled the rabbit into the marsh with the precision of a javelin, observing as it quivered in the center. Seemingly overwhelmed by a great terror. Suddenly, a massive head emerged from the marsh, swiftly engulfing the rabbit in one gulp. This head, measuring 5 meters across, bore 2 eyes as large as lanterns and sharp teeth, with small horns protruding from its crown. "Father, what is that creature? It appears quite terrifying," the son inquired. Hearing his child's question, Yang Jintian swallowed hard. "Fortunately, we are at a safe distance, or we would be in grave danger. That creature is likely a Titan python, the epitome of serpents. Judging by the size of its head, this Titan python could be over 100 meters long, possibly even a 10,000-year soul beast. The Titan python is known for its lethargy, preferring to remain hidden in cool, damp places and hibernate, which explains the absence of other soul beasts in this expansive marshland. Likely its territory, the Titan python possesses immense strength, rivaling that of typical bear-like soul beasts, and its body temperature can adapt to its environment, making it undetectable even to a tidal Douluo." Upon hearing these words, Yang Padi felt a pang of trepidation. Could it be that such a formidable soul beast lurked within the Sunset Forest? "Father, if this Titan python is so fearsome, why has no one attempted to capture it? After all, 100,000-year soul beast is worth its weight in gold." "My son," he replied, "consider the vastness of this swamp. There could very well be a nest of serpents beneath it. Capturing such a creature would likely prove exceedingly challenging." "Father, what is the potency of the Titan python's venom?" "My son, let us depart from this place. It is far too perilous nearby. I shall first seek a safe location." Thus, the two distanced themselves from the swamp. Although the Titan python was at a considerable distance, it would still pose a significant threat if it sensed their presence. After leaving, they discovered an open area. Reflecting on the recent conversation, Yang Padi felt a sense of exasperation. Despite having delved into the knowledge of alchemy and toxin crafting over the past 2 years, he had never attempted to concoct anything himself, nor had he ever considered pursuing this avenue. Yet, both his father and grandfather had persistently sought to guide him in this direction, as it was indeed one of the fundamental aspects of the Pa family lineage. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Padi finally spoke. "Father, my primary purpose for venturing into the Sunset Forest was to seek the Eye of Ice and Fire." "The Eye of Ice and Fire? How could that be possible?" His father responded incredulously. "Although ancient texts do mention its existence, it has never been discovered, nor is it guaranteed to reside within the Sunset Forest. The records in our family's ancient tomes also reference the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yet they are but fragments of information, and few believe in its existence." Chapter 37, finally discovered. At this moment, Yang Padi adopted a serious demeanor. "Father, while you may find it hard to believe, I genuinely feel a profound attraction to the Sunset Forest. I have long suspected that the Eye of Ice and Fire resides within its depths, and the deductions from ancient texts have only reinforced my conviction. You must trust my instincts and reasoning. I am certain there is a great treasure hidden within the Sunset Forest." Yang Padi, feeling somewhat cornered, finally divulged the matter of the Eye of Ice and Fire, for after all, he trusted his own father. Yang Jintian's expression turned serious. "Have you considered the implications of the Eye of Ice and Fire? The ancient texts indeed document it, but the difficulty of its formation is nearly insurmountable. Since you assert it to be impossible, why then is it recorded in the ancient texts?" Yang Padi's father countered. "Do not forget that the Douluo Continent is a place where many miracles occur, such as the Lake of Life at the heart of the Tiandou forest, regarded by many as a miracle of existence." "Very well, my son, you have a point," Yang Jintian conceded. "However, have you contemplated how to specifically seek out the Eye of Ice and Fire? I believe that the absence of similar reports across the continent indicates that the Eye resides in an exceedingly concealed or protected location. Yet, do not overlook the fact that, based on its characteristics, the Eye of Ice and Fire is likely to exist in a place of great toxicity, particularly in areas with natural poison barriers." Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian pondered for a moment before producing a map of the Sunset Forest from his soul guide device. Why did you not present the map of the Sunset Forest sooner? We would have been much safer. Yang Jintian spoke in an educational tone. The Sunset Forest has been explored by many. What is so peculiar about having a map? However, the forest is inhabited by numerous spirit beasts, many of which are nomadic. Thus, a map serves merely as a reference. You must remember that within any spirit beast forest, a map can only provide cursory guidance. Aside from the basic terrain, do not rely on it for anything else. Otherwise, it may lead to a rigid mindset, causing you to believe certain areas are safe or harbor formidable spirit beasts, thereby neglecting the possibility of sudden attacks. The unpredictable assaults in a spirit beast forest are the most terrifying aspect, particularly in advanced spirit beast forests. The greatest threat lies in the capricious and elusive nature of the various spirit beasts. I understand. I will be exceedingly cautious when entering spirit beast forests in the future. The two then began to study the map. The annotations on the map were rather simplistic, merely indicating the presence of mountains and rivers, without specifying where powerful spirit beasts might reside. Yang Padi couldn't help but remark, no wonder my father never brought this map out. Following it would undoubtedly increase our risk in the forest. After a meticulous examination of the map, Yang Jintian began to explain to Yang Padi, take a look. These locations I have marked should represent the areas we have already traversed. As for the outskirts of the forest, there is no need for exploration. Only the uncharted territories remain, especially those not clearly indicated on the map. Isn't this map a bit too vague? It's almost dizzying. And on what basis did you mark it? Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian chuckled, son, let me impart another lesson. The only reference point in the soul-hunting forest is the sun above. Regardless of the direction we travel, we must remember how far we have gone, allowing us to form a rough mental outline. Otherwise, we are bound to lose our way in the forest. For instance, from the swamp we just passed to our current location, it is approximately 3.5 kilometers at a direction of about 40 degrees southeast. Based on our journey over the past few days, I estimate we are at this position on the map, with a radius of deviation not exceeding 3 kilometers. He then pointed to a specific location on the map. Hearing this, Yang Padi couldn't help but think. There is so much knowledge required for training in the spirit beast forest. In my past life, as a college student, I feel as if I've become illiterate now. Subsequently, Yang Jintian earnestly continued, you are still young and have much to learn. Take your time to absorb it all. Observing his father's proud demeanor, Yang Padi felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement at being outdone by his own father. As time passed, the two continued their search in the Sunset Forest, even encountering several poison-type spirit beasts, particularly a human-faced demon spider exceeding 40,000 years in age, which pursued them relentlessly, leaving them in disarray. His father even lost his sense of direction. Once they stopped, they found themselves in an unknown location. Yang Padi surveyed his surroundings. Dad, don't you think this place is somewhat peculiar? Son, you mustn't say such things. If we encounter any higher-level soul beasts, we would be in dire straits. Yang Padi felt speechless. Why did it seem as though both of them had transformed into startled birds? Dad, take a moment to truly sense the environment around us. Is there something amiss? Yang Jintian summoned his soul power to meticulously explore the vicinity, only to realize that his range of exploration felt significantly shorter than usual. Moreover, there seemed to be an unusual aura in the air, something he had never encountered before. He then inhaled deeply, confirming the presence of a faint toxin in the atmosphere. Son, there is indeed something wrong here. This location is exceedingly remote, and judging by the growth of the surrounding flora, it appears no one has ever visited. The terrain suggests that there might be a volcano nearby. Furthermore, I sense a type of toxin in the air that we have never experienced before. Prolonged exposure could be detrimental to our health. Dad, do you have any idea what kind of toxin this is? What properties does it possess? After a moment of careful investigation, his father could not help but speak. I find this toxin rather peculiar. It seems to possess both ice and fire attributes. How could these two properties coexist? Upon hearing this, Yang Padi was filled with exhilaration. Dad, let us not forget our primary objective for this journey. Realizing what his son meant, Yang Jintian swallowed hard. Are you suggesting that the Eye of Ice and Fire is nearby? Surely. No soul beast could simultaneously produce toxins with both ice and fire attributes. Our destination, the Eye of Ice and Fire, must be in close proximity. Chapter 38, The Eye of Ice and Fire. After contemplating for a moment, the two gradually moved toward the source of the toxic haze. They soon encountered an area where the toxins were concentrated, but Yang Padi, now at level 22, was unable to withstand it. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the toxins became. It was no wonder that no one had discovered this place. Even soul beasts were absent in the vicinity. At that moment, Yang Jintian produced 2 detoxification pills from his possession, consuming one himself before handing the other to Yang Padi. This detoxification pill is quite effective. It is a secret remedy from our clan, capable of resisting common toxins. Yang Pidi accepted the detoxification pill from his father and promptly swallowed it. After taking the pill, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The surrounding toxins seemed to have no effect, as if his body had severed all ties with the outside world. This detoxification pill seems remarkably effective. Before Yang Pidi could voice his thoughts, Yang Jintian enveloped his son in his soul power and swiftly advanced deeper into the toxic mist. Deep within the mist lay a hill rising approximately 500 meters high, with an inverted cone-shaped depression at its summit. Thick, warm vapors billowed from the hollow, accompanied by a distinct scent of sulfur. At the center of the depression was a sheer cliff, steep and daunting. Coupled with the dense toxic fog, visibility was exceedingly low. Without careful searching, one would be utterly unable to locate it. Due to the density of the toxic mist, the perception of the Soul Masters has significantly weakened. It is no wonder that no one has discovered this for so many years. Be cautious, my son. I shall take you down now, Yang Jintian declared, firmly grasping his son's hand as they leapt into the abyss. Upon reaching the valley floor, they were greeted by a most peculiar hot spring. Though modest in size, it was divided into two distinct sections, with the waters of the spring displaying colors of milky white and vermilion. Strangely, despite being in the same pool, the two colors remained clearly defined, never encroaching upon each other, each steadfastly retaining its own space. The swirling steam rising between these two springs formed the toxic mist that enveloped the area. Surrounding the spring and the valley was a diverse array of flora, creating a veritable paradise for plants. Many familiar species came into Yang Pidi's view, as recorded in the family's treasured tomes. The complete compendium of immortal herbs from Douluo Continent and the complete compendium of poisonous herbs from Douluo Continent, including the heartbreak red, the miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum, the fragrant Chiluo orchid, the diamond Buddha fruit, the earth dragon gold melon, the crystal jade bone, and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Based on Yang Pidi's estimations, the visible immortal herbs alone numbered between 20 to 30, with many more hidden beneath the earth, far exceeding the quantities presented to the Shrek Academy by Tang San in the original narrative. At that moment, Yang Jintian was utterly astounded, never imagining he would witness the ice and fire yin-yang eyes in his lifetime, let alone encounter such an abundance of extraordinary herbs. He gently plucked the fragrant Chiluo orchid, examining it with the reverence one might show to a peerless beauty, punctuating the silence with fits of strange laughter, as if he were in a state of delirium. Observing this, Yang Pidi could not help but shake his head, inwardly musing, how is it that my father resembles old Master Shui from the original tale? Just one immortal herb nearly drove him mad. For the time being, Yang Pidi set aside his father's antics and, taking advantage of his father's distraction, began to excavate the immortal herbs on his own. When he first became a soul master, his grandfather, Yang Wudi, gifted him a storage ring. Although it could not contain living beings, it possessed a generous capacity of 50 cubic meters. And Yang Pidi had prepared numerous jade boxes, more than 100 in total, for this very day. His plan was to extract all immortal herbs and those over 10,000 years old from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes before addressing any other matters. He could not allow them to fall into others' hands. With a methodical approach to harvesting, Yang Pidi began his work. He unearthed the miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum, followed by the heartbreak red, the Chiluo tulip, the diamond Buddha fruit, the earth dragon gold melon, the crystal jade bone, and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. He continued to extract the large snow silkworm, the vermilion lotus, the dragoness leaf, the Hunyuan immortal herb, the black jade divine bamboo, and the starry spirit pearl. After a full hour of labor, he had successfully harvested a multitude of 1,000-year-old herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. The aforementioned elixirs and celestial herbs have been largely excavated, leaving only a few remaining. Naturally, as one well-versed in pharmacology, I ensured to leave the roots intact. At this moment, my father, Yang Jintian, emerged from the intoxicating allure of the fragrant celestial herbs. Upon observing the scene within the ice and fire duality eye, the ground resembled a landscape ravaged by dogs, riddled with pits and depressions. Although numerous plants still adorned the earth, they were predominantly of the millennium variety, lacking any particularly valuable celestial specimens. Son, why have you uprooted all these celestial herbs? These treasures are worth their weight in gold, he remarked. Yang Pidi continued to diligently excavate, placing the harvested herbs into a jade box, promptly storing them within his soul guide. Father, if these celestial herbs remain here unexcavated, and someone else discovers them, wouldn't he that benefit others at our expense? I countered. Yet, my son, you have been excessively thorough in your efforts. This is already quite remarkable. I left the millennium herbs untouched for the family's future use, preserving their roots as a legacy for our lineage. Hearing this, Yang Jintian was momentarily at a loss for words. His son had indeed uprooted all the celestial specimens, leaving only the lesser valued ones for the family. Was this not somewhat unfair? After Yang Pidi completed his excavation of the celestial herbs, he approached his father. Yang Jintian, now serious, inquired, "Son, what is your purpose in collecting so many celestial herbs? What are your plans?" "Father, you must recognize the value of these celestial herbs. If word of this discovery leaks, our family will face catastrophic consequences." "And how does your complete excavation relate to that?" "Father, we are family, but we must remain cautious of others. After all, one cannot fully trust another's heart." Yang Jintian appeared slightly irked at my words. "Son, I will not permit you to speak ill of our kin. They have shed blood for the family, with many dedicating their lives to our cause. I acknowledge their contributions, yet there remain many aged herbs here," I replied, glancing at the remaining herbs with a sense of disbelief. How could my son be so avaricious? Chapter 39, Dividing the Celestial Herbs. After careful contemplation, Yang Jintian's demeanor shifted to seriousness as the father and son sat down to converse. "Son, please share your plan." "Father, you are well aware of the value of these celestial herbs. Now that we have discovered them together, they belong to us, to our family, rather than to the entire clan. And what do you intend to do?" "I plan to secure all the celestial herbs, designating the fragrant celestial herb as the family's treasured heirloom. We shall refrain from disclosing the specifics of our findings to anyone, including our two grandfathers. Additionally, you, mother, and the two grandfathers will each select one for immediate use, while the rest will be preserved for later. Wait a moment. After we finish using the miraculous herb later, we shall thoroughly organize everything within the ice-fire duality eye, allowing my mother to personally come here and manage the entrance, crafting a concealed door. It must remain a secret from anyone outside our family of 5. If possible, it would be prudent to devise a mechanism to prevent any outsiders from intruding." Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian fell into a long silence. "My son, you have matured significantly, and your approach is commendable. However, is it not somewhat inappropriate to withhold specific information from your grandfather?" "Father, grandfather has strong connections with many individuals, akin to brothers. I fear he may inadvertently disclose our possession of the miraculous herb to others, or, worse, share it with outsiders. Are you concerned about the other 3 families of the singular attribute clans?" "Father, you are aware that since the battle with the Haotian Sect, although we have distanced ourselves from them, each family's stance varies. Our clan, the Pa family, harbors deep resentment towards the Haotian Sect and Tang Hao, and we intend to sever all ties. Conversely, the other 3 families do not share this sentiment. The Bai He, from the Min family, is the maternal uncle of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, making it impossible for them to part ways with the Haotian Sect. As for the patriarch of the Li family, Grandfather Titan, he regards Tang Hao as a benefactor, thus finding it equally challenging to disengage. I am uncertain of my grandfather's precise stance. If they were to learn of our possession of the miraculous herb, the consequences could be dire, especially if the Haotian Sect were to discover it. Our Pa family would find ourselves in grave peril. As for our family members, given the multitude of voices, the significance of the miraculous herb is immense. Even the slightest hint could lead to our clan's downfall." Of course, Yang Pidi withheld one thought. Although the Pa family is a single clan, internal conflicts can easily arise. It is imperative that the miraculous herb remains securely within the direct lineage of our family. One need only observe the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, where factions abound, even causing the clan leader's son, Yu Shaojiang, to be forced out of the family. After contemplating this for a considerable time, Yang Jintian finally sighed. "My son, your foresight is remarkable, and this course of action is indeed the wisest choice for our family. However, what miraculous herbs do you intend to allocate for your mother, me, and our 2 grandfathers?" "Father, you have now attained the Soul Sage level. I believe the 9th grade dragon grass would be an excellent choice. As for our 2 grandfathers, both of whom are soul Douluos, I suggest we provide them with the 10,000-year Ginseng King, giving them a chance to break through to the title Douluo level. For mother, whose martial spirit is the armored giant rhinoceros, I think the earth attribute dragon gold melon would be suitable. As for the elders of our family, I recommend using this 9th grade purple grass for alchemical purposes, crafting pills for each of them. They should all be able to break through to soul Douluo level swiftly, with the potential to reach title Douluo. Father, how do you find my allocation?" "My son, I must commend you. Your knowledge of alchemy over the past 2 years has not been in vain. This distribution is indeed commendable. However, what purpose do you intend to serve with the numerous miraculous herbs in your possession?" "The miraculous herbs are to be treasured as heirlooms, and I wish to prepare a portion in advance for Ping and Tiandou as well." "And what miraculous herbs do you plan to consume yourself?" "Father, I require your assistance. The 9-leaf sword grass is enveloped in a veil of sword energy, and I cannot retrieve it alone. I must trouble you to assist me. Additionally, I believe the Wangshuan autumn water dew holds considerable benefits for me. I shall reserve it for future absorption." Yang Jintian, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle while rebuking. You have quite the discerning eye, my boy. That 9-leaf sword grass is indeed most suitable for our family. However, at your tender age, do you truly have use for it? Rest assured, my physical constitution remains quite robust, replied the son. My dear son, your considerations are astute. However, there lies a minor issue, Yang Pudi remarked, puzzled. Given that his distribution and plans were sound, how could there be a problem? Noticing the look of confusion on his son's face, he continued, you are but a great spirit master at level 22. These celestial herbs are exceedingly precious and may not be secure in your possession. It would be wiser for your father to safeguard them. Rest assured, they shall be passed down to you in due time. Hearing this, Yang Pudi's expression darkened. How could his father be so audacious as to intend to confiscate all that he possessed? After a lengthy discussion, they decided to store the celestial herbs separately. With a sense of resignation, Yang Pudi surrendered all the celestial herbs, then extracted a few destined for family consumption. Suddenly struck by a thought, he spoke again. Father, I believe grandfather is trustworthy. Should we not reserve one for him? Yang Jintian regarded his son with a bemused smile. Oh, and what do you wish to keep for your grandfather? It would be prudent to choose one that is not easily exposed. I think the Millennia Earth Ganoderma is quite suitable. It is a premium earth attribute herb and not truly a celestial herb, merely a high-aged medicinal plant. It can be found outside, thus it should not raise suspicion if given to grandfather. You little rascal. Very well, let us bestow this upon your grandfather. But it would be wise for your mother to present it discreetly. Agreed, let it be so. Following this, the father and son began to select various celestial herbs. With Yang Pudi suggesting, as I am the younger, I shall choose first. Yang Jintian, amused, replied, very well, son, I shall grant you this privilege. Yang Pudi gazed upon the array of jade boxes and first selected the exquisite Chihuahua tulip. Yang Jintian promptly chose the heartbreak red. Yang Pudi then selected the rare fungus sky chrysanthemum, and Yang Jintian followed with the 8-petal celestial orchid. Yang Pudi continued with the starry spirit pearl, and Yang Jintian chose the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. In this manner, the duo continued their selections until all the celestial herbs were divided. After concluding the distribution, Yang Jintian remarked with a hint of amusement, son, why did you not collect the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom? Is it due to insufficient soul power that you cannot harvest them? Yang Pudi could not help but retort. Is it merely due to your status as a soul sage that you look down upon me? Do remember, I am but 8 years old. Father, let us not harvest these two for now. I wish to utilize them myself when I reach the rank of soul master. To use them yourself? That would be perilous. Is it not the nature of a spirit master's cultivation to encounter danger? Well, let's postpone the decision on these two strains for now. We can discuss it later. However, if you desire them, it would be prudent to utilize them when you reach the Soul Sect or even the Soul King level. Father, I will give it serious consideration. At this point, the distribution meeting had essentially concluded, and the next step was for the two of them to consume the celestial herb. Chapter 40, 9-leaf sword herb. Father, please take the celestial product first. The 9th grade dragon ginseng is the pinnacle among spiritual herbs, possessing dragon attributes that could potentially facilitate the evolution of your martial soul, aiding your breakthrough to the soul Douluo level. Very well, I shall proceed with it. After Yang Jintian spoke, he did not hesitate, but sat down and began to extract the 9th grade dragon ginseng. The entire stem of the ginseng measured a foot in length, while the top reached a foot and a half. Of course, the surrounding ginseng leaves had already been divided between the two, each acquiring dozens of leaves. The 9th grade dragon ginseng is indeed the CR de la CR of spiritual herbs, said to be born from the blood of dragons. Ordinary soul masters consuming it can significantly enhance their physique and even fortify their bloodlines, allowing them to inherit aspects of dragon lineage. Some may even experience a mutation in their martial soul. For Yang Jintian, at the soul sage level, it is exceptionally suitable, verging on the status of an exquisite celestial herb. With a serious demeanor, my father began to consume the 9th grade dragon ginseng, swallowing it piece by piece until he had ingested the entire herb. Gradually, his aura intensified, and his soul power began to rise. It seemed as though his meridians were undergoing transformation, accompanied by a unique essence emanating from his body, with even his skin undergoing metamorphosis. After a full 5 hours, my father finally absorbed the entirety of the dragon ginseng. At that moment, he exuded an unparalleled aura, as if he had undergone a body tempering. His physique appeared almost translucent. Yang Pudi could not help but ponder. Could it be that the 9th grade dragon ginseng truly is born from dragoness blood? My father's body seems to embody a trace of dragon attributes. Father, how do you feel? Yang Jintian, suppressing his excitement, responded, I feel extraordinarily well. I have now broken through to level 80 in soul power, and it seems I possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Moreover, My soul-breaking spear appears to be on the verge of evolution, though it is somewhat regrettable. Had I utilized the 9th grade dragon ginseng before reaching the Soul King level, my martial soul would undoubtedly have evolved. Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian shook his head. Given my current physical condition, I could probably absorb soul rings of 70,000 to 80,000 years. I could not defeat such formidable soul beasts alone. I would likely need your grandfather's assistance. Yang Padi couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at his father. When Tang San was at level 80, he could defeat a 100,000-year-old evil demon whale king. Yet his father, now at level 80, struggles against an 80,000-year-old soul beast. The disparity is quite pronounced. Fortunately, he did not follow the family's cultivation path. Have you made up your mind to consume the 9-leaf sword herb? It is important to note that this herb is quite extraordinary, especially when consuming the 9th leaf, which may pose considerable danger. Father, rest assured, I am confident I will manage. Should any issues arise, you will be right beside me, will you not? The 9 leaves of the 9-leaf sword herb are sharp as blades, and according to legend, they can effortlessly sever all things. Unlike other plants that typically grow in clusters with minimal spacing, the 9-leaf sword grass stands solitary within a meter's radius, creating an impression of isolation. This phenomenon arises from the innate, intangible aura of metal that it emanates, which suffocates surrounding flora. Particularly upon reaching its 9 leaves, its sword-like energy reaches an apex, rendering it nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Although Yang Padi has attained the rank of Grand Soul Master, he is still unable to harvest it independently. Yang Jintian, infusing his hands with soul power, wields a jade knife in his right hand. The 9-leaf sword grass, a premier specimen of the metal element, must not come into contact with any iron. After a period of careful exploration, he successfully harvests the 9-leaf sword grass. Son, hasten to absorb it. But remember to prioritize safety and act within your limits, he advises. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Padi gazes at the harvested 9-leaf sword grass, now devoid of its formerly sharp aura. The consumption process is quite straightforward, requiring the gradual intake of its 9 blade-like leaves from bottom to top. However, this undertaking is fraught with discomfort and even peril. As he swallows the first leaf, an invisible sword energy penetrates his being, slicing through his skin and causing it to bleed. After an hour, his skin has acclimated to the onslaught, and he has completed the absorption of the first leaf. He proceeds to the second leaf, at which point it feels as if countless minuscule sword energies are slicing through his bloodstream, causing it to boil. An hour later, the tumultuous liquid finally stabilizes, marking the completion of the second leaf's absorption. Next comes the third leaf, affecting all his muscles, followed by his bones, organs, marrow, heart, and brain. As he progresses, the duration of absorption extends. By the time he reaches the 8th leaf, his mind is enveloped in a radiant sword light, with his brain and eyes enduring intense agony, and blood seeping from his orifices, particularly his eyes, which seem shrouded in crimson. The absorption of the 8th leaf takes a grueling 5 hours, and upon completion, his eyes appear infused with a glimmer of sword light, rendering him more formidable. As Yang Padi tentatively lifts the 9th leaf, he hears his father's voice urging caution. Son, do not overexert yourself. The absorption of this final leaf may prove exceedingly challenging, and it is not necessary to do so at this moment. Ignoring his father's words, Yang Padi resolutely places the last leaf into his mouth. Having persevered to this ultimate stage, he cannot afford to falter now. Upon ingesting the 9th leaf, his entire being feels submerged in a sea of swords, countless beams of light piercing through him. The agony he previously experienced seems poised to resurge, yet this time the sword light is even more perilous and intense. It is evident that the 9th leaf corresponds directly to his very soul. Yang Padi gritted his teeth, meticulously savoring the pain inflicted by each stroke of the sword light. With every pang of anguish, he felt himself being honed by the relentless onslaught of blinding blades, gradually becoming more formidable, more resilient, and sharper, as if he were a sword himself, or perhaps a spear. After a full day, the last leaf had absorbed its energy. When the sun rose the following day, Yang Padi felt as if his entire being had transformed into an unparalleled sword, a magnificent weapon, with the influences of the 9 leaves seamlessly amalgamated, achieving a perfect unity. Upon opening his eyes, a radiant beam of sword light seemed to emanate from his gaze, striking the surrounding stone walls and leaving behind a smooth incision. It's done. Father, I have successfully absorbed it. Yang Jintian's face was alight with excitement. His son's ability to fully assimilate the 9-leaf sword grass foretold an immeasurable future. Son, how do you feel? Yang Padi, however, paid no heed to his father's inquiry. Instead, he summoned his martial soul, the soul-piercing spear, and thrust it forward. The spear tip unleashed a fierce beam that pierced the stone wall, creating a substantial opening. With a powerful sweep of the spear, a blade-like force shot from its edge, etching a smooth, mirror-like cut into the wall. After several successive strikes, the surface was marred with a series of uneven craters. Yet, as Yang Padi continued to wield the soul-piercing spear, fatigue suddenly gripped him, causing his body to lean forward uncontrollably. Observing this, Yang Jintian swiftly rushed to his son's side, supporting him before he could fall. Yang Jintian shook his head. Son, you are merely at the Great Soul Master level now. Your soul power and mental strength are still relatively low, preventing you from exerting yourself too much. First, consume this dragon grass leaf to recuperate. You can gradually cultivate further later. Yang Padi nodded, accepting the dragon grass leaf from his father's hand, and began to restore his energy. Chapter 41. The enigmatic fragrance of the celestial product. After resting for a brief moment, Yang Padi gradually opened his eyes. His father promptly inquired, Padi, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort in your body? Yang Padi meticulously examined himself. Father, I'm perfectly fine. The 9-leaf sword grass is truly remarkable. After absorption, I feel a profound understanding of both sword energy and spear intent, and my entire body feels unusually unimpeded. I suspect my cultivation speed will accelerate significantly from now on. Furthermore, my soul power remains at level 22, yet I sense as if I have transcended a certain threshold, and I should encounter no further bottlenecks in my short-term cultivation. Yang Padi couldn't help but reflect that his body resembled the innate sword body found in the fantasy novels of his previous life. If only his martial soul were a sword, his ascension might have been even greater. Hearing this, Yang Jintian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Padi. The purpose of the 9-leaf sword grass is to enhance one's comprehension of the sword. From another perspective, it also augments a soul master's understanding of the essence of metal. After absorption, your insights into both sword energy and spear intent will significantly improve. Your soul-piercing spear will undoubtedly become more formidable, and the essence of metal within it will intensify as well. Indeed, I feel a profound understanding of the soul-piercing spear, and my combat prowess has significantly elevated. The two continued their leisurely conversation for a moment before my father prepared to take his leave. Yang Padi quickly interjected, Father, have you forgotten something? Surely not. There's nothing I should have overlooked. Are you not aware that we must restore this place to its original state? We cannot allow others to discover that we possess celestial herbs. Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian was momentarily speechless. His son was exceedingly cautious. Subsequently, the two began to address the uneven ground, filling in the pits and planting some weeds or low-grade herbs. After a considerable amount of time, the ice and fire duality was restored to its former state, such that onlookers would not discern any disturbance in the soil. Once their task was complete, Yang Jintian took his son's hand and swiftly exited the cave. Father, are you truly not going to acquire the 8th spirit ring now? Please remember, we must not speak of these celestial herbs to anyone, or we will face dire consequences. Yang Jintian affectionately patted his son's head. Little rascal, I am your father. Do you think I need you to instruct me on such matters? The two exchanged a knowing glance, both feeling a touch of exasperation. Yang Jintian promptly remarked, Dear, this spirit ring that Padi has acquired is truly remarkable. We have indeed devoted considerable time towards it. No matter how exceptional a spirit ring may be, such an endeavor should not require this much time. Furthermore, I sense that both of you exude an aura that seems somewhat altered. Have you been off on an adventure in search of treasures? The father and son could not help but internally critique. Their mother's intuition was astoundingly acute. They agreed that it was time to make a hasty retreat, lest she uncover their secrets. In unison, they spoke, and, before Niu Jinfeng could react, they slipped away. Yang Jintian then sought out his father and uncle, opting for silence as he led them directly to a secret chamber. Yang Wudi, somewhat puzzled, queried, Jintian, what necessitates a discussion in this clandestine setting? Observing Yang Wudi's bemused expression, Yang Jintian wasted no time and retrieved the fragrant Chua, celestial herb from his soul guide. Upon seeing the fragrant Chilua celestial herb, Yang Wudi seized it without hesitation, and Yang Wushuang quickly approached as well. The two gazed upon the herb as if it were a priceless treasure, their bodies trembling with excitement, hands quivering as if they had encountered their most cherished beloved. They scrutinized and caressed the fragrant Chilua celestial herb, unwilling to relinquish their grasp, entranced by its beauty. An hour passed before they regained their composure and returned to normalcy. Jintian, how did you come by this fragrant Chilua celestial herb? Surely, there are no issues surrounding its acquisition? Father, uncle, I discovered this fragrant Chilua celestial herb in the Sunset Forest during a quest with Padi to hunt for spirit rings, amidst a cloud of poisonous mist. Noticing their lingering doubts, Yang Jintian recounted the entire experience of obtaining the spirit ring, including the discovery of the ice and fire duality eye. though he refrained from disclosing the celestial herbs he possessed. Upon hearing the extraordinary experiences of the two individuals that day, Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang were left in a state of astonishment. Particularly, when they learned that the duo had discovered the Eye of Ice and Fire, their excitement intensified. Their grandson truly was a harbinger of fortune. Obtaining a soul ring had yielded such remarkable surprises. Just as the two were eager to venture towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, they were halted by Yang Zhentian. He revealed his son's entire plan and presented two ancient ginseng kings, a golden dragon melon, a 9-rank purple mushroom, and a 10,000-year earth spirit mushroom. Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang fell into contemplative silence. After some time, they finally spoke. Zhentian, your plan is indeed commendable. There are certain matters that necessitate caution. You are now the young patriarch of the Peiji clan and will eventually become its leader. Thus, it is prudent to proceed with your strategy. Hearing these words, Yang Zhentian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Father, uncle, if that is the case, please absorb the ancient ginseng king first. Later, I will invite Jin Feng to discuss our plans together. The four of us are preparing for another journey to the Sunset Forest. This expedition may involve numerous tasks. And I am now at level 80 and still need to acquire a soul ring. Realizing he could no longer keep secrets, Yang Zhentian confessed, Father, I also found a 9-rank dragon mushroom and a 9-leaf sword grass at the Eye of Ice and Fire. I consumed the 9-rank dragon mushroom, while Padi ingested the 9-leaf sword grass. Yang Wudi grew somewhat irate upon hearing this. What nonsense! You two are truly reckless. The 9-rank dragon mushroom is indeed suitable for you, but Padi is merely 8 years old. How can he withstand the harsh energies of the 9-leaf sword grass? Do you comprehend how perilous this is? Seeing his elder brother genuinely upset, Yang Wushuang hastily intervened. Elder brother, please do not be angry. Padi is quite aware of his actions, and did he not succeed this time? My concern lies with what reckless venture he might undertake next. This lad is audacious beyond measure. Chapter 42, Addressing the Eye of Ice and Fire. After thorough discussion, Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang commenced the absorption of the two ancient ginseng kings. With the ginseng in hand, they could not help but marvel at its impressive length, which reached a foot, notably thicker than a white radish. They chewed on their respective ginseng kings as one would a radish. Following a period of cultivation, their abilities elevated by 2 levels, reaching soul power levels of 83. However, Yang Wudi sensed that he would soon break through to level 84. Moreover, after consuming the ancient ginseng king, his vitality surged back to its peak state, his blood coursing through him as if it were boiling, and his soul power became more substantial. With the family now in possession of the fragrant Chilua celestial product, within 10 years, both of them held the potential to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, marking the true rise of the Peiji clan. The following day, Yang Zhentian arrived in the secret chamber accompanied by his wife, Niu Jinfeng. He then presented her with the golden dragon melon he had prepared in advance. Without hesitation, Niu Jinfeng accepted the golden dragon melon and immediately consumed it, elevating her soul power to level 70. Most astonishingly, her martial spirit underwent an evolution, transforming from the original armored giant rhino to the ancient dragon rhino, significantly enhancing her strength. At the break of dawn on the 3rd day, Niu Jinfeng entrusted her daughter to the care of her kin before departing with Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, and Yang Zhentian from the Peiji clan, heading straight towards the Sunset Forest. As for the duo, Dugu Bo and Dugu Xian, who had come for treatment, their conditions had stabilized, and they had already taken their leave. The two parties communicated that should any issues arise again, they would promptly return to the Peiji clan for further treatment. This time, the four did not take a carriage, opting instead to harness their soul power for rapid travel. Upon reaching the Eye of Ice and Fire, both Yang Wushuang and Yang Wudi were left in awe. Henceforth, this would serve as the foundation for the Peiji clan. Meanwhile, Niu Jinfeng contemplated the renovation plan for the cave entrance. After considerable deliberation, she ultimately decided to completely bury the entrance with massive stones, leaving only a small hidden door in the crevice, while also incorporating several ventilation holes. The construction materials would seamlessly connect the stones with the cave walls, creating an appearance of unity. Subsequently, she adorned the covered stones with various plants. Thus, the entire Eye of Ice and Fire was entirely concealed, even upon close inspection. No discrepancies could be detected. The massive stones blended with the surrounding mountain, resembling an ordinary hill. The hidden door was specially treated, making it virtually impossible for outsiders to locate. Additionally, mechanisms and secret locks were installed, ensuring that without the simultaneous knowledge of the unlocking method and key, the entrance remained securely sealed. After several days of meticulous work, the renovation of the Eye of Ice and Fire was complete. During this time, Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang diligently processed the medicinal herbs within. Many herbs and poisonous plants were meticulously excavated by the two, and they replanned the area, replanting a plethora of medicinal flora. Once their tasks were completed, Yang Jintian was promptly seized by his father and uncle. Son, confess honestly. What exactly did you and Padi discover within the Eye of Ice and Fire? As a family of alchemists, we are acutely aware if the soil has been disturbed. Yang Jintian was at a loss for words. Dad, uncle, we truly did not find anything. I thought we had already shared all the good finds with you. Yang Wudi was instantly enraged. You unfilial child. I am your father. I would not take from you, merely wish to take a look. Is that not permissible? Although Yang Jintian longed to divulge the truth, he restrained himself. Dad, I genuinely have nothing left. All the valuable items have been shared with everyone. Son, do not think I am unaware. The Eye of Ice and Fire is one of the greatest treasures in the world, logically teeming with countless celestial herbs. Yet, what you present now is merely a handful. Yang Jintian was in distress, but a sudden flash of insight struck him. Father, I indeed possess no celestial items now. When I acquired the fragrant Chihuahua celestial item, I too fell into a frenzy. It seems your grandson excavated quite a bit back then. I am unsure of the specifics, but they appeared quite valuable. Yang Jintian decisively sold out his own son, knowing that Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang held a particular affection for their grandson. They would certainly not seize his belongings. Thus, 5 days elapsed, encompassing the processing of herbs and the concealment of the cave entrance. After this duration, the 4 individuals prepared to depart from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Henceforth, the Eye of Ice and Fire would belong exclusively to the Pa family, or rather, to the direct descendants of the Pa family, who would henceforth be known as the Unyielding. This place would become the greatest secret of the Pa lineage. Niu Jinfeng also crafted 3 secret door keys, one for Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang, one for her husband, and one intended solely for her son, leaving Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang momentarily speechless. The next matter at hand was the acquisition of soul rings. The 4 searched for several days in the Sunset Forest, ultimately finding suitable soul rings for Yang Jintian and Niu Jinfeng. Having absorbed celestial-grade herbs, their physical prowess had significantly enhanced, allowing them to select soul rings of considerable age. Yang Jintian encountered a 70,000-year-old red ghost white tiger, while Niu Jinfeng discovered a 40,000-year-old iron-armored demon bear, both soul beasts perfectly aligned with their attributes. The red ghost white tiger boasted formidable attack power, whereas the iron-armored demon bear exhibited astonishing defense, greatly augmenting their strengths. Yang Jintian reached level 82, while Niu Jinfeng attained level 73. It was evident that Niu Jinfeng's substantial energy from the Earth Dragon Golden Melon had not yet manifested due to her lack of soul ring absorption. Regrettably, neither obtained a soul bone. At this juncture, the Pa family had produced 3 soul Douluos and 7 soul saints, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Particularly, after the other soul saints consumed the 9th grade purple Ganoderma elixir, their power would experience exponential growth. In Chapter 43, Continuation of Celestial Grade, it is necessary to activate a special mechanism to gain entry. I shall now instruct you on how to operate the mechanism and other pertinent precautions. Subsequently, Niu Jinfeng meticulously described the current location and concealment method of the Eye of Ice and Fire to Yang Pudi, explaining the mechanism activation process. My son, I have heard that you discovered this medicinal garden and even procured the precious Earth Dragon Golden Melon for your mother, as well as the 10,000-year-old soil spirit Ganoderma for your grandfather. Truly, you are my son. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Now that I have reached level 73 as a soul saint, I shall take you along on our next soul ring hunt. Mother, these are trivial matters. You too must ensure the secrecy of the medicinal garden's location. Foolish child, do you still need to instruct me on such matters? I have witnessed far more than you can imagine. The two continued their exchange for a while before exiting the secret chamber. Over the past few days, Yang Pudi felt a sense of insecurity regarding the celestial-grade herbs in his possession. Storing them in a soul guide device felt precarious, as a sudden raid could lead to misfortune. Thus, he discreetly devised a means to acquire a smaller soul guide device for personal safekeeping. Yang Pudi placed several valuable celestial herbs within this compact soul guide, while the current way soul guide merely contained ordinary herbs, along with some 10,000-year-old supplements, including 10,000-year-old soil fulling, 10,000-year-old Bai Shao, snow silkworm, and vermilion lotus. After lunch one day, Yang Pudi returned to his grandfather's alchemy room to further his knowledge of potion crafting, reflecting on the presence of his father and 2 grandfathers. Initially, I assumed they would have matters to attend to and planned to depart alone. However, I was called back by them. Yang Jintian spoke up. My son, during our last visit to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, when I was captivated by the enchanting aroma of the ethereal treasures, You seem to have unearthed quite a few remarkable items. Perhaps you could present them for your two grandfathers to admire? Father, did I not already reveal everything I excavated? All that remains in my possession are merely some ordinary herbs. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three darkened, especially Yang Jintian, who was well aware of the precious items his son possessed. The fact that his son outright denied their existence left him at a loss for how to explain this to his father. Yang Wudi could barely contain himself. Pity, just show them to us. Your grandfather merely wishes to take a look. Upon hearing this, Yang Padi contemplated privately that his father had not disclosed the specific items. With a clever glint in his eye, he responded, Grandfather, here is my soul guide device. You may examine it. The other valuable items I have given to my father, who insisted on safeguarding them due to my insufficient strength at the time. With that, Yang Padi retrieved numerous jade boxes from his soul guide device, which indeed contained several rare spiritual herbs, yet none bore the hallmark of celestial grasses. Among the displayed herbs, there were astonishing specimens like the 10,000-year-old earth rasher and white peony, as well as an impressively large snow silkworm and vermilion lotus, each seemingly magnified several folds compared to those found in the market, almost as if they were on the verge of sentience. He even casually produced the wrist guard soul guide device, adopting an air that suggested they were welcome to search it thoroughly. Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang scrutinized the wrist guard soul guide, confirming it held no additional treasures, before turning their gazes back to Yang Jintian. At that moment, Yang Wudi glared at his son. Jintian, you unfilial child, I merely wish to take a glance, and you refuse? Hearing this, Yang Jintian couldn't help but curse his son in his mind. This little rascal is truly a handful. Observing his father and uncle poised to take action, and noticing his son's indifferent demeanor, he reluctantly retrieved a few jade boxes from his soul guide device, which contained the celestial herbs he had previously received, including the Heartbreak Red, 8-petal fairy orchid, and coxcomb phoenix sunflower. As for the others, he had no intention of revealing them. Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang eagerly snatched the jade boxes, examining the celestial treasures within. The Heartbreak Red truly lived up to its reputation as a supreme treasure among celestial herbs, embodying regal elegance and purportedly possessing the power to revive the deceased. The 8-petal fairy orchid boasted a gentle and rich medicinal quality, easily absorbed, capable of fortifying the foundation and expelling impurities from the body, rightly regarded as the finest among orchids. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a fire-attribute celestial treasure, was known for its potent restorative effects on pure yang energy, significantly enhancing the soul power of its user, making it invaluable to fire-attribute soul masters. Both men, clutching the three celestial herbs, could not help but express their admiration. Although it did not evoke the same ecstatic reaction as acquiring the ethereal treasures, their expressions were nonetheless filled with longing, reminiscent of the fervent admiration displayed by characters in the original narrative. Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang held the three celestial herbs tightly, reluctant to relinquish them. Jintian, do you possess any other celestial herbs? Take a look, rest assured, we will not take yours. Father, second uncle, we have indeed only obtained these three rare medicinal herbs. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Padi. After speaking, Yang Jintian's gaze shifted towards his son, his eyes seemingly laden with a warning. Yang Padi also spoke. Grandfather, second uncle, these rare herbs are truly exceptional, each worth its weight in gold. How could they be so easily acquired? Even with the ice and fire duality eye, having this many is quite remarkable. Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang pondered for a moment. Indeed, rare herbs are hard to come by, as they can be said to embody the very essence of creation. Possessing these few is quite fortunate. Jintian, your second uncle and I will study these three rare herbs for a while, and once we are done, we will return them to you. Before Yang Jintian could respond, they had already taken the three rare herbs away. As for his father, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Was this not a clear case of favoritism? The grandchildren's were untouched, yet all of his were seized. When Yang Jintian and Yang Padi left the alchemy room, Yang Jintian's expression was somewhat displeased. Padi, this time you have truly deceived me. How will you compensate me? Give me one of the rare herbs you've hidden away. Yang Padi was not one to indulge his father. Father, what are you saying? Both grandfathers merely wish to study them for a while. They will soon be returned to you. You need not worry about that. Chapter 44. The arrival of Douluo Yin. It seemed that life was returning to its usual tranquility. After attending class that morning, the Yang family prepared for a meal. The little girl stood at about Yang Padi's height, approximately 1.50 meters, with short, deep purple hair, exuding a certain spirited charm. While she might not be extraordinarily beautiful, there was an enchanting allure about her. Her green eyes were quite peculiar, giving off an air of mystery. Yang Padi found the girl somewhat familiar. She appeared to be around 10 years old and already exhibited the traits of a budding beauty. her figure surprisingly graceful and well-proportioned. Padi, Pingyan. Let me introduce you to this young lady. This is Douluo Yen. Her father and grandfather have come to our family for medical treatment and will be staying with us. You all should get along well. Following this, Yang Jintian introduced his children. Yen Yen, this is my wife, Niu Jinfeng. You may call her auntie. These children are my offspring, named Yang Padi and Yang Pingyan. Both 8.5 years old. You should all get to know each other. He then pointed to his 2-year-old daughter. This is my daughter, Yang Tianyue, who is 2 years old. Yang Pingyan and Yang Padi quickly greeted her. Hello, I am Yang Padi, 8.5 years old. Hello, I am Yang Pingyan, 8.5 years old. The little girl seemed somewhat aloof. I am Douluo Yen, 10.5 years old. After the introductions, which seemed to lack warmth, Niu Jinfeng quickly pulled Douluo Yen closer. Yen Yen, do not mind these two little rascals. Just consider this place your home from now on. At this moment, Yang Padi silently contemplated. This little girl is indeed Douluo Yen. She appears to be 7 years younger than Tang San, yet she has come to my family, perhaps accompanying her father, Douluo Xin, for treatment. According to the original narrative, Douluo Yen is soon to attend the Royal Academy of Tiandou, where she will meet Yu Tianheng and eventually become his romantic partner. Both Douluo Yen and Yu Tianheng are the grandchildren of title Douluo, making them somewhat compatible in terms of status. However, one wonders if there might be elements of a political marriage involved, or if Douluo Bo merely seeks to provide Douluo Yen with a strong ally, as he is acutely aware of his precarious situation, which could lead to his untimely demise at any moment. Presently, Douluo Yen is merely a 10-year-old child, and Yang Padi finds little interest in her. However, his mother, Niu Jinfeng, seems quite fond of Douluo Yen. Thus, Douluo Yen temporarily settled in their home. The following morning, Yang Padi and Yang Pingyan began their practice in the martial arts arena of the backyard. Ever since becoming a great soul master, Yang Padi has increased his physical burden. And aside from the time spent in medicinal baths and bathing, he seldom removes his weights, even during sleep. Each limb bears 5 kilograms of wrist weights. And he previously carried a 30-kilogram breastplate, bringing the total weight to 50 kilograms. Initially, he found it somewhat uncomfortable, but after enduring numerous strenuous climbs, he has gradually adapted. Especially after each medicinal bath, he feels a noticeable enhancement in his physical condition, and it seems his inherent martial soul is also on the verge of strengthening. Yang Pingyan, after witnessing Yang Padi's rigorous training regimen, equipped himself with weights upon acquiring his first spirit ring, although his burden is significantly lighter than Yang Padi's, leaving him utterly exhausted each day. The training ground is filled with an array of spears, all crafted in the likeness of the broken soul spear of the family, though varying in weight, and the blades remain sheathed for the safety of the two children. Since awakening his martial soul, Yang Padi has mastered the fundamental techniques of spear fighting over the past 2 years, particularly excelling in thrusting and piercing techniques, as these foundational moves closely resemble those of the family's spear techniques. By now, he has nearly perfected the family's spear style, wielding it with a semblance of proficiency. Each morning, after completing their basic spear drills, Yang Pingyan eagerly seeks Yang Padi's guidance. Initially inclined to decline, Yang Padi reconsidered, recognizing that true advancement in martial arts requires practical application. Thus, the two engage in friendly sparring sessions each morning. Yang Pingyan employs a standard weight broken soul spear, which is appropriate for his age, weighing around 30 pounds. In contrast, Yang Padi prefers to wield a heavier spear, whether in practice or combat, often exceeding 100 pounds. And since attaining the status of Great Soul Master, he has escalated to using a 200-pound spear, a feat made possible by his additional weights. It is worth noting that Yang Padi's martial soul itself weighs nearly 300 pounds, a testament to the effects of continuously absorbing strength-oriented spirit rings. However, every sparring session typically culminates in a victory for Yang Padi. Although the heavy weaponry may lack agility, it boasts superior strength and presence, particularly in terms of power. Each time Yang Pingyan faces an assault, he must exert himself to either block or evade. The collision of their assaults results in a reverberating impact on Yang Pingyan's hands. Just as their practice reached an intense peak, Douluo Yen approached, seemingly intrigued by their duel, only to appear somewhat disinterested once the competition concluded. Yang Padi and Yang Pingyan greeted her. Good morning, Sister Yen. Douluo Yen expressed a hint of fascination for the two youngsters who had been honing their marksmanship since dawn. Good morning to both of you, she exclaimed. At that moment, Douluo Yen inquired, why are you two up so early practicing with firearms? Shouldn't T-Soul Masters prioritize cultivating their soul power instead? Why do you focus more on martial skills? Sister Yen, as Weapon Soul Masters, we must practice with our weapons regularly to become adept at utilizing our weapon souls, Yang Padi replied. Truth be told, Douluo Yen grew more intrigued. Since you are both soul masters, why not engage in a soul duel with me? My father and grandfather never allow me to duel with others, and training alone can be quite tedious. Do not worry, I won't overwhelm you two. I will face both of you together. Upon hearing this, Yang Pudi was momentarily speechless. Douluo Yin's weapon soul was the Phosphor Serpent, and nearly all her soul skills were toxic. Which soul master would willingly spar with a poison user in their early stages? A moment later, Yang Pudi's mother, Niu Jinfeng, arrived at the training ground, seemingly enjoying the unfolding spectacle. Pudi, go ahead and engage in a soul duel with Yin Yin. Rest assured, with me present, everyone will be safe. Douluo Yin appeared quite confident. Auntie, allow me to duel with both of them. Trust me, I will manage my poison carefully. Hearing this, Niu Jinfeng and the two boys exchanged puzzled glances. Where did this girl find the confidence to take on two opponents? After a brief silence, Niu Jinfeng finally spoke up. Yin Yin, perhaps you should first spar with Pudi and see how it goes. If you win, then you may face both of them. Douluo Yin seemed brimming with confidence. Very well. I shall first defeat this little Yang Pudi before taking on both of you. With that, she confidently strode onto the training field, appearing remarkably at ease, as if confronting mere children. Yang Pingyan quickly stepped away from the training ground, moving closer to Niu Jinfeng to prepare for the spectacle ahead, wearing an expression that suggested he anticipated a show. On the training ground, only Douluo Yin and Yang Pudi remained. Douluo Yin, adopting a mature demeanor, began to introduce her weapon soul and soul power. I am Douluo Yin, wielder of the Phosphor Serpent weapon soul, a level 21 control system, Grand Soul Master. Please guide me. Yang Pudi, seeing this, also introduced himself. I am Yang Pudi, wielder of the soul-breaking spear weapon soul, a level 22 assault system, Grand Soul Master. Please guide me. Douluo Yin, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat astonished. Yang Pudi, you are already at level 22? How can that be? Yang Pudi could not help but ponder deeply. Donggu's current age was 10 and a half, which meant that in just 6 months, he would be 11. Presently, he had only reached level 21. Following this trajectory, after a year and a half of cultivation, he would barely attain levels 25 or 26, just enough to meet the requirements for joining Shrek Academy. It was likely that Yu Tianheng from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was in a similar situation. Nevertheless, both Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng could already be considered prodigies, as they were nurtured by two prominent families. This raises the question of the caliber of talent that Shrek has recruited. Even Zhu Zhuqing, with the lowest soul power, could probably serve as the captain of a formidable team after just one soul master competition. Yang Pudi paid no heed to Douluo Yin's astonishment and summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, which was immediately accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet, indicative of a great soul master's strength. In response, Douluo Yin swiftly summoned her martial soul, the Phosphor Snake, which also displayed 2 yellow soul rings at her feet. Upon careful observation, Yang Pudi noted that a green phosphor snake enveloped Douluo Yin's entire being, capable of controlling its movements and attacks. Could this be the distinction between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls? At that moment, his mother, Niu Jinfeng, seemed to assume the role of referee. Both martial souls have been summoned. The match begins. The phosphor snake, under Douluo Yin's command, lunged towards Yang Pudi's direction, resembling a predator on the hunt. Yang Pudi brandished his soul-breaking spear, thrusting it towards the oncoming serpent. Upon collision, the spear, weighing an impressive 300 pounds and tipped with a sharp point, pierced the body of the phosphor snake, creating a gash. Douluo Yin appeared to wince in pain as the snake retaliated, expelling a cloud of dark green gas aimed directly at Yang Pudi, clearly the inherent poison of the phosphor snake. In response, Yang Pudi gripped the spear firmly and executed a thrusting technique, penetrating the toxic gas with a piercing spear light. He then charged forward, heading straight for Douluo Yin. Noticing this, a hint of a smile danced at the corners of Douluo Yin's lips as the snake's tail whipped towards Yang Pudi like a lash. Yang Pudi remained unfazed, exhibiting no intention of retreat. Instead, he swept his soul-breaking spear towards the snake's tail, sending it flying. Before Douluo Yin could react, he swung the spear again, employing a cleaving technique that dispersed the surrounding toxic gas, swiftly positioning the spear's blade against her neck. The essence of the soul-breaking spear lies in its focus on the concept of breaking, which fundamentally translates to thrusting. However, Yang Pudi's foundational spear techniques encompassed a broader array of skills, including sweeping, cleaving, entwining, lifting, and blocking, providing a more comprehensive approach. This was the reason for Yang Pudi's steadfast commitment to enhancing his strength-based soul rings, as it rendered both offense and defense more holistic, promising greater prowess in the future. Elite experts like Tang Chun and Tiandou seldom relied on soul techniques anymore. Instead, they favored fundamental skills and their self-created soul techniques. However, Tang San Si God's trident weighed an astonishing 108,000 gene. which fundamentally enabled him to contend with Bibi Dong upon his ascension to the title Douluo. At that moment, Dogu Yan's complexion turned slightly pale, as she never anticipated losing so swiftly and effortlessly. Dogu Yan's first two soul skills were phosphorescent red poison and paralysis poison. The phosphorescent red poison served as a stimulant, enhancing her attack power and speed by 20, while the second soul skill, paralysis poison, alleviated pain for her teammates, increasing their defense by 30, of little use in one-on-one combat. It could be said that this was her utmost effort. On the other hand, Yang Pudi had not utilized any soul skills throughout the match, employing his gun's aura only once. He had barely exerted half of his strength, yet emerged victorious with ease. Dogu Yan found it hard to believe. How could she have lost so quickly to a child 2 years her junior? Yang Pudi glanced at Dogu Yan and could not help but shake his head. She was merely an inexperienced girl, unfamiliar with the fierce competition among soul masters and lacking any real setbacks. Just as Yang Pudi prepared to depart, Dogu Yan spoke again. Wait, don't leave yet. Let's have another match. I refuse to believe you can win so easily once more. Yang Pudi was rendered speechless. He was an adult in spirit, yet here he was, being entangled by a young girl. Sister Yan, do not forget that I did not use any soul skills just now. Upon hearing this, Dogu Yan seemed to grasp something. If this young man could defeat her without employing any soul techniques, just how formidable was his true strength? After breakfast, Yang Pudi and Yang Pinyin prepared to attend class, while Dogu Yan, intrigued by Yang Pudi, decided to accompany them. Ever since entering the realm of great soul masters, Yang Pudi had been reluctant to attend classes, particularly theoretical ones, but after some persuasion from his parents and teachers, he reluctantly acquiesced. Nevertheless, during class, Yang Pudi spent most of his time in meditation, having already mastered the material through his own studies. Thus, Dogu Yan followed Yang Pudi and Yang Pinyin throughout the day. When dinner time arrived, she could not help but inquire, Yang Pudi, shouldn't we soul masters focus on enhancing our soul power? Why do I not see you dedicating time to meditation? Is this physical training truly beneficial? Sister Yan, I meditate every night in my room. Although we are soul masters, our physical bodies are our foundation. Only by strengthening our bodies can our meditation yield better results. Especially after exercising and taking medicinal baths each afternoon, the effects of meditation are significantly enhanced. Do you not engage in other activities, such as shopping, playing, or spending time with friends? As a soul master, I believe that strength is paramount. We are still young, and this is the best time for training. There will be ample opportunities for leisure in the future. After hearing this, Dogu Yan was left speechless. Was this really a child? He was nothing short of a prodigy. Chapter 46, A Day in the Life of Dogu Yan. The following morning, as Yang Pudi and Yang Pinyin rose to practice their marksmanship, to their surprise, Dogu Yan also appeared, leaving them momentarily speechless. Noticing their astonished expressions, Dogu Yan adopted a slightly haughty demeanor, questioning, What? Is it only the two of you who are allowed? Am I not permitted to train as well? Yang Pudi, unable to contain his amusement, picked up his trusty iron spear and began his practice. Recently, he had mastered the fundamentals of spear techniques and was now prepared to delve into more advanced methods, albeit only possessing a rudimentary understanding of the Overlord spear technique. The Yu family spear and the Yang family spear from his previous life. These renowned spear techniques were merely familiar to him, as a novice in martial arts. He had only grasped a few basic moves, many of which he had learned online, lacking any deep understanding. However, he now had ample time to study and research them thoroughly. Observing the two immersed in their practice, Dogu Yan felt utterly at a loss regarding spear techniques. Having never even touched a spear before, ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and interrupted their training. Could you both pause for a moment? I have something to discuss. Yang Pudi, puzzled, inquired, Sister Yan, is there something wrong? This is a prime time for training. We cannot afford to waste it. I was wondering if you two could teach me how to practice spear techniques. Sister Yan, you possess a beast martial soul. Why would you need to practice spear techniques? It's entirely unnecessary. But if both of you are training with spears, what should I be practicing? Yang Pudi pondered deeply, realizing that he had little to offer Dogu Yan in terms of training. Suddenly, he recalled that in the original text, Shrek Academy arranged for students to run while carrying stones after enrollment. Although such training might not yield miraculous results, it would still benefit a beast martial soul. Given that Dogu Yan was a rare control-type beast martial soul, practicing running could prove advantageous in the future, making her less susceptible to being targeted. Sister Yan, I have a suggestion for your training. You could carry a weighted pack from our location and run around the entire training ground, or even around the entire Paji clan. This is quite effective. Dogu Yan expressed her confusion. Running with a weighted pack? Is that truly beneficial? I have never heard of such a training method. Running with weights can enhance one's physical resilience, especially after fatigue. If combined with medicinal baths, the effects of training and meditation are greatly amplified. In our clan, everyone carries weights while climbing mountains in the afternoon. Why not join us later? All right, I shall give it a try as you suggested. However, if it proves ineffective, I will certainly hold you accountable. My sister's poison is quite formidable. Upon hearing this, both Yang Pudi and Yang Pingan exchanged glances, bemused at how someone who had just recently been defeated could exhibit such bravado. In terms of poison, she might not even surpass those from the Paji clan. Thus, for 2 hours that morning, Duguyan jogged alongside them while carrying a weight. Although the burden was relatively light, it still left her breathless. Once Yang Pudi and Yang Pingan completed their morning spear practice, Duguyan also concluded her run, approaching them with a question. You two merely practice spear techniques. Is such a training intensity truly sufficient? Yang Pudi and Yang Pingan merely smiled upon hearing those words. At that moment, Yang Pingan spoke up, Sister Yin Yin. Why not give the gun that elder brother practiced with earlier a try? That way, you will understand. Du Guyen, filled with confusion, approached the gun rack and grasped the weapon that Yang Pudi had used that morning. Instantly, an overwhelming force coursed through her hands, rendering her grip somewhat unsteady. Why is this gun so heavy? It must weigh around 200 pounds. Have you been practicing with this all morning? Sister Yin Yin, this gun indeed weighs exactly 200 pounds, but elder brother has an additional 50 kilograms of weight on him. While I may not carry as much, my load combined with the gun is still nearly 100 pounds. At that moment, Du Guyen could not help but exclaim, how on earth do you manage this? You are only 8 years old. Yang Pudi pondered for a moment before responding. Through training, relentless training, and absorbing the spirit rings of strength-type spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, Du Guyen inwardly scoffed. 8 years old? Is this really something an 8-year-old can achieve? After breakfast, Yang Pudi, Yang Pingan, and Du Guyen proceeded to the family's elementary school to commence their morning lessons. However, throughout the morning, Yang Pudi either read books or meditated alone, hardly paying attention to the lectures. Yet, with Du Guyen's arrival, a group of young children, aged 8 or 9, began to gather around her, intrigued by her presence, leaving Du Guyen rather speechless. Following their studies in alchemy in the afternoon, the trio began their rigorous training. Initially, the afternoon exercises primarily consisted of weighted mountain climbing. However, according to Yang Pudi's plans, a variety of activities were introduced, making the routine far less monotonous. These activities included weighted running, weighted mountain climbing, weighted swimming, and weighted frog jumps, leaving everyone utterly exhausted, as though they had been through a harrowing ordeal. Du Guyen, participating in the training for the first time, resolutely refused to attempt weighted swimming, as she was an absolute novice in the water and, being a girl, did not particularly enjoy swimming. Moreover, believing herself to be on par with the boys, she chose the same weight as her peers, which proved to be quite challenging, within just half the time. She felt utterly spent and was eventually assisted to the resting area. Upon returning home, all three engaged in a medicinal bath, with the necessary preparations already made. As part of a spirit master family, they had numerous servants, who mainly handled cooking, boiling water, and laundry, while the medicinal bath was personally prepared by Niu Jinfeng. The entire process lasted half an hour, after which the three began to regain their vitality, and the family gathered to enjoy dinner together. The meal was lavish, featuring spirit beast meat, vegetables, staple foods, and stews. After the medicinal bath, Du Guyen seemed to have regained considerable energy and felt remarkably invigorated. At that moment, she noticed something peculiar about the day. In the past, medicinal baths were a daily routine. However, this afternoon, after a session of exercise, the effects of the medicinal bath were remarkably superior to previous experiences, and the evening meditation appeared to flow with greater ease than usual. What could be the reason for this? Although Du Guyen seemed somewhat perplexed, she suppressed her curiosity and endeavored to meditate earnestly. Chapter 47. 3 Major Matters. Clearly, Du Guyen was a determined young woman. Although her training intensity could not compare to that of Yang Pudi and Yang Pingan, she managed to endure. Niu Jinfeng discreetly approached Yang Pudi. Son, what do you think of Yin Yin? Yang Pudi appeared somewhat bewildered. Sister Yin is quite decent. She is diligent and possesses commendable talent. Although the poison within her is rather troublesome, it is not insurmountable. Hearing this, Niu Jinfeng was momentarily speechless. Son, I was inquiring about Yin Yin's character. Is she beautiful? How do you feel about your interactions together? I think she is quite pleasant. Everyone seems to enjoy each other as company. So, son, have you ever considered making Yin Yin your wife? Mom, what are you saying? I am only 8 years old. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss such matters? Not at all. Many young people marry and have children before they are 20. You don't have many years left. It's time to contemplate this. Upon hearing this, Yang Pudi was left speechless. Mom, I am still young. I am not considering this for now. Ultimately, their conversation ended abruptly. with Yang Pidi asserting his youth as a reason to defer such discussions, leaving Niu Jinfeng helpless. After concluding the talk, Yang Pidi reflected privately. According to the original narrative, Douluo Yin was meant to be with Yu Tianheng, and there was a sense of alliance between the two families. Now that the Pa family could cure the Douluo family's ancestral martial soul poisoning issue, could it be that the two families were contemplating a union? At merely 8 years of age, and with so many beautiful women yet to be encountered in the original tale, he felt a tinge of reluctance. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and Yang Pudi was now 11 and a half. During these years, numerous significant events unfolded. Firstly, under the treatment administered by Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang, Douluo Bo's poisoning had considerably alleviated, with minimal lingering effects in the short term. Seizing this opportunity, Douluo Bo finally ascended to the rank of titled Douluo. As Douluo Bo had always been a guest elder of the Tiandou royal family, the Tiandou Empire now ostensibly possessed its own title Douluo. However, Douluo Bo was notoriously headstrong. Becoming a guest elder was merely a means to repay Prince Xuesheng for past assistance, and it remained uncertain how much he would contribute in critical moments. Douluo Bo's life was quite monotonous, spent either cultivating in his estate, researching poisons with the Pa family, or wandering alone in the forest, embodying the essence of a lone wolf. Secondly, the internal dynamics of the Pa family underwent drastic transformation. Grandfather Yang Wudi had advanced to level 86, while second uncle Yang Wushuang had reached level 85, with both individuals seemingly progressing by 1 level each year. And they were unlikely to encounter significant bottlenecks in the near future. My father, in a rather exaggerated manner, has astonishingly reached level 85, progressing in soul power even faster than my 2 grandfathers. If this trend continues, it won't be long before he surpasses both of them. Consequently, my grandfathers are feeling the pressure. The thought of being outstripped in soul power by their own son or grandson weighs heavily on their pride. How could they continue to uphold their roles as clan leaders under such circumstances? Thus, they have recently dedicated even more time to their cultivation, significantly reducing their time spent on alchemy. This shift has left Douluo Bo, who came to visit, utterly speechless. Wasn't the plan to explore the art of poison together? Why have both of you become so engrossed in your training? Moreover, it seems rather misplaced that during your youth, you neglected your cultivation, and now, in your old age, you are suddenly so devoted. While he might voice such thoughts, Douluo Bo is quite reluctant to engage in soul battles with Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang, both of whom are combat maniacs, verging on the realm of battle obsessives. Even with their current soul power levels, Douluo Bo finds himself unable to match them. Is he truly destined to cement his reputation as the weakest titled Douluo? In a pivotal development for the family, the prized 9th grade purple ginseng was discussed and ultimately decided to be used in conjunction with several other high-value herbs. They even procured a substantial quantity of herbs from Yang Pidi, which they refined into elixirs. It is said that on the day the elixirs were completed, both grandfathers were in a frenzy of excitement. Among the 6 elders, 2 have broken through to the Douluo rank, while the remaining 4 have ascended to high-level soul saints. Meanwhile, my mother's soul power has also surged impressively, almost to the point of incredulity, as she has reached level 79, having advanced 6 levels in just 3 years. Such a pace, if known, would surely astonish many. Naturally, my grandfathers, having witnessed the rise and fall of the Haotian Sect, are well aware of the dangers of excessive prominence. They have urged the clan to act with discretion, especially with the addition of 2 Douluo ranks, ensuring that this information remains entirely concealed. However, the most significant matter concerning the Paiji clan revolves around Princess Yang Tianyu. Yang Tianyu has always possessed a delightful charm, endearing herself to her elders, and she frequently mingles with a group of children, creating a cacophony of playful chaos as she chases cats and dogs, reigning as a little tyrant of the Paiji clan. Regrettably, the elders dote on her excessively. Whenever she makes a mistake, her tear-streaked face softens their hearts, leading to her being let off the hook each time. Yang Tianyu appears to possess an extraordinary talent for marksmanship. At the tender age of 5, she began training with Yang Pidi and Yang Ping in each morning. And within a year, her proficiency with the gun had reached impressive heights, causing both Yang Pidi and Yang Ping to question their own skills. The elders are equally astonished, especially my second grandfather, Yang Wushuang, who showers her with affection, often holding her and exclaiming, "Truly, my granddaughter." A worthy heir of the Yang family, destined to elevate the Paiji clan. This favoritism leaves Yang Pidi and Yang Ping at a loss for words. Especially notable was her soul awakening, which she underwent in solitude, surrounded only by her immediate family. As the moment of martial soul awakening arrived, Yang Tianyue indeed manifested the ancestral martial soul, the broken soul spear. However, when she placed her hand upon the soul power testing crystal ball, The entire sphere became engulfed in energy. To everyone's astonishment, she exhibited innate full soul power, an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Broken Clan. Witnessing this, her parents and grandfathers were filled with elation, as if they could already envision the resurgence of their lineage. The two grandfathers soon fell into a heated dispute, each vying to instruct young Tiandou in her cultivation, treating her as their own disciple. Their quarrel escalated to the point where it almost turned physical, starkly contrasting the image of affectionate brothers. Ultimately, it was decided that young Tiandou would be jointly nurtured and educated by both grandfathers, leaving her parents speechless, as they found their daughter's educational authority usurped. Nevertheless, young Tiandou publicly declared herself to possess innate soul power at level 9, and in an effort to conceal the truth, the grandfathers deliberately delayed for 2 months before assisting her in acquiring a soul ring, accompanying her together, a privilege that even Yang Padi envied. Chapter 48. Breaking through level 30 that evening, Yang Padi sat alone in his room, immersed in meditation and cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. I've done it. I've finally reached level 30. Since obtaining his soul ring at the age of 8.5, which elevated him to level 22. He had endured nearly 3 years of arduous training to attain this milestone. Remarkably, the 9-leaf sword grass seemed to have produced an unexpected effect. It facilitated breakthroughs during moments of stagnation. Judging by his progress, he had advanced nearly 3 levels each year, rivaling those with innate full soul power, perhaps even excelling them in speed. Reflecting upon his journey, Yang Padi noted that he reached level 30 at 11.5 years old, while Tang San, the fastest in the original story, also achieved this feat at 12, just as he entered the Shrek Academy. The next morning, Yang Padi approached his parents. Mom, Dad, I've reached level 30. Their astonishment was palpable. Breaking through to Soul Master at 11.5 seemed to be an unprecedented record, as it appeared no one had achieved such a breakthrough before the age of 12. Son, that's remarkable. You've reached Soul Master so swiftly. How about this? Tomorrow, I will take you to acquire your soul ring. Have you given any thought to what kind of soul ring you wish to obtain? What duration are you considering? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Padi inquired, Dad, are there any power-type soul beasts that might grant locking soul skills? This piqued the curiosity of his parents. Son, why do you have such an unusual notion? Typically, locking soul skills are derived from spirit-type soul beasts or a select few agility-type soul beasts. They rarely appear in power-type soul beasts. Is there truly none? Not entirely. Have you heard of the Iron Feather Tiger Eagle? The Iron Feather Tiger Eagle? I believe I've seen it before, but aren't birds generally categorized as agility-type soul beasts? Bird-like soul beasts are typically renowned for their exceptional speed. However, the Iron Feather Tiger Eagle stands as an exception to this norm. This magnificent creature is considerably larger than the average eagle soul beast and possesses remarkable swiftness. Yet it is classified as a power-type soul beast. The feathers of the Iron Feather Tiger Eagle are as resilient as gold and iron, exuding a majestic presence, and its strength is formidable. Generally, eagle soul beasts first lock onto their prey to secure their meals, which is why a select few possess locking-type soul skills. Nevertheless, capturing the Iron Feather Tiger Eagle proves to be an arduous task due to its exceptional strength, speed, and defense. Some have even speculated that the Iron Feather Tiger Eagle could be a mutated form of a tiger. As for its habitat, it is uncertain where one might find the Iron Feather Tiger Eagle. It is likely present in the Tiandou forest, albeit in limited numbers, as few venture to hunt such a soul beast deliberately. The two protagonists decided to journey to the Sunset Forest the next day. The Sunset Forest is conveniently located just a few dozen kilometers away, and it is teeming with soul beasts, as they had witnessed on their previous visit. Meanwhile, the younger sister, Yang Tiandou, voiced her determination, saying, Brother, rest assured, I will undoubtedly surpass you and become the fastest to break through to Spirit Master. Yang Padi could not help but internally scoff at being looked down upon by a 6-year-old child. Yang Pinyin, on the other hand, felt a pang of envy. His elder brother had already reached level 30, while he himself had only attained level 24, highlighting an ever-widening gap that necessitated greater effort on his part. According to Yang Padi's estimations, his younger brother, Yang Pinyin, would likely reach around level 27 by the age of 12, not falling short of the Shrek 7 monsters. As for their grandfathers, while they were pleasantly surprised, they refrained from saying much. Yang Jintian, already a soul Douluo, found it effortless to assist his grandson in acquiring a soul ring. Both grandfathers had recently devoted their attention to Yang Tiandou, nearly becoming her devoted servants. This seemed to validate the adage from a past life. Daughters are seen as their father's little romantic interests, and now, granddaughters have transformed into their grandfather's cherished companions. Early the following day, the two departed the Paji clan in a horse-drawn carriage toward the Sunset Forest. Within the carriage, Yang Jintian initiated the conversation. Son, How many years of soul ring do you desire this time? Approximately 4,000 years. I estimate that I can absorb a soul ring of that age. When I absorbed the second soul ring, which was nearly 1,000 years old, I felt my body could endure more. My actual capacity should allow for the absorption of a ring around 1,200 years. The age of the third soul ring will not affect its color, so you can absorb it with confidence. Father, if you doubt my resilience, you may assess my physical strength. I have been diligently training for the past 3 years and undergoing daily medicinal baths, so there should be no unforeseen complications. Of course, one crucial detail Yang Pidi omitted was the existence of his second martial soul, the main body martial soul. The significant advantage of this primary martial soul lies in its ability to substantially enhance one's physical attributes after absorbing a soul ring, ultimately allowing for the absorption of rings beyond one's current level, which is the foundation of Yang Pidi's confidence in absorbing a 4,000-year soul ring. As for the future fourth soul ring, Yang Pidi had never contemplated acquiring a 10,000-year fourth ring. Although Yang Pidi possessed a primary martial soul, and, after the tempering of ice and fire, his physical constitution might be robust enough to endure, there was no certainty he could withstand the mental shockwaves. In the original work, Tang San evolved his purple extreme magic eyes through the practice of the technique from a young age and utilized the Wangchuan autumn water dew for its enhancement. However, Yang Pidi lacked any means of cultivating mental strength, even though his primary martial soul granted him superior mental power compared to others. It was not sufficient to reach that level. Unless he were to obtain a high-age premium head soul bone, he would not consider those of lower age. Yang Jintian meticulously examined his son's physique, unable to suppress his astonishment. Son, I am beginning to question whether you are a monster at such a tender age. Your physical prowess is remarkably formidable. All the effort of these past years has not been in vain. Do you have any plans concerning soul beasts? Father, let's discuss the specific choice of soul beasts when we reach the Sunset Forest. Just finding the right age and type is already quite challenging. This time, I must seek a power-type soul beast. The stronger and rarer, the better. If I could find a scarce dragon-type soul beast, that would be even better. Ideally, I wish to encounter a soul beast that is invincible in terms of strength at the same level. Chapter 49, Re-entering the Sunset Forest. This time, entering the Sunset Forest was considerably easier than the last. After all, Yang Jintian had already become a soul Douluo, and Yang Pidi's soul power had also increased significantly. However, regardless of the circumstances, one must exercise utmost caution in a soul beast forest, especially in a vast one like the Sunset Forest. The duo wandered in the central region of the Sunset Forest for a whole 7 days, yet they encountered no suitable soul beasts. Either the years were inappropriate, or the beasts were too weak to be deemed worthy. The most suitable option was a 2,000-year-old iron-armored bear, which Yang Pidi dismissed for being too low in age. As for the iron feather tiger eagle that Yang Pidi longed for, not even a shadow was seen, let alone a common eagle. That night, a somewhat anxious Yang Pidi could not help but speak. Father, finding a suitable soul beast is rather challenging. Shall we consider visiting the Tiandou Great Forest? It is said that there are many soul beasts there. You foolish child, there are indeed a multitude of soul beasts within the Sunset Forest. Over these past few days, we have encountered many decent ones, but you simply dismiss them. Take, for instance, the 3,000-year-old ghost tiger we just encountered. For many, even as a fourth soul ring, it would be considered premium, yet you still find fault with it. However, there truly aren't any remarkable options. If it were a 3,000-year-old dark golden fearclaw bear, I would have used it already. Dark golden fearclaw bear? Have you ever seen one? I have not even laid eyes on a dark golden fearclaw bear. So do not entertain such fanciful notions. If there are no dark golden fearclaw bears, the Titan giant ape would suffice. Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian was left speechless. Silly child, do you know what level of soul beast the Titan giant ape is? It is said that a 10,000-year Titan giant ape can contend with a 100,000-year soul beast. That is indeed a legendary soul beast. To my knowledge, only Tang Hao possesses a soul ring from a Titan giant ape, while others have likely never even seen one. I recall the legends of the Tiandou Forest, where a Titan great ape purportedly resides for 100,000 years. Yet, why has no one dared to hunt it? My son, are you aware of the immense power possessed by that Titan great ape? Even a typical title Douluo would struggle against it. It would likely require a title Douluo of level 96 to stand a chance, and even then, it would demand every ounce of effort. Within the Tiandou Forest, even a title Douluo, if wounded, could easily encounter fatal peril. Moreover, behind that Titan great ape lurks an even more formidable sky blue bull python. Who possesses the strength to hunt it? Who would dare to attempt such a feat? To even consider hunting the Titan great ape, one would need to assemble at least 4 title Douluo of sufficient caliber. Otherwise, even if they succeeded in the hunt, they would not dare to absorb its essence. Upon the Titan's demise, countless soul beasts would be drawn to its carcass, as it would serve as a sumptuous feast for them. The question remains, where could one find such a multitude of title Douluo? Even the three great sects could scarcely bear the loss of a title Douluo. Father, allow me to pose another question. You and my two great uncles have both reached level 86, while grandfather has attained level 87. How do you plan to approach the matter of your ninth spirit ring? Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian fell into contemplation. Indeed, the ninth spirit ring poses a significant dilemma. I suspect we shall venture into the Tiandou forest to seek a soul beast around 80,000 years old. Such an age presents considerable challenges, and we will likely enlist your grandfather's assistance. At most, the four clan leaders of the single attribute families will accompany us. Yet they may find themselves overmatched against a soul beast of this caliber. Additionally, the esteemed Douluo will probably lend his support. Father, it seems my grandfather is also nearing the rank of title Douluo, isn't he? Indeed, your grandfather is close, perhaps even a year ahead of your own. He has always been 2 levels above your grandfather, and the items you have selected are indeed quite suitable for him. Having procured numerous celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang, could any of them enhance the age of a soul beast? You mischievous little rascal. What are you contemplating? Such precious celestial herbs could hardly be wasted on soul beasts. Even the most appropriate herbs would only augment a soul beast's age by a few thousand years. The cost is far too great and entirely unnecessary. My son, do not dwell too much on these matters. Your grandfather and 2 great uncles each have their own plans in motion. I am sure they are already considering their options. After a moment of silence, Yang Pidi spoke again. Father, I have recently perused ancient texts and discovered that the 10,000-year cold marrow is remarkably beneficial for soul beasts, capable of significantly extending their age. Yang Jintian chuckled and couldn't help but pat his son's head. What is it that your mind is conjuring? The 10,000-year cold marrow is an unparalleled treasure. Should it truly be found, various factions would undoubtedly engage in a frenzied scramble for it. Both the 3 great sects and the Spirit Hall boast numerous high-ranking soul saints and soul Douluo, and possessing 10,000-year cold marrow could enable them to transcend to soul Douluo and title Douluo. To my recollection, it has been several centuries since the continent has witnessed the appearance of 10,000-year cold marrow, and even the 1,000-year variety is scarce. By the way, my son, your intuition has always been quite remarkable. Have you sensed any suitable soul beasts in your vicinity this time? I believe that Titan in the Tiandou forest would be quite fitting for me, albeit its age is somewhat excessive. Upon hearing these words, both individuals erupted into laughter. They enjoyed a tranquil night of rest before resuming their search the following day. Instead of venturing far, they settled beside a babbling brook, concealing themselves within the nearby thicket, prepared to lie in wait for any suitable soul beasts that might come to drink. Throughout the day, numerous soul beasts approached the water, some of which were rather impressive. Notably, they spotted a formidable gorilla, estimated to be around 4,000 years old. However, they deemed it unsatisfactory, seeking an even more formidable creature. As night fell, Yang Jintian seemed to perceive his son's impatience. My son, he remarked, are you feeling a bit anxious? Remember, acquiring a soul ring is not a simple endeavor. The limitations imposed by the age and species of soul beasts are considerable, making it challenging to find the perfect match. Patience is paramount. As soul masters, we may spend months in the soul-hunting forest in pursuit of a creature that meets our criteria. Furthermore, your expectations are somewhat lofty. Today, several soul beasts were indeed quite suitable for you, especially that gorilla, which boasts excellent strength attributes and age, qualifying as a prime choice for many S4th soul ring. Dad, I'm not particularly anxious. I simply feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. Why have I yet to encounter a superior soul beast? Yang Jintian chuckled softly, my son. How many superior soul beasts do you think one can encounter? In fact, we've encountered a couple of exceptional ones recently, yet their ages were vastly disparate. Indeed, we came across 2 dragon-type soul beasts, but either their ages were too low or too high, rendering them unsuitable. Even those just over 3,000 years are often considered for a 3rd soul ring. Chapter 50, the 3rd soul ring. Curiously, mere hours after departing, they stumbled upon an outstanding soul beast. As they traversed the woodlands, an overwhelming swarm of soul bees emerged, each not much larger than an egg. Yet their numbers were staggering. Yang Jintian swiftly urged his son to retreat. Father, Yang Pidi remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Was that not a swarm of sun bees? How could there be so many? Indeed, that was a swarm of sun bees. A species unique to the sunlit forest and favored by agile soul masters, Yang Jintian confirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Pidi continued, Father, something feels amiss. Why were there so many sun bees? They seemed to be moving in unison, as if responding to a threat. It did indeed seem peculiar. Could there be a soul beast bold enough to steal the honey of the sun bees? Such audacity was remarkable, given that sun bees were among the dominators of the sunlit forest, renowned for their vast numbers. Dad, shall we investigate? A soul beast capable of provoking the sun bees must be formidable. After a brief deliberation, Yang Jintian led Yang Putty towards the direction the sun bees had flown, ultimately discovering a muddy swamp. Countless sun bees danced upon its surface. It was not until half a day later that the sun bees appeared to relent, gradually dispersing from the area. Several hours passed, and to everyone's astonishment, a bear emerged from the mire. Although its movements appeared somewhat clumsy, it exuded a formidable presence. The bear rolled around on the grass, shedding much of the mud that clung to its fur, suggesting a surprising level of intelligence. Shortly thereafter, it dashed to a nearby stream and leaped into the water, presumably to cleanse itself of the grime. However, perhaps due to ill fortune, a sudden roar echoed through the air, indicating the bear had been bitten by something lurking beneath the surface. Immediately, the hapless creature began to thrash about, transforming the stream into a crimson spectacle. Ultimately, the bear managed to claw its way onto the bank, but its assailant, a spirit beast, had followed closely behind. Once the bear had washed itself clean, its true form was revealed, a formidable earth demon bear, a creature that had reached the remarkable age of 10,000 years. This species possessed immense power, standing unrivaled among spirit beasts of its era, which explained its audacity in confronting the setting sun's wasps. Yet, the beast that had attacked it appeared even more terrifying. Emerging from the stream was a golden crocodile, its body encased in thick, golden armor, extending over 10 meters in length. Its tail was particularly fearsome, resembling a spiked mace with a sharp tip. Yang Jintian and Yang Putty spoke in unison, golden crocodile. Upon closer inspection, Yang Jintian corrected himself. No, this is not merely a golden crocodile. It is the golden crocodile king. Yang Putty quickly inquired, Father, what is the age of this golden crocodile king? Judging by its length and the condition of its teeth, it was estimated to be between 3,504,000 years old. This golden crocodile king shall be my third spirit ring, declared Yang Jintian, swiftly summoning his soul destruction spear and 8 spirit rings. The rings shimmered as he propelled himself into the fray, launching a strike at the golden crocodile king's mouth, inflicting a penetrating wound. Yet, the golden crocodile king, seemingly relentless, clamped down on the soul destruction spear, halting its advance. Almost instantaneously, its massive tail swung towards Yang Jintian, aiming to force him back. At this moment, Yang Jintian had already ascended to the rank of high-level soul Douluo. He would not be easily deterred. With a swift motion, he withdrew the spear and thrust it towards the golden crocodile king's tail, producing a sharp clang as the spear made contact, leaving a significant gash on the beast's appendage. Yang Jintian's spirit rings glimmered once more, and this time, the spear pierced the golden crocodile king's body, creating another gaping wound from which blood flowed freely. The golden crocodile king, evidently in agony, attempted to retreat into the stream. However, Yang Jintian would not permit its escape. He activated his 6th spirit skill, and a black spirit ring glowed as the soul destruction spear lunged at the golden crocodile king, pinning it firmly to the ground and piercing its entire body. Having sustained such relentless assaults, the golden crocodile king was clearly on the brink of death, writhing helplessly on the ground, displaying signs of unwillingness to succumb. Meanwhile, the earth demon bear had seized the opportunity to flee, leaving behind a palm on the ground. Perhaps the foolish bear was simply fortunate. Son, come quickly and finish off this golden crocodile king, Yang Jintian called out. Hearing this, Yang Putty hurried to his father's side. Father, with such an assault, the golden crocodile king should not perish so swiftly, should it? How could that be? The vitality of the golden crocodile king is indeed formidable. You must hasten to end its life. Yang Putty thrust his broken soul spear into the eye of the golden crocodile king, piercing it directly. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature continued to thrash, showing no signs of death after the first strike. Reluctantly, he drove the spear into the other eye. And only then did the golden crocodile king gradually cease its movements, as a purple soul ring materialized above its lifeless body. Seated beside the carcass, Yang Putty summoned his martial spirit, the broken soul spear, drawing the purple soul ring towards himself. As the ring approached, an immense force surged within him, igniting a tumult of soul power that felt akin to being engulfed in flames. A torment far greater than the pain he endured during his initial absorption of a soul ring. Gradually, a purple soul ring manifested upon the spear as if it were a bracelet. However, the agony seemed only to intensify. His right hand, indeed his entire body, felt as if immersed in molten lava, every cell and fragment of his soul undergoing a relentless refinement. In his mind, a colossal figure wielding a spear stood defiantly against the heavens, embodying indomitable spirit. After a grueling 6 hours, Yang Putty's body began to regain its tranquility, the tempest of soul power within him gradually stabilizing. In his mind, the giant now shimmered with hints of silver and gold, while the broken soul spear grew denser, its tip becoming more razor-sharp, resembling an unparalleled divine weapon. Thus, Yang Putty successfully absorbed the third soul ring from the 4,000-year-old Golden Crocodile King, a ring promising immense benefits, far beyond merely possessing a formidable soul skill. Chapter 51. What luck! Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Yang Putty sensed something amiss within his body, particularly at the location of his posterior. Suddenly, he felt a swelling sensation as a rigid object protruded from his backside, extending an astonishing 2 meters, even tearing through his trousers. It flailed like a tail, leaving deep marks upon the ground. Dumbfounded, Yang Putty stared at the phenomenon. What on earth is this? It looks rather terrifying, rather reminiscent of the tail of the Golden Crocodile King. Beside him, Yang Zhentian was equally astonished, witnessing his son sprout a tail. Realizing the situation, Yang Putty quickly composed himself, attempting to exert control over this newfound appendage. As he channeled his soul power, the tail momentarily stilled, gradually retracting into his body until it vanished completely. However, Yang Putty's expression turned sour. At his age, he was caught without clothing, hastily retrieving a pair of trousers from his soul guide device to cover himself. "Father, could this be an external soul bone?" he inquired. "My son, your fortune is remarkable. That tail of yours is likely the external soul bone from the Golden Crocodile King's tail. Such external soul bones can evolve with the growth of soul power. A rare treasure indeed, second only to 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones within the realm of soul masters. For the time being, it is best that you keep this to yourself to prevent others from coveting it." At this moment, Yang Putty, having acquired an external soul bone, found no joy in his newfound possession. "Father, what exactly do you mean by your tail? And how is one supposed to utilize this tail? Am I to risk tearing my trousers in every battle?" Yang Putty's expression darkened. The notion of this tail, this external soul bone, was indeed an embarrassment he could not afford to acknowledge. It seemed utterly undignified for a man of his stature to possess a tail. Reflecting on this external soul bone, he felt a surge of exasperation. While Tang San had obtained the 8 spider lances and Bibi Dong the 6-winged golden wings, he felt rather unfortunate to have emerged with merely a tail. It was a humiliation that felt beneath him. Unable to contain his sarcasm, Yang Putty remarked, "Father, is the Golden Crocodile King truly that formidable? I saw you employ a 10,000-year soul skill, yet you failed to defeat it in a single strike." "Putty, this is my first encounter with the Golden Crocodile King, and I was astonished by its formidable defenses. The power behind that last strike was indeed tremendous. It lives up to its legendary status as a soul beast. Both its strength and defense are extraordinary, far surpassing that of typical 10,000-year soul beasts," his father replied. Yang Putty cast a disbelieving glance at his father. For someone of your caliber, utilizing a 10,000-year soul skill to defeat a mere 4,000-year soul beast should not be such a daunting task. Is your combat prowess truly so lacking? "Son, how effective is your third soul skill?" his father inquired. "This skill is remarkable. It doubles my strength, increases the weight of the breaking soul spear by 100%, and enhances its attack power and penetrating effect by the same margin. It consumes 20 soul power points and lasts for half an hour. An amplification-type soul skill? Quite impressive. Indeed, rivaling the enhancements provided by a 10,000-year soul skill. The penetrating effect is rather rare among skills of similar rank," his father acknowledged. "Father, this soul ring is far more extraordinary than I had anticipated. I genuinely feel an immense boost in my strength. The weight of the breaking soul spear has surpassed 600 pounds, and I sense that its blade has become sharper. Moreover, my soul power has now reached level 32. This skill is called Golden Power." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Zhentian responded, "Son, your enhancement may be linked to the inherent attributes of the Golden Crocodile King. As a soul beast of the gold attribute, it can augment the sharpness of the breaking soul spear. Its strength is also quite formidable. When I battled the Golden Crocodile King, its bite and tail were immensely powerful, likely far exceeding that of ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. The power of the 10,000-year Earth Demon Bear was already considerable, yet it paled in comparison to that of the Golden Crocodile King. Otherwise, it would not have succumbed so swiftly. Even the legendary Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear and the Titan Great Ape would struggle to match such might, truly embodying the essence of potent strength and gold attributes." Yang Putty, in disbelief, mused. The carcasses of the Golden Crocodile King and the Earth Demon Bear would make for exquisite cuisine, particularly the arm of the Earth Demon Bear. Its paw is a rare delicacy, not to mention the possibility of soul bones. Hearing his son's remark, Yang Padi felt a surge of irritation and promptly retrieved the arm of the earth demon bear, preparing to dissect it. After the dissection of the arm of the earthly magic bear was completed, both individuals were utterly astonished. Yang Padi could not help but exclaim, "Father, what day is it today? Did we consider an auspicious date for hunting souls?" His father, Yang Jintian, was equally incredulous, replying, "Son, I too wish to inquire what auspicious occasion we are celebrating today." Before them lay a resplendent soul bone, specifically a hand bone, and astonishingly, it was an external soul bone. In the entirety of the original work Douluo, only 3 external soul bones had ever appeared. Yet this father-son duo had managed to acquire 2 in a single hunt for soul rings. What a stroke of fortune. Yang Padi quickly interjected, "Father, I have been practicing claw techniques recently and feel I have made progress. The claws of the earthly magic bear seem quite suited for me. May I use them?" To which his father responded, "Son, you have always focused on mastering the soul-breaking spear. When did you ever practice claw techniques? You already possess a tail. This external soul bone should be given to your sister, as it is important for a young lady to have means of self-defense. After all, this was obtained during my efforts in subduing the golden crocodile king, and it is only fitting that I make the allocation. Father, did you not say that the earthly magic bear was not dead and that a soul bone would not appear?" Yang Padi retorted, "I collected the bear's arm myself. It is only natural to occasionally misjudge. Who has not encountered such an anomaly?" Ultimately, the external soul bone from the earthly magic bear was taken by his father. However, Yang Padi did manage to procure 2 celestial herbs from his father's private treasury as a form of compensation. In truth, Yang Padi did not hold particularly high expectations for this external soul bone, as a millennia-old earthly magic bear had proven inferior to a 4,000-year-old golden crocodile king. Thus, the power of the soul bone was likely mediocre. It would be better suited for his younger sister, though he felt somewhat displeased with his father. Chapter 52, The Crocodile King's Spear. After dividing the bear claws, the duo decided to exit the setting sun forest. At that moment, Yang Padi suddenly spoke, "Father, Tiandou is still quite young. When do you plan to allow her to absorb this soul bone? It is best to wait until she reaches the soul master rank, or even the soul ancestor level, for her safety. Furthermore, we should find a way to integrate the soul bone completely, unless in a dire situation. It is advisable to keep this soul bone concealed, for otherwise, Tiandou may be in grave danger." Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not prudent to proceed so soon. After all, this soul bone is a priceless treasure. You must not disclose this to anyone for now. We shall keep this matter between us. He added, "As for your tail, we must devise a way to process that soul bone as well, ensuring it is fully integrated with your body as soon as possible." "Father, I understand. I have a plan," Yang Padi reassured him. Their outing had extended over 10 days, leading to his mother, Neo Jinfeng, growing increasingly vexed with her husband. What takes so long for merely acquiring a 3rd soul ring? Are you capable or not? Consequently, Neo Jinfeng resolved to personally lead the next soul ring hunt, as she could not shake her unease. This left Yang Jintian speechless. If it were not for his son's pursuit of such high-quality soul rings, they would not have taken so long. However, this time proved to be immensely fruitful, as not only did I acquire an exceptional soul ring, but I also obtained 2 external soul bones. The external soul bone from the earth demon bear, particularly its claw, has captivated my interest to the point that I would be reluctant to part with it were it not for my children. Indeed, my son is a true harbinger of fortune. After infusing my soul power into the tail, it began to extend gradually. The tail, golden at its tip, resembles that of the golden crocodile king, albeit on a smaller scale, and I wonder if it is compatible with my physique. I thrust my soul-breaking spear into the tail with force, immediately sensing a sharp pain, akin to a bone injury. Yet, even with my spear's thrust, it merely left a faint mark, attesting to its formidable defense. The most fearsome aspect of the tail lies at its pointed tip, approximately 30 centimeters long, shaped like a triangular blade, resembling a triple-edged spear, with an edge so keen it could rival legendary weapons. I withdrew a hefty piece of metal from my possession and commanded the tail to strike. The metal was effortlessly pierced, prompting me to swallow hard, realizing that the sharpness and precision of this tail might even surpass that of my own spear. Subsequently, I swung the tail, striking the metal with such force that it left a discernible mark, suggesting the tail's power was indeed terrifying, possibly exceeding my own strength. The Golden Crocodile King is truly an exceptional soul beast of gold and strength attributes. This tail embodies both qualities with remarkable prowess, serving splendidly as either a whip or a spear. I pondered how formidable it might become if it were to evolve to a 100,000-year level. Yet, how can I effectively train this tail? This presents a significant challenge. If I could master the distraction control of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, It would be akin to wielding two spears simultaneously, much like the dual swords of the legendary couple in the Return of the Condor Heroes, allowing for unpredictable strikes and a considerable boost in power. Unfortunately, the tail is currently a bit too short. If it were 3 to 5 meters long, it would be even more perfect. Moreover, if the tail could unleash spear energy or intent, it would be truly terrifying. That evening, my parents brought me to my grandfather's training chamber, where both grandfathers were present. Son, please reveal your external soul bone at the tail. We should all examine it to find ways to enhance its capabilities. Dad, isn't that inappropriate? You know its shortcomings. I'm not a child anymore. I can't just expose myself. Before I could finish, I was met with my mother's bemused gaze. Bodhi, why are you shy now? We've all seen your backside before. What is so surprising? Hearing this, I couldn't help but retort. What do you mean you've seen it before? It's not the same as when I was half a year old. Yet, seeing the resolute expressions of the four around me, I resigned myself to comply, albeit with tears of reluctance. Yang Padi produced a pair of scissors from his belongings and snipped a small hole in the rear of his trousers, subsequently guiding his newly emerged tail through the opening. Upon witnessing this peculiar sight, the three individuals present were momentarily taken aback, particularly his mother, Niu Jinfeng, who was left in a state of confusion, unsure whether to laugh or weep at the sight of her son sprouting a tail. Soon after, the four of them took turns examining the ethereal bone at the tail's base, even scrutinizing its root, leaving Yang Padi somewhat speechless. However, after Yang Padi's demonstration, everyone could not help but express their astonishment. Yang Wudi even remarked, "This tail exhibits remarkable strength, both in power and sharpness, and it has the potential to evolve with the growth of soul power. One can only imagine its capabilities if it were to reach the 10,000-year soul bone level. Grandfather, how should I train this tail? It seems a bit uncooperative at the moment." Upon hearing this, the four pondered for a moment, and it was Yang Wudi who finally spoke up. "Padi, you must find ways to utilize this tail more frequently. With consistent practice, you should become more adept at controlling it. Additionally, your second grandfather and I are currently organizing the mind-distracting techniques of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Once we have refined them, you will be able to better harness the power of your tail." Mind-distracting techniques? Isn't that a closely guarded secret of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Yang Padi inquired. Indeed, many sects have had similar techniques in the past, yet none have researched it as thoroughly as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This method is particularly suited to their martial spirits, enhancing their overall strength. Conversely, for other sects, mind-distracting techniques have proven to be rather ineffective, leading to their gradual disappearance. Your second grandfather and I, having traversed the world in battle, have encountered numerous texts on the subject and should soon devise a training method for you. Grandfather, the name tail is rather unappealing, and it sounds somewhat odd. I think I shall henceforth call it the Crocodile King's Spear. Niu Jinfeng immediately chimed in. Excellent choice. That name suits your tail perfectly. From now on, it will be known as the Crocodile King's Spear. Chapter 53. Spear Techniques in the ensuing days. While Yang Padi immersed himself in alchemical studies each afternoon, he devoted his time to practicing the use of the Crocodile King's Spear rather than reading. As he honed his skills, he found himself becoming increasingly adept, as if a new arm had sprouted from his body. Meanwhile, his grandfather successfully compiled a set of mind-distracting training methods that appeared simple at first glance, yet proved to be rather complex in application. This led Yang Padi to recall the scene from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, where Guijing practiced the dual-hand combat technique taught by Zhou Batong, finding it somewhat reminiscent. Thus, Yang Padi took up a pen in each hand and began to simultaneously draw circles and squares on a piece of paper. Initially, the results were chaotic, with circles appearing as flattened ovals and squares resembling distorted shapes, entirely lacking in form. One could only wonder if this peculiar world had its own advantages. When the center of one's spirit engages in a task, a profound sense of tranquility envelopes the mind, and the soul's energy within the body becomes remarkably serene. In just a few short days, one can achieve the remarkable feat of drawing circles with the left hand while drawing squares with the right. Subsequently, attempts are made to control both hands to execute different movements and drawings, each becoming increasingly proficient. After a month of diligent practice, the ability to multitask successfully emerges. However, thoughts of mastering the more complex skill of managing 7 tasks at once do not cross Yang Padi's mind, for he is not a control-type practitioner, and such knowledge seems of little relevance to him. At this juncture, Yang Padi cannot help but extol the vast profundity of the 5,000-year-old wisdom of Huagua. Whether in marksmanship or the art of ambidextrous combat, it showcases the remarkable intelligence of the people. Although it is merely an ordinary world, the myriad of ingenious ideas and cultural accumulations is by no means inferior to the fantastical realm of Douluo and, in many respects, even surpasses it. Through 3 years of arduous training, Yang Pudi has essentially developed his own unique style of marksmanship, primarily drawing inspiration from the renowned techniques of his past life. Even without employing soul skills, he possesses commendable combat prowess. At this stage, the Broken Soul gun has reached an impressive weight of 600 pounds, surpassing the Haotian hammer from Tang San's Soul Master Tournament. Though the weight has significantly increased, its sharpness has also been greatly enhanced, potentially due to the influence of the 9-leaf sword grass and the Golden Crocodile King's soul ring. In terms of marksmanship, every encounter with Yang Pinyin typically results in swift victories for Yang Pudi. Occasionally, he contemplates whether to challenge his father to a duel, believing it would accelerate his improvement. Upon expressing this idea, his father, Yang Jintian, exhibits an unusual enthusiasm, eagerly whisking Yang Pudi away to the training grounds, seemingly fearful that his son might reconsider. At the training ground, it is uncertain how the news spread, but the entire family has gathered, including both grandfathers, and his younger sister, Yang Tianyue, is particularly excited, almost wishing to bring a small stool to witness the spectacle. Yang Pudi selects a 600-pound Broken Soul gun, its dimensions closely resembling that of his martial spirit, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, with the blade being around 80 centimeters long. However, the blade remains unsharpened. His father wields a standard Broken Soul gun, weighing approximately 200 pounds, considerably lighter than his martial spirit. As the duel commences, Yang Pudi strikes first, gripping the Broken Soul gun with both hands and swiftly thrusting it toward his father. Yang Jintian's gaze sharpens, and he counters with his own weapon, the two gun tips colliding, causing a slight tremor in his father's grip. Observing this, Yang Pudi deftly maneuvers the Broken Soul gun, flicking the tip to deflect his father's attack, then pivoting 90 degrees to the right, positioning his legs into a right bow stance. Simultaneously, his right hand slides back, and both hands thrust the gun forward in a linear strike, focusing intently on the gun's edge as he executes the technique known as the heart-settling thrust. Yang Jintian responds with remarkable speed, utilizing his gun to block the attack. However, he appears to stagger back slightly. It is understood that prior to the match, they had agreed to limit their powers to the Soul Master level. In this encounter, as his father retreated, Yang Pudi seized the opportunity with relentless vigor. Using his legs as a pivot, he executed a swift 90-degree turn to the left, lifting his right foot to advance a step, then promptly turning left again by 90 degrees. He released his left hand from the grip, extending his arm to the side to display his palm, his right hand, gripping the gun, swept to the right. This was a move reminiscent of the white crane spreads its wings. His father, seemingly aware of the formidable nature of this technique, immediately countered with the break maneuver from the soul-breaking gun technique. Their guns clashed once more, but this time, a tremendous force emanated from the tip of his father's weapon, as if it sought to shatter all that stood before it. Both combatants took half a step back, and his father appeared slightly astonished. Yang Pudi, undeterred, kept his right foot firm while drawing his left foot back a half step, adopting a slight crouch to assume a stance of deception. Simultaneously, he slid his left hand forward, thrusting the gun downward in a twisting motion, executing the deceptive step twisting thrust. The essence of the technique seemed to whirl within the gun, resulting in a shower of sparks as their weapons collided. Having been pressed by his son 3 successive times, his father seemed to feel the strain of maintaining his composure. In retaliation, he initiated an offensive with the collapse technique, infused with a sense of rupture, causing Yang Pudi's soul-breaking gun to tremble in his grasp. This maneuver took Yang Pudi by surprise, forcing his father to retreat several steps. Subsequently, Yang Pudi continued to employ various gun techniques, including sweeping across thousands. The Overlord lifts the cauldron, direct strike to the yellow dragon, the immortal points the way, and strength that uproots mountains and rivers, totaling 9 distinct moves. These techniques showcased both the substantial weightiness of the soul-breaking gun and its razor-sharp precision. The duel persisted for a full hour, reflecting his father's intent to probe and assess rather than to overwhelm. After an hour, Yang Pudi finally ceased, drenched in sweat, a clear indication of the significant toll the battle had taken on him. At that moment, Yang Wudi inquired, "Pudi, did you devise this set of gun techniques yourself?" "Grandfather," he replied, "this compilation primarily stems from various texts I have studied, along with my training plans for the future. This confrontation with father has enhanced my proficiency in these techniques. Pudi, this set of gun techniques is quite remarkable and aligns perfectly with the characteristics of your soul-breaking gun. Practice diligently, and in time, it will become immensely powerful." The onlookers were left in awe, marveling at how a child not yet 12 could master such an advanced level of gunplay. His talent was indeed astonishing. Yang Pudi himself felt a sense of satisfaction. Through this battle, he recognized the shortcomings in his technique. It is worth noting that this encounter was purely a display of gun techniques. Devoid of any gun aura or intention, nor did he employ any martial spirits or soul skills. Had he done so, his prowess would have surged even further. Chapter 54. The Gathering of the Yu Clan. Since the duel with his father, Yang Jintian, Yang Pudi had frequently sought opportunities to spar with him, both to enhance his own skills and to gain valuable combat experience. Time flew, and half a year had passed. Yang Pudi had officially turned 12. At this juncture, his soul power had reached level 34. The reason for this advancement of 2 levels in 6 months was partly attributed to the Golden Crocodile King's soul ring, which had propelled him to level 32, along with a surplus of soul power. Additionally, the numerous battles with his father during this period had significantly accelerated his improvement through practical experience. In terms of height, Yang Pudi has now reached a stature of 1.7 meters, towering over his peers by half a head, exuding an aura reminiscent of a powerful beast. If it weren't for the slight childishness evident in his face, one might easily mistake him for an adult, even with a mask concealing his features. Following the absorption of his third spirit ring, Yang Pudi's strength has surged once more, and he has adorned himself with more precious metals for his burdens, significantly increasing the weight he carries. His wrist guards weigh 20 kilograms each, while his chest armor reaches a formidable 50 kilograms, culminating in a total burden of 130 kilograms. It can be said that his power has reached a terrifying level. However, Yang Pudi feels a lingering inadequacy, particularly regarding his agility, which he senses is somewhat lagging behind his strength. Recently, he has been contemplating ways to enhance his physical agility and balance, with a method already in mind, and he hopes to forge some tools during his upcoming visit to Tiandou City. His younger brother, Yang Pingan, has attained a spirit power level of 26 and is expected to reach level 27 shortly. Meanwhile, his father and 2 grandfathers have seen no change in their spirit power. But his mother has finally broken through to level 80 and has reached level 81 after acquiring a new spirit ring. Since the 4 single attribute clans relocated to Tiandou City, the clan leaders have agreed to gather annually, a frequency that far exceeds that depicted in the original narrative. The distance between the 4 clans has significantly decreased, with the furthest being the Pa clan, located 40 kilometers from Tiandou City, while the other 3 clans are in close proximity, each within 10 kilometers. This gathering will take place at the Yu clan, and both of his grandfathers have long since arranged for the entire family to visit and engage with others. Initially, Yang Pudi was reluctant to attend, having previously interacted only with 4 young children, which he found rather uninteresting. However, now that they are all 12 years old, he anticipates that there will be more engaging topics to discuss. Particularly since the gathering is hosted by his maternal grandfather, it would seem inappropriate not to attend. Thus, the entire family prepared to depart, including his 2 grandfathers, parents, and 3 younger cousins from his maternal side, accompanied by several direct descendants. The clan was left under the watchful eyes of 6 elders, ensuring that no significant issues would arise. After all, they had 2 soul Douluos wielding the Pasol gun and 4 soul sages of the same lineage. Even if a tidal Douluo were to attack, they could withstand an assault for a time. Of course, these 2 soul Douluos have consistently concealed their true strength, presenting only soul sage level abilities to the outside world. If a formidable soul Douluo were to dare attack the Pa clan, escape would be nearly impossible. Thus, the group set forth in a grand carriage, departing the Pa clan in a splendid procession. In reality, the 2 clans' residences are not far apart, and the carriage ride takes merely 1 to 2 hours, soon bringing them to the Yu clan's domain. In contrast to the Pa clan, which is nestled against the Qingyuan mountain, the surroundings of the Yu clan are relatively open, resembling a quaint town. Indeed, it is aptly named Longxing City, reminiscent of the original narrative, leaving one to wonder if the grandfather has some peculiar penchant for such names. Upon entering Longxing City, one finds that while the city itself is not vast, it possesses an undeniable grandeur from any perspective. Whether it be the external architecture or the interior of the residence, everything exudes a sense of grandeur, embodying a rather rugged style that mirrors the character of the venerable patriarch. The pathways within the clan are notably expansive, even featuring a quaint little lake and an exceptionally large training ground. Towering edifices stand proudly, yet they do not create a sense of congestion. Rather, they present a harmonious balance. Surprisingly, the interiors of the houses reveal exquisite craftsmanship, with decor meticulously arranged, perhaps a reflection of the family's financial standing, as the embellishments do not appear excessively opulent. In summary, from the inside out, everything seems impeccable, radiating the formidable aura of a sect. Truly, the Yu clan is deserving of its renown across the Douluo Continent for its architectural prowess. Upon the arrival of the 7 individuals in the grand hall, a resounding voice echoed from afar, "Old goat, why do you arrive so late? We have already been drinking for a while." In the center of the hall, a round table was occupied by 3 individuals engaged in libations, each wielding impressively large goblets. These three were none other than Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yu clan, Titan, the leader of the Li clan, and Bai He, the leader of the Min clan. Niu Gao, a towering figure adorned with golden horns and clad in the attire of the Yu clan, displayed a robust physique with a substantial portion of his chest exposed, accentuated by a patch of dark hair between his pectorals, evoking a rugged appearance akin to a formidable fortress. Titan, a venerable elder with a mane of white hair standing erect like steel needles, possessed an imposing stature exceeding 2 meters, reminiscent of a majestic mountain, unyielding and exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. His muscular frame was particularly striking. Bai He, on the other hand, had a lean yet well-proportioned build, with long, snow-white hair cascading down his back and a youthful, rosy complexion. The voice that had just spoken belonged to none other than Niu Gao himself. He turned to Yang Putty and the others, exclaiming, "My little grandson and granddaughter have arrived. Indeed, my grandson has grown so much. He resembles me. Ha ha ha." Yang Wudi promptly interjected, "Old Rhino, what do you mean he resembles you? This is my grandson. He should resemble me." Before the two could engage in further banter, Yang Putty swiftly introduced his younger brother, Yang Pinyin, and sister, Yang Tiandou, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, grandfather." "Greetings, Grandpa Bai He." "Greetings, Grandpa Titan." Upon hearing their words, Grandfather Niu Gao erupted in hearty laughter, declaring, "Indeed, my grandson. Here, you are at home. There is no need for such formalities." It was evident that Niu Gao discerned Yang Putty's soul power level. Bai He nodded approvingly, seemingly pleased with the younger generation. Titan then spoke, "It is good to hear that you are keen on exploring the path of strength. Do come by our Li clan for some friendly sparring." Yang Putty replied, "Thank you, Grandpa Titan. I shall certainly pay frequent visits." Yang Tianyue, mimicking the formalities, elicited laughter from all present. Chapter 55, The Gathering and Revelry. After the trio bowed, at the beckoning of Grandfather Niu Gao, everyone dispersed. In the grand hall, 3 tables were arranged, with a larger one at the center where 5 distinguished individuals sat: Grandpa Yang Wudi, second Grandpa Yang Wushuang, Niu Gao, Titan, and Bai He. Their camaraderie was evident, and they were all prominent figures within the family. To the left, a table was occupied by the middle-aged generation, including my parents, Tainua from the Li family, my uncle Niu Mang from the Yu family, and a refined gentleman named by Tianyu from the Min family. All 5 were direct descendants of the clan leaders. However, my mother, Niu Jinfeng, had taken my younger sister Yang Tianyue to that table, and Bai Tianyu was accompanied by a little girl of similar age to my sister, presumably by Qinxiang. To the right, the younger generation gathered, consisting of Yang Putty, Yang Pinyin, Niu Meng, Tai Long, and Bai Xiaofei. When Yang Putty and Yang Pinyin arrived at their table, Tai Long immediately remarked, "Putty, Pinyin, why are you two so late? Since you arrived so tardily, you must first drink 3 cups as a penalty." The others joined in the playful banter. Tai Long, Niu Meng, Xiaofei, "It's simply because our home is far away. There's nothing we can do about it. So let us forego the penalty and just drink together," Yang Putty suggested. Niu Meng firmly opposed. "How can that be? It's rare for everyone to gather. Lateness warrants a penalty drink." "All right, a penalty drink can be arranged, but I shall drink 1 cup first, and then we can all partake together. How does that sound?" After saying this, Yang Putty exchanged glances with Yang Pinyin, and they both downed their drinks without further concern for the others, promptly settling into their seats. Niu Meng, however, sought to continue the playful teasing, only to be silenced by Yang Putty's firm gesture. "Cousin, that's rather inconsiderate of you. We agreed on 3 penalty drinks. Cousin, it's a rare gathering. Let us just enjoy ourselves together. Here's to the prosperity of our 4 families." With that, Yang Putty raised his cup, filling it with wine. Niu Meng attempted to interject again, but was silenced once more. "Cousin, you're so strong. I'll drink, is that acceptable?" After this exchange, everyone lifted their cups and downed their drinks in unison. Niu Meng then turned to Yang Pinyin. "Pinyin, you follow my cousin every day. Isn't it tiring? I always feel a bit intimidated by him." "Indeed, it can be exhausting, but it's quite rewarding. My elder brother teaches me much," Pinyin replied. Originally, the younger generation of the 4 families comprised only 4 members, but with Yang Pinyin's addition, their interactions flourished. After a few friendly sparring matches with Niu Meng, the latter seemed somewhat convinced by Pinyin's prowess. Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei had also sparred with Pinyin and held him in high regard. As the youngest among the 5, Yang Pinyin naturally assumed the role of the youngest sibling. Yang Pinyin had long been regarded as a grandson by Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang, so his presence at such gatherings was entirely appropriate. With his amiable nature, he was well liked by all. The 5 continued to drink and converse, occasionally sharing stories and jokes, their laughter echoing throughout the hall, embodying a spirit of revelry that suggested they would drink until they were thoroughly intoxicated. Bai Xiaofei suddenly expressed his curiosity. "Pinyin, What level is your soul power at now? The last time we met was about a year ago at my house. Xiaofei. I have just broken through to level 26, Ping'an replied. By Xiaofei, Tai Long, and Niu Ming were all astonished. Ping'an, how did you manage to advance to level 26 so swiftly? Is it because your elder brother pushes you to train year-round? Not exactly. Training alongside my elder brother is quite beneficial. I have learned a great deal, particularly since we practice marksmanship together every morning and engage in battles. Why don't you all join the Paji clan and train with him? Niu Ming quickly interjected. No, please don't. My cousin's training methods are far too grueling. I simply cannot endure it. Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his sentiment. The five of them had always shared a good relationship and had trained with Yang Padi in the Paji clan, but after just 2 days, they all fled. At that moment, Tai Long spoke up. Ping'an, you are already at level 26, while I am merely at level 21. Bai Xiaofei chimed in as well. I am also at level 21. Niu Ming laughed heartily. Both of you are at level 21, while I have reached level 22. Tai Long appeared slightly disgruntled. What are you laughing about? In a month, I will also break through to level 22. However, Bai Xiaofei fell silent. Though it was likely he would soon reach level 22 as well. Yang Ping found it curious. Why don't you ask about elder brother's level? Niu Ming, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, what is the point in asking about his level? Comparing ourselves to him is discouraging. Let us just not inquire. To avoid being disheartened by our elder brother, let us raise our glasses and drink together, he suggested. The five of them once again lifted their cups and drank in unison. Suddenly, Niu Ming proposed, why don't we challenge our cousin together? Can 4 of us great soul masters not match one of him? Yang Ping shook his head. Niu Ming, we truly cannot defeat our elder brother. Niu Ming seemed unconvinced. How can that be? We are all great soul masters. When we work in unison, our strength is quite formidable. I will take on the defense, while you and Tai Long launch strong attacks, and Xiaofei can focus on harassment and containment. Who among the great soul masters could stand against us? But elder brother is already a soul venerable. Can your defense withstand his attacks? Upon hearing this, Niu Ming nearly spat his drink, almost splattering Yang Ping's face. Swallowing hard, he exclaimed, what did you say? Cousin is already a soul venerable? Then forget it. I take back what I said. Yang Padi leaned in, placing a hand on Niu Ming's shoulder. Cousin, I've heard you wish to challenge me. I am ready whenever you are. I wonder when you will be prepared. Cousin, you must have misheard. I meant that the 4 of us would challenge you to a drinking contest. In terms of drinking, you cannot surpass us 4. You can ask the others. The other 3 quickly nodded in agreement, secretly thinking, 3 of us are merely novice great soul masters. Challenging a soul venerable would be inviting trouble, especially considering elder brother's formidable combat prowess. We would undoubtedly be overmatched. Yang Padi, intrigued, said, Cousin, I recall that among the 5 of us, you are the best at drinking. Shouldn't you be the one to accept our challenge? Challenges are but challenges. What is there to fear? When it comes to drinking, I have never known trepidation. Let us first raise a glass, and then take turns indulging in libations. Cousin, is it not rather unfair for 4 to bully 1? Did you not just proclaim your intent to challenge us 4? Let us drink first. The 3 others nearby seemed to revel in the excitement, eagerly raising their glasses to drink heartily alongside Niu Ming. By the time this round of drinking concluded, Niu Ming lay drunkenly beneath the table, while Yang Padi and his companions swayed unsteadily, clearly having imbibed quite a bit. Chapter 56, a new method of training. Early the next morning, Yang Padi ventured to the backyard to engage in his training. Shortly thereafter, his younger brother, Yang Ping'an, arrived to practice as well. However, due to his relatively low soul power, the effects of the previous night's drinking were evident, and his abilities were noticeably diminished. Eldest brother, what plans do we have for today? How shall we proceed with our training? Since it is rare for everyone to gather, let us enjoy a few days of merriment. Training must be balanced. One cannot impose excessive pressure upon oneself, lest one becomes prone to injury from prolonged tension. Yang Ping'an nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his consistent training alongside his elder brother had indeed been arduous. Since their grandfather, Yang Wushuang, had taken Yang Ping'an as his grandson, he treated him as his own, regarding him as a successor to his legacy. He diligently instructed both Yang Padi and Yang Ping'an in the art of marksmanship daily, even personally teaching Yang Ping'an the intricacies of alchemy. Although Yang Ping'an had only recently begun to grasp the knowledge of alchemy and expressed a desire to learn, Yang Padi intervened, inciting a moment of ire from their grandfather. Ping'an, you have trained alongside me for 6 years now. Your progress has been commendable, reaching the level of a prodigy. Yet, there remains room for improvement. To become a true powerhouse, one must always maintain the mindset of striving for strength. Our clan, Paji, is not lacking in skilled alchemists or resources. What we truly lack are formidable soul masters capable of standing tall. This world fundamentally revolves around martial soul cultivation. We may dabble in alchemy, but we must not become entranced by it. Our grandfather and father's generation has established a firm foundation, yet for ours, we must rely solely on ourselves. Of course, there is also our younger sister, Yang Tianwu. As a man, I prefer not to be sheltered by a woman, which is why I strive to grow stronger. Hearing these words, Yang Pinyin grew pensive. Eldest brother, rest assured, I will diligently cultivate my soul power to one day protect the Peji clan. Yang Pinyin, Niu Meng, Talon, and by Xiaofei all possessed similar talents and were of the same age, making comparisons inevitable. Yang Pidi worried that his brother might become complacent or overly pleased with himself. Hence his earnest words. After all, Yang Pinyin was truly his right-hand ally, while others, even his cousin Niu Meng, now felt more like outsiders. Though Niu Meng had received some guidance, his carefree nature often rendered him unresponsive to counsel. When breakfast time arrived, everyone had awakened, including the thoroughly intoxicated Niu Meng from the previous night, who surprisingly had recovered, truly a testament to his robust physical constitution as a defensive specialist. After breakfast, the five companions explored the entirety of the Yu family estate. True to its reputation as a family of architects, the construction in Longxing City was remarkably impressive. Perhaps due to its proximity to Tiandou City, the commercial activities appeared to be quite prosperous, indicating a significant accumulation of wealth in recent years. It was no wonder that my grandfather now greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor. In the afternoon, the group planned a visit to Tiandou City. Unbeknownst to them, the news reached my younger sister, Yang Tianwu, who insisted on joining the excursion. Ultimately, my mother, Niu Jinfeng, had to accompany the 7 children, including the little girl by Qinxiang from the Min family. The 2 girls, both 7 years old, were inseparable and seemed to share a wonderful bond. As for my father, Yang Jintian, he would likely engage in friendly sparring with Tai Nuo and others while discussing matters of clan development. Throughout the afternoon, the group thoroughly explored Tiandou City, indulging in shopping and various activities. The spectacle at the Duhan Arena was particularly exhilarating, evoking admiration and envy from all. Among the 5, 3 had only recently reached level 21 and lacked the capability to participate in the arena. Yang Pinyin, however, was sufficiently strong and eager to try, but was restrained by Yang Pidi. The primary purpose of this outing was relaxation and enjoyment. There would be ample opportunities for combat in the future, as it was already part of Yang Pidi's plans. This gathering lasted 3 days, and upon leaving the Yu family estate, my younger sister Yang Tianwu appeared quite reluctant to part ways, nearly in tears alongside by Qinxiang. Was this what they referred to as sisterly affection? It felt rather swift. Upon returning to the Pa family estate, Yang Pidi began contemplating subsequent training plans. His strength was commendable. Even a soul master would likely fall short in comparison. However, he recognized that his agility and coordination needed improvement, as simple weighted runs no longer enhanced his physical dexterity. This contemplation led him to recall athletes from his previous life, many of whom favored training with yoga balls, though for his current capabilities, such exercises would likely have little effect. Ultimately, he considered a more extreme sport from his past, tire flipping. Many strong athletes favored this exercise for its dual benefits of muscle development and enhancement of agility and balance, providing a more comprehensive workout. Additionally, he thought of weight-bearing rock climbing, but the relatively small Qingyuan mountain lacked suitable locations for such training. During the visit to Tiandou City, Yang Pidi enlisted the help of Tai Long from the Zhili family to customize several round iron balls, each exceeding 1 meter in diameter. These spheres featured 2 recessed hand grips and weighed 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 jin respectively. The day after returning home, Yang Pidi chose not to join the others for training. Instead, he ventured down a small path on the back mountain, retrieving the smallest 2,000 jin iron ball from his soul guide. He then attempted to push the iron ball up the path to the summit without utilizing his soul power. He alternated between pushing the 3 iron balls to the top, remaining vigilant of potential dangers, fortunate to have the company of family elders. As evening approached, Yang Pidi found himself utterly exhausted, every muscle in his body aching, particularly in those areas that had seldom been exercised during his previous weight training. Some specialized muscles endured even greater discomfort. However, following a medicinal bath, the effects were markedly enhanced. It felt as though every inch of his skin and every pore was remarkably unblocked. Meanwhile, his younger brother, Yang Pinyin, attempted to push a 2,000-pound iron ball, yet the distance he managed was disappointingly short, failing to even reach halfway up the hill, ultimately leading to his resignation. In contrast, Yang Pidi appeared to relish the challenge, attempting multiple times each day, each effort leaving him utterly spent. Nevertheless, this form of training was undeniably improving both his strength and agility, particularly when pushing the iron ball up the hill. which required the use of his entire body as there were no points of leverage. Chapter 57. Prince Xueqinghe that morning, while Yang Pudi was practicing at home, his father unexpectedly summoned him to the hall, indicating that a distinguished guest had arrived, and he was to join Yang Ping'an. Pondering in his mind, he realized that the only familiar individuals who would come without announcement were those from the Si family. Thus, he wondered who could be visiting him. Upon entering the hall with Yang Ping'an, they were greeted by a solemn atmosphere, with their father, mother, and both grandfathers present. Across from them sat a slender young man with golden hair, exuding an air of refinement and sophistication, distinguished by a regal presence. He wore a golden headband and garments adorned with gemstones, radiating an unmistakable nobility. As they entered, their grandfather, Yang Wudi, took the initiative to introduce them. Pudi, Ping'an, come forth and pay your respects. This is His Highness, Prince Xueqinghe of the Tiandou Empire. The two promptly bowed. We pay our respects to His Highness. Your Highness. These are my grandsons, Yang Pudi and Yang Ping'an, both of whom have just turned 12, Yang Wudi added. Prince Xueqinghe gracefully waved his hand. There is no need for excessive formalities. I have come to visit on a rather presumptuous note. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Your Highness? Have my two boys caused some trouble? Chief Yang, you overstate the matter. My visit is primarily due to my recent assumption of responsibility at the Tiandou Royal Academy. I have heard that the disciples from the 4 single attribute families have reached the age of enrollment, and I would like to extend an invitation for the promising youths of the 4 clans to study at our academy. Yang Wudi appeared somewhat conflicted. Your Highness, this may not be entirely appropriate. Our clan is not of noble status, and these 2 boys are quite mischievous. I fear they might struggle to adapt to the rigors of the Tiandou Royal Academy. You are far too modest, Chief Yang. As long as the disciples of your clan join our Tiandou Royal Academy, we will devote ourselves to their education and ensure their safety. Prince Qinghe had already visited the Li, Min, and Yu clans, and their disciples, Tai Long, Bai Xiaofei, and Niu Meng, had all agreed to join the Tiandou Royal Academy. Upon hearing these words, Yang Pudi was struck by waves of astonishment. The original text did not contain such developments. In the source material, Talon was studying at the Blue Tyrant Academy, and Xueqinghe had never extended an invitation for Talon to join the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Could it be due to his own influence? Presently, the 4 single attribute families were all located near Heaven Do City, and their historically amicable relations had likely solidified into an alliance. Collectively, these 4 families boasted at least 7 soul Douluos on the surface, possibly even more, with their total number of soul masters exceeding 1,000, outnumbering the members of the lower 4 sects, such as the Elephant Armor sect. What then? Was Xueqinghe's true intention in coming here? Was it to recruit or merely to ascertain the stance of the 4 single attribute families? Furthermore, considering the current timeline, it was highly probable that this Xueqinghe was, in fact, a guise of Qianren Xue, adding another layer of complexity. If he rashly joined the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, it would equate to an alliance with the Heaven Do royal family. Would he then find himself marked by Xueqinghe, potentially becoming embroiled in the soul-hunting operations? Conversely, if he declined, it could offend the Heaven Do Empire. Before Yang Pudi could fully contemplate the situation, his grandfather had already spoken up. Pudi, Ping'an, have either of you considered attending the Royal Academy of Heaven Do? Xueqinghe smiled as he added, rest assured, the Royal Academy will provide ample resources to cultivate your talents. After a moment of reflection, Yang Pudi replied, Your Highness, I am indeed eager to study at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. However, I find it difficult to part with my younger sister. The reaction from his grandfather and parents was one of surprise. You, who typically train in solitude, are now hesitating over your sister's absence from the academy? Xueqinghe maintained his smile. That is even better. As long as one awakens their martial soul, admission to the Royal Academy is assured. Your sister possesses extraordinary talent. Why not enroll her alongside you? Yang Pudi could not help but scoff internally. I intended to use my sister as an excuse, but if she were to be included, it would entangle our entire family. Your Highness, my sister is still quite young. She cannot leave our family just yet. I am willing to attend the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Yang Ping'an promptly nodded in agreement. After considerable discussion, it was decided that Yang Pudi and Yang Ping'an would indeed attend the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Observing Yang Pudi's seemingly distracted demeanor, others grew curious. Mother, must I truly attend the Royal Academy? Is there no option to study elsewhere, perhaps at another esteemed Soul Master Academy? There is no need for concern. You will not be alone, and members from the other 3 families will also be attending, providing ample opportunity for mutual exchange. Returning to his room, Yang Pudi began to contemplate his future plans. Firstly, this impostor Xueqinghe must not be offended for the time being. The strength behind him was formidable. And should he take offense, it was uncertain whether he would send someone to eliminate potential threats. Regardless of his own feelings towards him, it seemed prudent to tread carefully. Secondly, he had become quite familiar with his Crocodile King spear, yet the external soul bone had not fully integrated with his body, lacking a cohesive bond with his skeleton. It appeared he would need to seek external assistance for the fusion, much like Tang San. Lastly, considering my current capabilities, it seems plausible that I could transcend to the Soul Sect within 2 years. However, should I choose to participate in the Soul Master competition at that time? Once my strength and talent are exposed, I may attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, which could lead to considerable complications. Additionally, I ponder the optimal moment to acquire the 2 celestial herbs from the ice and fire duality. I cannot shake the feeling that my current strength poses a significant risk. Tang San possesses the Xiantian skill to refine them, while I lack any cultivation techniques. Should I inadvertently misstep, it could spell disaster. Chapter 58, Fusion of the Crocodile King Spear. Since deciding to attend the Tiandou Royal Academy, Yang Pudi has made various preparations, including weight training and subsequent exercise tools, as well as several suitable soul-breaking spears. Naturally, he also gathered various herbs, primarily to prepare for medicinal baths. On this day, feeling that his soul power had stabilized at level 34, Yang Pudi sought out his father for some much-needed pressure. Upon seeing his son unexpectedly visit, Yang Jintian found it somewhat peculiar. Pudi, do you have any cultivation issues you wish to discuss? Your aura appears remarkably stable, indicating your adaptation to level 34 soul power. Father, I feel that my grasp of the Crocodile King Spear is still somewhat lacking, and I need your assistance to test it, as well as my body's specific pressure tolerance limit. Pudi, it seems your tailbone's external soul bone has yet to fully integrate with your body. Coincidentally, your 2 grandfathers are not busy today. We can examine this together. Yang Jintian led his son to his father's alchemical chamber, where his grandfathers were present. Upon hearing Yang Jintian's and his grandson Yang Pudi's intentions, both men expressed surprise, as research on external soul bones is quite scarce. Especially Yang Jintian, who possesses a bear claw external soul bone, was eager to conduct further studies before passing it on to his daughter. Pudi, how would you like me to assist you with the Crocodile King Spear? Father, the method is quite simple. You need only apply pressure, gradually increasing it until I can no longer endure it, at which point you should cease. Be mindful that the human body has a specific tolerance range. Exceeding it excessively may cause internal injuries or even lead to collapse. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. Seeing his son's determination, Yang Jintian glanced at his father and uncle, Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang, who both nodded slightly, indicating that with their oversight, significant issues were unlikely to arise. Very well. Pudi, I shall begin now. As soon as Yang Jintian spoke, a surge of soul power seemed to emanate from him. Yang Pudi distinctly felt the air around him solidify, as immense waves of soul power surged forth, rendering his body immobile. As this soul power gradually intensified, Yang Pudi began to experience pressure. Yang Jintian controlled the soul power with great precision, ensuring a gradual increase to prevent any adverse effects on his son's body. When Yang Jintian exerted pressure reaching level 34, his son astonishingly failed to summon his martial soul, which seemed rather exaggerated in terms of physical prowess. As the pressure gradually intensified, reaching approximately level 42, a flicker of anguish appeared on Yang Pudi's face. It seemed he comprehended that the limits of his physical capabilities were nearing their threshold. With a swift motion of his right hand, a soul-breaking spear materialized within the confines of the chamber. After summoning his martial soul, Yang Pudi grasped the spear firmly, its tip resting firmly on the ground, which alleviated much of the pressure he felt, rendering him considerably more at ease. Observing this, Yang Jintian continued to escalate the pressure, causing it to rise from 42 to 48 levels. Yet, it appeared that Yang Pudi had not yet reached his utmost limit. This peculiar circumstance left both his father, Yang Jintian, and his 2 grandfathers, filled with intrigue, pondering what sort of extraordinary being their grandson, son, truly was to withstand such immense pressure. At this juncture, Yang Pudi's body had already endured substantial strain, nearing its limit. Gritting his teeth, he focused his soul power, swiftly summoning his innate martial soul. The innate martial soul encompassed his entire being, eluding detection by outsiders. Even the 3 individuals present could only sense a shift in his soul power without discerning the specifics. Upon summoning his innate martial soul, the pressure on his body diminished once more, seemingly returning to a bearable level. Yang Jintian cast a glance at his father and second uncle, noticing their slight nods, before elevating the pressure again. As the pressure surged from 48 to 53 levels, Yang Pudi's body approached its breaking point, feeling as if it were being crushed beneath an immense weight, immobile as if bound by chains. Were it not for the support of the soul-breaking spear in his hand, he might have collapsed long ago. In terms of external soul bones, the innate martial soul appeared far more challenging to integrate than ordinary martial souls, while others merely needed to infuse the external soul bones into their bodies. Yang Pidi required the simultaneous integration of these bones into both his body and his martial soul. Noticing that his father had ceased to increase the pressure, Yang Pidi gritted his teeth and implored, "Increase it just a bit more." The utterance of those few words seemed to drain every ounce of his strength. Upon hearing this, Yang Jintian elevated the pressure by another level, bringing it to 54. At this moment, Yang Pidi felt an even greater burden, his entire body seemingly paralyzed. Every inch of skin and muscle subjected to relentless pressure. Beads of sweat erupted upon his forehead, saturating his entire being. Suddenly, Yang Pidi felt a distinct crack within his body, which alleviated much of the tension. The tail of his crocodile king spear emerged unbidden, instinctively supporting him as if it were an extension of himself. Simultaneously, his entire physique transformed, and his soul power finally broke through, advancing from level 34 to 35. While the sensation of the crocodile king spear became remarkably clearer, merging with him as though they were one entity. Yang Jintian hastily withdrew his soul power to assist his son. "My dear child, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort in your body?" "Father, I feel remarkably well. It is as though the external soul bone has seamlessly integrated with my being, and I sense that my movements will become far more agile." "Excellent. My son, you have finally succeeded. From this moment onward, the crocodile king spear will become one with you. No one shall ever wrest it from your grasp again." Beside them, Grandpa Yang Wudi and second Grandpa Yang Wushuang wore expressions of profound relief, knowing their grandson's safety was finally assured. Furthermore, the fact that he could withstand the pressure of a soul power at level 54 indicated an extraordinary physical constitution. The Pa family had a promising future ahead. As Yang Pidi introspected within his mind, he still envisioned a colossal figure wielding the broken soul spear, but now this giant had sprouted a tail, suggesting that not only had the external soul bone merged with his body, but it had also fused with his martial soul, a delightful surprise indeed. One could not help but ponder the transformations that might occur during the second awakening of his martial soul. Would the crocodile king spear undergo a second awakening as well? It seemed that the original Douluo texts bore no records of such phenomena. Chapter 59. The Tiandou Royal Academy. Yang Jintian and the others sighed in relief as they witnessed Yang Pidi fully integrate the external soul bone. Yang Pidi himself felt a wave of ease wash over him. He had finally accomplished a significant milestone and could now proceed with confidence to the Tiandou Royal Academy. 3 days later, the time for the academy's commencement had arrived. Prior to departure, his mother meticulously organized an array of supplies, from daily necessities to medicinal herbs and bathing materials for cultivation, even preparing numerous outfits, many of which she had sewn herself. The abundance of items nearly filled half of a soul guide device, and she had provided a substantial sum of 100,000 gold soul coins to ensure he was well prepared for any eventuality. His younger brother, Yang Pingyan, had similarly filled his own soul guide device to the brim. The scene resembled more of an escape than a school journey. Initially, Yang Pudi had wished to decline his parents' escort, but they insisted on accompanying him to the academy, while his little sister expressed eagerness to explore the environment where her brother would be studying. His two grandfathers had also prepared a considerable assortment of supplies, primarily medicinal herbs and tomes, along with various healing elixirs. Ultimately, the five of them set off in a carriage toward the Tiandou Royal Academy. Yang Tianyue, his younger sister, was particularly exhilarated, displaying more enthusiasm than he himself felt about attending school. After approximately an hour's travel, they arrived at their destination, greeted by the sight of a towering mountain, significantly higher than the Qingyuan mountain of the Pa family. A grand avenue ascended directly to the peak, impressively broad, flanked by lush greenery that attested to the splendid environment. Upon reaching the entrance at the foot of the mountain, two guards approached to inquire, "Halt! Who are you? And what brings you to the Tiandou Royal Academy?" In response, Yang Jintian promptly produced the admission letter from the Tiandou Royal Academy. The guards, upon seeing the letter, immediately granted passage to the carriage. Observing the two guards, who appeared to be in their 30s, it was evident that they were likely soul masters, possessing commendable soul power. Their discerning eyes suggested they were not to be trifled with, for those admitted to the Royal Academy of Tiandou are predominantly nobles or individuals from families of considerable influence, far beyond the reach of mere guards. As the five descended from their carriage and ventured into the mountains, the grandeur of the Tiandou Royal Academy became increasingly apparent. The stone steps leading up the mountain were exquisitely carved from white jade, each step adorned with intricate designs of various soul beasts, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. The evening sun cast a mosaic of soft crimson shadows from the trees onto the steps, enhancing the tranquility and uniqueness of the scene. After a 10-minute walk, they finally arrived at the Academy's grand entrance, the main campus of the Tiandou Royal Academy. The primary campus was comprised entirely of single-story buildings, resembling a fortress. The surrounding walls soared to 5 meters, painted a vibrant yellow that radiated brilliance, with glazed tiles adorning the top, dazzling under the sunset's glow. The majestic pathways leading up the mountain and the splendid architecture of the campus were a testament to the substantial investment made by the Tiandou Empire in the Royal Academy. Upon entering the campus, individuals promptly approached to guide the five, evidently well prepared to assist incoming students with their registrations. Upon reaching the registration area, they found Talon, Niu Meng, and Bai Xiaofei had also arrived with their families. The registration process was rather intricate, requiring soul power assessments and bone age evaluations for each student, thereby facilitating proper class placements and accommodations based on the test results. The students of the Tiandou Royal Academy were categorized into 3 tiers. Newcomers and those with soul power under level 25 were classified as Tiwei level. Those between 25 and 30 as Tianji level, and those above 30 entered the highest tier, Tiandou level. Different classes of students were assigned distinct teachers, with instructors of level 40 to 50 categorized as Tiwei teachers, those from 50 to 60 as Tianji teachers, and those exceeding 60 as Tiandou teachers. Thus, all educators for the Tiandou level would be at least Soul Emperor level, with many potentially of even greater stature. Yang Pidi and Yang Pingyan queued for their entrance examinations while their parents and sister waited nearby. Niu Meng, Bai Xiaofei, and Talon had already completed their assessments and were assigned to Tiwei level classes, though it remained unclear if they would be in the same class. Yang Pidi attentively observed the students ahead undergoing testing, noting that most were indeed of Tiwei level, with a few Tianji level students being enthusiastically escorted away by teachers, likely earmarked for special cultivation. Additionally, it was apparent that the students in front were adorned in splendid attire, indicative of affluent family backgrounds. They were predominantly either wealthy or noble. The assertion that only nobles could gain admission to the Tiandou Royal Academy seemed to hold true. Among the Tianji level students, one stood out with an air of arrogance, exuding a sense of superiority, likely a product of a prominent noble family's careful cultivation. At last, it was time for the 2 individuals to undergo their assessments. Yang Pingyan led the way, commencing the evaluation. The testing instructor took the admission notice from Yang Pingyan's hands, scrutinizing it closely as if to verify its authenticity. Upon confirming that the individual matched the details on the notice, another instructor promptly approached to conduct a bone age test. After examining Yang Pingyan's wrist, the instructor stated, Yang Pingyan, age 12, confirmed to have passed the test. The instructor continued, Student Yang Pingyan, summon your martial spirit. Without hesitation, Yang Pingyan invoked his martial spirit, the soul-breaking spear, which materialized instantly on the scene. After observing Yang Pingyan's martial spirit, the instructor produced a crystal ball, declaring, Student Yang Pingyan, martial spirit, soul-breaking spear, confirmed as qualified. Please place your hand upon the crystal ball to test your soul power level. Heeding the instruction, Yang Pingyan placed his hand upon the crystal ball and channeled his soul power, causing the orb to emit a brilliant glow. Witnessing this radiance, the instructor appeared somewhat exhilarated. Student Yang Pingyan, soul power level, 27. Congratulations, you have directly entered the heavenly grade. The Tiandou Royal Academy holds such students in high regard. A 12-year-old achieving level 27 is a rare occurrence, with only a few admitted each year, typically destined to become contenders in the Soul Master Tournament. By the time of the next tournament, he would likely be a key participant. It was no wonder the instructor was so elated. Chapter 60, Astonishing the Crowd. Following Yang Pingyan's assessment, an instructor promptly arrived to escort him away, clearly indicating that he was a student earmarked for special cultivation. It was now Yang Pidi's turn to undergo the entrance examination. As Yang Pidi approached the testing instructor, the surrounding faculty members were taken aback. He had already reached a height of 1.7 meters. Judging by his stature, he bore little resemblance to a typical 12-year-old, especially given his muscular build that exuded strength, far from the image of a preschooling student. Whereas Yang Pingyan had already been considered tall among his peers, Yang Pidi's stature was indeed remarkable. The testing instructor grasped Yang Pidi's arm, examining him closely, appearing somewhat perplexed. He then infused his soul power into Yang Pidi's arm for a more detailed assessment, evidently taking significantly longer than with others. Finally, the instructor spoke, Yang Pidi. Bone age, 12 years, assessment passed. The students who had been tested alongside him were left in disbelief. Is this really a 12-year-old? How can one be so tall at this age? Shortly thereafter, another instructor arrived to assess Yang Pidi's martial spirit and soul power. Upon summoning the soul-breaking spear and confirming its authenticity, Yang Pidi placed his hand upon the crystal ball presented by the testing instructor. As he infused the orb with his soul power, it erupted in radiant light before shattering. The instructors conducting the entrance tests were left astonished. Such a phenomenon of the crystal ball breaking during an admission assessment had never occurred before. Yang Pidi could not help but interject, Excuse me, esteemed instructor. Could you please bring a crystal ball suited for testing a soul master? I have already attained the status of Soul Master. Upon hearing these words, the testing teacher appeared as if confronted by a monstrous entity. Just moments ago, another instructor had assessed Yang Padi's bone age, determining it to be precisely 12 years. Now, the notion of employing a soul sovereign level crystal ball to evaluate his soul power suggested that he had indeed ascended to the rank of soul sovereign. Is it not an anomaly for a mere 12-year-old child to reach such heights? Historically, there has never been a record of such a feat. The testing teacher hastily borrowed a crystal ball from a colleague. Yang Padi placed his hand upon it once more, and the crystal ball illuminated with brilliance. At that moment, the teacher's hands began to tremble, casting doubt upon the integrity of the crystal ball. In a flurry, he procured another one, yet the results remained unchanged. Finally, with trepidation, the teacher spoke. Yang Padi, your martial soul is the broken soul spear, and your soul power tests at level 35. This proclamation left everyone in stunned silence, particularly the instructors present. Having conducted soul power assessments for many years, they were seasoned veterans in the realm of soul masters. Yet they had never encountered a 12-year-old with a level 35 rating. What kind of prodigy was this? At such a young age, he seemed poised to shatter historical records for the youngest soul sovereign. 2 years from now, he would be eligible to participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition. One could only speculate how much he would grow by the next competition 7 years hence. After a brief exchange among the testing teacher and several others, they found themselves at a loss regarding how to proceed. Ultimately, they resolved to escort Yang Padi to meet with the 3 committee members who would determine the next steps. The testing teacher then addressed Yang Padi, saying, "Greetings, student Yang Padi. My surname is Li. You may call me Teacher Li. Regarding your academic matters, I kindly request that you accompany me to meet the 3 committee members of the Tiandou Royal Academy. They will jointly arrange your studies and training." "Thank you, Teacher Li," Yang Padi replied. Teacher Li led him away from the throng, guiding him directly into the heart of the Tiandou Royal Academy. A few minutes later, they arrived at the central area of the academy. They encountered few individuals along the way, likely because the students were engaged in simulated training. The committee of the Tiandou Royal Academy is located at the center of the main campus and stands as the largest structure within it. Although it is a single-story building, its highest point reaches an impressive 10 meters. Upon entering the committee's chamber, Yang Padi found 3 elderly gentlemen already seated at the center. Judging by their appearance, they were indeed the 3 committee members of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Though they simply sat there, an intangible aura emanated from them, indicating that they were all formidable soul Douluo level experts. It was evident that they had been informed by other instructors of Yang Padi's arrival. Upon seeing the 3 committee members, Teacher Li immediately bowed in respect. "Esteemed committee members, I have brought student Yang Padi." After the formal greeting, Teacher Li proceeded to introduce Yang Padi. These 3 are the committee members of Tiandou Royal Academy. The chief committee member is Dream Machine, a soul Douluo. The second committee member is by Baoshan, also a soul Douluo, and the third committee member is Ji Lin, a soul Douluo as well. Yang Padi quickly returned the gesture and spoke. "I am honored to meet the esteemed committee members." All 3 were powerful soul Douluo level experts and could easily discern the level of Yang Padi's soul power at a glance. The Dream God Machine, a member of the education committee, spoke. "Yang Padi, we extend a warm welcome to you as you join the Royal Academy of Tiandou. From now on, you shall be a student of our esteemed institution. Our Tiandou battle team is currently preparing for the Soul Master competition that will take place in 2 years. May I inquire if you have any interest in participating?" Yang Padi pondered for a moment before responding. "Esteemed Dream God Machine, my current combat experience is somewhat lacking, and I am in need of further training. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I will not be able to participate in this upcoming Soul Master competition. However, I assure you that I shall compete in the next one. Yang Padi, if you join the Tiandou Royal Academy's battle team, you would have the opportunity for both combat training and teamwork exercises. Would that not be more beneficial? Esteemed Dream God Machine, I indeed have my own training plans for this Soul Master competition, which prevent my participation. However, rest assured, I will represent the Tiandou Royal Academy in the next competition." Upon hearing this, Dream God Machine appeared somewhat intrigued. "Yang Padi, while your strength is remarkable, securing the championship in the Soul Master competition is no trivial task. It requires the cooperation of a team of 7. Yang Padi responded with unwavering determination. "You need not worry about that, esteemed Dream God Machine. I am confident in my ability to secure victory. However, I do have 2 requests. May I ask for the approval of the Education Committee? What are your requests?" "First, I wish to select all my team members myself, and no one should interfere with my training of the participants. Second, I require a spot on the Tiandou Royal Academy's second team." "Yang Padi, do you already have candidates in mind? And why do you prefer the second team spot?" "I hail from the Pa family, which has 5 members in the Tiandou Royal Academy, along with a few friends. This ensures we can participate in the competition. The second team of the Tiandou Royal Academy can take part in the selection trials, providing better training for all members. Dream God Machine contemplated for a moment before responding. I shall need to discuss your propositions before providing an answer. Do you have any other requests? Esteemed senior, could you arrange for me a standalone house? I prefer to cultivate in solitude and do not wish to be disturbed. That is certainly agreeable. I can accommodate that request. Li, please arrange for Yang Padi to enter the Tiandou level class for his studies and also address his accommodation needs. Li nodded respectfully to Dream God Machine and then escorted Yang Padi to the Education Committee building. Once they departed, Dream God Machine could not help but ask, what do you both think of Yang Padi's talents? The Education Committee member, Jeline, spoke first. His talent is unparalleled. I have never encountered someone so gifted. At just 12 years of age, he has already reached level 35, and I observed his soul power closely. It is exceptionally solid. His future is indeed promising. Committee member Baishan also nodded in agreement. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. It is truly fortunate for the Pa family to have such a prodigy. Dream God Machine concurred. As for Yang Padi's requests, we should consult His Highness the Crown Prince. Let him make the final decision. Chapter 61. Enrollment at the Tiandou Royal Academy. While Yang Padi was on his way to study at the Tiandou Royal Academy, a meeting was convened within his family. Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, and 6 esteemed elders convened for a meeting. As Yang Wudi gazed upon the elders, he began, Honorable elders. Presently, Yang Padi and Yang Pinyin have embarked on their studies at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Padi has already attained a soul power level of 35, setting a remarkable record as one of the earliest to achieve soul master status. This achievement is likely to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Yang Pinyin has also exhibited exceptional performance, reaching level 27 at the tender age of 12. Initially, I had no intention of sending them to the Tiandou Royal Academy. However, His Highness the Crown Prince personally extended an invitation to our clan, and the other 3 families of the single attribute clans have already dispatched their direct descendants. As we reside within the Tiandou Empire, it would be remiss of us not to make a gesture. Thus, I arranged for Padi to attend the academy. Given Padi's extraordinary talent, it is almost unprecedented, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he holds great potential to become a titled Douluo, if not stronger still. To ensure the safety of both Padi and Pinyin, I propose dispatching an elder for covert protection. What are your thoughts, esteemed elders? Yang Wushuang echoed this sentiment, affirming that both Yang Padi and Yang Pinyin indeed require discreet guardianship. Any misfortune would represent a significant loss for our clan. The 6 elders, all of whom have dedicated their lives to the prosperity of the clan and comprehend the gravity of the situation, ultimately concurred that it is essential to send someone for protection. After thorough discussion, it was resolved that the 3rd elder would undertake this covert guardianship. Yang Wudi reiterated, 3rd elder, your role will be to follow Yang Padi and Yang Pinyin discreetly. Unless faced with extraordinary danger, refrain from intervening. These young ones require ample opportunity for growth. The 3rd elder, Yang Wujue, nodded in agreement. As an elite of the clan, he understood that a soul master's journey is fraught with challenges, which ultimately serve as a catalyst for their progress and a chance for breakthroughs. Given the remarkable talents of Padi and Pinyin, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of our clan, necessitating rigorous training while ensuring their safety. It must be said that the Tiandou Royal Academy is indeed vast and opulent, offering conditions that could be deemed the finest in the Tiandou Empire. For instance, the library is grandiose, housing an extensive collection of texts on soul master cultivation, making it one of the largest libraries in the empire. In the center of the academy lies a picturesque lake, surrounded by an enchanting environment, while the mountaintops and the rear mountains serve as diverse training grounds suitable for various types of soul masters. The dining hall offers a rich array of dishes, featuring an abundance of culinary delights, including highly nutritious spirit beast meat, all provided free of charge. The training fields and soul battling arenas are exceptionally spacious. In summary, in terms of cultivation conditions, the Tiandou Royal Academy fulfills nearly all the needs of a student, boasting superior infrastructure, living environments, and exceptional faculty, making it the strongest institution in the Tiandou Empire. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Yu Xiaojiang aspired to bring the Shrek students to the Tiandou Royal Academy for their education. Indeed, such aspirations are commendable. Ultimately, Teacher Li escorted Yang Padi to a magnificent dormitory. The interior of the dormitory was lavish, equipped with various amenities, and boasted numerous rooms, sufficient to accommodate not just one individual, but an entire team. Upon arrival, Teacher Li took his leave, leaving Yang Padi alone in the dormitory, accompanied only by the school schedule. Alone, Yang Padi began to contemplate his future plans. Firstly, he resolved to abstain from participating in the upcoming Soul Master competition. With both of his grandfathers being high-ranking Seoul Douluos yet to ascend to the title Douluo level, he realized that drawing too much attention to himself would jeopardize his safety. It was likely that both the Spirit Hall and various sects would conspire to eliminate him preemptively. Currently, his grandfather Yang Wudi stood at the pinnacle of level 86, poised to break through to level 87 soon, while his second grandfather Yang Wushuang had already reached the peak of level 85, and his father was also at level 85. Given their current rate of cultivation, it was reasonable to expect that within 3 to 5 years, all three would attain the title Douluo rank. Furthermore, his maternal grandfather was also expected to reach this level within 5 years. If he could endure for another 5 years, there would be no one daring enough to target him, as no one would wish to face the wrath of 4 titled Douluos. Secondly, it was likely that Qin Ming would soon begin to assemble a team for the Tiandou Royal Academy. Yang Pidi felt little enthusiasm for Qin Ming. In the original narrative, although Qin Ming served as a teacher at the Tiandou Royal Academy, his thoughts were perpetually fixated on Shrek Academy. During the grand battle at the Do Seoul Arena, it was evident that Tang San had taken a harsher approach, even resorting to using hidden weapons to threaten the Tiandou Royal Academy team, nearly endangering the lives of Du Guian and others. Yet, Qin Ming, rather than showing concern for his own students, seemed entirely preoccupied with Shrek Academy, which was truly disheartening. Moreover, when Shrek Academy departed from the Tiandou Royal Academy, Qin Ming promptly followed suit, claiming it was to honor the training he received from Shrek Academy. Did the Tiandou Royal Academy not also contribute to his development? Was his departure not a betrayal of the 3 major educational committees' hopes and investments in him? As for the formation of a team, that seemed even simpler. The 4 single attribute families already had 5 members, and with his younger sister set to turn 13 by then, the personnel would be nearly complete. They could easily find a couple of support-type individuals within the school. Yang Pidi was curious to see how Qin Ming would contend with Shrek Academy once he had claimed the slot for the second team. After careful deliberation, and confirming that no significant issues lingered, Yang Pidi settled into meditation within his dormitory. Chapter 62, The Start of School. While Yang Pidi was diligently cultivating in his dormitory, the 3 educational committee members of the Tiandou Royal Academy arrived at the prince's residence. Upon their arrival, Prince Xue Qinghe found their visit somewhat peculiar. Esteemed committee members, to what do I owe the pleasure of your sudden visit? Committee member Meng Xinji spoke first. Your Highness, today we have enrolled a prodigious talent at the Tiandou Royal Academy, and we have come to share this joyous news with you. Xue Qinghe's interest was piqued. The presence of all 3 committee members indicated the individual must possess extraordinary aptitude. Meng Xinji, who is this individual? What makes them so remarkable? Your Highness, today, Yang Pidi from the Pa family has come to enroll in our Tiandou Royal Academy. At the tender age of 12, he has already achieved a remarkable level of 35 in soul power. Such a feat seems almost impossible. It appears that our Tiandou Empire has never witnessed a talent of this caliber in its history. The Pa family excels in alchemy. Could it be that he has enhanced his soul power through the use of potions? However, Your Highness, upon meticulous observation of Yang Pidi, I must assert that his soul power is exceptionally solid, devoid of any signs of drug influence. Xue Qinghe reminisced about their previous encounter with the Pa family and pondered for a moment before speaking. How could such a prodigy emerge from the Pa family? It is indeed a pity. With his current level of soul power, he should be eligible to participate in the Soul Master competition in 2 years. Regardless, he is a talent of our Tiandou Empire and deserves significant nurturing and attention. The 3 committee members exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. Noticing this, Xue Qinghe pressed on. Is there some issue among the 3 of you? Your Highness, Yang Pidi has expressed that due to a lack of combat experience, he is unable to participate in this Soul Master competition. He has also indicated his desire to partake in the next one, requesting a spot for our Tiandou Royal Academy's second team, asserting that he wishes to select all members himself without the need for additional instructors. Given the gravity of this matter, we have come to seek your guidance, Your Highness. Xue Qinghe found this rather curious. Yang Pidi does not wish to participate in this Soul Master competition. Moreover, he intends to form his own team for the next. This Yang Pidi is quite intriguing. The 3 committee members agreed to his terms, as long as he is willing to serve our Tiandou Empire. Very well. Let us refrain from discussing it further. I shall meet him personally after the opening ceremony of Tiandou Royal Academy tomorrow. Upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's stance, the 3 committee members quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Your Highness is wise. They had initially thought that the prince would merely consent, but the prospect of him personally meeting the talent was indeed a testament to his commitment to attract and value promising individuals, an auspicious sign for the Tiandou Empire. After the committee members departed, Xue Qinghe addressed the shadows. Shamar, immediately investigate the circumstances surrounding Yang Pidi. The emergence of such a prodigy from the Pa family raises questions. After reviewing the documents, Xue Qinghe inquired, Shamar, what is your assessment of Yang Pidi? Douluo contemplated for a moment before responding. Young master. I recently visited Tiandou Royal Academy. Yang Padi was in deep meditation. His aura is profound, and his soul power is both robust and pure. Clearly not the result of potions. Additionally, according to internal reports from the Pa family, he possesses an innate soul power level of 8 and is known for his rigorous training, a rare talent indeed. Young master, given the enmity between the Pa family and our spirit hall, should we consider eliminating him preemptively? Qinghe considered this before replying. For now, it is unnecessary to take action. I shall determine the course of action after meeting him tomorrow. You may withdraw for the time being. Once Douluo had departed, Qinghe let out a cold scoff. A prodigy, indeed. I wonder just how exceptional this Yang Padi truly is. The following morning, Yang Padi and Yang Pingan arrived at the training grounds to engage in their exercises. The two once again marveled at the environment of the Tiandou Royal Academy, which boasted numerous training fields, each one distinctly separated to ensure the confidentiality of their training. Breakfast was served in the cafeteria, where an array of dishes was available, providing both nutritional value and delightful flavors. Upon closer inspection, the place resembled a grand hotel rather than a mere cafeteria, truly exuding luxury. Befitting the prestige of the Tiandou Royal Academy, the morning was marked by the opening ceremony, attended by nearly all students. The academy housed approximately 500 students, all of whom were soul masters, with each possessing a minimum rank of level 20. However, most were great soul masters, and the presence of soul venerables was comparatively sparse. While the existence of soul sects remained uncertain, on the elevated platform of the ceremony stood none other than the prince, Qinghe, who participated personally, accompanied by a diverse array of individuals, presumably some nobles or high-ranking officials of the empire. Beside Qinghe was a refined middle-aged man, holding the hand of a young girl, who appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old. Adjacent to him stood an elderly man with entirely white hair, yet his skin bore the smoothness of an infant, and his gaze radiated a keen sharpness. Yang Padi silently concluded that the middle-aged man was likely Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the little girl was undoubtedly Ning Rongrong, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters from the original narrative. The elderly swordsman was presumably the sword Douluo Continent. Upon closer observation, Ning Rongrong, at approximately 7 years of age, resembled a delicate porcelain doll, particularly with her strikingly blue, large eyes, making her undeniably adorable, clad in a princess dress, exhibiting the essence of a little princess, a true beauty in the making. Conversely, sword Douluo Continent, despite his seemingly calm demeanor, emanated an air of sword intent, presenting himself as a sword yet to be drawn. Truly deserving of his title as the foremost swordsman of the Douluo Continent, undeniably formidable. The primary focus of the opening ceremony involved speeches from various dignitaries, including both Qinghe and Ning Fengji, who offered words of encouragement that lacked substance. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Teacher Li approached Yang Padi, informing him that Prince Qinghe had summoned him to the Education Committee building. Yang Padi could not help but scoff internally at Qinghe, questioning the motives behind this summons, especially considering that Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo would surely also be present. In the original story, when the Bone Douluo first encountered Tang San, he proposed to eliminate him in advance, indicating that even the reputed 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School likely engaged in covert actions to suppress talents. How was he to face such individuals? With a sigh, Yang Padi hoped that the reputation of the Pa family would protect him, or perhaps the renown of the 4 single attribute families would shield him from harm. Chapter 63, The Prince Qinghe's Summons. Before long, Yang Padi followed Teacher Li to the Education Committee building, where many individuals were indeed gathered, including Prince Qinghe, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Continent, Ning Rongrong, and all 3 members of the Education Committee from the Tiandou Royal Academy. Yang Padi entered the commission building and instructed everyone to pay their respects. I, Yang Padi of the Padi clan, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, to Master Ning, to the esteemed Sword Douluo, and to the 3 venerable members of the commission. Among those present, Crown Prince Qinghe, Ning Fengji, and the 3 commission members nodded with smiles, while Ning Rongrong appeared to be in a state of innocent exuberance, and Sword Douluo kept his eyes narrowed, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around him. Crown Prince Qinghe spoke with a gentle smile. Yang Padi, it is a pleasure to see you again. Please, take a seat. Consider the Royal Academy of Tianshou as your own home. Yang Padi glanced around before finding a seat. May I inquire why His Highness has summoned me? Qinghe maintained a calm demeanor. I have heard that you, at such a young age, have already reached level 35, qualifying you to participate in the Soul Master competition in 2 years. I wonder why you are reluctant to join. Yang Padi responded without hesitation. Your Highness, I have been training within my family and lack combat experience. I feel I am not yet prepared and may not be able to participate in the competition 2 years hence. However, you can rest assured that I shall lead the second team of the Royal Academy of Tianshou in the competition 7 years from now, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations. Are you being overly modest, Yangpidi? With your age and soul power level, you are undoubtedly the greatest talent in the Tiandou Empire. I can fully comply with the request put forth by the 3 commission members, allowing you to assemble a soul master team for the competition 7 years from now, with all selections under your authority and free from interference. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. May I pose a question to you, Yangpidi? Please, feel free to ask. I shall answer without reservation. Could you share your training experiences? At just 12 years old, you have already attained level 35 soul power, seemingly the fastest in history to reach the rank of soul master. And judging by your training pace, you may soon be the quickest to ascend to soul ancestor. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Yangpidi replied, Your Highness, my training is quite simple. Each morning, I practice my spear techniques. In the mornings, I study in the internal classes of the Padi clan. In the afternoons, I engage in activities such as weighted mountain climbing and running. After exhausting myself each day, I take a medicinal bath, and I find that my evening training yields better results. This is our clan's method of training, not much different from others. Xueqing has seemed intrigued. Is it truly that straightforward, Yangpidi? Your Highness, my training regimen is indeed that simple. Perhaps I am just diligent, and I hardly take breaks throughout the year, maintaining a routine of daily exercise and meditation. Xueqing nodded. Yangpidi, not only are you exceptionally gifted, but your perseverance in training truly marks you as a prodigy in cultivation. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. Beside them, Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, addressed Yangpidi after Prince Xueqing had finished speaking. Young Master Yang, I am Ning Fengji, and this is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. From what I have heard, your rapid cultivation speed suggests that you must have dedicated yourself to rigorous training. However, given your innate soul power of level 8, it seems unlikely that you could have progressed so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Yangpidi felt an urge to curse inwardly, thinking, Ning Fengji, you sly old fox. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Ning Zongzhu, to speak frankly, I possess innate divine strength. Ever since my martial soul awakened and I acquired my first soul ring, I have been training with weights, only removing them during medicinal baths. Currently, I bear a weight of 130 kilograms. This revelation caused a subtle shift in Ning Fengji's expression, while Xueqing and the 3 committee members nearby also reacted with surprise. At such a young age, you carry such a heavy burden? Are you not concerned about the potential harm to your body? Ning Fengji inquired again. Young Master Yang. He continued, I am astonished by your determination at such a tender age. Your future is undoubtedly promising. Might I ask what drives your relentless pursuit of cultivation? Yangpidi closed his eyes, reflecting deeply, before responding with unwavering resolve. Ning Zongzhu, I am a direct descendant of the Pa family. My singular ambition in life is to revitalize my clan and elevate our legacy. Until I achieve this goal, I shall not relent. Ning Fengji, seemingly pleased, replied with a smile, Your dedication to your family is commendable, young Master Yang. With your talent and perseverance, you shall surely reach your aspirations. Thank you, Ning Zongzhu. Yangpidi said, then bowed once more to Prince Xueqing and Ning Fengji. Your Highness, Ning Zongzhu, I shall take my leave now. Just as Yangpidi was about to depart, the sword Douluo, who had been silent, suddenly opened his eyes. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Greetings, Senior Sword Douluo. How may I assist you? Yangpidi asked, puzzled by the looks of curiosity from Ning Fengji and Xueqing. The sword Douluo continued. Might I see your martial soul and soul rings? Yangpidi's expression shifted slightly, but he promptly summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, revealing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The sword Douluo scrutinized the spear and its rings before exclaiming, Impressive. Your martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, is remarkable. Could you share the soul beast from which your rings were acquired, along with their respective ages? Upon hearing this, Yangpidi's expression changed, yet he ultimately responded. Senior Sword Douluo, my first soul ring is from the 1,000 June Ant, aged 500 years. My second is from the purple-eyed demon tiger, aged 800 years. And my third is from the golden crocodile king, aged 2,000 years. These are the 3 soul rings I have absorbed thus far. The expressions of Ning Fengji, Xueqing, and the 3 committee members shifted dramatically upon hearing this, as they possessed a certain understanding of martial souls and soul rings. The 3 committee members, in particular, had conducted extensive research on the absorption of soul rings and grasped the immense difficulty Yangpidi faced in obtaining such formidable rings. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo's expression subtly shifted. The 1,000 Gene Ant, the purple-eyed demon tiger, and the golden crocodile king are all power-type soul rings, and they are indeed exceptional. Each has surpassed the age limit for soul ring absorption. No wonder your soul-breaking spear exhibits such prowess. It is a pity, however, that your martial spirit is not a sword. After uttering these words, Sword Douluo closed his eyes once more, as if nothing had transpired. Yang Padi performed another respectful bow. Senior Sword Douluo, I take my leave. At this moment, Ning Fengji spoke again. Classmate Yang Padi, should you find the time, you are always welcome to visit my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Our doors are eternally open to you. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. I bid you farewell. Yang Padi replied before departing the Education Committee building. Chapter 64. Sword Douluo. After Yang Padi exited the Education Committee building, a profound silence enveloped the place. After an indeterminate period, Ning Fengji finally broke the stillness. Sword Uncle, is there something amiss with this Yang Padi? Sword Douluo opened his eyes and surveyed those around him. Yang Padi harbors considerable ambition. It is well known that all soul rings absorbed by the Pa family are offensive in nature, emphasizing attack power. They engage in combat with a reckless disregard for defense, unyielding in battle. However, Yang Padi has exclusively absorbed power-type soul rings, each derived from exceptional soul beasts, all exceeding the absorption age limit for soul masters. As you are all soul masters, you understand the agony and peril that accompany exceeding the age limit for soul ring absorption. The fact that each of his soul rings surpasses this limit indicates his remarkably resilient physique. Furthermore, the heavy burdens he bears at all times suggest an intense regimen of physical training, honing his body to its utmost potential. I estimate that, given his strength, few in the spirit elder realm could rival him. His claim of lacking combat experience may merely be a facade. Moreover, the 3 soul beasts he absorbed are exceptionally rare. The 1000-gene ant is the most suitable soul ring for a power-type soul master. The 800-year-old purple-eyed demon tiger is a rare find. And the 2000-year-old golden crocodile king is nearly legendary, with few seen throughout the soul master realm. This illustrates the considerable effort he has invested in obtaining his soul rings. Additionally, I sensed a subtle blade intent emanating from him. The soul-breaking spear I observed was far sharper than any I have encountered before. It could likely serve as a sword in its own right. If his martial spirit were a sword, I would have considered taking him as my disciple. Upon hearing Sword Douluo's remarks, all present swallowed hard. Despite their efforts to overestimate Yang Padi, it appeared they had still underestimated him. Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji each pondered deeply. Yang Padi hailed from the Pa family, the grandson of the clan leader Yang Wudi. The Pa family boasts over 400 soul masters, including 3 soul Douluo, representing a significant force. Additionally, the Pa family is adept in the use of poison, and under normal circumstances, few would dare provoke them. Moreover, Yang Padi's maternal grandfather is Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu family, effectively providing him with another layer of support. With the 4 clans currently allied, they collectively exceed 1,000 soul masters in strength, making them a formidable presence. Apart from lacking a title Douluo, they nearly rival half of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The 3 members of the Educational Committee displayed expressions of delight, for the presence of such a prodigious student at the Tiandou Royal Academy heralded promising prospects for future Soul Master tournaments. Furthermore, as inferred from the recent remarks of His Highness the Crown Prince, it was evident that Yang Padi had received approval to establish the 2nd team for the upcoming session at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Among all present, it was likely only Ning Rongrong who found amusement in the proceedings, her youthful innocence shielding her from the weight of these discussions, being merely 7 years of age. After departing from the committee building, Yang Padi's countenance darkened, as he hadn't anticipated the formidable nature of Ning Fengji from the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Sword Douluo. This time, he had been compelled to divulge an abundance of information. In the original narrative, the 7-treasure glazed tile school maintained a somewhat favorable image. However, it was essentially a sect that oscillated between various stances, primarily concerned with its own interests, rendering any notion of a positive reputation rather superficial. With this thought, Yang Padi couldn't help but let out a sigh. Well, I shall proceed cautiously. At least within the confines of the Tiandou Royal Academy, I should be temporarily safe. Publicly, no one would dare to confront the wrath of the 4 major families exhibiting a singular attribute. Meanwhile, within the committee building, after an exchange of dialogue among the 3 factions, they ultimately parted ways. Inside the carriage belonging to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji spoke again. Sword Uncle, is Yang Padi's talent truly as exceptional as it appears? The Sword Douluo slightly shook his head. Yang Padi's prowess may indeed be even more remarkable than I previously indicated. If a weapon spirit master were to imbue all his soul rings with power-type attributes, his soul-resolving spear must be incredibly heavy by now. Yet, judging by his earlier performance, his physique seems capable of accommodating such weight. The question remains, how swift is he? If he can maintain his speed, coupled with the techniques of the Petit clan's spear martial arts, then within the realm of soul masters, he likely has no rivals. Moreover, considering his cultivation strategy, it appears that all his future soul rings will adopt power-type attributes, surpassing the age limits for absorption. By the time he attains his 8th soul ring, the weight of his soul-resolving spear will be substantial. It is worth noting that only one sect in this world permits weapon spirit masters to absorb entire sets of weight-type soul rings. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before articulating, the Haotian Sect. Fengji, it seems Yang Putti aspires to follow the cultivation path of the Haotian Sect. Alas, the soul-resolving spear is not the Haotian hammer, which is rather regrettable. Meanwhile, the innocent Ning Rongrong interjected, Daddy, Sword Grandpa, I think Yang Putti isn't all that remarkable. I will surely surpass him in the future. Ning Fengji affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, and even the sword Douluo allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. Shuqingha, exuding an air of nonchalance, remarked, there is no rush. I have heard that a certain woman has taken a highly talented disciple under her wing, and the Spirit Hall has recently unveiled numerous exceptional prodigies. I am quite eager to witness, 7 years hence, who will truly emerge as the greatest genius in the Soul Master Tournament. Genius? Humph. At that moment, the snake spear Douluo stood nearby, feigning ignorance, for he dared not interfere in such matters, as neither side could afford to offend the other. For weapon spirits, establishing a simulated environment is quite challenging. Even at the Tiandou Royal Academy, such environments are exceedingly rare, let alone one suitable for the soul-resolving spear. For Yang Putti, the most ideal environment for his martial spirit, the soul break spear, is undoubtedly the battlefield. However, at present, he is not inclined to partake in combat. The various simulated environments at the Academy are also not particularly conducive to the cultivation of the soul break spear. Ultimately, Yang Putti resolves to train at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiandou City, for martial spirits are designed for combat, and one can hone their skills more effectively amidst the fray. As for the daily afternoon iron ball exercises, it suffices to find a simulated environment resembling a mountain peak, of which the Royal Academy of Tiandou boasts plenty. Should this prove insufficient, he can always devise alternative training methods. The ingenuity of the Blue Star inhabitants knows no bounds, having conceived countless training techniques with commendable efficacy. In essence, the primary objective remains combat, for true strength is forged only in battle. Chapter 65. The formation of the team. As it was the first day of school, the afternoon held no formal arrangements, allowing all students to engage in free activities. That afternoon, Yang Putti summoned several individuals from the 4 single attribute families, particularly feeling a desire to reprimand Talon for his nonchalant demeanor. It was Yang Ping'an who spoke first. Brother, aren't we going to train this afternoon? The environment at the Royal Academy of Tiandou seems quite favorable. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Putti replied, Today, Prince Shuqingha approached me, proposing that I participate in this upcoming Soul Master competition, which I have already declined. My ambition is to compete in the next Soul Master competition. I have communicated with His Highness and the 3 committee members. I will be establishing the 2nd team of the Royal Academy of Tiandou, with all responsibilities resting upon my shoulders, including recruitment and training of personnel. I would like to confirm with all 4 of you. Do you possess the confidence to join me in participating in the next Soul Master competition? Upon hearing these words, the 4 exchanged glances, each apprehensive. They were merely 12 years old, and the next Soul Master competition would take place 7 years hence. Was it not too premature to make such a decision? Before they could respond, Yang Putti continued, Talon, Niu Ming, by Xiaofei. You 3 are direct descendants of the single attribute families, destined to inherit the leadership positions within your clans. The relationship among the 4 single attribute families in the Tiandou Empire is delicate. To assume the role of clan leader, one must possess the requisite strength. I hope you all cultivate the capabilities befitting a leader, ensuring the continued flourishing of our 4 families. As he spoke, the expressions of the 3 grew serious. As heirs to their families, they had reaped many benefits, and naturally, such privileges came with commensurate responsibilities. Now that they were 12, they were no longer children. Niu Ming was the first to respond. Brother, I am willing to join the team, though your training regimen may be too intense for me. I fear I may struggle to keep up. Rest assured, cousin, I will tailor the training plans to suit your physical conditions. While there will be a certain level of difficulty, it will not hinder your progress, Yang Putti reassured him. Seemingly relieved, Niu Ming replied, Then I have no objections, brother. You can count on me to train diligently and aspire to become the leader of the Yu family. After hearing this, Talon and Bai Xiaofei also expressed their willingness to join. Yang Putti observed that the 3 had joined him and spoke again. Your current soul power levels are rather inadequate. Henceforth, your training regimen will primarily consist of attending classes at the academy in the mornings, followed by a burdensome run of 50 kilometers each afternoon. Upon completion of your run, you will undergo a medicinal bath, and in the evenings, you shall meditate within your respective simulated environments. The three, upon hearing this, swallowed hard. Was it truly feasible for a person to undertake a 50-kilometer run while bearing weight? Niuming seemed to have some reservations and remarked, "Brother, is this 50-kilometer run with a load not excessive? And what weight are we to bear?" Yang Pidi regarded Niuming and the others as soul masters. Your physicality is paramount. Only with a robust physique can you significantly enhance both your cultivation speed and other capabilities, especially after your daily weighted runs. The efficacy of the medicinal baths will be greatly amplified, and your meditation will yield swifter results, thereby accelerating your soul power enhancement. He continued, "As for the specific weights you will carry, I will tailor them according to your individual circumstances. The Tiandou Royal Academy offers exceptional training conditions. Both the simulated environments and the nourishment provided by the Academy's cafeteria surpass even that of your families. For our team members, I will apply for the necessary materials for the medicinal baths. You need not worry about anything else. Your sole focus should be on diligent training. Talon, please take the time to create various weights. Starting tomorrow, Bai Xiaofei will have a weight of 10 kilograms, Niu Ming will bear 20 kilograms, and you, Talon, will carry 30 kilograms. Except during the time allocated for the medicinal baths, the weight must remain on you at all times." Upon hearing this, the three felt a twinge of apprehension. Talon then spoke, "Brother, is it not a bit excessive for me to carry 30 kilograms? You three are beast spirit masters and already great soul masters. Logically, your physical attributes should surpass those of Ping, and currently, Ping bears 40 kilograms, while I carry 130 kilograms, and we are merely weapon spirit masters. Are your physiques truly so inferior?" Yang Pidi pressed on, "Furthermore, I will inform your fathers of your joining the team and training with me. I trust they will be supportive." The three fell silent, knowing full well that their fathers would be overjoyed at their joining the team and training under Yang Pidi, rather than opposing it. The training regimen he proposed seemed daunting, yet it felt too late to voice dissent. Ultimately, the three resigned themselves to comply. Yang Pidi, seeing their agreement, continued, "Your soul power currently stands at level 21, which is rather low. We have 7 years until the next Soul Master tournament, and during this time, you must elevate your soul power to at least the Soul Ancestor level, meaning you need to ascend 19 levels. This entails an annual increase of at least 27 levels in soul power, enabling you to showcase your abilities at the tournament. Otherwise, your participation will be exceedingly difficult." Once again, the three swallowed hard. The prospect of increasing their soul power by 27 levels each year posed a formidable challenge. The three individuals appeared somewhat perplexed. "Rest assured," I assured them, "if you adhere to my training regimen, I guarantee you will attain the Soul Sect level before the age of 19. This will certainly uphold the esteemed reputation of our single attribute, Four Families heirs." I recalled from the original text that during the Soul Master competition, Talon possessed a soul power of level 37. With diligent training, it would be entirely feasible for him to elevate his level by 3 more. Moreover, the current conditions for cultivation are exceedingly favorable. As for Niuming and Bai Xiaofei, they too should be on a similar trajectory. Other foundational training methods are of little consequence. Whether it be weight-bearing runs or the training techniques I am about to devise, they will not exert a significant impact. As for the celestial herbs intended for Yang Pinyin, it would be prudent to present them after the conclusion of the Soul Master competition. It will not be too late then. After elucidating the specific plans to the four, I disbanded them, leaving the remaining matters for them to manage independently. The 3 committee members were somewhat taken aback by my arrival. "Yang Pidi, what brings you to us so soon? Is there something you require from the 3 of us?" "Esteemed committee members, has there been any confirmation from His Highness regarding the formation of the second team for the Soul Master competition, set to take place 7 years hence?" Dream Machine, one of the committee members, nodded in affirmation. "His Highness has indeed confirmed and consented to your request. You shall thereafter serve as the captain of the second team of the Tiandou Royal Academy, responsible for selecting and training the team members. No supervising teacher will accompany the second team. I am most grateful to the 3 esteemed committee members. I have already shortlisted several candidates for the next Soul Master competition team: Yang Pinyin, Talon, Niuming, and Bai Xiaofei. All 4 have now attained the rank of Great Soul Master, and I wish to commence their training immediately." "Commencing training now? Might that not be a tad premature, considering there are still 7 years to go?" "Esteemed committee members," I replied, "the participants in the Soul Master competition typically require at least a high-ranking Soul Sovereign. My plan is to enhance their training so that by the time of the competition, we will consist of multiple Soul Sect members. Given the current performance of the students, this may prove challenging, thus I intend to initiate their training ahead of schedule. Yang Pidi, your foresight is commendable. Might you have further inquiries for us?" "Indeed. Esteemed committee members, Regarding the students' training, I would like the academy to provide us with a dedicated training facility, preferably of ample size, where I can arrange training sessions for the students. Additionally, could we receive support for medicinal baths for the future competitors? The three committee members appeared to confer briefly before Dream Machine spoke again. As for the training venue, the number 3 training ground is currently vacant. I can allocate it specifically for your training purposes. Regarding the medicinal baths, the academy allocates special funds for teams participating in the Soul Master competition. You may collect these directly from the teaching department when the time comes. Of course, we will also assign you the title of supervising teacher. Oh, one more thing. Although you will serve as the supervising teacher, should you find yourself on the field, many responsibilities will arise. We will arrange for Teacher Lee to assist you in leading the team, thereby granting you more time for your cultivation. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the 3 esteemed committee members. Yang Padi engaged in further discussions with the 3 committee members, who offered him words of encouragement. Upon concluding their conversation, he received a document personally signed by them. This document appointed Yang Padi as the head teacher and captain of the second team at the Tiandou Royal Academy, entrusting him with the responsibility of training the team members. Additionally, it included an official notice designating training ground number 3 for the exclusive use of Yang Padi's squad. Lastly, there was a document outlining a special subsidy for the second team, allowing them to procure medicinal baths, herbs, and other supplies from the Academy's logistics department. Thus, the second team at the Tiandou Royal Academy was nearly formed, consisting of 3 powerful assault-type members, Yang Padi, Yang Pingan, and Talon, 1 agile-type member, Bai Xiaofei, and 1 defensive-type member, Niu Meng. They were only lacking control and support roles, but for Yang Padi, this posed no issue, if necessary. He could recruit a few from the academy. That evening, while meditating alone in his dormitory, Yang Padi was startled by a knock at the door. Confused, he wondered who could be visiting him, as he had just arrived at the Tiandou Royal Academy and had no acquaintances. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Douluo Yin accompanied by a girl. Sister Yin, it has been a while. What brings you to my dormitory at such a late hour? Douluo Yin appeared somewhat excited. You rascal, you came to the Tiandou Royal Academy to study and didn't even inform me. Haven't I mentioned before that I am studying here as well? Sister Yin, I've just been busy today with numerous matters, he replied. Please, just call me Yinjia from now on. We are no longer children. Very well, Yinjia. How did you find out I was at the Tiandou Royal Academy? Douluo Yin seemed slightly speechless. Who doesn't he know you are at the Tiandou Royal Academy now? The talented disciple of the Pa family, Yang Padi, with the martial spirit of the Pa soul gone, at the tender age of 12, already possesses a soul power level of 35. Your enrollment has become common knowledge throughout the academy, and soon the entire Tiandou city will be aware. Hearing this, Yang Padi felt a mix of disbelief and resignation. While he anticipated some attention upon enrollment, he never imagined it would create such a sensation. Yinjia, I didn't wish for this kind of notoriety. Come in and sit down in my dormitory. He welcomed them into the lounge of his dorm, pouring a cup of tea for both. Yang Padi often marveled at the luxurious nature of the accommodations at the Tiandou Royal Academy. The dormitory was not only a standalone building, but also boasted complete amenities including a kitchen, bedroom, living room, and even a conference room, making it nearly suitable for a team to reside long-term. The girl accompanying Douluo Yin appeared to be her classmate, around the same age, slender and graceful. Her face was partially veiled in black, and her flowing blue hair cascaded down her back. She possessed a pair of strikingly beautiful large eyes that matched the hue of her hair, though she seemed rather demure and somewhat familiar. Yinjia, how did you find out where my dormitory is? He inquired. Douluo Yin smiled softly. Now that you are a celebrity at the Tiandou Royal Academy, it was easy to find out your whereabouts by asking a teacher in the administration office. It is still thanks to Sister Yin that you can easily find a teacher at the Tiandou Royal Academy. You little rascal, what are you saying? We have only been apart for half a year. Did you miss me? The 3 of us are quite similar in age and are all considered prodigies. So our interactions have gradually increased. Particularly, Douluo Yin possesses a spirited demeanor, exuding a big sister vibe that both Yang Padi and Yang Pingan find quite endearing, and they have grown familiar with one another. Yang Padi expressed some confusion. Sister Yin, what brings you to my dormitory at this late hour? Oh, it's nothing much. I heard you are studying at the Royal Academy now and have suddenly become quite famous, so I brought my friend along to meet this celebrity, replied Douluo Yin. After hearing Douluo Yin's words, Yang Padi felt a bit speechless. How could they be so familiar, yet meet under such late circumstances? Douluo Yin seemed to recall something and began to introduce the girl accompanying her. Padi, this is my classmate, Yi Lingling. Your news has spread throughout the school today. And Lingling was curious, so I brought her to meet you. Yang Padi was taken aback, realizing that this girl was indeed the renowned Yi Lingling, the support soul master of the Tiandou Royal Academy's battle team in the original story, known for her astonishing healing abilities, though little news followed her thereafter. Yang Pudi began introducing himself. Hello, Yi Lingling. My name is Yang Pudi. I am 12 years old. With the martial soul of the Breaking Soul Spear and a soul power level of 35. Yi Lingling seemed somewhat shy. Hello, I am Yi Lingling, 14 years old. With the martial soul of the Nine Heart Sea Lotus and a soul power level of 25, currently in the heavenly class. Yang Pudi found it a bit odd, but continued, Sister Lingling, welcome to my dormitory. We are all soul masters here, and I look forward to exchanging knowledge with you in the future. Douluo, noticing Yang Pudi's surprise, interjected, Little one, do you not understand? Lingling's martial soul is the Nine Heart Sea Lotus, the foremost healing martial soul on the continent. Although she is only at level 25, her healing capabilities surpass those of an average soul elder. My apologies, Sister Lingling, I underestimated your abilities, Yang Pudi replied. Douluo then asked, Yang Pudi, which class are you in? Sister Yin, I've been placed in the Tiandou class. The Tiandou class? I truly envy you for advancing so quickly. Now that you are already at level 35, do you have plans to participate in the Soul Master competition in 2 years? Today, the Crown Prince personally came to see me. I do not intend to participate in this upcoming competition. Instead, I aim for the next one. Furthermore, I am now the captain and lead teacher of the next Soul Master competition's second team. Both Douluo and Yi Lingling were taken aback. No way. How could it be so soon for the next Soul Master competition? And you are the captain and lead teacher? This was proposed by me to the Crown Prince and 3 committee members, primarily due to concerns regarding insufficient battle experience, which is why I chose not to participate in this competition. For the next Soul Master competition, I feel much more confident, and with my addition, our team now comprises 5 members. Isn't this a bit too fast? With 7 years to go, 5 team members have already been gathered. Isn't it a tad premature? Yang Pudi chuckled softly. It's not early at all. Although 7 years may seem lengthy, the abilities of a few trainees still fall short. They require ample training. Douluo appeared to ponder for a moment. Pudi, how about both Lingling and I join your team? That would make a perfect 7 members. What do you think? You should welcome my inclusion. Of course, I would be delighted to have both of you aboard. If Sister Yin and Sister Lingling were to join, our team would achieve an impeccable balance. Before Yi Lingling could interject, Douluo had already made a decision. Then it's settled. From this point onward, Lingling and I shall be members of the next Tiandou Royal Academy's second team. Yi Lingling seemed a bit flustered, uncertain whether to accept or decline. However, Douluo reassured her, Lingling, rest assured. Yang Pudi is quite adept at devising unconventional training methods, which are remarkably effective. I have already reached level 29. Hearing this, Yang Pudi couldn't help but internally criticize. Douluo's talent is not lacking, yet in the original narrative, she was 7 years older than Tang San and had only reached level 42 by the Soul Master competition. How could that be? The rate of improvement seems excessively slow. He recalled their initial encounter at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, where Douluo was already at level 38. Yet, after nearly 2 years, her soul power had only progressed to level 42. This rate of advancement was astonishingly inadequate. It took so long to increase by just 4 levels, while Yu Tianheng had similarly only achieved an increase of 4 levels. In contrast, the Shrek Academy had seen an average enhancement of 10 levels, with even the least among them, Xiao Wu, having gained 7 or 8 levels without consuming any rare herbs, let alone Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, who, despite having ingested such herbs, had elevated their levels by more than 10. Nevertheless, Yang Pudi ultimately smiled and said, Then let us warmly welcome the 2 beautiful ladies to our Tiandou Royal Academy's second team. With their inclusion, our team's strength will undoubtedly astonish many. Tomorrow afternoon, we will convene all members together, and both of you should join us at training ground number 3, which has now been designated for our team. After further discussions, Yang Pudi bid farewell to the 2 ladies. Once they departed, he resumed his meditation in the dormitory, recognizing that team matters were minor in comparison to his own cultivation, which remained paramount. The following morning, Yang Pudi donned the Tiandou Royal Academy uniform, scrutinizing himself in the mirror twice, unable to suppress a nod of approval. The platinum-colored attire exuded an air of nobility and regality, appearing exceptionally high-end and elegant. Even the standard student uniform must have incurred considerable expense. Once adorned in this uniform, although Yang Pudi retained his robust physique, the attire concealed his muscular form. Coupled with his slender face and dark hair, he exuded a hint of aristocratic charm, appearing significantly more handsome. Today marks the inaugural lesson of the Tiandou elite class. Although Yang Pudi was not particularly concerned, he resolved to attend the class to discern what the Tiandou Royal Academy could impart. Upon concluding his morning training and finishing breakfast, he arrived at the classroom, which was already populated by several students. The Tiandou elite class is the highest tier at the Tiandou Royal Academy, with all students required to possess a soul power of at least level 30. As Yang Pudi surveyed the room, It appeared that all present were over the age of 20, with only a few below that threshold, yet still at least 17 or 18 years old. Most of these students were scattered about, engaged in conversations, reading independently, or meditating. From the expressions in their eyes, there was a discernible air of arrogance and superiority, a hint of nobility. Disregarding the surrounding students, Yang Padi chose a secluded spot to sit. To him, these classmates held no significance, as they were all imperial nobility, while he hailed from a family of soul masters, suggesting their paths would rarely intersect in the future. Nevertheless, several gazes were cast towards Yang Padi. Despite his towering height of 1.7 meters, his visage still bore a youthful innocence, belied any assumption of being 20. Moreover, news had spread yesterday about the academy admitting a 12-year-old soul master of level 35, who would likely be placed in the Tiandou elite class, possibly the very youthful figure before them. As time progressed, the classroom gradually filled to capacity. Yang Padi estimated there were around 25 students in total. The Tiandou Royal Academy hosts approximately 500 students, with the Tiandou elite class comprising about 1/10 of that, amounting to 2 classes. Chapter 68, Team Training. As the class commencement approached, silence enveloped the room, and the teacher entered. As an introduction, all instructors of the Tiandou elite class were formidable soul emperors, and the homeroom teacher was a level 67 soul emperor. Upon the teacher's entrance, all students fell silent. The homeroom teacher, appearing to be in his 40s, addressed the class. "Hello everyone, I am Sun Xiang, the homeroom teacher of the Tiandou elite class. My martial spirit is the powerful Golden Bear, a level 66 assault-type soul emperor. I hope everyone will strive diligently in their studies and aim for early graduation." Mr. Sun's introduction was succinct, leading to a round of self-introductions from the class. Each student shared their martial spirit and level, confirming Yang Padi's expectations that most were around levels 30 to 35, with a few reaching levels 35 to 40, and some exceeding level 40. When Yang Padi introduced his martial spirit and level, it became evident to all that he was the prodigy recently admitted to the Tiandou Royal Academy. The lesson content was relatively uncomplicated, primarily focusing on knowledge related to cultivation. For Yang Padi, it was of little consequence, yielding minimal benefits compared to what he could have learned at home in the span of a single morning. There are 3 classes, each lasting an hour, all led by teachers of the Soul Emperor level. However, for Yang Padi, the Soul Emperor is hardly a match, as his own father has achieved the rank of Soul Douluo. During the breaks, numerous individuals approached him, including the Soul Sect member who sought to engage him in conversation, seemingly interested in persuading Yang Padi to join the Tiandou Royal Academy's battle team. But he firmly declined their overtures. After the morning sessions, Yang Padi ventured alone to the dining hall, feeling that the morning's classes were a mere waste of time, devoid of any substantial benefit to him. He would have preferred to meditate in his dormitory instead. The afternoon was free of scheduled classes, granting students of the Tiandou Royal Academy a considerable degree of freedom, particularly for soul masters who favored training over attending lectures. Consequently, nearly everyone dispersed to their preferred simulated environments or gathered to engage in soul battles or leisurely activities. Yang Padi had summoned all members of his team to assemble at training ground number 3 that afternoon. By 1 o'clock, everyone had gathered, including his assistant, Teacher Li, along with Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling. As the group convened, Teacher Li took the initiative to speak. "Hello everyone, I am Li Xiang, a level 56 assault system soul king, with the martial spirit of the Black Hawk. I will be responsible for assisting you in various matters, so feel free to approach me with any questions." Through their interactions, Yang Padi found Teacher Li's demeanor quite agreeable. Whether during his introductory tour of the Tiandou Royal Academy or in this self-introduction, Li presented himself as genuine and unpretentious. After all, he was merely a facilitator, with no significant influence beyond that role. Following Teacher Li's introduction, the students took turns introducing themselves. Yi Lingling, often shrouded in mystery beneath her veil, captured attention, while Douluo Yin was relatively familiar to everyone, having met most of them through their common lineage. Once the introductions concluded, Yang Padi directly addressed the group. "From this day forward, we shall officially form our battle team. You all should be aware of my character. I am strict with others, and even more so with myself." Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals swallowed hard. In terms of soul power, the lowest among them, Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei, were merely at level 21, indicating that they must elevate their ranks by 9 levels within 3 years. Furthermore, they would need to partake in soul battles after reaching level 25, which posed a considerable challenge with high expectations. Yang Padi seemed to sense their apprehension. "Rest assured, I have already discussed this with the 3 committee members yesterday. The Academy will provide medicinal bath materials for everyone. If you adhere to my training regimen, you will surely attain the Soul Master rank within 3 years. In addition to the daily 50-kilometer weighted runs, I will devise other training methods, with the specifics tailored to each individual's physical capabilities. As for the remaining time, I encourage everyone to seek out an ecological environment that suits them for meditation and cultivation. The simulated environments at the Tiandou Royal Academy are excellent and will undoubtedly yield substantial results in your training. Before others had the chance to respond, Yang Padi addressed Teacher Li Xiang directly. Teacher Li, I kindly ask that you oversee everyone's exercise regimen daily. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, no one is to take leave. Additionally, I have submitted a request to the Academy for medicinal baths and other funding. I would appreciate it if you could collect these from the Academy. Should any team members faint or encounter other issues during training, I would be grateful if you could attend to these matters promptly, as I may not always be present at the training ground. Furthermore, I have devised a plan for the training facility, which will undergo certain enhancements and renovations. I would also appreciate your communication with the Academy's logistics department regarding this matter. Once Yang Pudi finished speaking, he handed a list of requirements to Teacher Li. The training ground number 3 was quite expansive, exceeding the size of a football field from his previous life, measuring 200 meters in length and 100 meters in width. Yang Pudi intended to transform it into an obstacle course, incorporating fences, barriers, water pits, stones, high walls, low wire fences, balance beams, and low walls as artificial obstacles. All subsequent weighted running exercises would be conducted amidst these obstacles, thereby honing everyone's perseverance, physical agility, and endurance. The obstacle course drew inspiration from certain military training methods from his past life, capable of cultivating exceptional physical fitness and skills such as climbing, jumping, and traversing, while also fostering strong psychological resilience and adaptability. In Yang Pudi's view, military training and competition were often the most practical and effective means of developing individuals. As long as everyone could adapt to these exercises, the combat effectiveness of the team would essentially begin to take shape. Once everyone had acclimated, additional weights would be incorporated, along with training in other disciplines. This was, in fact, one of Yang Pudi's primary training initiatives. Through weighted obstacle running, he aimed to enhance his own agility and coordination. Talong, as the heir of the Strength clan, proved adept at forging weights, having crafted various loads within a single day, ranging from a few kilograms to several hundred. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling observed with a sense of trepidation. As a girl, particularly one in a supportive role, she had never encountered such a scene before. Fortunately, Douluo Yin stood beside her, providing psychological comfort to prevent her from feeling intimidated. Chapter 69. The first soul duel. Once Yang Pudi had concluded his instructions, the afternoon training session commenced. After several training sessions with Yang Pudi, Douluo Yin had grown accustomed to carrying weights, while Yi Lingling opted for the lightest load of 5 kilograms to join the group in their weighted run. Teacher Li Xiang remained nearby, supervising and monitoring everyone's physical condition. After an afternoon of rigorous training, nearly everyone was exhausted, particularly Yi Lingling, who was nearly incapacitated, sprawled on the ground and devoid of any semblance of a ladylike demeanor. Thus, the afternoon's training came to an end, and Teacher Li Xiang arranged for everyone to partake in medicinal baths, particularly assisting the 2 girls, who were almost carried by him. The duration of the medicinal baths was only 1 hour, but after that time had elapsed, everyone had regained their vitality. Niu Ming, Tai Long, Bai Xiaofei, and Yi Lingling were all embarking on their first experience of such intensive training. During the medicinal bath, they felt as though every pore in their bodies was wide open, never having experienced such unburdened relief before. After completing the bath, the 8 of them headed to the cafeteria of the Tiandou Royal Academy for a hearty meal, ensuring they replenished their energy and nutrition. Inside the cafeteria, they devoured their food ravenously, resembling refugees, which left the nearby noble youths utterly astonished. Many of them pointed and whispered about the 7, causing both Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling to flush with embarrassment. Once dinner concluded, they each had their own time to pursue. Niu Ming, Tai Long, and Bai He, whose soul power remained relatively low, retreated to their respective suitable environments for cultivation, while Teacher Li accompanied Yang Pudi, Yang Ping'an, Douluo Yin, and Yi Lingling as they departed from the Tiandou Royal Academy. The academy was merely 20 kilometers from Tiandou City, taking only about half an hour by horse-drawn carriage, and even less time on a soul beast steed. Upon arriving at the Great Soul Arena in Tiandou City, it was the first experience for the 4 in participating in soul battles. However, with their backgrounds, they were somewhat familiar with the arena. Under Teacher Li's guidance, they registered as members of the arena and filled out their applications, providing details such as name, age, birthplace, and martial soul. When it came to age, everyone opted to inflate their ages by a few years, with Yang Pudi boldly claiming to be 20, while the others also adjusted their ages to around that mark. At the arena, they would not use their real names, but rather assume titles corresponding to their personas. Yang Pudi chose the title White Horse Silver Spear, Yang Ping, an adopted spear shattering the world. Douluo Yin selected Emerald Phosphor Poison Emperor, and Yi Ling named herself Undying Begonia. The titles aptly reflected their personalities and martial soul characteristics. Simultaneously, Yang Padi formed duos with the other three. He and Yang Ping and created the soul-shattering twin spears combination. Partnered with Douluo Yin as the Emerald Phosphor soul-shattering duo, and with Yi Ling as the soul-shattering Begonia team. According to Yang Padi's plan, he aimed to engage in one-on-one soul battle daily, alongside at least one 2-on-2 match, determining partners based on the day's circumstances. Yang Ping and Douluo Yin were each required to partake in at least one battle daily, while Yi Ling would only join in the duo fights. Also responsible for tending to everyone's healing needs, Teacher Li was tasked with gathering information, preparing for battles, and conducting post-fight analyses, activities that were quite straightforward for a teacher of Tiandou Royal Academy. Soon, it was time for Yang Padi's match. Seemingly struck by an idea, he produced 10,000 gold soul coins and handed them to Teacher Li, requesting assistance in placing a bet on his victory. As Yang Padi stepped into the competition arena through the contestants' passage, he was greeted by a vast expanse, measuring several dozen meters in both length and width. The stands were nearly filled to capacity, a dense throng of spectators numbering in the tens of thousands, far exceeding the dimensions of any football or basketball arena from his previous life. The atmosphere was electrifying, especially as the two competitors entered the arena, unleashing a cacophony of cheers that resonated with even greater fervor than that of any concert from his past. In the arena of soul battles, it was uncommon for participants to reveal their true identities, as most donned masks. Yang Padi himself wore a silver-white mask, effectively concealing his actual age. Once he and his opponent took their positions, the host began the introductions. Now entering the arena is the Silver Spear Knight, a level 35 soul sovereign with the soul weapon, the soul-piercing spear. His record stands at 0. This is his first soul battle. The large screen promptly displayed Yang Padi's figure along with details of his soul weapon and soul power level. His opponent, known as the King of Strength, boasted a level 38 soul sovereign status, wielding the formidable soul weapon, the Mighty Bull. His record was 28 wins and 11 losses. Both fighters were granted 1 minute to prepare and summon their soul weapons. As the announcement concluded, Yang Padi summoned his soul-piercing spear, revealing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Across from him, the King of Strength appeared imposing, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with exaggerated musculature that hinted at remarkable power. Without delay, the King of Strength summoned his soul weapon, transforming into a colossal silhouette of the Mighty Bull, accompanied by his own 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The minutes slipped away swiftly, and the host declared, "Both competitors are ready. The match officially begins." In an instant, Yang Padi grasped the spear firmly and charged toward his opponent, clearly intent on a preemptive strike. The King of Strength mirrored this intent, rapidly advancing to engage Yang Padi in a fierce assault. As they closed the distance, Yang Padi executed a forward thrust with both hands on the spear, channeling all his strength into the tip, employing a technique he had mastered, the direct assault. The King of Strength, recognizing the gravity of the attack, responded by clenching his fists, activating his second soul skill, the Bull Charge, as his second yellow soul ring shimmered. The spear tip met the opponent's fist with a resounding clash. Remarkably, Yang Padi remained steadfast, while the King of Strength's fist bore a significant wound, a testament to the power of Yang Padi's strike. The King of Strength appeared astonished. In the realm of soul sovereigns, few could overpower him in sheer strength. Yet here was an opponent who had not even employed a soul skill and had still managed to inflict injury. Seizing the moment of his opponent's bewilderment, Yang Padi gripped his spear firmly and thrust upward into the air. A silver light emanated from the spear's tip, swiftly darting toward the King of Strength. Before the latter could react, a piercing wound appeared on his left shoulder, causing blood to flow profusely. Immediately afterward, Yang Padi soared into the fray, unleashing a powerful strike akin to sweeping away 1,000 troops. The contestant known as the King of Strength, clearly reluctant to accept defeat, activated his third spirit ability, the Might of the Bull, which evidently served as a power enhancement technique. However, due to his existing injuries, a stab wound on his hand and another on his shoulder, the efficacy of his spirit ability was significantly diminished. The collision between the King of Strength's fists and Yang Padi's spear resulted in an overwhelming surge of power that far exceeded his expectations, ultimately sending him flying and rendering him unconscious. Thus concluded Yang Padi's inaugural soul battle, achieving victory without employing a single spirit ability, effortlessly propelling a level 38 spirit master out of the ring. The arena fell into a stunned silence, soon followed by a cacophony of applause. Such rapid conclusions are rare in high-level soul battles, and even more so is the sheer decisiveness of this victory. In Chapter 70, titled 2 against 2 soul battle. It became evident that for Yang Pidi, securing a win was remarkably straightforward, particularly with his spear's luminous strikes capable of directly targeting his opponent's vital points. Yet, this was merely an ordinary contest of skill, a mutual exchange where lethal force was strictly prohibited. Hence, Yang Pidi directed his strikes to the opponent's body rather than their head or critical areas. Even the final move, the sweeping strike, could have been executed with greater ferocity. Yet he chose restraint. The release of his spear's brilliance was swifter and more straightforward than the use of spirit abilities, leading to his adversary sustaining injury in an instant. While ordinary spirit masters might not comprehend the significance of Yang Pidi's techniques and spear strikes, seasoned masters undoubtedly recognized their potency. Teacher Li Xiang, affiliated with the Tiandou Royal Academy, had encountered a myriad of combat styles and thus understood the formidable practical capabilities of Yang Pidi. Upon the conclusion of the match, he found himself unable to suppress a swallow, pondering whether Yang Pidi's claim of lacking practical experience could be true. Perhaps none of the academy's students could rival him. Subsequently, Yang Pinggan and Douluo Yin engaged in their own one-on-one soul battles, both emerging victorious. Yang Pinggan, having trained and fought alongside Yang Pidi for an extended period, exhibited exceptional physical prowess and combat experience, making him a formidable opponent among great spirit masters. Douluo Yin had also reached level 29, finding ease in battling as a great spirit master. Following this, Yang Pidi and Yi Lingling prepared for a 2-on-2 soul battle against 2 level 35 spirit masters, known as the Hammer Brothers, who shared the same martial spirit, the hammer. This battle was decidedly simpler, as weapon spirit masters typically possess inferior combat strength compared to beast spirit masters, especially in terms of physical enhancement, given that weapon spirits cannot manifest the spirit embodiment. Once Yang Pidi and Yi Lingling entered the arena, they engaged in a 1-on-2 confrontation, where their opponents were starkly outmatched in strength, martial spirit utilization, and physical capabilities. Yang Pidi launched a direct assault, facing the united defenses of his 2 opponents. With a swift move resembling the elegance of a white crane spreading its wings, he rendered their soul techniques ineffective. Following this, he executed a powerful strike that left both adversaries momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, a gleaming spear thrust swiftly pierced one opponent's arm, creating a gaping wound, and with a sweeping motion, he eliminated one adversary. Without hesitation, he turned his attention to the remaining opponent. In mere moments, the tip of the soul-piercing spear was pressed against the latter's throat. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable speed, taking barely over a minute, and Yi Lingling did not even need to deploy her healing soul technique, as victory in the soul duel was already secured. After this match, Yang Pidi found that his own soul power had been scarcely depleted, while Douluo Yin also enjoyed a relatively easy battle. Consequently, he and Douluo Yin registered for another match. This time, their opponents were 2 level 37 beast martial soul masters, whose cooperation was commendable but insufficient. In under 3 minutes, Yang Pidi and Douluo Yin claimed victory once again. That evening, Yang Pidi had participated in 3 matches, achieving swift victories in all. And when teacher Li Xiang arrived to provide a summary, he analyzed the first 2 duels of Douluo Yin and Yang Pinggan. However, regarding the 3 matches Yang Pidi had engaged in, teacher Li Xiang found it challenging to provide insights due to the brevity of the encounters, which revealed no discernible flaws. The 5 of them returned to the Tiandou Royal Academy by carriage, and Yang Pidi collected his wagered gold soul coins from teacher Li Xiang. As it was both Yang Pidi's and the combined soul duo's debut, the rewards were substantial, amounting to over 50,000 gold soul coins upon receipt. Following the battles, his meditation seemed to progress at an accelerated pace. The soul-piercing spear truly proved to be the most suitable martial soul for combat, as it was only through battle that one could grow stronger. On the morning of the second day, after Yang Pidi and Yang Pinggan practiced their spear techniques, they opted to skip classes, feeling that attending lectures held no significance for them at that moment. Instead, they sought out a simulated environment for meditation. It must be said that the simulated environments at Tiandou Royal Academy were indeed of high quality, numerous, and varied. Finding a relatively suitable environment for cultivation was far superior to attending class. In the afternoon, when Yang Pidi arrived at training ground number 3, he was pleased to see that the construction was complete. The efficiency of the school was commendable. His requests, though not complex, were fulfilled overnight. This was indeed the Tiandou Royal Academy, likely executed by specialized construction soul masters. When the others arrived at the training ground and witnessed the dramatic transformations, they were left in awe. Yang Pidi addressed them directly, stating, "As you can see, the training ground has undergone significant changes. Yesterday, you engaged in ordinary weighted running. But starting today, we will transition to weighted obstacle running. Each of you will first run 50 kilometers at the intensity we established yesterday. We shall determine the specifics as we progress. Yang Pingan and the others were taken aback by the alterations to the training ground. Yesterday, I was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. With the addition of various obstacles today, wouldn't he completing the course leave me utterly incapacitated? However, Yang Pidi paid no heed to the concerns of those around him. Instead, he took on an additional weight and began to run solo. Each time he engaged in weighted running, he not only donned his usual weight, but also bore another load. Upon witnessing this, Yang Pingan inhaled deeply and promptly fell in line behind him. The remaining three, enveloped in a cloud of discontent, began their own weighted obstacle run. Meanwhile, Teacher Li Xiang, observing the scene, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The sheer volume of this training would likely pose a significant challenge even for him. Particularly daunting were the various obstacles. One could only wonder what thoughts had inspired Yang Pudi to devise such trials. Nonetheless, he diligently supervised the group's weighted obstacle run, which was far more complex than a simple weighted run and fraught with potential dangers. Chapter 71, The Weighted Obstacle Run. Confronted with the new training ground number 3, Yang Pudi commenced his run while bearing the added weight. The first challenge was a 100-meter sprint, albeit on a straight path, demanding the utmost speed to complete. Following this was a deep pit, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, which required him to leap in and scramble out quickly, testing his arm strength considerably. Next came the sewer crawl, featuring several tubular structures, each under 1 meter in diameter and extending 20 meters in length, necessitating a rapid bodily effort to traverse. Then there was the balance beam, a narrow wooden bridge, approximately 30 meters long, perched atop a small step of about 1 meter high, requiring impeccable balance to avoid falling off and having to restart. Subsequently, he encountered 5 uneven posts, each spaced over a meter apart, which he had to dash past in succession. Another trial was the square water pool, exceeding 30 meters in length, which required swift swimming. This was particularly arduous with the added weight, testing both endurance and balance. Next was the muddy low-net crawl, where he had to maneuver swiftly through the mire. The subsequent challenge involved scaling a spider web rope over 30 meters high, with the rope swaying throughout the ascent, making it difficult to leverage strength effectively. In summary, after completing a lap himself, Yang Pudi found it rather taxing, likely far more challenging than a standard weighted run. It is no wonder that in the military of his past life, veterans often remarked, better to run 5 kilometers than to sprint 400 meters. Simply running can indeed be more excruciating than 5,000 meters, while the 3,000 and 5,000 meter runs torment the lungs and muscles. The obstacle course tests both the body and the soul, as completing all tasks is an arduous endeavor that profoundly cultivates one's willpower. The remaining 6 individuals were suffering even more, particularly the 2 young women, who were at a heightened risk of injury with the slightest lapse in attention. After numerous bouts of running and stopping, evening finally arrived, yet none of the participants managed to cover even 10 kilometers. Even Yang Pudi, who had run a bit more, fell short of 50 kilometers. At this moment, everyone bore bruises, their muscles ached, and sweat dripped profusely from their faces, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Observing the scene, Teacher Li Xiang promptly arranged for the 5 individuals to undergo separate medicinal baths adjacent to the training ground, mindful of the distinctions between genders. During the medicinal bath, all but Yang Pudi succumbed to sleep within the tubs, a testament to their immense exhaustion. Once everyone had completed their baths, they dashed to the cafeteria with the fervor of ravenous wolves. By nightfall, apart from Yi Lingling, who remained somewhat frail, the others had regained some vitality. The evening's agenda mirrored that of the previous day as they returned to the soul-fighting arena. Given Yi Lingling's current constitution, her recovery would take longer. Her primary role was to provide treatment to the group and avert any unforeseen incidents. Yang Pudi informed everyone that the subsequent training would predominantly focus on weighted obstacle running, with plans to gradually increase the load for each individual. The expectation was that everyone would run until exhaustion, pushing their limits to the utmost. Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of dismay. Yang Pudi reassured them, stating that due to the high physical demands of weighted obstacle running, there would be a rest day every 7 days and a 5-day break every 3 months. During the rest periods, they were free to engage in activities of their choosing, though meditation must not cease. This announcement brought a collective sigh of relief, even from Teacher Li Xiang, who recognized that he, too, would struggle under such intensity. Thus, over the course of 3 months, the group gradually acclimated to the rigors of weighted obstacle running. As soul masters, their recovery and adaptability far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Following 3 months of relentless training, each person's soul power elevated by 1 level. Niuming reached level 23, Bai Xiaofei and Tai Long attained level 22. Yi Lingling achieved level 26. Dugu Yan finally broke through to level 30. Yang Pingan reached level 28. while Yang Pudi himself ascended to level 36. Notably, everyone's physical condition improved significantly, particularly the two young women who no longer fainted as easily as they had at the outset, illustrating a marked enhancement in both willpower and physical resilience. The male participants displayed increasingly defined musculature, characterized not merely by gym-honed strength, but by an overall robustness. The two young women also exhibited a more appealing physique, showing signs of graceful curves. Through 3 months of rigorous training, Yang Pudi's combat experience, on-the-spot reactions, and adaptability significantly improved, along with enhanced physical strength and balance. According to Yang Pudi's estimations and teacher Li Xiang's analyses, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone at the Soul Master level to rival him, especially considering that he had yet to utilize any soul skills in the arena. Achieving such victories solely through marksmanship and gunplay was indeed a formidable feat during the past 3 months. Yang Pudi has participated in nearly 300 soul battles, averaging more than 3 each day. These encounters have garnered him over 5 million gold soul coins. Yang Pudi has now become a prominent figure in the arena, greeted by roaring cheers each time he steps onto the stage, with an increasing number of admirers. Many have taken to calling him the strongest soul master. While some have attempted to cause him trouble, they were swiftly deterred. Although teacher Li Xiang possesses only modest soul power, merely a soul king, he is a respected instructor at the Tiandou Royal Academy, and no one dares to provoke him for the sake of a few gold soul coins. It is well known that the 3 committee members of the academy are formidable soul Douluos, notorious for their protective nature. Provoking them could lead to considerable trouble. In particular, Du Guyan fiercely confronted one such troublemaker, leaving them speechless. Upon learning that Du Guyan is the granddaughter of Du Gu Bo, the assailant hastily apologized and fled, eager to distance themselves from the situation. Chapter 72, The Challenge of Higher Levels. After hearing the server's remarks, Yang Pudi felt a twinge of surprise. As a mere soul master, he had not yet contemplated how to confront such individuals, while teacher Li Xiang shook his head disapprovingly at Yang Pudi's reaction. The server, noticing their hesitation, quickly interjected, "Please wait a moment. Our manager will be here shortly to meet you." Before long, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man arrived. "Greetings, friends. My name is Jackson, and I am the manager of the Great Soul Arena in Tiandou City. May I invite you to my office to discuss a business opportunity?" Yang Pudi was somewhat perplexed. "Business? We are merely here for soul battles. How could we be involved in any business?" Jackson seemed to understand their concerns. "Rest assured, we have no intention of involving you in any illicit activities. Given your esteemed backgrounds, even our Great Soul Arena would be cautious in offending you." Exchanging glances with teacher Li Xiang, Yang Pudi nodded slightly. "Mr. Jackson, please lead the way." Under Jackson's guidance, they soon arrived at an opulent reception room. Once everyone was seated, Jackson addressed them directly. "Mr. Yang Pudi, you have consistently battled in the Great Soul Arena for 3 months, participating in at least 3 matches daily, amassing over 300 battles without a single defeat. Judging by your attire, you are students of the Tiandou Royal Academy. While your intention may be to hone your skills here, it seems you have run out of worthy opponents, and further training may no longer yield results." Yang Pudi contemplated for a moment. "Indeed, the recent matches have been rather simplistic for me. I may no longer be able to participate in soul battles." "What exactly did you mean by the business you mentioned?" "In order to attract an audience," Jackson began, "we occasionally host special contests, such as battles against higher-level opponents." "Higher-level battles? Mr. Jackson, what do you mean by that?" After a brief pause, Jackson explained, "We would like to invite Mr. Yang Pudi to engage in a battle against a Soul Zone-level opponent. Through our analysis at the Grand Soul Arena, it is evident that you have attained strength equivalent to that of a Soul Sect. This forthcoming soul battle will be held at the highest standard main arena. We are also aware, Mr. Yang Pudi, that you have utilized the assistance of this gentleman beside you for your wagers, amassing approximately 5 million gold soul coins over the past 3 months. However, these matters are trifling. As long as you participate in this soul battle, you will thereafter be permitted to place your own bets without restriction, provided you do not intentionally lose." Yang Pudi pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "What is your ultimate aim in this?" Jackson smiled. "As an administrator of the arena, my interests naturally lie in the prosperity of the establishment. The clashes between soul sovereigns and soul sects are immensely captivating and draw significant crowds to place their bets, thus generating profit. Moreover, as a star contestant in our arena, it is only fitting that you receive certain privileges." Yang Pudi closed his eyes in contemplation for a while before responding. "Very well. I trust you will require some preparation time. Please inform me of the specifics later." Inside the carriage, Teacher Li adopted a serious demeanor. "Pudi, you must consider this soul battle carefully. If your opponent is a star-level contender, they are likely to be at least a level 48 or even 49 soul sect. Such levels possess combat capabilities akin to that of a Soul King, particularly with their extensive battle experience. Teacher Lee, I understand. I believe this will serve to refine my skills more effectively. The others nearby were taken aback by this declaration, as the Grand Soul Arena in Tiandou City is teeming with formidable talent, especially among the starfighters. It is audacious for Yangpudi, wielding the power of a Soul Sovereign, to challenge higher-tier Soul Sects and even those with initial Soul King strength. Yangpudi seemed to recall something. Teacher Lee, please arrange for someone to inform the family about my soul battle. Du Guyan interjected. Pudi, rest assured, although I am already at level 30, I will refrain from hunting for soul rings until you complete this soul battle. I will also invite my grandfather to watch, ensuring that no one dares to trouble you. Yu Lingling chimed in. Captain, do not worry. Regardless of how severely you are injured, I promise to heal you thoroughly, leaving no lingering issues. Yangpudi was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Are you all so certain that I will be injured? Are you so convinced that I will inevitably lose? Meanwhile, Yang Pingyan remained silent, seemingly brimming with confidence in his elder brother. The following day, news spread throughout Tiandou City that the Grand Soul Arena would host a high-profile soul battle in 10 days, featuring combatants of level 36 Soul Sovereign and level 48 Soul Sect. The level 48 Soul Sect, known as the Invincible Celestial Phenomenon, possesses the martial soul of the Diamond Mammoth, boasting a record of 367 wins and 49 losses in solo competitions and 167 wins and 26 losses in duo contests. He is a recipient of the Gold Soul Medal and a celebrated star of the Grand Soul Arena in Tiandou City. Upon the revelation of the identities of the two combatants, an uproar ensued. What was initially perceived as a spirited contest of soul battles had transcended into a monumental gamble. Particularly, the player known as the Invincible Celestial, wielding the Diamond Mammoth Spirit, renowned as the most formidable defensive soul beast, seemed unlikely to succumb to a mere soul master. In a fleeting moment, this soul battle captivated the attention of many, with numerous individuals contemplating wagers in favor of the Invincible Celestial, eager to reap substantial profits. The stakes were markedly disparate. The odds for the Invincible Celestial were set at 1 to 16, while the odds for the White Horse Silver Spear were 1 to 53. Clearly, few held faith in the Soul Master prevailing over the Soul Sovereign. Meanwhile, the clan of the Broken One was equally astonished. Aware that Yangpudi had recently engaged in soul battles, but never expecting him to challenge a Soul Sovereign, especially not one possessing the Diamond Mammoth Spirit. Yang Wudi's expression darkened as he instructed Jin Tian. You shall visit the Tiandou Royal Academy tomorrow to ascertain Yangpudi's current status. Chapter 73. Reactions from all sides. Yangpudi's participation in this soul battle attracted considerable attention. The Serpent Spear, the sole title de law in the world to wield a firearm, voiced his assessment. Young master, as per your directive, I have observed Yangpudi in 2 soul battles. His marksmanship is quite remarkable. Both his soul power and physical strength are exceptional, making him a formidable opponent even among soul masters. And I doubt an average soul sovereign would prove a match for him. What do you surmise about their chances of victory? He was asked, considering his opponent's Diamond Mammoth Spirit. After a moment of contemplation, the Serpent Spear replied, Young master, I believe the Invincible Celestial holds a slight advantage. Yet it is bound to be a fierce contest. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly. If he is indeed a genius, then we shall witness the encounter and ascertain whether both are true prodigies. The various factions were abuzz, particularly Hu Yinjun, the leader of the Elephant-Armored Sect, who remarked, A mere soul master from the Broken One clan dares to challenge our soul sovereign? How bold! Liar! Having honed her combat experience over the years in the Grand Soul Arena of Tiandou City, was confident of an easy victory, eager for the world to witness the defensive prowess of their Diamond Mammoth Spirit. Meanwhile, Yangpudi found himself in a rather precarious situation at the Tiandou Royal Academy, as his parents arrived unexpectedly that very morning. His mother, particularly anxious, exclaimed, Pudi, how has your courage grown so audacious? You've barely been in school for a few months and already dare to engage in soul battles, and against a higher-ranking opponent at that. Are you aware of your adversary's capabilities? Mother, fret not. I am confident, he reassured her. Confident? Your opponent is a level 48 with a Diamond Mammoth Spirit. Undoubtedly an individual from the Elephant-Armored Sect. From what I gather, that invincible brat is already over 30, having spent years in the grand arena of Tiandou City, relying on his formidable defense to intimidate those of equal rank. Yangpudi, exasperated, retorted, Mother, it's merely a Diamond Mammoth. How can it possibly compare to your armored giant rhinoceros? Watch as I shatter his defenses with my soul-breaking gun. Yang Zhentian, the father, appeared completely unconcerned. Pudi, what prompts you to participate in this soul battle? Given your usual disposition, I would not expect you to engage in such a prominent contest. After pondering for a moment, Yang Padi replied, "Father, I have recently been engaged in consecutive Soul Master level battles, and I hardly feel any pressure. When the organizer of the Grand Soul Arena suggested it, I thought it would be a good opportunity to hone my combat abilities." "Very well, Padi. If you wish to partake in the soul battle, pursue it with peace of mind. We shall address any matters once this contest concludes." Yang Padi felt a twinge of surprise. "Father, are you not concerned about my potential defeat?" "Padi, I am somewhat aware of your combat prowess. With your strength, victory should not be overly challenging. The only variable is how much of your true capability you choose to reveal. Fear not, I shall exercise discretion, should circumstances become dire. I will not force your hand." Yang Padi understood his father's words well. If he were to employ the Crocodile King Spear, he could defeat or even eliminate his opponent, but such a trump card must remain concealed, especially while his strength was still lacking. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Father, since you are at the Tiandou Royal Academy, why not stay here for a few days? I have ample space in my dormitory, and it would be a perfect opportunity for you to teach me how to utilize the fusion ring." Yang Zhentian chuckled at this suggestion. "You are quite ambitious, desiring to learn the fusion ring at such a tender age. The fusion ring of our clan differs somewhat from that of other families. It is nearly a life or death technique that demands exceptional physical conditioning. I had originally intended to wait a few more years before teaching you, but since you are eager to learn, I shall impart the knowledge to you now." In the days that followed, aside from engaging in weighted obstacle runs each afternoon to enhance his physique, Yang Padi devoted all his time in the dormitory to cultivation, while his father instructed him in the ways of the clan's fusion ring. The fusion ring involves merging the powers of all soul rings into a singular soul ring, unleashing a soul skill that embodies the full extent of one's soul power, a desperate maneuver. The fusion ring of the clan is particularly perilous and formidable, as all the soul masters of the clan predominantly possess offensive soul skills. When similar soul rings are combined, their potency is magnified, resulting in even more ferocious attacks. After imparting the fundamental principles of the fusion ring, Yang Zhentian repeatedly cautioned his son against its use unless faced with absolute desperation. Yang Padi seemed to comprehend the rigorous physical demands of the fusion ring, especially for a weapon soul master. It was likely that he would not be able to utilize it in the near future. Regarding Yang Zhentian and Niu Jinfeng staying in Yang Padi's dormitory, teacher Li Xiang had already informed the academy, ensuring that no one would intrude. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days flew by. On the day of the soul battle, all the students attended together, eager to witness the true extent of their captain's prowess while expressing their support. Upon their arrival at the Soul Arena, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, particularly due to the odds and introductions for the two contenders. Countless individuals placed their bets on the invincible contestant. Eager not to miss an opportunity for fortune, Yang Padi himself approached the betting window, placing an astonishing wager of all his gold soul coins on his own victory, amounting to a staggering 5.6 million coins, the entirety of his earnings over the past 3 months. At that moment, the main soul arena was filled to the brim, particularly the guest section, which was graced by numerous distinguished figures. Among them were the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong, as well as Poison de Dugobo, the leader of the Elephant Armor Sect, the clan head of the Peji clan, Yang Wudi, and the leader of the Yuji clan, Niu Gao, among others. Even the Spirit Hall had sent several representatives. The Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was primarily interested in assessing the extent of Yang Padi's remarkable talent, though Ning Fengji initially showed little interest. The fact that it was Yang Padi's battle piqued his curiosity, prompting the three to attend together. Poison Douluo was brought along by his granddaughter, and given his favorable relations with the Peji clan, he was eager to lend his support. The remaining spectators were mostly individuals with some connection to the two combatants. As for Yang Padi's parents and teammates, they entered through the player's passage, settling in front to watch the match. In the midst of a clamorous atmosphere, Yang Padi and his opponent ascended the stage. Upon first laying eyes on his adversary, Yang Padi could not help but swallow hard. Before him stood an extraordinarily large man, towering over 2 meters, perhaps even 2 meters and 30 to 40 centimeters. The sheer size of the man was astonishing, clad in combat shorts, his upper body exposed, resembling a veritable mountain of flesh. Judging by his physique, he likely weighed between 300 to 400 pounds, truly befitting a disciple of the Elephant Armor Sect, renowned for their defensive training. Surprisingly, he wore no mask. After the host introduced both contestants, a massive screen in the sky displayed their respective information, including past combat scenarios and detailed profiles. Observers noted the significant height disparity between the two, and many expressed relief at having bet on the invincible contestant. Yang Padi stood at a mere 1.7 meters, while his opponent exceeded 2.3 meters. The contrast in height and build was striking. reminiscent of a match between an adult and a child. Once the host completed the introductions, he announced, "Contestants, you now have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. The battle will commence after 1 minute." Yang Padi summoned his martial spirit, the Soul Breaker Spear, as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings manifested around him, while his opponent summoned a massive diamond mammoth, which appeared to stand over 5 meters tall, accompanied by 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The host then declared, "Preparation time is over. The soul battle begins." This time, Yang Padi refrained from launching an immediate attack, choosing instead to remain stationary, seemingly inviting his opponent's advance. Conversely, the towering contestant charged forward with great speed, shaking the very ground beneath him. As they drew near, the massive opponent unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yang Padi. However, despite the formidable appearance, both the speed of the attack and the movement were somewhat sluggish, allowing Yang Padi to effortlessly evade the blow. In the midst of a fierce battle, the invincible player of the heavenly phenomenon, frustrated by a series of missed strikes, launched multiple punches in a futile attempt to land a hit on Yang Padi. Observing his opponent's growing impatience, Yang Padi seized the opportunity to thrust forward with his soul-piercing spear as the adversary swung once more. The spear met the opponent's fist with a resounding clash, causing Yang Padi to take a step back while his opponent remained steadfast, a wound appearing on his left hand. Intrigued by the display of power, Yang Padi's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. Since his opponent was unwilling to engage in a test of strength, he decided to demonstrate his prowess. Gripping the spear with both hands, he met the incoming attack with a technique known as the Overlord lifts the cauldron. Their strikes collided once more, resulting in both combatants retreating a step, yet a deeper gash now marred the opponent's hand. Seething with anger, the invincible player unleashed his first soul skill, Pressure Crush. Instantly, Yang Padi felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, likely surpassing the mass of his foe, estimated to exceed 500 pounds. To onlookers, the pressure would have been formidable, but for Yang Padi, it was merely a nuisance. Feigning vulnerability under the immense weight, Yang Padi lured his opponent into another attack. At the moment of the strike, he soared upward, evading the assault, and executed the white crane spreads its wings, piercing the opponent's right shoulder. Blood gushed forth, and the adversary, now infuriated, exclaimed in disbelief that Yang Padi could withstand his pressure crush. Without a moment to spare, Yang Padi thrust his spear forward, releasing a swift beam of energy towards his opponent. Anticipating the maneuver, the adversary summoned his martial soul to block the attack. Despite the defense, another wound manifested on his body. Seizing the advantage of his opponent's injuries, Yang Padi unleashed a technique known as directly striking the yellow dragon, aimed at his foe's vital points. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the opponent activated his third soul ring, employing his third soul skill, Iron Wall. The spectral image of a diamond mammoth loomed before Yang Padi, forming a formidable barrier akin to solid steel. The clash of the martial soul's projection against the soul-piercing spear resonated like metal striking metal, sparks flying in all directions. In this encounter, Yang Padi was forced back 3 steps, while his opponent retreated 1. Interesting, Yang Padi mused, truly deserving of the title of the strongest defense, the diamond mammoth. I wonder how many more of my strikes you can withstand. With that, he once again gripped his spear and charged at his opponent, who was steadfastly defending with the colossal diamond mammoth. The battle raged on with fervor, the audience erupting in cheers as the 2 warriors engaged in a dynamic exchange of offense and defense. Yang Padi, utilizing his agility and unexpected spear thrusts, continually inflicted wounds upon his opponent, who relied on his formidable defensive capabilities, resulting in a seemingly endless tug of war. The formidable competitor from the opposing side appears to have recognized his disadvantage and is seeking a way to turn the tide. As Yang Padi launched his attack, the soul rings on his opponent's body flickered once more. This time, he employed his 4th soul skill, Mammoth Might, causing his physique to visibly swell, revealing a clear enhancement in strength. Faced with what seemed to be a full-force strike from his adversary, Yang Padi did not waver. Instead, he boldly met the challenge head-on with his breaking soul spear. Observers in the audience began to sense that the conclusion of this match was imminent, with the white horse silver spear competitor poised for victory. However, the formidable competitor from the opposing side, seemingly undeterred, clutched the breaking soul spear with one hand despite his injuries, while launching a punch with the other. Yang Padi scoffed, "You seek your own demise." His first soul ring shimmered as he activated his initial soul skill, Thousand June Power. This augmented his physical strength by 50%, while the might of the breaking soul spear surged by 100%. With a chilling scream from his opponent, the spear pierced through his right shoulder. The fallen competitor, now gravely injured and bleeding profusely, lay on the ground as silence enveloped the arena, soon followed by a thunderous ovation. Such an exhilarating contest was indeed a rarity, particularly with the underdog triumphing over the stronger opponent, a soul master defeating a soul ancestor, an event worthy of historical significance. The host then announced, "The soul battle has concluded. The formidable competitor has fallen from the stage, and the white horse silver spear contestant emerges victorious." The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Chapter 75, After the Battle. At this moment, the expressions of the guests varied considerably, given the nature of the preceding battle. It appeared that the white horse silver spear contestant possessed soul power at the soul ancestor level, yet exhibited combat prowess akin to that of a soul king, quite an exaggeration indeed. Douluo chuckled and remarked, "Brother Yang, congratulations, your grandson displays remarkable prowess." Meanwhile, Ning Fengji added, "Congratulations, clan leader Yang. Your grandson's strength is formidable. The breaking clan has a promising successor." In the audience, Hu Yinzhen's countenance was ashen, while the members of the Spirit Hall bore similarly grim expressions. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe was discreetly calculating how long it would take him to secure victory against Yang Pidi. After Yang Pidi exited the arena, he joined his parents and proceeded to the office where they last met. The overseer, Jackson, appeared elated. "Congratulations, Mr. Yang, on your victory. I did not anticipate such formidable strength at such a young age." Yang Jintian interjected, "Mr. Jackson, please forgive the child. He is still learning. I hope you can be understanding." Jackson, seemingly familiar with Yang Jintian, responded, "Mr. Yang, I sincerely thank your son. This soul battle has set a record for viewership in recent years, as well as for betting. I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate again." After Jackson concluded his remarks, he promptly handed 6 gold soul coin cards to Yang Pudi, which evidently represented the substantial profit of 5.6 million gold coins he had wagered, amounting to nearly 30 million gold soul coins when calculated at the odds. This sum might even surpass the wealth of the Pa family. Jackson had given himself 6 cards valued at 5 million each, a reflection of his winnings and a reward for himself. Even for the affluent Seven Treasures glazed tile school, this was no trifling amount, judging by Jackson's exuberance. It seemed that the Great Soul Arena in Tiandou City had reaped considerable profits this time. Upon receiving the gold soul coin cards, Yang Pidi left with his parents. They soon arrived at a private room where 3 individuals awaited: his grandfather Yang Wudi, his maternal grandfather Niu Gao, and the poisoned Douluo, all of whom appeared quite pleased. "Pudi, you performed admirably today. You truly embody the pride of our Pa clan," remarked Niu Gao. He added, "You should have seen the expression on that scoundrel Hu Yinzhen's face." Yang Pidi mused inwardly that among all the beings on the Douluo Continent, the diamond mammoth and the armored giant rhinoceros possessed the greatest defensive capabilities. It was no wonder his grandfather was in such high spirits. He likely dealt Hu Yinzhen a significant blow. Meanwhile, Douluo quietly munched on a snack, pondering whether it was time to educate the young lad, who his granddaughter had dubbed a devil, to avenge her grievances. Upon returning to the dormitory, his mother, Niu Jinfeng, could not contain her curiosity. "Son, how do you know Jackson? You shouldn't associate with such people for the sake of gold soul coins." Yang Pidi, intrigued, replied, "Dad, Mom, how do you know Jackson?" "Pidi, our Pa clan is renowned for alchemy, and the soul arena sees many injured souls daily. He is one of our significant clients, which is why we've interacted on several occasions. By the way, how many gold soul coins did he give you? Was it your reward for participating in this match?" Upon hearing this, Yang Pidi's guard was instantly raised. "Dad, it wasn't much. I just wagered a bit each time I fought." "Pidi, our Pa clan has accumulated a modest fortune through alchemy over the years. In the future, avoid pursuing such earnings. If you need money, just let us know." His mother, Niu Jinfeng, seemed intrigued. "Son, those cards looked substantial. How much did he really give you?" "Mom, it's truly not much, just a little," he replied. However, knowing his mother well, Niu Jinfeng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Son, be honest with me. How many gold soul coins did you actually receive?" Realizing he could not evade the matter, Yang Pidi reluctantly confessed, "Mom, it's really not a lot, just 30 million. Niu Jinfeng, sipping her tea, nodded. "Indeed. That isn't much, just 30 million. However, the next moment she exclaimed, "What did you say? 30 million? Be truthful. How did you acquire such a vast amount of gold soul coins?" Faced with his parents' scrutinizing gazes, Yang Pidi understood that if he did not clarify matters, he would soon find himself in a lecture. With no choice left, he revealed the details of his wagers. After a cordial negotiation, my parents each took away 10 million gold soul coins, leaving in high spirits, claiming they were safeguarding them for their son, which left Yang Pidi feeling utterly despondent. The snake spear Douluo appeared somewhat embarrassed, remarking, "Young master, I did not anticipate Yang Pidi's formidable strength. Based on my estimates, he likely possesses combat capabilities at the Soul King level. What techniques did he employ in the soul arena? Particularly, what was that energy emanating from his broken soul spear?" Reporting to you, young master, that was the spear's radiance. Normally, only a soul sage level expert in spear techniques can wield such power, and the requirements are even more stringent. How does his strength compare to mine? Without a doubt, young master is stronger. Your martial soul and soul power utterly overshadow him. Xueqinghe pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Continue to monitor Yang Puti's movements and report to me at all times. Meanwhile, aboard the carriage of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji began inquiring with the sword Douluo. Uncle Jian, I never imagined Yang Puti's strength to be so daunting. He triumphed with just a single soul skill. Moreover, I sensed a sword intent emanating from his broken soul spear. Perhaps he is also a master swordsman. Uncle Jian, how could that be possible? There is nothing impossible. The blade of the broken soul spear extends 4 feet and can certainly be wielded as a sword. Furthermore, throughout this battle, he sustained not a single injury, indicating that his strength is far greater than what we have witnessed. Ning Fengji contemplated for a moment. It seems we cannot underestimate the Pa family in the future. It is regrettable that we cannot win them over. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was playing nearby. Rongrong, I shall take you to the Tiandou Royal Academy more often to interact with that young man from today's battle. What do you think? Before Ning Rongrong could respond, the sword Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. Fengji, I do not support this course of action. Uncle Jian, you are overthinking it. It is merely about fostering communication. At the very least to avoid ill will. Ning Rongrong chimed in. Father, do not worry. Next time I visit the Tiandou Royal Academy, I will go play with them. Chapter 76, Daily Training. Since the recent battle against opponents of higher ranks, Yang Puti has refrained from visiting the Grand Soul Arena, primarily because he found it lacking in challenge. Even when facing Soul Sect opponents, he felt little pressure, just as with that adversary wielding the Diamond Mammoth martial soul. The overall strain was minimal, and the difficulty of achieving victory was not high. Although the Diamond Mammoth possessed formidable defense, its glaring weakness was its sluggishness, rendering it little more than a stationary target. The pressure from such opponents was less daunting to Yang Puti than running with weighted obstacles. Douluo Yin finally reached level 30 and accompanied her grandfather to hunt for soul rings, becoming the second soul master in the team. The other members, witnessing Yang Puti's overwhelming combat prowess, trembled in fear, as he had informed them that he would conduct practical assessments of their skills regularly. In the short term, the others would find it nearly impossible to enter the Grand Soul Arena for battles, leaving only Yang Pinyin and Douluo Yin eligible, while Yi Lingling would suffer mercilessly unless she fought alongside Yang Puti. In the days that followed, life unfolded in a rather mundane manner. The once spirited Douluo Yin, having achieved the rank of Soul Master, found her enthusiasm dampened as she, under the guidance of teacher Li Xiang, along with Yang Pinyin, ventured to the Grand Soul Arena, only to face a series of defeats that swiftly diminished her pride. On that afternoon, Xueqinghe, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Ning Rongrong arrived at the Tiandou Royal Academy. In the Education Committee building, Xueqinghe directly inquired of the 3 committee members. Esteemed committee members, what is Yang Puti currently engaged in? It seems he has not been seen at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiandou City lately. Committee member Meng Xinji replied, Your Highness, it is to be noted that only 2 individuals from Yang Puti's team have been frequenting the arena, while the others are diligently training each day. Yang Puti's team? Has he already assembled the contestants for the upcoming Soul Master competition? Indeed, the team now comprises 7 members. And who are the other 6? What merit have they possessed to catch Yang Puti's attention? Meng Xinji glanced at Ning Fengji and the others before continuing. The 7 include Yang Puti and Yang Pinyin from the Yang clan, Douluo Yin, granddaughter of Douluo Bo, Yi Lingling from the 9 Heart Sea Buttercup, Talon from the Li clan, Niu Ming from the Yu clan, and Bai Xiaofei from the Min clan. And what is the current strength of these 7? Douluo Yin has recently broken through to the 31st level of Soul Master. Yang Pinyin is at level 28, Yi Lingling at level 26, Niu Ming at level 23. While Talon and Bai Xiaofei are both at level 22. Xueqinghe pondered for a moment. They possess a well-rounded composition of strong attack, agile attack, support, and control. This lineup appears quite formidable, although a few have slightly lower soul power. The others present understood that these individuals were closely connected to Yang Puti, particularly the 4 families of singular attributes, as otherwise, with the soul power of the latter 3, it is unlikely Yang Puti would have taken note of them. Committee member Meng Xinji, what are the 7 currently engaged in? Are they all meditating in their respective environments? According to the current schedule, they train daily in training ground number 3 every afternoon. Teacher Li Xiang has duly reported both the training times and content to the 3 committee members. Xueqinghe's interest peaked. They do not have more time for meditation? In that case, let us observe the results of their training. Meng Xinji hesitated for a moment, then nodded, leading the group to training ground number 3. By regulation, no one was permitted to spectate during the training of the team, especially outsiders. However, With the crown prince in attendance, there was little room for objection, particularly since the seven had received substantial supplies approved by the crown prince. Upon their arrival at training ground number 3, they were immediately astounded. The trainees were seen burdened with heavy weights, desperately sprinting across the training ground, continuously navigating through obstacles. The once flat training area had undergone significant transformation, now resembling a wild terrain with deep pits and high walls, unlike any conventional training ground. Notably, teacher Li Xiang and another female instructor were present, overseeing the training. Since the commencement of their regimen, particularly following incidents of fainting post-training, they had instituted medicinal baths as a necessary recovery measure. The 3 members of the education committee promptly arranged for a female healing spirit master to assist with training every afternoon. Recognizing the presence of 2 young ladies in the team, both of considerable standing, in light of the potential for complications, it was deemed prudent to have a female supervisor. The instructor, named Anya, was approximately 50 years old, possessing a spirit power level of 51, with her martial spirit being a healing staff. Upon noticing the presence of the 3 committee members and the crown prince, teacher Li Xiang approached to pay his respects. While teacher Anya continued to observe and monitor the situation, curiosity piqued. Xue Qinghe inquired of Li Xiang, "Do they engage in such training every afternoon? What is the specific content of their training regimen?" Li Xiang glanced at the committee members, and after receiving a slight nod from the Dream God Machine committee member, he replied, "These 7 individuals undergo weighted obstacle runs each afternoon, with an average load of about 30 kilograms per person. Yang Padi typically runs around 60 kilometers daily, while the others cover approximately 15 kilometers, exhausting their strength each afternoon." Xue Qinghe expressed concern. "Is this their daily training? Can their bodies withstand such demands?" To which Li Xiang responded, "Your Highness, they have been training this way for over 3 months, resting 1 day every 7 days and 5 days every 3 months. Listening to this, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but swallow hard. The training volume was indeed daunting, and he questioned whether he could endure such intensity. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, who had initially planned for his daughter Ning Rongrong to attend the Tiandou Royal Academy, swiftly abandoned this notion. Given Yang Padi's training methods, he feared for the toll it might take on his beloved daughter. Yang Padi's formidable combat prowess, once perceived as the mark of a genius, now appeared more akin to that of a monster, an entity devoted solely to rigorous cultivation. Ning Rongrong, intrigued, asked, "Father, don't spirit masters primarily focus on meditation? Why are they subjected to such training?" Ning Fengji explained, "For battle spirit masters, a robust physique is essential for enhanced combat effectiveness." Clearly, Ning Fengji's understanding of spirit masters was profound. After all, he was renowned as the continent's foremost support-type spirit master. Observing the training, the sword Douluo nodded in approval, acknowledging its beneficial impact on their physical development. As a super Douluo, he grasped the significance of the training with just a glance. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe's expression revealed his confusion. The sword Douluo elaborated, "This high-intensity weighted training refines every aspect of the body. With sustained practice, strength, speed, and even agility can be significantly enhanced. Conceiving such a training methodology is no small feat." Chapter 77, The Witch's Onslaught. Upon noticing Xue Qinghe and his entourage's arrival, Yang Padi paid them no mind and continued his training. For him, these individuals were inconsequential. He deemed it far more beneficial to hone his physical capabilities, particularly given the cunning nature of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, whose every utterance seemed laden with ulterior motives. However, contrary to expectations, Teacher Li summoned all the team members to assemble, bathe, and don fresh attire to meet His Royal Highness, the Prince, which was evidently the desire of Prince Xue Qinghe. Given their current state, each member was covered in mud and sweat, making their audience with the prince quite inappropriate. As the 7 approached Xue Qinghe and prepared to bow, he interrupted them. "There is no need for excessive formalities. You are all students of the Tiandou Royal Academy, and you will one day fight for it. So such decorum is unnecessary." Yang Padi found this somewhat perplexing. "Your Highness, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" "It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to observe your training methods, which appear quite commendable, and to understand them better." "Is this training regimen designed by you, Yang Padi?" "Indeed, Your Highness. It is my design, inspired by my experiences in the Soul Beast Forest. I believe this approach might emulate conditions in the wild." Xue Qinghe seemed to imply something. "Indeed. I did not expect you to possess such rich experience in outdoor combat, Yang Padi. It seems your previous claims of lacking experience were a touch modest. By the way, the recent battle against the Soul Sect was quite spectacular. Congratulations on your victory." "Thank you, Your Highness. But I merely fought to the best of my ability without any ulterior motives." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Padi was left wondering about the true intentions behind the prince's words. What could his purpose be? Suddenly, Ning Fengji spoke up. "Yang Padi, I have some matters to discuss with His Highness in the coming days. It would be inconvenient to have a young girl with us. So I hope you can assist in caring for Rongrong for a few days. Would that be acceptable? Yang Pudi hurriedly responded, Sect Master Ning. I am but a simple fellow, not particularly skilled in caretaking. Perhaps you should seek assistance from someone else. Do not worry, young friend. Little Rongrong will be under the care of teacher Anya at the Tiandou Royal Academy. She will merely observe your training and will not disturb you. Shuqingha, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, added, You need not concern yourself, Yang Pudi. Rongrong is very well behaved. Just keep an eye on her. Seeing both prominent figures had spoken, Yang Pudi reluctantly agreed. Rongrong is well behaved? Where did her reputation as a little witch come from? After the discussion, Rongrong joined teacher Anya, appearing like a dutiful little princess, while Shuqingha and Ning Fengji departed. However, a threatening gaze emanated from Sword Douluo, suggesting he would not hesitate to wield his sword should anyone dare to trouble his little fairy. Throughout the afternoon, Rongrong stayed by teacher Anya's side, watching everyone train and appearing quite obedient. Yet, by dinner time, her true colors began to show. While the others savored the academy's delicious offerings, Rongrong wore a face of distaste, being quite picky. Unfazed by her surroundings, she tugged at Yi Lingling and Douluo Yin beside her. Sister Yin, Sister Lingling. Don't you wish to go shopping? In the blink of an eye, Yi Lingling and Douluo Yin had already been won over by Ning Rongrong. And even Talon and Yo Meng, standing nearby, were tempted. Since we are training every day, why not go shopping tonight? Before Yang Pudi could refuse, Ning Rongrong interjected. You promised my father to take care of me. How can you dismiss such a trivial matter? Particularly when three girls set out shopping together. Their collective energy left Yang Pudi utterly speechless, feeling more exhausted than during his usual weight-bearing runs. Ning Rongrong even suggested they visit a brothel, claiming it was a rare chance since her father never allowed her to go. Naturally, she wished to seize the opportunity to experience it. This left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Was she really just a little girl? She seemed more akin to a seasoned veteran. At times, Ning Rongrong would tug at Yang Pudi and ask, Brother Yang, which figure do you prefer, Yin Yin or Ling Ling? Rongrong, I'm still young and not inclined to ponder such matters, he replied. Ning Rongrong shot him a disdainful look. Oh, please. You men and your thoughts, I'm not blind to that. You must be hoping to have both as your girlfriends, right? You boys are so naive. Meanwhile, Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling blushed in embarrassment. Yang Pudi was left utterly baffled. He had done nothing, yet found himself labeled as naive. What was Talon up to? Why did he feel the need to duel with someone? Yang Ping'an stammered, and ultimately, under Yang Pudi's threatening gaze, he confessed, it seems it's because of Rongrong. The boys here think she is cute, and wanted to tease her, and somehow it escalated to a fight with Talon. Yang Pudi was left speechless once more. How could they still be squabbling over a 7-year-old girl? What were they thinking? Eventually, it was teacher Li Xiang who intervened to resolve the conflict, while Ning Rongrong appeared to revel in the chaos. Thus, they squandered an entire morning of training. By the time Yang Pudi arrived at the training ground in the afternoon, he noticed significant changes. The previously deep pits had become shallow, and the muddy areas and water pools had undergone remarkable transformations. Before he could speak, Ning Rongrong chimed in. Brother Yang, I know you like Yin Yin and Ling Ling. Those muddy pools are detrimental to a girl's skin, so I took the liberty of modifying them. Henceforth, everyone will train in a clean environment. Teacher Li Xiang could only manage a wry smile. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere became chaotic, with various antics unfolding. One team member would quarrel over trivial matters, leading to duels, while another's secret admiration for a female teacher was hilariously revealed, causing immense embarrassment and distraction from training. Even the usually obedient Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling became preoccupied with skincare after hearing her remarks. Yang Pudi himself was humorously dubbed the cold-faced Demon King, with others rallying against him. The entire group descended into delightful pandemonium, leaving Yang Pudi utterly exasperated. The little witch Ning Rongrong had lingered here for 8 days, causing great distress to Yang Pudi and the other team members, leading to a significant decline in their training effectiveness. Particularly poignant was the moment she was taken away by Ning Fengji, leaving an impression of unfulfilled desire, as she expressed intentions of returning for more play. Much to Yang Pudi's chagrin, he emphasized to everyone, I am unaware of your states these past few days, with training yielding almost zero results. Your growth is solely your responsibility. If you are so easily swayed by external influences, you are unworthy of becoming a strong individual. In an effort to instill discipline, Yang Pudi engaged in a battle against all 6 members simultaneously, decisively subduing them and delivering a stern lesson. Following this encounter, training reverted to its original intensity, incorporating not only the usual weighted running but also additional methods such as rock climbing, heavy ball pushing, and weighted swimming, which elicited groans of dismay from all participants. Nonetheless, the training proved effective. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. Throughout this year of rigorous training, all members experienced notable improvements. Yang Pudi finally reached level 40, achieving an average advancement of 1 level every 3 months, which was commendable. Du Guyan advanced to level 34, Yi Lingling to level 29, Talon and Bai Xiaofei to level 25, and Niu Meng to level 26. Meanwhile, Yang Pingyan, who had originally been at level 28, surpassed level 30 and acquired a soul ring, absorbing it to elevate to level 33, marking the highest increase among the group. Now, all members had exceeded level 25 and were required to participate in soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena. Additionally, their afternoon training sessions would be reduced, with more time allocated to meditation in suitable simulated environments. Although training time was diminished, the intensity of the workouts increased, as each individual's burden was significantly heightened, reflecting their gradual adaptation to this rigorous training regimen. Another advantage was that all members, having reached level 25, were eligible to engage in soul battles every evening. With the exception of Yang Pudi, the rest were mandated to partake in soul combat at the arena. Meanwhile, Yang Pudi pondered the matter of his 4th soul ring. Having already acquired 2 enhancement soul skills and a teleportation attack soul skill, his initial configuration was deemed sufficient, particularly as these skills synergized, instilling confidence in his ability to contend with soul kings. Presently, he lacked for nothing, especially with the possession of the gun aura. Alongside the gun intent, or sword intent, he had yet to showcase externally, enabling him to hold his own even against high-ranking soul kings. Through extensive familiarization, he had completely mastered the external soul bone, the Crocodile King gun. This golden weapon, akin to a 2-meter-long whip, boasted a striking golden hue, with formidable hardness and power that rivaled his own arms in sheer force. Its hardness was even more remarkable, even when wielding the soul-breaking gun. He could only inflict minimal damage. Additionally, the tip of the Crocodile King gun was exceptionally sharp, resembling a spear, and could even be likened to a sword. When fully unleashed, it could produce gun aura. The Crocodile King gun possessed a passive soul bone ability, armor breaking. When wielding the Crocodile King spear, one can disregard the opponent's defenses. Of course, this is contingent upon the opponent's soul power level and the age of the spear itself. Take, for instance, the soul master competing in the arena. It is likely that a few thrusts from the Crocodile King spear could prove lethal. As for my 4th soul ring, Yang Pudi had indeed contemplated the notion of a 10,000-year 4th ring, yet he ultimately deemed such a venture unnecessary and perilous. Given his current physical condition, he was uncertain whether he could endure the ice and fire body refinement. His long-standing plan was to undertake this refinement only after achieving the rank of Soul Master. Unlike Tang San, he did not possess the Xiantian skill, nor was he a favored child of destiny endowed with the terrifying bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Therefore, Yang Pudi resolved to aim for a 4th soul ring within the 10,000-year range, with a preference for the highest possible age, especially since his 3rd soul ring was nearing 4,000 years, making its absorption significantly less hazardous. As for the reason behind abstaining from the Wangchuan Qiushui Du, Yang Pudi's strategy was to consume it only after completing the ice and fire body refinement. Unlike Tang San, he possessed a tangible martial spirit. Should he consume the Wangchuan Qiushui Du and experience an evolution in the eye position of his martial spirit, it could lead to a dissonance between his eyes and body, resulting in deformity, which would be quite unfortunate. At this moment, Yang Pudi retrieved a substantial piece of whale gelatin from his storage ring, roughly the size of a fist. This exquisite whale gelatin had been prepared well in advance, boasting an age of 50,000 years, categorizing it as a top-tier specimen. It had cost him over 100,000 gold soul coins, acquired from an auction. Now 13 years old, Yang Pudi believed he could withstand the malevolent fire generated by the use of whale gelatin, and he had intentionally waited until reaching level 40 to deploy it. The whale gelatin serves 3 primary purposes: enhancing soul power, improving physical constitution, and expelling impurities from the body. While a 10,000-year whale gelatin can typically elevate 1 or 2 levels of soul power, Yang Pudi was somewhat dismissive of this enhancement. He prioritized the improvement of his bodily constitution and the elimination of impurities to fortify his physique for future endeavors. Yang Pudi chose not to enlist the aid of a fire attribute soul master for the melting process, as the whale gelatin needed to remain confidential within his family. Even in the absence of a fire attribute soul master, alternative methods were available. He extracted a piece of red fire stone from his storage ring. This precious stone emits extremely high temperatures and flames, essential for creating a fire attribute simulated environment, particularly favored by the Pa family in their alchemical pursuits. Yang Pudi placed the red fire stone into a specially designed furnace, and then took a bowl made of a unique metal to contain the whale gelatin, which he began to heat with the red fire stone. As time passed, the whale gelatin gradually melted, ultimately transforming into a liquid state, to the point that even the metal bowl began to take on a reddish hue. Yang Padi paid little mind to such details. He directly infused his soul power into his hand, grasped the metal bowl, and swallowed the melted whale gelatin in one swift motion. As the gelatin entered his mouth, its searing heat scorched his tongue and throat, swiftly cascading into his abdomen. As the whale gelatin coursed through his body, it ignited an exquisite flame that spread throughout his entire being, permeating every inch of skin, every cell, every bone, and every fiber of marrow. His entire form felt as though it were engulfed in flames, or perhaps submerged in molten lava. Meanwhile, his soul power appeared to be ascending. However, due to being trapped at a level 40 bottleneck, this energy surged through his body like a torrential flood, akin to the dispersal of energy when absorbing a spirit ring, enhancing his physical constitution. After consuming the whale gelatin, Yang Padi felt as if his entire body were subjected to a searing blaze, his skin turning a vivid crimson. Simultaneously, a malevolent fire seemed to rise from the depths of his being, imbued with insatiable desire. He hastily entered the bathroom, immersing himself in the prepared bath water, which offered a modicum of clarity. Yet, the water in the tub rapidly heated, and even with the faucet fully open, it could not quell the flames of desire within him. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door, accompanied by a voice. "Captain, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Are you available?" Recognizing the voice as that of Yi Lingling, he recalled how, since the formation of their team, all members had gradually been captivated by Yang Padi's extensive knowledge and insights, especially regarding herbal lore, which had even astonished the medicinally inclined Yi Lingling. Consequently, others frequently approached him with inquiries about their cultivation, and Yi Lingling often sought his guidance on academic matters. Hailing from a family of healers and being the most formidable healing soul master, Yi Lingling sensed the unusual undertone in Yang Padi's words. "Captain, is there something I can assist you with?" "It's nothing, Lingling. Do not worry. I am quite fine," he replied, though her concern only deepened, prompting her to forcefully enter the room. For a grand soul master, breaching a mere dormitory door posed no challenge. Upon entering Yang Padi's quarters, Yi Lingling was taken aback. He sat in the tub, his body flushed with heat, and despite the running water, it seemed incapable of alleviating his rising temperature. His expression appeared somewhat grotesque, as if he were enduring great pain, reminiscent of those afflicted by illness. "Captain, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this?" she exclaimed, her worry intensifying. "Given your condition, how can you possibly be fine?" Without hesitation, she summoned her martial spirit, the nine-heart begonia, unleashing a potent healing energy upon Yang Padi. However, he was not injured. Rather, his body and soul power were undergoing a transformation, a metamorphosis that rendered her healing efforts ineffective. Yang Padi clung to the last vestiges of clarity, biting his tongue, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Lingling, please leave for now. I assure you, I am well. I merely consumed an excessively nourishing substance, and it has proven a bit overwhelming." Yi Lingling, being well-versed in medicinal herbs, detected the lingering scent of whale gelatin in the air, which bewildered her senses. Yi Lingling cast a careful glance at the situation before Yang Padi, particularly noting the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, mistakenly believing he had sustained injuries. Consequently, she intensified her soul power to heal him. However, this act inadvertently precipitated greater turmoil. Yang Padi, already struggling to suppress his primal instincts, found himself even more overwhelmed by external soul energy. At this moment, he beheld a captivating beauty clad in black, as poetic as a painting. "Lingling, you must leave this place. I can barely control myself. Hurry," Yang Padi urged. Yet, Yi Lingling did not retreat. Her gaze, imbued with a hint of dazed determination, led her to remove her veil, revealing a face as pure and exquisite as that of a celestial being. Unable to withstand the sight any longer, Yang Padi pulled the enchanting figure into his embrace, channeling all his strength as if to tear away something, stripping away barriers. He gradually succumbed to a state of bewilderment, reverting to the most primal instincts of a beast, driven solely by desire. Time became an abstract concept as Yang Padi eventually regained consciousness, finding himself lying in bed, cradling the peacefully slumbering Yi Lingling. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, it seemed they had engaged in acts that transcended propriety. Observing their surroundings, he noted the chaotic disarray. Both the bed and the sofa lay in utter disarray, as though a fierce battle had raged for an extended period. Gazing at Yi Lingling's tranquil visage, breathtakingly beautiful and now adorned with a hint of rosy hue, Yang Padi recognized her as an exceptional young woman, kind-hearted and selfless, willing to expend her soul power for the sake of her companions. She persevered through arduous training, undeterred by hardship, embodying perfection in every aspect. At that moment, Yi Lingling began to awaken, her eyes fluttering open to the reality of their situation. Upon meeting Yang Padi's startled gaze, time seemed to freeze, and her complexion shifted from pale to crimson. Following a profound silence, both reached for their garments from their soul guides, swiftly donning them in a display of unspoken understanding. Throughout the process, Yi Lingling neither screamed nor exhibited fear. Only a tinge of wistfulness graced her features. Once dressed, Yang Padi addressed her, "Lingling, do not worry. I will take responsibility for what transpired last night." Yi Lingling gently shook her head. "Captain, the events of last night were my choice. You must not blame yourself. I insisted on staying. Regardless, Lingling, you are now my woman, and I will cherish you henceforth." A flicker of hope brightened Yi Lingling's expression. Yet beneath it lay a deeper melancholy. "Captain, I understand your nature, and I know you will treat me well. But you must be aware that our Nine-Heart Sitang clan seems to be cursed. We can only give birth to 2 soul masters possessing the Nine-Heart Sitang martial soul in a lifetime. A new one can only emerge once the other has passed away. Everything seems to be predestined, tormenting each soul master of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul. I do not wish for you to be ensnared in suffering in the future, nor do I desire our descendants to endure such anguish." Upon hearing these words, Yang Padi's face displayed a resolute determination. "Sister Lingling, rest assured, I was born into this world to shatter all curses. My clan excels in alchemy and possesses knowledge of all rare treasures. Starting with the 2 of us, I will surely help you break the fate of the Nine-Heart Begonia. I have never believed in the shackles of destiny, nor do I trust in any curse. As long as we are together, we shall overcome all obstacles. Even the heavens cannot impede me." Observing the unwavering expression on Yang Padi's face, Yi Lingling felt a flicker of emotion, yet she ultimately spoke. "Captain, this is all quite sudden. May I take some time to reflect?" "Sister Lingling, do not worry. For our sake, I will strive with double the effort." Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and she merely nodded softly before hastily departing. As Yang Padi watched her retreating figure, he could not help but sigh. "Destiny, is it? I exist solely to break all such predestined fates." Chapter 80, The Plan. After Yi Lingling left, Yang Padi began to tidy up his dormitory. What had previously gone unnoticed now appeared in utter disarray. The floor was strewn with various fragments, predominantly pieces of their clothing, and the bathroom faucet continued to run incessantly. Of course, he had also discovered several bloodstains, presumably from Yi Lingling. Observing this situation, Yang Padi sighed. "This is troublesome. She is such a lovely girl. I must find a way to take responsibility." As for Yi Lingling's martial soul deficiency, Yang Padi was not overly concerned. In the original narrative, after Ning Rongrong consumed the Chihuahua Tulip celestial product, her original 7-treasure glazed tile evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile, indicating that the Chihuahua Tulip celestial product could remedy martial soul deficiencies. Moreover, the Chihuahua Tulip is reputed as the king of celestial herbs, capable of absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, the quintessence of the sun and moon, and even discerning the characteristics of all spiritual entities, commanding the myriad of the world. The minor flaw of the Nine-Heart Begonia should be easily resolved, especially since Yang Padi had a backup plan. His father possessed a plant known as the Heartbreak Red, a supreme treasure among celestial herbs, known for its life-giving properties, which should yield miraculous effects for the 9-star Begonia martial soul. For now, Yang Padi had no intention of bringing out the celestial product, preferring to wait until after the Soul Master competition, when it would be more convenient for them both. Otherwise, a sudden surge in soul power might arouse suspicion among others, leading to complications. Throughout, Yang Padi had never fully trusted the clans of strength and agility. Should they relay any information to Tang San, it could lead to an undesirable situation involving Tang Hao. In the following days, Yang Padi did not rush to hunt for soul rings, but instead focused on his regular training. He felt that after absorbing the whale gelatin, his physical capabilities had significantly improved, especially in terms of strength and body resilience. It seemed that choosing to absorb the whale gelatin at level 40 was indeed the right decision, albeit with a minor error exceeding expectations. In recent days, Yi Lingling took a leave from her training, leaving Yang Padi perplexed. When Yang Padi sought her out in the dormitory, she avoided him, while Douluo Yin regarded him with a curious gaze, as if he were a scoundrel. After several days without seeing Yi Lingling, Yang Padi reluctantly departed from the Tiandou Royal Academy, preparing to hunt for soul rings. After his departure, Douluo Yin consoled Yi Lingling, saying, "Lingling, why must you do this? Padi is quite a good person and practices diligently. He will surely soar alongside you in the future." Yi Lingling shook her head expressionlessly. "I understand the captain is a good person, but you should also be aware of the fate that befalls our Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly clan. For the sake of both of us, it is best to keep our distance, lest we bring him harm." Douluo Yin, upon hearing this, could not help but shake her head, Her own martial spirit, the phosphorescent snake, was not so different in its fate. Since Yang Padi gained notoriety, he had not ventured out of the Tiandou Royal Academy alone, always accompanied by a teacher. And this time he had summoned his father to come to the academy for him. Yang Padi contemplated for a moment before saying, according to the lifespan of soul rings, I should be able to absorb those from soul beasts under 10,000 years. The higher the age of the soul beast, the better. Additionally, I would prefer to choose a power-type soul beast, ideally, one of the supreme variants, like the Golden Crocodile King. His father, Yang Zhentian, could not help but interject, son, are you setting your sights too high? That Golden Crocodile King you mentioned is a rare encounter, hardly something one can seek out. How many people have you seen come across a Golden Crocodile King? As for your claim about absorbing a soul beast under 10,000 years, have you considered whether your physical condition can withstand it? Yang Padi, brimming with confidence, replied, Dad, rest assured, I have already consumed whale gel. My physical constitution can certainly endure the energy of a 10,000-year soul beast's soul ring. If I am not concerned about soul disturbances, I would dare to absorb a soul ring under 15,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhentian meticulously tested his son's body, even assessing his physical endurance. Just as his son claimed, his physical strength had indeed reached a high-tier soul king level, suggesting that absorbing a soul ring under 10,000 years should pose no issue. Then Yang Padi seemed to recall something. Dad, what level of soul power do you and the two grandfathers currently possess? Yang Zhentian appeared thoughtful. Your grandfather has reached level 88, while both your second grandfather and I are at level 87. As for your maternal grandfather, he is already at level 89. Given the current rate of progress, your maternal grandfather is likely to reach level 90 within a year, while your grandfather may take 2 years. As for your second grandfather and me, we should reach title Douluo within 3 years. Dad, if you and the two grandfathers all attain title Douluo, it may raise suspicions from the outside world. Could this bring calamity upon our family? After hearing this, Yang Zhentian was left speechless. What are you thinking, boy? We are well aware of the dangers of drawing attention. Since 2 years ago, my second granduncle and I have rarely engaged in combat, and our appearances in public have become infrequent, making it difficult for the outside world to ascertain our soul power levels. As for the acquisition of soul rings, we have long had a plan in place. Once your grandfather and your maternal grandfather attain the rank of title Douluo, subsequent matters will become significantly simpler. Rest assured, aside from your grandfather and your maternal grandfather, no one will be privy to the soul power levels of my second granduncle and myself. Upon observing the arrangements made at home, Yang Padi felt a sense of relief. The sudden emergence of 3 title Douluos would likely incite numerous factions to target the Pa family. Father, from which location will we procure soul rings this time? Will it be the Sunset Forest or the Star Dough Great Forest? Son, what are you pondering? Naturally, we shall venture to the Sunset Forest. There are still many soul beasts within, and we should be able to find a suitable soul ring for you. Yang Padi was somewhat at a loss for words. Father, the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest are rather scarce. Last time we searched for quite some time before finding a suitable soul ring. How about we head to the Star Dough Great Forest this time? Padi, do not be disheartened. The Sunset Forest still harbors many fine soul beasts. I believe we can find one that suits you well. Very well, Father. If we cannot find a suitable one in the Sunset Forest, we shall then proceed to the Star Dough Great Forest. Yang Zhentian could not help but chuckle while reproaching him. Why do you keep mentioning the Star Dough Great Forest? It is far too perilous there. It is best for low-ranking soul masters to steer clear of it. Chapter 81. The Star Dough Great Forest. Thus, the two embarked on a carriage ride to the Sunset Forest. This marked their 4th visit to the Sunset Forest, and they were quite familiar with the terrain. However, it seemed that their luck was particularly poor this time. After spending 7 or 8 days in the Sunset Forest, they had yet to find a soul beast that was particularly suitable. Either the age was too low, or the quality of the soul beasts was subpar. Based on Yang Padi's estimations, he could absorb soul beasts under 10,000 years, especially since his 3rd soul ring had already reached 4,000 years. And he had consumed a piece of premium whale glue to enhance his physique. According to the original text, even a mere 1,000-year whale glue could increase the absorption capacity of a soul ring by 500 years. What he absorbed, however, was an astounding 50,000-year whale glue, which was of the highest quality. After discussing for a while, they ultimately decided to head to the Star Dough Great Forest. However, given the considerable distance, it took them nearly 6 or 7 days of travel by carriage to arrive. Upon entering the Star Dough Great Forest, Yang Padi felt that the ambience here was entirely different from that of the Sunset Forest. The life force in this area was significantly more potent. Whether in terms of the growth of trees or the variety of flora and fauna, it was abundantly richer. Even the simplest of trees towered to heights of over 100 meters, with trunk diameters reaching several meters or even larger, far surpassing many renowned scenic spots from his past life. Father Yang Jintian emphasized, "My son, when it comes to the number and variety of soul beasts, the Tiandou forest far surpasses any other soul beast forest. However, the level of danger here also exceeds that of other forests. It is crucial to understand that the Tiandou forest spans both the Heaven-Dou Empire and the Luo Empire, and no force in the world can conquer it. Particularly, the core area of the Tiandou forest is dubbed the Forbidden Zone of Life. Even titled Douluos dare not venture too deeply into its depths. Hence, we must exercise utmost caution." Upon entering the Tiandou forest, Father Yang Jintian produced a map of the forest. The map delineated several regions, including a 200-kilometer outer zone, a 500-kilometer mixed zone, and a 200-kilometer core zone, with the central 50 kilometers designated as the Forbidden Zone of Life. The outer zone generally hosts soul beasts less than 10,000 years old, while the mixed zone is home to soul beasts of various ages. 100, 1,000, and 10,000-year-old beasts abound, although none of considerable age. The core zone predominantly consists of soul beasts over 30,000 years old, while the Forbidden Zone remains uncharted. It is estimated to be the Lake of Life. Breaking through, our destination is the mixed zone of the Tiandou forest, where a diverse array of soul beasts can be found. 100, 1,000, and 10,000-year-old beasts in significant numbers, and occasionally, even ancient soul beasts may emerge. Therefore, you must remain by my side at all times and refrain from wandering. Yang Padi, studying the map, could not help but inquire, "Father, why is 1/3 of the Tiandou forest in the Heaven-Dou Empire and 2/3 in the Luo Empire?" This is because neither the Heaven-Dou Empire nor the Luo Empire can fully conquer the Tiandou forest. Even the most formidable experts can fall victim to its perils. To my knowledge, in the past century, 6 or 7 titled Douluos have met their demise within its confines. And even the Haotian Sect lost an elder here. The number of deaths among other factions, both overt and covert, is likely even greater. As I mentioned, the Tiandou forest is indeed fraught with infinite dangers. The two traversed nearly 3 days through the outer zone, enduring multiple attacks from soul beasts, some of which were exceedingly rare, truly exceptional soul beasts, albeit with insufficient age. Upon entering the mixed zone, they heightened their vigilance, as encounters with 10,000-year-old soul beasts were always a possibility. That evening, Father Yang Jintian chose a clearing and scattered some potent soul beast dung around them, signaling the time to rest. "Father, why don't we set up a tent?" Padi asked. "You must remember, in the Tiandou forest, a tent obstructs our field of vision, which can lead to considerable danger, especially at night when many formidable soul beasts are active." The two sat quietly, resting but not sleeping, for in the Tiandou forest, no one dared to close their eyes. As the late night deepened, Yang Padi sensed an unsettling change. The sounds of insects and beasts had significantly diminished, creating an atmosphere of unease. "Father, do you not feel that something is amiss? It seems much quieter than before." "Indeed, Padi, it has grown remarkably silent. I fear we may have attracted the attention of a soul beast." The two remained motionless, lost in their thoughts as they delved deeper into their surroundings. Their minds clouded in a haze of uncertainty, teetering on the brink of reality. Suddenly, the scene shifted abruptly, revealing a nightmarish tableau of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the very site of the Padi clan's stronghold, Qingyuan Mountain. His father and 2 grandfathers were locked in a desperate battle, surrounded by a multitude of enemies, including several titled Douluo, 2 of whom appeared familiar, those who had annihilated the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the serpent spear Douluo, and the spirit Luan Douluo. It seemed the spirit hall had dispatched a formidable force to besiege the Padi clan, and countless familiar faces lay lifeless in the blood-soaked ground, including his own sister and mother. In an instant, a powerful soul-breaking spear pierced his mind, shattering the horrific vision before him into fragments, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Following this, Yang Padi coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Meanwhile, Yang Jintian grasped his son tightly and swiftly departed the scene, clutching something in his other hand. When Yang Padi awoke, it was already noon the following day, the sunlight striking him with an almost blinding intensity. His entire body ached as if he had endured some form of torment, and his mental state was severely compromised, as though he had emerged from a life-and-death struggle. Chapter 82. The Silver Moon Fox. Upon regaining consciousness, Yang Padi found his father, Yang Jintian, watching over him with a cautious demeanor. "Last night, we were targeted by a soul beast. You must have inhaled the aura it emitted, leading you into its illusion," Yang Jintian explained, retrieving the lifeless body of a small white fox from his storage soul guide. The fox was not large, measuring around a meter in length, its entire form shimmering silver white, devoid of any impurities, and appearing rather endearing, seemingly harmless. This is a millennium-old silver moon fox, known for its affinity for moonlight and ability to harness its power. You were ensnared by this creature. "Father, How could this silver moon fox be so formidable? I am on the verge of reaching the soul zone realm, yet I fell victim to its schemes? Yang Zhentian let out a cold laugh. What you possess is but a meager level of strength. You are still far from the realm of soul sovereign. In terms of spiritual prowess, this Millennium Silver Moon Fox likely possesses the capabilities of a high-ranking Soul King. Moreover, Silver Moon Foxes are renowned for their formidable mental strength, making them a favored soul beast among spiritual-type soul masters. Had I not intervened in time, you would have been in grave danger. Yang Padi's face was etched with frustration. He had never anticipated that such a diminutive soul beast could exhibit such formidable strength. It seemed imperative to exercise greater caution within the Tiandou forest. Indeed, Padi, he mused, the Tiandou forest is fraught with innumerable dangers, and attacks can be unexpectedly perilous. This is especially true for soul beasts of poison and mental attributes, which can strike unseen, easily ensnaring even high-ranking soul masters. I have always been reluctant to bring you into the Tiandou forest primarily due to its inherent dangers. Your high standards for soul beast selection amplify my concerns about you lingering there for too long. Yang Padi shook his head. Father, I sincerely apologize. I have underestimated the perils of the Tiandou forest. Yang Zhentian interjected. Padi, danger in itself is not to be feared. What is truly fearsome is a lack of inner strength. The mental trauma you experienced this time may, in fact, be beneficial. Enduring such psychological shocks can fortify your mental fortitude, enabling you to devise strategies for future crises and preempt potential threats. Upon hearing these words, Yang Padi could not help but sigh. He retrieved some spiritual herbs from his soul guide device, prioritizing his own healing. His father's remarks had resonated deeply, as he realized that despite years of rigorous training, he had seldom faced genuine adversity, resulting in a significant deficiency in adaptability. Yang Padi even speculated that the attack from the Silver Moon Fox the previous night had been intentionally permitted by his father, designed to ensure that he only received assistance in dire situations, ultimately enhancing his vigilance towards danger. After all, his father was now a high-ranking Soul Douluo. It was inconceivable that he could overlook an attack of mere Soul King caliber. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Padi. Father, I have observed that none of our clan members seem to possess area of effect soul skills. You are correct, Padi, his father acknowledged. Our clan indeed possesses very few area attack soul skills. Why is that, father? I recall that the 7 Killing Sword is also a top-tier weapon spirit, yet it boasts numerous area attack skills. Padi, weapon spirits are categorized into various types. Our soul-breaking gun, for instance, is a heavy weapon typically wielded with 2 hands, while the 7 Killing Sword, being a one-handed sword, is comparatively more agile. The sword Douluo wields many area attack skills, not only due to his formidable soul power, but also because he has mastered the art of distraction control inherent to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, the 7 Killing Sword is relatively light, allowing for greater control. In many respects, the 7 Killing Sword is indeed formidable, especially during area attacks. However, it lacks the heft required for single-target assaults, unlike the Haotian Hammer or even our soul-breaking gun. You must have heard of the Wind Sword Sect of the Star Luo Empire. They are also adept sword users. Yet, their weapon spirits are of a lower grade than the 7 Killing Sword, and they place greater emphasis on sword flight, which necessitates that the sword be light and agile. After pondering this discourse, Yang Padi appeared to grasp a revelation. Father, if that is the case, it seems that our soul-breaking gun is unlikely to develop any new area attack skills. Yang Zhentian couldn't help but chuckle. Breaking the enemy. The martial soul sometimes necessitates a delicate balance between single-target and area attacks. In a sense, the 7 Killing Sword has achieved a state of equilibrium. Its area attack is formidable, while its single-target capability is equally commendable, making it relatively perfect. I was hoping to develop an area attack skill. However, your thinking is rather naive. The soul-breaking spear is typically wielded for combat, unlike the sword Douluo who commands his swords directly. As his soul power increases, he naturally gains the ability to control multiple swords. Especially since you are following the path of a power-type soul ring, your soul-breaking spear will become heavier. With your current soul power, how many soul-breaking spears can you truly control? After listening to his father's words, Yang Padi felt speechless. He had initially fantasized about creating a skill as impressive as the sword Douluo's myriad swords returning to the fold, only to realize after much contemplation that it was utterly unrealistic. After resting for 2 hours, the two resumed their search in the mixed zone of the Tiandou forest. It must be said that the soul beast resources in the Tiandou forest are indeed abundant. Within just half a day's time, they encountered several remarkable soul beasts, including a hot-blooded mad rhinoceros and a mighty earth bull, both of which were excellent power-type soul beasts, albeit somewhat commonplace. They even discovered a 16,000-year-old iron-armored thorn dragon, a pinnacle among power-type soul beasts, causing Yangpudi to feel a surge of envy. Had it not been for its high age, he would have considered absorbing it. If it had just surpassed 10,000 years, he would have devised a plan to attempt it, even at the risk of deformity. Hastily absorbing the Wangchuan Xiushui Du in advance, Yangpudi remained quite reluctant. Father, although dragon-type soul beasts tend to be solitary, they are not entirely devoid of social behavior. Why don't we follow this iron-armored thorn dragon for a while? We might stumble upon some unexpected gains. Let us reconsider, replied his father. The iron-armored thorn dragon is indeed a remarkable soul beast, but such creatures are usually solitary or part of a small family group. It is rare for a 10,000-year soul beast to associate with a 1,000-year one unless it is its offspring. The Tiandou forest is home to numerous similar soul beasts. Let us remember this location and search further in the coming days. Reluctantly, Yangpudi had to leave, feeling a sense of loss. Chapter 83. Iron Feather Tiger Eagle. In the following hours, their search continued, but the next day did not bring such fortuitous encounters. Although they came across several commendable soul beasts, none matched the caliber of the iron-armored thorn dragon. As night fell, Yang Jintian became increasingly vigilant, scarcely resting and devoting all his mental energy to the surrounding environment, wary of any unforeseen events. On the third day, as they traversed a dense forest, they suddenly heard a bear's roar followed by a tiger's growl, indicating a fierce struggle between the two. The sounds were extraordinary. Within the bear's roar was a palpable surge of soul power, to the point that it nearly deafened their ears. Clearly, this was a soul beast far beyond the 10,000-year mark, likely no less than 30,000 years old. The roar of the tiger exuded an aura befitting the king of beasts, although it appeared to possess less spiritual power than the bear's roar. There seemed to be something more formidable within its might, as if it could shatter defenses, rendering even resistance seemingly constrained. Father, both of these sounds are extraordinary. Let us go and take a look, suggested Yangpudi. Yang Jintian hesitated for a moment, responding, Pudi, I believe it is unnecessary for us to approach. Judging by the conditions of these soul beasts, they are both at least 10,000 years old. You are not yet capable of absorbing a soul beast of such caliber. Yangpudi, however, seemed reluctant to relent. Let us at least observe from a distance, he urged. Recognizing his son's impatience over the past few days, Yang Jintian ultimately acquiesced, leading Yangpudi swiftly toward the source of the bear's roar and the tiger's growl. As they stealthily approached the battlefield, they were both taken aback. Before them stood a colossal mighty diamond bear, roaring at the sky. Towering over 20 meters, this bear's age was estimated to be around 40,000 years, based on the lifespan of bear-type soul beasts. In the air above, an aerial tiger with wings soared. Its entire body was a silvery gray hue, covered in thick fur resembling steel needles. The wings were even more astonishing. They were adorned not with fur, but with shimmering silvery feathers, glistening with a metallic sheen as if forged from fine iron. Yangpudi felt a surge of excitement and whispered to his father, Father, that is the iron feather tiger eagle. Indeed, Pudi, that is the iron feather tiger eagle, Yang Jintian affirmed. But this particular specimen has surpassed 10,000 years in age. Yang Jintian's expression grew solemn as he scrutinized the combat between the two soul beasts. It was undeniable that the iron feather tiger eagle displayed remarkable combat prowess, matching the 40,000-year-old mighty diamond bear with ease despite being merely a 10,000-year-old soul beast. The mighty diamond bear was also a top-tier soul beast, its body covered in formidable scales, with both strength and defense that were truly exceptional, making it one of the highest-ranked soul beasts. In the original narrative, the soul of the Shrek Academy's teacher Zhao Wujia was that of the mighty diamond bear, renowned for its immense strength and defense, capable of breaching the defenses of even 16 soul emperors. This exemplified its formidable fighting capability. Yet, astonishingly, the iron feather tiger eagle appeared to hold its ground, particularly in terms of strength, rivaling that of the mighty diamond bear. Its enormous wings granted it remarkable agility, a perfect amalgamation of power and nimbleness. Moreover, the iron feather tiger eagle executed each attack with impeccable timing and precision, targeting effectively with almost every dive. Its massive claws would invariably land on the bear's back, leaving behind deep gashes. It was evident that if this battle continued, the mighty diamond bear would likely face defeat. Father, how old do you think this iron feather tiger eagle is? Is it over 10,000? Due to the extensive battle range of the two soul beasts, the two individuals remained at a considerable distance from them, making it difficult for Yangpudi to ascertain the precise age of the iron feather tiger eagle. This majestic creature, approximately 12 meters in length, boasted wings that spanned an impressive 20 meters. It was estimated to be around 12,000 years old, not exceeding 13,000. Yangpudi, elated upon hearing this, exclaimed, Father, I wish to claim this iron feather tiger eagle as my fourth soul ring. Son, You must contemplate this decision carefully. The fourth soul ring entails confronting a formidable soul impact. Just a few days ago, you struggled to withstand the soul attack of a 10,000-year silver moon fox. Absorbing the essence of this iron feather tiger eagle could lead to your mental collapse. While your physical strength may barely allow for the absorption of a soul beast nearing the 10,000-year threshold, this iron feather tiger eagle is considered a paragon among soul beasts, far exceeding your capacity for absorption. Father, please devise a way to track this iron feather tiger eagle. In a couple of days, I should be ready to absorb it. Yang Padi insisted. Yang Jintian felt a wave of doubt, no matter how much stronger his son became. It was implausible for him to elevate both his body and soul to such heights in a short span of time. Meanwhile, the battlefield of the two soul beasts lay in disarray, with the powerful diamond bear seemingly resigned to defeat and exhibiting signs of retreat. Such high-level soul beasts are notoriously difficult to slay. Observing his son's resolute expression, Yang Jintian recognized that his son had made up his mind, and thus he decided to accompany him on this venture, curious to see what strategies he would employ. The powerful diamond bear began to sprint rapidly towards the forest, stirring clouds of dust from the ground. The iron feather tiger eagle, unwilling to allow the bear's escape, intensified its assault. As the two soul beasts engaged in their relentless chase, Yang Jintian advised his son to conceal himself and quietly approach the path the soul beasts were traversing, patiently waiting in ambush. When the two soul beasts passed Yang Jintian's hiding spot, he seized the moment as the iron feather tiger eagle dove to seize the powerful diamond bear. Suddenly, his martial spirit, the soul-piercing spear, appeared, accompanied by 8 soul rings. Seizing the opportunity while the iron feather tiger eagle was distracted, he lunged forward, wielding the spear with great speed. The surprise of Yang Jintian's attack caught the iron feather tiger eagle off guard, its focus entirely on the powerful diamond bear, leaving it unable to evade in time. By the moment the iron feather tiger eagle reacted, the soul-piercing spear was perilously close. It must be acknowledged that the iron feather tiger eagle was indeed formidable, exhibiting both the ferocity of a tiger and the agility of an eagle, managing to twist its body just in time to narrowly evade a fatal strike. However, being a high-ranking soul Douluo, Yang Jintian's full-force strike was not so easily dodged. Although the spear did not pierce a vital point, it struck the iron feather tiger eagle's left shoulder, resulting in a grievous wound that caused a profuse flow of blood. Yet, with a fierce roar, the iron feather tiger eagle flapped its wings and ascended into the sky with astonishing speed, surpassing even Yang Jintian. Although Yang Jintian is a formidable warrior, he finds himself slightly outpaced by the exquisite flying soul beast. Moreover, his intention this time is merely to lock onto the iron feather tiger eagle rather than to eliminate it. Thus, he refrains from exerting his full strength in pursuit or launching continuous attacks. Otherwise, the iron feather tiger eagle would indeed be difficult to escape. Ignoring the direction in which the iron feather tiger eagle has fled, Yang Jintian hastily departs with his son, mindful of the presence of a formidable 40,000-year-old diamond bear nearby. Chapter 84, Consuming the Miraculous Mushroom and Celestial Chrysanthemum. After Yang Jintian and his son concealed themselves within a grove of trees, they neither spotted the return of the iron feather tiger eagle nor the trace of the diamond bear, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yang Jintian's expression turned grave. Padi, what exactly is the method for enhancing both physical and mental strength? Could there be any repercussions? Father, have you forgotten that we acquired numerous celestial herbs in the Eye of Ice and Fire? Do you wish to consume these celestial herbs now? That is indeed a splendid idea, yet it seems there are no herbs capable of simultaneously enhancing both physical prowess and mental fortitude. Rest assured, for I have made this decision with a measure of confidence. However, what is the current status of the iron feather tiger eagle? Is it likely to have escaped? Father, is it safe now? I wish to take this opportunity to consume the celestial herb. Do not worry, I observed this area just moments ago, and there appears to be no immediate danger. Upon hearing this, Yang Padi began to feel at ease. He then retrieved a small soul-guiding device from his person, shaped like a pocket watch. If one did not scrutinize closely, they might genuinely mistake it for an ordinary timepiece, as even the dial seemed to be in motion. Yang Jintian found himself at a loss, realizing that his son was quite clever in concealing such treasures so discreetly. No wonder he had been outsmarted before. Yang Padi extracted a jade box from the watch-shaped device, within which lay a magnificent chrysanthemum, resplendent in shades of purple. Each petal appeared soft and fluffy, and the entire flower was seamless, devoid of any fragrance, while the central stamen rose a full half-foot above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden light. This was the miraculous mushroom and celestial chrysanthemum. The miraculous mushroom and celestial chrysanthemum is a neutral celestial grade herb, known to invigorate the limbs, enhance blood circulation, and potentially cultivate an indestructible body. Among all celestial herbs, it is purported to provide the most significant boost to physical attributes. Although it may not guarantee the attainment of an indestructible form, it certainly enables one to withstand the soul ring of the iron feather tiger eagle. With determination, Yang Padi first consumed the stamen, followed by the petals, and after finishing, he commenced his cultivation on the spot. As the effects of the miraculous mushroom and celestial chrysanthemum began to take hold, his entire body felt increasingly unencumbered, and the flow of his soul power quickened. With the herb's potency permeating every inch of his skin, every vein of his blood, and even every bone in his body. Approximately 5 hours later, the medicinal properties of the extraordinary mushroom, known as Chirong Tong Tianju, had permeated every part of Yang Padi's body. At this moment, his skin appeared to darken slightly, resembling the color of the broken soul spear. Simultaneously, his limbs and every muscle seemed to swell slightly, and even his bones began to emit faint cracking sounds, indicating that the Chirong Tong Tianju was enhancing his skeletal structure. As time progressed, the effects of the Chirong Tong Tianju seemed to be fully unleashed. When Yang Padi opened his eyes once more, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. His body felt remarkably unimpeded, and an invisible, yet formidable aura seemed to summon the martial spirit of the broken soul spear. Although its weight appeared unchanged, the spear felt significantly more formidable and relentless. Yang Zhentian, his father, could not help but nod approvingly at the summoned broken soul spear, remarking, "Indeed, your spear has grown stronger. Dad, why do I feel as though my broken soul spear has become considerably more powerful, even though its physical form seems unchanged? My son, this is a matter you do not fully grasp. While the appearance of your spear may not have altered, and neither its weight nor sharpness seem different, the quality of your martial spirit has significantly improved. This means that your future cultivation limits have been elevated." Cultivation limits? What does it mean for those limits to be raised? Let me explain. For a soul master, the quality of the martial spirit often determines one's upper limits. Take, for instance, the six-winged angel martial spirit from the Spirit Hall, a divine-level martial spirit with an exceptionally high ceiling. Even if a cultivator possesses somewhat lesser perception, they can still relatively easily reach the rank of title Douluo. Consider the Haotian hammer of the Haotian Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Both possess commendable qualities and can achieve high-level title Douluo if one has an innate soul power that is above average. In contrast, martial spirits of inferior quality will have significantly lower ceilings. Hearing this, Yang Padi couldn't help but recall Yu Xiaozhang's martial spirit, the Luo San Pao, which, in terms of quality, was likely among the lowest. Without the support of a title Douluo father, he might not have even attained the rank of Great Soul Master. On the other end of the spectrum was Qian Renshue, who, despite lacking a twin martial spirit, possessed the six-winged angel martial spirit of unparalleled quality and innate soul power, making her one of the most gifted individuals in history, albeit wasting her potential. At this moment, Yang Padi turned his introspection towards his martial spirit, envisioning a giant wielding the broken soul spear within his mind. The giant's form began to shimmer with hints of silver, yet there was no sign of a second awakening. Faced with this situation, Yang Padi let out a sigh. Achieving a second awakening of his primary martial spirit was indeed a formidable challenge, and he hadn't anticipated it would prove this difficult. Even with the consumption of Chirong Tong Tianju, only the faintest indications of a second awakening were evident. Although Yang Zhentian felt a sense of reassurance, he remained serious. "Padi, while you have consumed the Chirong Tong Tianju and your physical constitution can endure a 10,000-year soul ring, you still cannot withstand a soul shock. Dad, have you forgotten? I still possess a Wanchuan Qiushui Lu. The autumn water of Wanchuan indeed has the potential to enhance one's spiritual strength. However, one must question the wisdom of consuming two different celestial herbs simultaneously within a short span. Are you not concerned about the potential adverse effects on your body?" Yang Padi responded with unwavering determination. "Thus, I must swiftly assimilate the medicinal properties of the extraordinary mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum. If granted 10 days for cultivation, I should be able to absorb the autumn water of Wanchuan thereafter." Yang Zhentian appeared somewhat helpless. "My son, there is no need for such relentless efforts. The Padi clan is supported by both your grandfathers, and we can manage for the time being. You are the greatest hope of our younger generation. Sometimes, simply enduring the next few decades will suffice. I believe you will soon break through to the title Douluo level. Moreover, this time frame will be remarkably brief." Tang Hao achieved his title Douluo status at the age of 44. "Given your innate talent and diligence, I am confident you can surpass this record and elevate it significantly." Upon hearing his father's words, Yang Padi found himself at a loss for words. According to the original narrative, what significance does Tang Hao's title Douluo record at 44 hold? It is worth noting that Tang Xin managed to elevate this record to a mere 25 years, subsequently breaking through to level 99 within just a couple of years, even achieving level 100. Among Shrek's other members, even the oldest, Dai Mubai, reached the title Doa level around the age of 28 or 9. Therefore, Yang Pudi realizes that time is indeed of the essence, even more so than anticipated, as he cannot guarantee his success in the Sea God S9 trials. In Chapter 85, consuming the autumn water of Wangchuan, the subsequent days saw Yang Jintian and Yang Pudi refrain from searching for soul beasts. Instead, they settled temporarily in a soul beast den, with Yang Jintian taking measures to ensure his son would not be disturbed during this critical period. For the next few days, Yang Pudi devoted every moment to cultivating his soul power and adapting his body. After absorbing the extraordinary mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum, its primary function was to invigorate the limbs and enhance blood circulation, ultimately leading to the cultivation of an indestructible body. Yang Pudi endeavored to accelerate the flow of soul power within himself, striving to assimilate the herb's effects as swiftly as possible. As time elapsed, the circulation of soul power throughout his body intensified, particularly in his limbs, resulting in significant strength augmentation and even noticeable swelling, akin to that achieved through rigorous training. Simultaneously, certain unique areas of his body seemed to become more open and unobstructed, enveloping him entirely. According to Yang Pudi's understanding, this phenomenon can be attributed to the so-called 8 extraordinary meridians. Whether in martial arts or cultivation, having unobstructed 8 extraordinary meridians greatly enhances efficiency. Unbeknownst to him, 16 days passed, and Yang Pudi felt that his physical capabilities had reached an apex, to the extent that further immediate improvement seemed unattainable. The effects of the extraordinary mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum had permeated his entire body, leading to substantial enhancement, though the improvement of his innate qualities would take time to manifest. Following his father's assessment of his soul power capabilities, it became evident that he could now withstand the pressure of a peak soul king. In essence, although Yang Pudi currently possesses only level 40 soul power, his physical resilience has remarkably approached that of level 60, perhaps even beyond. He retrieved an inconspicuous herb, its verdant form strikingly accented by 3 pristine white leaves at its center, adorned with droplets reminiscent of morning dew. This celestial herb is known as the autumn water dew, which, according to the original text, can enhance one's spiritual perception and grant the ability to see through myriad wonders. The cultivation of such spiritual sight primarily hones the spirit master's mental acuity, manifesting predominantly through the eyes. As the adage suggests, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Many spirit masters of the mental type indeed harness their powers through their gaze. The autumn water dew appears to be the sole herb within the ice and fire dual eye capable of augmenting mental prowess, rendering it more valuable than other celestial herbs in certain respects. After all, during the era of Douluo, there existed no techniques for cultivating mental strength. The only means to enhance such faculties were the head spirit bones or the absorption of spirit rings from mental-type spirit masters. At present, Yang Pudi lacks the formidable purple extreme magic eyes that could facilitate the cultivation of mental power, nor does he possess any powerful head spirit bones. And he certainly would not absorb any mental-type spirit rings. Thus, the autumn water dew stands as his singular option. Gently, Yang Pudi placed the central portion of the autumn water dew into his mouth, savoring its essence. As the transparent droplets slipped away from the leaves, the entire herb withered in his grasp, indicating that its vital essence had been extracted. Upon ingesting the autumn water dew, Yang Pudi's entire being underwent a remarkable transformation, predominantly affecting his head and eyes. He seemed to enter a transcendent state, akin to a profound realization, experiencing an unprecedented clarity of mind. The duration of this transformation was relatively brief, lasting merely 3 hours. When the time elapsed, Yang Pudi opened his eyes, which now glistened with a silvery hue, encompassing not only the irises but also the eyelids and the surrounding area. As he surveyed his surroundings, everything appeared astonishingly vivid. Even the subtle fluctuations of soul power within the air were distinctly perceptible. He could discern the intricate patterns and veins of nearby flora and fauna, as if grasping the very essence of the world around him. Next, he turned his focus inward to his mind's eye, where a giant still wielded the soul-breaking spear. However, the giant had transformed. Its eyes now radiated a pure silver light, while its form retained only traces of silver. Yang Pudi mused silently. This presents a predicament. The secondary awakening of my martial soul has seemingly manifested solely in my eyes. The subsequent phases of this awakening may prove even more challenging. Nevertheless, it is a relief that neither my martial soul nor my body has exhibited any deformities. Upon closer inspection of his entire innate martial spirit, he noticed a slight mismatch between his eyes and body. Perhaps it was due to the wondrous effects of the rare celestial mushroom, which had significantly enhanced his martial spirit. His limbs and physique had grown considerably stronger. Fortunately, he had consumed the celestial mushroom in advance. Otherwise, the disparity would have been even greater. Yang Jintian cast a concerned glance at his son, and only relaxed when Yang Padi had fully absorbed the divine herb. For it was a feat to simultaneously absorb two miraculous plants, and the outcome was unpredictable. "Padi, how do you feel now?" asked Yang Jintian. "Father, I feel remarkably well. Everything is much clearer to me now, and my mental agility, as well as my perception of the surrounding soul energy, has intensified significantly. Is there a way to assess the actual strength of my spiritual power?" Yang Jintian shook his head. "I am not a spirit-type soul master, so I cannot accurately gauge spiritual assaults. However, judging by the fluctuations in your spiritual energy just now, it seems you have surpassed the Soul King level. Father, if I were to use my spiritual power to attack you, could you determine the specific strength of that attack?" "Indeed, it is possible. However, whether it be a spiritual attack or the application of spiritual energy, such endeavors are exceedingly difficult and could easily result in self-harm if one is not cautious." Upon uttering these words, Yang Jintian could not help but internally scorn. His son had just recently enhanced his spiritual power and now wished to test it against himself. Was he seeking revenge for the last time he borrowed money? After a discussion, they ultimately decided that Yang Jintian would attempt to withstand Yang Padi's spiritual attack to gauge its true potency. "Father, are you ready?" "Rest assured. A mere Soul King level attack does not concern me. After all, I am a high-ranking Soul Douluo. Logically, even after consuming the Wangchuan Autumn Water Dew, one could not employ spiritual attacks. Yet, Yang Padi was an exception, for he had previously ingested the 9-leaf sword grass, granting him profound insights into sword techniques and the element of metal. Yang Padi closed his eyes, concentrating all his spiritual energy. In that moment, he felt as though his body had transformed into a broken soul spear, achieving a state of unity between man and spear, or rather, man and sword. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and two beams of spear light shot forth from his gaze. These beams were distinctly different from those produced by the broken soul spear in the past. They existed in an ethereal, formless state, unmistakably manifesting his spiritual energy in the guise of spear light. Yang Jintian was taken aback, yet as the two beams approached him, they struck an invisible barrier as if colliding with a colossal wall, unable to advance further, and ultimately dissipated. This attack seemed as though it had never occurred. Both the assault and the defense were intangible, likely perceptible only to a select few high-ranking soul masters. Chapter 86. The Search for the Missing. After unleashing his spiritual attack, Yang Padi quickly inquired, "Father, what did you think? To what extent did this attack reach?" Father Yang Jintian appeared somewhat exhilarated. "Son, your attack technique is quite impressive. Based on the intensity of your previous strike, you have likely reached the pinnacle of the Soul King realm. In fact, many spirit masters of the Soul Emperor rank can only execute similar attacks. However, you must exercise caution. This technique should be reserved as your trump card. As a battle soul master with the ability to wield mental attacks, you are easily susceptible to external envy. If others discern your capabilities, they may suspect you are employing a head soul bone skill, which could place you in jeopardy. Moreover, given the potency of your recent strike, it would require at least a head soul bone that is over 10,000 years old to achieve such an effect. It would be prudent to utilize this technique when others are unsuspecting. It could yield remarkable results and potentially alter the course of events." "Dad, I understand. So, according to you, I should now be able to absorb the soul ring of a 10,000-year soul beast, correct?" Yang Jintian nodded. "Theoretically, there should be no issue, as both your physical strength and mental prowess have reached the advanced level of a Soul King. Then let us pursue that iron feather tiger eagle." After a brief discussion, the two decided to rest momentarily before searching for the iron feather tiger eagle. Yang Jintian retrieved a small jade box from his soul guide device, which surprisingly contained a living soul beast known as the Seeking Bee. Yang Padi expressed curiosity. "Dad, when did you acquire a soul guide capable of storing living creatures? And you even carry a Seeking Bee with you?" With an indifferent demeanor, Yang Jintian replied, "I recently came across this at an auction. I've always wanted a soul guide that could store living beings, but such devices are quite expensive, and I hesitated to purchase one. This time, I found it at an auction and decided to bid on it. Though it may appear ordinary, it can hold up to 40 cubic meters of living creatures, valued at a staggering 1 million gold soul coins." Yang Padi couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, realizing that he had long sought a soul guide for storing living beings, but had never found one, only to see his father acquire one using his own gold soul coins. It felt rather unfair. Ignoring his son's thoughts, Yang Jintian took out some powder and allowed the Seeking Bee to sniff it carefully before it took flight. The Seeking Bee, roughly the size of an egg, was a soul beast several decades old. Many large factions favored using seeking bees to track various scents, as they are highly sensitive to odors and excel in tracking. Yang Padi pondered for a moment and asked, "Dad, is there any method to evade the seeking bees' tracking, or even to escape the pursuit of advanced soul masters?" Yang Jintian was momentarily at a loss for words, questioning what his son was contemplating. Was he planning something dangerous again? Nevertheless, after some consideration, he responded, "Last time, when you were at the Eye of Ice and Fire, did you not dig up a few breath-hiding herbs? These herbs can help evade soul beast tracking. Alternatively, you could position yourself near objects with substantial scents. Your second granduncle and I both carry breath-hiding herbs primarily to prevent others from detecting our specific soul power levels. However, there is no way to evade the pursuit of a tidal Douluo. A tidal Douluo's pursuit? You would not wish to provoke a tidal Douluo, would you?" Yang Padi quickly shook his head. "Father, how could I possibly provoke a tidal Douluo? I merely wish to inquire. As long as you do not intend to provoke one. That is well. Tidal Douluos possess an acute sensitivity to soul power. Even the most subtle concealment cannot fully mask its effects. However, you might adorn yourself with artifacts of other soul power attributes, such as the Chihua stone frequently employed by our clan. Or perhaps even carry the remains of a soul beast." Yang Padi silently noted these suggestions, preparing for future endeavors. Yang Jintian paid no further heed to his son's words, instead leading him at a distance behind the seeking bee. Although the seeking bee could track the iron feather tiger eagle by its essence, it seemed to be somewhat daunted by the presence of the formidable avian predator, resulting in a notably slower flight. After a considerable time, the seeking bee arrived at a towering mountain. The aura of medicinal herbs at the mountain summit was significantly more potent than that of the battlefield. Even Yang Padi could detect a faint trace of it. Prior to their stealthy approach, the two had deliberately changed into outfits of green, reminiscent of leaves, ostensibly to evade detection by the iron feather tiger eagle. "Padi, we must exercise utmost caution now. Eagle-type soul beasts possess exceptional observational capabilities, with keenly sharp eyes. The iron feather tiger eagle embodies both the vigilance of avian beasts and the ferocity of feline ones. We must be particularly wary if it becomes aware of our presence. It may abandon its nest and vacate the area, making our pursuit exceedingly difficult. Father, rest assured, I shall be vigilant." However, as they neared the summit, Yang Jintian abruptly halted his son, guiding him to a concealed spot. He scrutinized the peak carefully, noting the conspicuous absence of any soul power fluctuations from soul beasts. It was uncertain whether the iron feather tiger eagle had departed or simply relocated. Generally, tiger-type soul beasts possess a strong territorial instinct and are typically dominant entities, with few other soul beasts residing within their domain. Yang Padi could not suppress his curiosity. "Father, could it be that this iron feather tiger eagle has moved away? Or perhaps has perished?" "That is unlikely. Although I inflicted considerable injury upon it, it was not fatal. Moreover, the iron feather tiger eagle can fly swiftly. It is unlikely that any soul beast could pose a threat to it. Let us exercise patience. Indeed, as a 1,000-year-old supreme soul beast, its defensive capabilities and regenerative powers are formidable." Chapter 87, The Fourth Soul Ring. Yang Jintian observed his son's puzzled expression. "Padi, remember this. Eagle-type soul beasts possess superior night vision compared to daylight. If we strike at night, the environmental constraints will be greater for me than for them. The most opportune moment to act is at noon, when the sun is at its zenith, blinding the eagle-type soul beasts to some extent, particularly with these flying soul beasts. We must aim for a decisive blow, otherwise, they may escape, and tracking them thereafter will prove arduous." Upon reflecting on his father's words, Yang Padi acknowledged their wisdom, recognizing the truth in his father's seasoned experience as a soul Douluo. The location where the two individuals now concealed themselves was a full half-kilometer away from the nest of the iron feather tiger eagle, ensuring that neither scent nor soul power fluctuations fell within the creature's range of detection. As anticipated, by midday the following day, the iron feather tiger eagle had not departed. Instead, it had settled into slumber within its nest. After securing his son, Yang Jintian stealthily approached the lair of the iron feather tiger eagle. Although the ancient feline soul beast possessed acute sensitivity to atmospheric disturbances, Yang Jintian bore the breath-holding grass, allowing him to approach the creature with relative ease. Just as he neared within 100 meters of the beast, it seemed to sense something amiss. Its ears twitched, and it sniffed the air cautiously, as if detecting a perilous presence, its entire form becoming alert. For a soul Douluo, a distance of 100 meters is remarkably close. In an instant, Yang Jintian surged forth, his 8 soul rings materializing, one of which, a 10,000-year soul ring, flashed brightly, activating his 8th soul skill, Slaughter. The spear, known as the Breaking Soul Spear, appeared to have the power to rend the very fabric of existence as it lunged swiftly towards the iron feather tiger eagle. With Yang Jintian's formidable prowess as a high-ranking soul Douluo, his combat capabilities rivaled those of an emerging title Douluo, rendering the ancient soul beast unable to withstand his assault. Despite the creature's rapid reflexes and attempts to evade, it could not escape the inevitable. Yang Jintian targeted not the body of the eagle, but its wings. In a stunning display of power, his spear pierced through the iron feather tiger eagle's wing, severing a significant portion of it. The beast, clearly in pain, let out a piercing roar, disregarding its injuries as it lunged forward with its formidable claws, intent on tearing apart the audacious assailant. Yet, Yang Jintian did not retreat. Instead, he raised his spear once more, striking at the iron feather tiger eagle again. The clash of claws and spear met with a resounding impact, but Yang Jintian remained unyielding, while the eagle's claws were left with a grievous wound. Realizing the strength of its adversary, the iron feather tiger eagle understood that it was no match for Yang Jintian and sought to retreat. However, Yang Jintian would not permit such an escape. Firmly grasping his spear, he launched a relentless series of thrusts toward the beast. In a short span, the iron feather tiger eagle bore multiple deep wounds, blood flowing profusely from each, signaling the inevitability of its defeat. True to its nature as a tiger soul beast, the iron feather tiger eagle exhibited fierce resilience and dominance. In a desperate bid, it let out a thunderous roar, seemingly preparing to unleash a self-destructive explosion. Yet, Yang Jintian would not allow this to transpire. As his fifth soul ring shimmered, the breaking soul spear transformed, growing sharper and more profound. This was his fifth soul skill, break. Before the iron feather tiger eagle could detonate, Yang Jintian thrust his spear through the entirety of its body. Following this devastating blow, the iron feather tiger eagle collapsed into a pool of blood, still gasping for breath, but already on the brink of death. However, it must be said that enduring such profound injuries, particularly from Yang Jintian's fifth soul skill, which even pierced through her body, yet she still clings to life, attests to the formidable resilience of a 10,000-year tiger-type soul beast. Yang Jintian could not afford to pay heed to the faltering iron feather tiger eagle at that moment. Instead, he swiftly turned his head and shouted, "Padi, come quickly. This iron feather tiger eagle is on the brink of collapse." Upon hearing his father's call, Yang Padi emerged rapidly from his hiding place, making his way directly toward the nest of the iron feather tiger eagle. Seeing his son had arrived, Yang Jintian cautioned, "Padi, you must be certain. This iron feather tiger eagle has reached an age of 12,000 years. Once you begin to absorb the soul ring, there will be no retreat. If the absorption fails, the consequences could be crippling or even fatal." Yang Padi glanced at his father, his face resolute as he replied, "Father, I have prepared extensively for this moment. Regardless of the outcome, I must attempt it. I believe I will not fail." Yang Jintian recognized the determination in his son's expression, well aware that once Padi set his mind to something, he would not waver. "Then prepare to absorb the soul ring of this iron feather tiger eagle. I shall guard you." Yang Padi, gazing at the nearly lifeless iron feather tiger eagle, summoned his martial spirit, the soul-piercing spear, and thrust it toward its eye. Despite its grievous wounds, the iron feather tiger eagle emitted a low, thunderous roar, attempting to strike back with its remaining wing. In response, Yang Padi activated his third soul ring, and the soul-piercing spear pierced through its eye, penetrating its brain. The iron feather tiger eagle let out a couple of faint roars before collapsing, its other eye devoid of light, finally succumbing to death. Concurrently, a black soul ring materialized above its corpse. Yang Padi exchanged a glance with his father before sitting beside the carcass of the iron feather tiger eagle, preparing to absorb the soul ring. He summoned his soul-piercing spear once more and commenced the absorption of this hard-won 10,000-year soul ring. As the soul ring integrated into his body, the pressure he experienced was incomparably greater than that of his third soul ring. Notably, within his mind, a colossal phantom of the iron feather tiger eagle emerged, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, charging toward him with an overwhelming force. At that moment, Yang Padi's body and soul were subjected to immense torment and upheaval, as if he were trapped in hell or submerged in magma, on the verge of collapse. Sensing the peril he faced, Yang Padi concentrated all his mental energy into his soul-piercing spear. Instantly, a massive soul-piercing spear materialized in his mind, its tip radiating a brilliance that seemed capable of piercing through all creation, impaling the rushing phantom of the iron feather tiger eagle. As the phantom was pierced, it expanded within his mind and ultimately fused into his consciousness, seemingly fortifying his mental prowess. With the passage of time, the black soul ring gradually integrated into his body, eventually encircling the soul-piercing spear in his right hand. The duration of absorbing the soul ring this time was particularly lengthy, lasting a full 7 hours. It was only after this duration that Yang Putty's body began to gradually regain its tranquility, as if the ordeal had finally come to an end. Yet, Yang Putty himself did not perceive it as an ending, for an immense agony still seemed to afflict his back, as if his flesh were on the verge of tearing apart, a sensation both familiar and haunting. As the torment intensified, the pain in his back grew more pronounced, especially as if his skin were being violently torn. Soon after, two entities burst forth from his skin, and when these two entities fully unfurled, they resembled the wings of the iron-feathered tiger eagle. These entities were none other than the external soul bone, the tiger eagle wings. As the wings slowly revealed themselves from Yang Putty's back, their true form gradually came into view. These wings bore a striking resemblance to those of the iron-feathered tiger eagle, albeit smaller in size. Each wing measured approximately 2 meters in length, featuring a robust central shaft adorned with countless feathers reminiscent of fine iron. Upon closer inspection, these wings appeared to be a fusion of feathers and bone. Particularly when fully extended, the wings reached a remarkable width of half a meter, capable of serving as a small shield. Seeing that his son was unharmed, Yang Jintian could not help but exhale in relief, for the legendary fourth ring was indeed unprecedented. However, upon catching sight of the wings sprouting from his son's back, even he found himself swallowing hard. The emergence of an external soul bone once again, especially one of such exceptional quality as the winged variant, was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. It is worth noting that aside from flying-type soul masters, others must attain the title of Douluo to achieve proper flight. Even he, having reached the soul Douluo level, could only hover briefly in midair. For a powerful attack-type soul master, these wings surpassed all other soul bones. This implied that his son was not merely an attack-type soul master. He could also embody agility, significantly enhancing both his power and speed. Having observed his son's complete absorption of the soul ring and soul bone, Yang Jintian could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Putty, how do you find your fourth soul skill?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Putty replied, "Father, the effect of the fourth soul skill is remarkably impressive. It can lock onto an enemy and summon the soul-breaking spear, which boasts a 200 increase in attack power and a 500 increase in weight. The spear launches rapid attacks at the target, consuming 10 soul power. The magnitude of its power can be controlled according to the soul power expended. I have named this soul skill Tiger Roar, shattering thousands of armies." Upon uttering this, Yang Putty summoned his martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and activated his fourth soul ring. It seemed as if something from the spear had locked onto a large tree ahead. Immediately, the spear in his hand expanded and swiftly struck the designated tree, resulting in a massive crater appearing at its base, akin to an explosion. Yang Jintian nodded in approval, acknowledging, "The power of your soul skill is quite commendable, particularly with its locking effect. You will be able to engage in ranged attacks henceforth. Father, have you perhaps forgotten something?" At this moment, Yang Jintian's face bore an expression of astonishment. "Padi, according to your design, this soul skill can serve both as a single target assault and a group attack. Particularly, if you master a higher level of distraction control, its potency will be tremendously enhanced. Moreover, should you first utilize the fusion ring before employing this skill, its terror will be magnified even further." Yang Padi smiled gently and continued, "This soul skill also possesses a unique attribute. It can be used simultaneously with other soul skills. What if I were to first use my first and third soul skills, and then activate the fourth? To what extent would its power reach?" Yang Jintian calculated silently before responding, "Based on the amplifications from your two soul skills, coupled with the inherent enhancement of the fourth soul skill, I fear that its might may rival the sixth soul skill of a soul emperor, or perhaps even surpass it. If you achieve the rank of soul sage and add the amplification from your weapon's true form, it will become utterly formidable. By the way, how much does your pistol gun weigh now?" Yang Padi assessed carefully before replying, "Father, I estimate that my pistol gun now weighs around 1,200 gene. 1,200 gene? Quite substantial indeed. How does it feel in your hands?" Yang Padi swung the weapon casually a couple of times. "Father, my soul power has now reached level 45, and I find this pistol gun exceedingly manageable. My strength has significantly increased, and my physical condition seems notably enhanced. Level 45? Impressive. You've made considerable progress. Both the whale gel and the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, along with this 10,000-year soul ring, have greatly augmented your soul power. With your current physical prowess, you are likely on par with an average soul emperor. What effects do your wings possess?" "Father, these tiger eagle wings, when deployed, enhance my speed by 30% and grant me the ability to fly. Furthermore, they come equipped with a soul skill called extreme speed. The increase in flight speed is dependent on the amount of soul power I input, with a maximum enhancement of 300%. However, I cannot sustain such speed for an extended duration. Yang Zhen's expression grew somewhat serious. Padi ordinarily. Flying requires extensive practice for full mastery, but you must exercise extreme caution during your training. Do not let anyone see you. The two continued their conversation, this time delaying their departure from the Tiandou forest. Instead, Yang Zhentian personally supervised as Yang Padi practiced flying nearby, flapping his wings. One must admit, practicing flight was exhilarating, especially soaring freely through the sky while observing the myriad scenes below. It is no wonder that for anyone, the dream of flight remains one of the simplest and most tangible aspirations from childhood to adulthood. However, since the tiger eagle wings were newly acquired, they were still somewhat challenging to control. On several occasions, due to insufficient flying technique, he nearly faced a crash. Fortunately, his father was present to catch him in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After 3 full days of practice, Yang Padi had nearly mastered the use of his tiger eagle wings and could fly safely, at least without the risk of crashing. Ultimately, amidst Yang Padi's unwavering gaze, the two departed from the Tiandou forest. This endeavor to procure a soul ring, though spanning over a month, proved to be exceptionally fruitful. Yang Padi not only acquired a remarkably potent soul skill, but also obtained a highly valuable external soul bone, marking a significant achievement. At the tender age of 13 and a half, Yang Padi had already reached the impressive level of 45, seemingly the fastest to attain the soul master rank in history. Chapter 89, A Confession. However, Yi Lingling remained veiled, her expression inscrutable. Yang Pingan spoke directly. Brother, your cultivation speed is astonishing. You have already reached the soul master rank, perhaps the swiftest in history. Pingan, focus on your training. You will progress quickly as well. I have great confidence in you. After knocking on the door, a gentle voice resonated from within. Hello, who is there? Yang Padi paused for a moment before responding. Lingling. It's me, Yang Padi. Silence enveloped the dormitory, devoid of any sound, clearly indicating a reluctance to open the door. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Padi continued. Lingling, please open the door. I truly have something important to discuss with you. Can't you say it from outside? No, Lingling, trust me. What I have to say is of great significance. After a while, the door finally creaked open, and to Yang Padi's surprise, it was Douluo Yin who stood there. While Yi Lingling remained seated on the sofa, motionless and seemingly lost in thought, Yang Padi addressed Douluo Yin. Sister Yin, may I have a private word with Lingling? Rest assured, I would never harm her. Douluo Yin wore a teasing expression. Oh, Padi, you two haven't even started yet, and you're already calling her Lingling so affectionately. Should I congratulate you in advance? You little rascal, is it too late to win me over now? Didn't you used to enjoy increasing our training load and tormenting us? Dear Sister Yin, please understand that I am still quite young and somewhat naive. Moreover, increasing the training is beneficial for you. Beneficial? Have you not seen how our skin has deteriorated? You need not worry about that. The Padi clan possesses secret elixirs that can enhance your skin's smoothness and radiance. I can procure some for you. You little scoundrel. Why didn't you present such treasures sooner? I only thought of it because you were so beautiful, and I believed you need not use them. You little rascal. After a few days apart, your words have grown sweet. Very well, I shall take my leave, but be careful not to bully anyone, or you will have to face my poison. After delivering this playful admonition, Douluo Yin glanced at Yi Lingling on the sofa before departing. Yang Padi then approached and sat opposite Yi Lingling. Lingling, please hear me out. I have always considered you the gentlest, most beautiful, and kind-hearted girl I have ever known. In truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. It's just that I am not adept at expressing my emotions. After listening to this heartfelt exchange, a flicker of light seemed to shine in Yi Lingling's eyes, only to fade swiftly. Captain, I understand your character. Yet it appears that we may not be well suited for one another. You are the direct descendant of the Pajie clan, while I am the heir of the Haotian Sect family. Our union seems implausible. Yang Padi interjected hastily. What do you mean by impossible? Whether it's the Pajie clan or the Haotian Sect family, as long as we are together, our families will not interfere. At that moment, Yi Lingling's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but our Haotian Sect lineage is a cursed one. Only 2 soul masters with the Haotian Sect martial soul can exist in the entire world. I bear the weight of inheriting the Haotian Sect martial soul. Neither my life nor my fate can attain freedom. Upon hearing this, Yang Padi felt a sense of relief. Lingling, I am aware of the situation regarding the Haotian Sect martial soul. It is merely a flaw of the martial soul, not a curse. Much like the 7-treasure glazed tile school, whose martial soul is immensely supportive yet can only cultivate up to level 79. Unable to break through to the soul Douluo level, my Pajie clan has devoted generations to the study of medicinal herbs. Countless extraordinary herbs exist in this world, and 2 divine grasses can cure the defects of your Haotian Sect martial soul. Yi Lingling was taken aback, unable to suppress her tears. How can this be possible? As a family of medicine, why have I never heard of this? Lingling, have you ever heard of the Douluo tulip and the Xiangxi Duanchanghong? Yang Padi continued. These two are rare divine grasses. The Douluo tulip is the king of divine grasses, majestic and noble, capable of discerning the properties of all celestial and earthly beings, commanding them at will. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. The Xiangxi Duanchanghong is a treasure among divine medicinal herbs, capable of restoring life and mending bones, thus treating martial soul defects should pose no problem. With these two divine grasses, your Jiu Xin Haidang martial soul's flaws can be healed. Yi Lingling's expression held a glimmer of hope, but it soon dimmed again. Captain, I have never even heard of these divine grasses. Surely, you are not fabricating this to deceive me? Lingling, have you ever known me to deceive anyone? Furthermore, I now possess information about these two divine grasses and will surely find them in the future to remedy the flaws of your martial soul. Seeing a flicker of hope within Yi Lingling, Yang Padi promptly retrieved a tome from his possession, the complete compendium of divine grasses of Douluo Continent, a treasured legacy of the Paiji clan. When he turned to the pages depicting the Xiangxi Duanchanghong and the Douluo tulip, Yi Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the illustrations. The book appeared ancient, a cherished artifact passed down through generations of the Paiji clan, and the two divine grasses were depicted with astonishing lifelike detail, as if one were witnessing them firsthand. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Lingling composed herself, closed the book, and returned it to Yang Padi, aware of the sacred nature of the Paiji clan's secrets. Captain, thank you. Thank you for showing me a glimmer of hope for a future. As Yang Padi attempted to caress Yi Lingling's hair, he yearned to lift her veil. However, Yi Lingling, resembling a startled fawn, swiftly evaded him. Captain, we barely know each other. I am still unaccustomed to your current manner of speaking. Yang Padi chuckled. Lingling, rest assured. I shall ensure that every day of yours is filled with joy and happiness, making you the most blissful girl in the world. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, Yang Padi spoke once more. Lingling, regarding the two celestial herbs, refrain from inquiring anyone for the time being. I have acquired specific information, and should too many people become aware, it may lead to significant complications during procurement. Yang Padi was not overly attached to the celestial herbs. If it were possible, he would have gladly presented them to Yi Lingling for her consumption. However, the defect of the nine-heart begonia martial soul was well known, as was Yi Lingling's soul power. Recklessly revealing the herbs would only bring calamity upon her and her family. One could only imagine that if Ning Fengji were to discover that Yi Lingling could rectify the martial soul defect and significantly enhance her soul power, he would not hesitate to act against her, even at the cost of half the 7-treasure Glazed-Tile sect. Chapter 90. The Recruitment of Shuiqingha. Since that confession, Yi Lingling's demeanor seemed less frosty. Her mindset had noticeably improved. Previously, she had been rather indifferent, rarely seen smiling, yet now she occasionally shared laughter with Duguyen. Yang Padi had resumed his daily training regimen, practicing spear techniques in the morning, meditating in the dormitory during the late morning, and dedicating part of his afternoon to physical exercises, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion before indulging in a medicinal bath and dinner. However, he had ceased visiting the Grand Soul Arena, claiming to focus on his meditation. Each evening after dinner, Yang Padi enjoyed seeking out Yi Lingling. Sometimes they would converse, while other times they would stroll together around the academy, and life appeared remarkably tranquil, devoid of any significant events. Yet, there were occasional peculiar occurrences. For instance, the captain of the Tiandou Royal Academy's battle team, having somehow learned of Yang Padi's recent advancement to a high-level soul master and his formidable combat prowess, approached him with the intention of inviting him to join the Tiandou Royal Academy's battle team. The captain of this year's Tiandou Royal Academy battle team, a level 41 soul master with the martial soul of a mighty divine bull, was named Chun Jinshui. He was quite tall, reportedly the offspring of a noble family with military connections. One day, several individuals arrived at Yang Padi's dormitory, knocking directly on his door. When Yang Padi opened it, he was met by unfamiliar faces, though they seemed somewhat recognizable, appearing to be students from the Tiandou elite class. The tallest among them stepped forward, saying, Yang Padi, I am Chun Jinshui, the captain of the Tiandou Royal Academy battle team. I have heard of your impressive abilities, and I would like to invite you to join our team. This way, you can participate as a substitute in next year's Advanced Soul Master competition in Xinglua City. Upon hearing those words, Yang Padi was enveloped in confusion. Who was this foolish individual daring to invite him into the Tianshou Royal Academy's battle team, and even suggesting he take on a substitute role? Ultimately, Yang Padi spoke. Captain Shinjin Shui, I sincerely apologize, but I currently have no intention of joining the team. I am genuinely here to extend an invitation to you, even as a substitute. Should you have any requests, please feel free to express them. Apologies, but even as a substitute, I have no desire to participate. This so-called captain does not pique my interest, and I see no need to compete in your arena or training ground. As Yang Padi concluded his statement, he stepped forward and reached out towards Chen Jinshui. Observing this, Chen Jinshui hastily raised his hands in defense, yet his attempts seemed as futile as paper against a storm. Both of his hands were easily repelled. Soon after, Yang Padi's hand gripped Chen Jinshui's shoulder with an oppressive weight, rendering his entire body immobile as if under the weight of a mountain. Before Chen Jinshui could summon his martial spirit, Yang Padi's voice resonated with an unwavering firmness. If you dare to move again, I shall snap your neck. Though Yang Padi wore a smile, his tone brooked no argument. Eventually, Chen Jinshui relinquished the idea of invoking his martial spirit, swallowing hard before finally uttering, "Yang, I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to intrude. We are all classmates. There is no need to discuss intrusion. Just refrain from seeking me out in the future." Chen Jinshui seemed to grasp that this individual before him likely possessed greater strength than himself. Despite his own connections, he was reluctant to provoke someone of such caliber and ultimately led his group away. Yang Padi found it rather peculiar. How had such a person emerged? One would expect that those aware of his circumstances would not be such insignificant figures. Just 2 days later, Xue Qinghe unexpectedly arrived at the Tianzhou Royal Academy, and astonishingly, he came alone. This time, Xue Qinghe was not accompanied by the 3 committee members or Ning Fengji. He sought a private audience by the Academy's serene lake. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Yang Padi saw Xue Qinghe standing there alone and immediately donned a cautious expression. "Your Highness, may I inquire the purpose of this summons?" "Nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to meet you." "Your Highness, it is rare for you to visit without purpose. Please feel free to speak your mind, as it is just the 2 of us present." Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, contemplating in silence, recognizing that Yang Padi is indeed a clever individual. "The reason for my visit is quite straightforward. I wish for you to serve my interests." "Your Highness, the establishment of the Royal Academy's battle team is precisely in service to you." "Your Highness, let us speak plainly. What can we, the Pa family, gain from serving you? And are we not faring well in our current circumstances? Why must we entangle ourselves in the disputes of the court? While it is true that your family thrives on alchemical prowess, one must remain vigilant even in times of peace. Otherwise, calamity may befall us in the future." Upon hearing this, Yang Padi seemed to grasp Xue Qinghe's intentions. "Your Highness, I recall mentioning that my lifelong ambition is the ascendance of the Pa clan. Will you aid me in achieving this goal?" Xue Qinghe, radiating pride, responded, "I certainly can assist you in reaching this aspiration. There is none more suited than I." Yang Padi shook his head. "We, the Pa clan, are willing to serve you, but the fundamental condition is that you must become the emperor of the Tiandou Empire. Otherwise, all is in vain. Are you suggesting that once I ascend to the throne, you will serve me?" "Indeed, I admire your Highness's vision and spirit. Yet until you become emperor, you cannot genuinely empower our clan." Xue Qinghe appeared puzzled. "If that is the case, why does your clan not seek cooperation with my father?" Yang Padi chuckled. "The Snow Knight Emperor is indeed formidable, yet alas, a hero may fade. Should he fall victim to poison one day, it would pose a grave dilemma." Xue Qinghe seemed particularly sensitive to the mention of poison, his eyes widening in alarm. Before Xue Qinghe could respond, Yang Padi continued, "To collaborate with the Pa clan, it is best to regard us as brothers, akin to the 4 single attribute families." "What constitutes brotherhood in your eyes?" "Just as with the current 4 single attribute families, where all members fight, train, and even live together." As Yang Padi spoke, he approached Xue Qinghe, taking his hand and placing a hand on his shoulder, pressing down gently, as if they were truly brothers. Lost in contemplation, Xue Qinghe momentarily forgot to withdraw. When he finally realized, he felt the warmth of Yang Padi's grip and the weight of his hand on his shoulder, a closeness reminiscent of kinship. Startled, Xue Qinghe quickly retreated, resembling a frightened rabbit. Noticing Yang Padi's bemused expression, he awkwardly explained, "I have always lived alone and prefer to avoid close contact with others." Yang Padi, suppressing his urge to laugh, replied, "Your Highness, that is indeed a significant issue. Given your condition, it may be advisable to seek treatment within our Pa clan. I assure you, a remedy awaits. I am indeed in good health. Both the imperial physician and Lord Ning have examined me, and it is merely my solitary disposition that sets me apart." Yang Padi's expression grew more solemn. "Your Highness, as the crown prince, your role is pivotal to the stability of the nation and the succession of the imperial bloodline. Thus, marrying and fathering heirs is of utmost importance to you." Xue Qinghe smiled at this moment. "Yang, you need not worry. I am quite aware of these matters. By the way, Yang, it is getting late, and I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Yang Padi's response, she turned and departed. Yang Padi gazed at Xue Qinghe's retreating figure and could not help but mutter to himself, "Look at this little angel. She better not dare to plot against me in the future." But what did she mean by her words today? The mention of the Pa family needing to remain vigilant. Was that a reminder or a warning? Chapter 91, The Little Witch Unleashed. Little did I expect that my intention to communicate with Yang Padi would result in him clasping my hand and resting his arm upon my shoulder. As a young lady, I found myself at a distinct disadvantage. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo emerged from the shadows. "My lord, shall I dispose of that young man?" According to my subordinate's observations, Yang Padi has likely broken through to the soul master level, with a depth of soul power that belies his apparent rank of 41 or 42. So, you mean he is approximately at level 43 to 44? Indeed, and after several days of observation, it appears Yang Padi can overpower Qinjin Shui, who possesses a beast martial soul. His fourth soul ring must have considerable age, and he has chosen a power-type soul beast. He has been out hunting soul beasts for over a month. He must have captured a top-tier soul beast. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment before responding. This Yang Padi possesses remarkable talent and trains diligently. Each of his soul rings is a power-type soul beast of the highest quality. His future seems boundless. If he can be harnessed for my purposes, he will undoubtedly prove invaluable. But my lord, we have enmity with the Spirit Hall and the Pa family. Those grievances are remnants of years past. I believe there is a way to resolve his hatred and win him over to serve my interests." Upon hearing this, the serpent spear Douluo could only depart in silence. However, before Yang Padi could revel in his thoughts, the little witch Ning Rongrong arrived at the Tiandou Royal Academy, and astonishingly, she had come alone this time. Yang Padi was merely around 13 and a half years old. By calculation, Ning Rongrong was just over 8, still a little girl. Yet, this Ning Rongrong seemed particularly mature, especially with her keen perception. After spending just a day with the team, she discreetly approached Yang Padi and said, "Brother Yang, have you recently developed a crush on Sister Lingling? I feel as though the way you look at her has changed, and you seem much more enthusiastic towards her than before." Yang Padi hastily denied it. "What do you know about crushes, little one? Sister Lingling is a member of our team, and as the captain, it is only natural for me to care for them." "Then why don't you show the same concern for Sister Yan? Or for me? I have always held a favorable view of Sister Yan, particularly regarding her training and mastery of her martial spirit, in which I have offered considerable assistance. As for Rongrong, you are no longer a student of the Heavendou Royal Academy, so how can you consider yourself part of our team?" Ning Rongrong, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. And how dare you claim I'm not a student of the Heavendou Royal Academy? Do you not believe I could expose you at any moment?" Yang Padi immediately bowed his head before the petite girl, Lady Rongrong. "As long as you do not speak indiscriminately, you shall be a member of our Heavendou Royal Academy battle team. Rongrong, you are the lady of the house. Your word is law." With that, the little sorceress swaggered away, leaving Yang Padi speechless. It was hard to believe that this little girl, who had once feigned a docile demeanor at Shrek Academy, had completely shed her pretense upon arriving at the Heavendou Royal Academy. Moreover, with her true nature now revealed, how would the future team be managed? Initially, I thought the matter had passed, but upon arriving at the training ground the following day, I was met with a chorus of sympathetic gazes directed at Yang Padi, while Yi Lingling kept her head down, seemingly filled with remorse. Yang Pinyin appeared hesitant, as if he wished to convey something but struggled to articulate it. "Pinyin, if you have something to say, please do so directly. After all, you are the captain and should understand the gravity of the situation." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Pinyin spoke, "Brother, sometimes matters of the heart are merely a part of our lives. We must continue to look forward." Yang Padi, utterly perplexed, replied, "Pinyin, please clarify what has transpired. What exactly is going on?" "Well, that is a bit difficult to explain. Perhaps it's best to start from the beginning. It seems the rumors began yesterday, circulating within the team that you harbor a secret infatuation for team member Yi Lingling. However, due to an inherent ailment, you are reluctant to confess your feelings, enduring your anguish in silence and choosing to withdraw for over a month primarily to evade your inner turmoil." Yang Padi was left speechless. Who is spreading these rumors? How dare they tarnish my reputation? Do they not know what kind of person I am? That anyone would believe such nonsense is beyond me. Yang Pinyin hesitantly added, "It appears Rongrong was the one who mentioned it, claiming you were too timid to confess, engaging in self-talk within your room, which she overheard." Upon hearing this, Yang Padi seethed with frustration. That little sorceress, how dare she turn this into a game at my expense? He stormed out, intent on confronting her. To his surprise, he found Ning Rongrong in the company of Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. Gritting his teeth, Yang Padi confronted them. "Ning Rongrong, you little sorceress, why have you chosen to slander me?" Ning Rongrong, unfazed, replied, "What slander? Did I speak falsely? Are you not secretly enamored with Sister Lingling? Have you not hesitated to confess? Have you not disappeared for over a month? Yang Pudi was momentarily at a loss for words. The three questions posed by Ning Rongrong struck a chord within him, making it difficult to refute. Before he could respond, Ning Rongrong continued, "So, how does it feel? Is your expression not a testament to the accuracy of my words? Men are indeed like this. They dare not speak even when unwell." Upon hearing these words, Yang Pudi was nearly driven to the brink of fury, while Du Guyan and Yi Lingling stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Yang Pudi glanced at the smug little sorceress, then at the giggling Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, as if he had made a resolute decision. He approached Yi Lingling, disregarding her reaction, and embraced her without hesitation, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Chapter 92, A Declaration of Affection. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Yang Pudi boldly held Yi Lingling close, causing everyone present to be taken aback, especially Du Guyan, who was privy to the circumstances. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's expression was equally remarkable, displaying a mix of regret, disdain, and even a hint of amusement. Yi Lingling's face flushed crimson, her neck tinged with a rosy hue. Yang Pudi, asserting his confidence, proclaimed, "Lingling, from this day forth, you shall be my girlfriend. I must tell you that my absence for over a month was due to a journey with my father to the Star Doe forest to hunt for a soul ring, as the soul beast I sought was rather unique, which prolonged our expedition. Henceforth, I shall never leave your side again. I vow to ensure your perpetual happiness." As Yi Lingling gradually relaxed, nestling into Yang Pudi's embrace, she found comfort and safety in his chest, a sanctuary upon which she could depend for a lifetime. The couple remained in each other's arms for an indeterminate time until a voice broke the silence. Teacher Li Xiang, seemingly a bit embarrassed, interjected, "Students Yang Pudi and Yi Lingling, we are in a public setting. As students, it is essential to maintain a respectable image." Both Yang Pudi and Yi Lingling stiffened in response, their bodies becoming rigid with awkwardness, and they reluctantly parted ways. Yang Pudi then approached Ning Rongrong, stating, "Miss Rongrong, I, Yang Pudi, am a person of integrity. I hope you will refrain from spreading malicious rumors about me and from disrupting our team's training. Otherwise, we shall not welcome your presence." Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat angered, retorting, "On what grounds do you say this? I came to your team out of consideration for Sister Yin and Sister Lingling. Do you believe that if I am displeased, I could summon Grandfather Jian or Grandfather Gu to deal with you?" Yang Pudi, appearing contemplative, replied, "Miss Rongrong, I am aware that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects, with formidable strength, and that the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are titled Douluo level experts. However, my clan does not fear any threats. We are prepared to face the consequences. I suggest, as the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, that you conduct yourself with some decorum, lest you provoke my ire." With that, Yang Pudi, disregarding the stares of others, took Yi Lingling's hand and departed. Du Guyan cast a glance at Ning Rongrong before following suit without hesitation. The other members of the team, having heard the commotion, chose not to inquire further and left in their own directions. Thus, this farce came to a close. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood rooted to the spot, her expression one of grievance. After Yang Pudi led Yi Lingling away, they made their way to the lakeside of the academy. Yi Lingling finally mustered the courage to speak softly. "Captain, now that there is no one around, could you please release my hand?" Yang Pudi resolutely declined. "No, I refuse to let go, for I fear that if I do, you may flee. However, with no one in sight, you no longer need to prove anything. Lingling, my grasp on your hand is not to validate anything. Rather, it is simply to prevent you from leaving me." Upon finishing his words, Yang Pudi tenderly caressed Yi Lingling's silvery hair and gently removed the black veil from her face. Before Yi Lingling could react, Yang Pudi leaned in, pressing his lips against her rosy ones in a moment of unguarded intimacy. At that instant, Yi Lingling was completely taken aback, her mind blanking out. She forgot everything, including the curse of her family's martial spirit, with only the figure of the man before her occupying her thoughts. As they kissed by the lakeside, time seemed to stand still, encapsulating them in a moment of eternal bliss, a kiss that sealed their fates. Meanwhile, in the hall, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo grew increasingly anxious. The Sword Douluo spoke first. "Why does our little princess appear so distressed? Has someone dared to bully you?" Ning Rongrong, her feelings of grievance palpable, replied, "It's that scoundrel Yang Pudi. He is the one who has wronged me." The Sword Douluo instantly erupted with anger. "How dare that Yang Pudi bully our little princess? I shall go and teach him a lesson right away." The Bone Douluo chimed in, "Sword Master, who exactly is this Yang Pudi? How dare he mistreat the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Just watch as I obliterate him." At that moment, Ning Fengji held a letter in his hand. which detailed the events that had transpired at the Heavendo Royal Academy involving Ning Rongrong. After reading it, he felt a sense of exasperation. How could his daughter be so mischievous, deliberately engaging in actions that provoke others? Meanwhile, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo prepared to leave. But Ning Fengji quickly intervened. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, please wait a moment and read this letter first. I have no interest in reading letters. That rascal dared to bully our princess, and he must pay the price, declared the Bone Douluo in agreement. Ning Fengji, rubbing his forehead in disbelief, finally convinced them to read the letter. After doing so, both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were left speechless. What could their little princess have done to cause such discontent among the members of the second team at the Heavendo Royal Academy? At that moment, Ning Rongrong spoke again. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, do you no longer care for Rongrong? Why aren't you helping me seek justice? The Sword Douluo, now visibly embarrassed, replied, do not worry, Rongrong. There are many affairs in the sect at present, making it unwise to venture out. However, when I next visit the Heavendo Royal Academy, I will ensure that I teach this young Padi a lesson he will never forget. Through the collective coaxing of those present, Ning Rongrong was finally soothed. Once she exited the Grand Hall, only Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo remained. Fengji, although the recent incident was instigated by Rongrong, the remarks made by Yang Padi were indeed excessive. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Ning Fengji seemed to have regained his composure as the sect leader. Sword Uncle, there is no need to rush into action. I have recently received news that Niu Gao of the Yuji clan has ascended to level 89, and Yang Wu Di of the Paji clan has reached level 88. Given their trajectory, it is likely that within 3 years they will break through to the rank of title Douluo. Sword Douluo appeared astonished. How is that possible? Logically, due to their talents and the limitations of their martial souls, it is exceedingly difficult for Yang Wu Di and Niu Gao to attain the title Douluo status. Meanwhile, Bone Douluo displayed a somewhat somber demeanor. Fengji, should we take action? Ning Fengji shook his head. It has only been a few years since the battle with the Haotian Sect. During this time, the Spirit Hall has experienced rapid development and a swift increase in strength. The 4 single attribute families harbored deep grievances against the Spirit Hall, and with Yang Wu Di and Niu Gao poised to break through to title Douluo, the true concern should be the Spirit Hall. We of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect should simply observe the unfolding situation. Chapter 93, The Soul Master Competition. Since the incident involving Ning Rongrong, the relationship between Yang Padi and Yi Ling Ling has ceased to be concealed. They have openly declared their bond, leaving many in shock. Particularly after that event, the rapport between Yang Padi and Yi Ling Ling has grown significantly, with the pair often holding hands while strolling through the school and even shopping together during their leisure time, evoking envy from those around them. Notably, Du Guyan has found herself spending less time with Yi Ling Ling, resembling a situation where a close friend has been spirited away. Time has flown by, and nearly 8 months have passed swiftly. During this period, Yang Padi has diligently engaged in training, whether due to the effects of the extraordinary Qitong Tontian chrysanthemum. His soul power has risen by 3 levels. At this moment, Yang Padi has turned 14 years old, with a soul power of level 48. Having been enrolled at the Tiandou Royal Academy for over 2 years, the members of the second team at the Royal Academy have also made considerable progress. Among them, Du Guyan boasts the highest soul power level at 36, while Yang Ping has reached 35, and Yi Ling Ling stands at 32. Niu Ming has attained 29, and both Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei have reached 28. Given the current pace of their development, it is expected that they will reach the Soul Ancestor realm within the next 6 months. As for the internal affairs of the Paji clan, they seem to have adopted a more low-key approach. Grandfather Yang Wu Di and second grandfather Yang Wu Shuang have largely secluded themselves for cultivation, avoiding contact with others, while Yang Padi's father has also focused primarily on his own cultivation. The most significant development, however, is that Yang Padi's maternal grandfather has finally broken through to title Douluo with the assistance of several leaders from the 4 single attribute families, obtaining a commendable soul ring. Nonetheless, his grandfather has only barely reached level 91, which has caused quite a stir. Currently, the Tiandou Empire formally recognizes only 4 title Douluo: Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, Poison Douluo, and Thunder Douluo. With the addition of his grandfather Niu Gao, he becomes the 5th title Douluo. This achievement has allowed Niu Gao to finally hold his head high, surpassing the sect leader of the Elephant Armor Sect, Hu Yanjun, establishing himself as the premier defensive soul master on the continent. After the single attribute 4 families secured the title of the number 1 Douluo, they have certainly gained a sense of pride, and now no one dares to underestimate this formidable force. The grandest event across the continent, the Senior Soul Master Competition, has commenced. However, Yang Padi has no intention of participating with his team this time. as their soul power is still generally insufficient. Rather than competing in the tournament, it would be more beneficial for them to focus on further training. Nevertheless, due to the occasion of this grand event, Yang Padi granted all team members a break to attend and observe the festivities. After all, the preliminary rounds in the Tiandou region are expected to last for about a month, which provides a valuable opportunity for everyone to familiarize themselves with the competition rules and comprehend the significance of this gathering. Moreover, it is essential to note that everyone's nerves are currently tense. Prolonged training has kept both their bodies and minds in a state of strain. A proper relaxation period can enhance their future training efficiency. When the Soul Master competition commenced, all team members gathered at the venue to watch the matches. The scene was bustling with spectators, seemingly packed with people everywhere. Particularly, the battles taking place on the stage evoked expressions of envy among the audience. After all, who among the Soul Masters does not aspire to be the center of attention? Who does not yearn for fame and recognition? Each edition of the Soul Master competition seems to give rise to countless star players, and numerous prodigies showcase their exceptional prowess. During the competition, Yang Padi spotted several familiar faces, including the renowned sycophant Feng Xiaodian, as well as Huo Wushuang from the Qihua Academy and Huyan Li from the Elephant Armor Academy, and even Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. Most of these individuals are likely to be the captains of their respective teams in the next Soul Master competition and have already begun to shine. Having reached the Soul Sovereign level, regrettably, he did not encounter the two most dazzling beauties of the next Soul Master competition, Huo Wu and Shui Binger. Judging by their age, they are probably only around 12 or 13, which is indeed a pity. Each time the seven observed the fierce battles on stage, with various soul skills being displayed, the boys appeared strikingly handsome, while the girls radiated youthful beauty. It would be impossible not to feel envious, especially when the Tianshui girl group took the stage, accompanied by dancers, captivating all the boys and earning the title of the #1 star team in the Tiandou region. After a month of competition, the top 5 teams from the Tiandou region have emerged, namely the Tianshui Academy, Thunder Academy, Shinfeng Academy, Qihua Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy. The Five Elements Academy, being a prestigious institution, rightfully claims a spot among the top 5. As for the second team from the Tiandou Royal Academy, they remain an inconsequential presence, languishing at the bottom of the rankings. You should now be able to discern the overall strength of the competing teams. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary participating team comprises approximately 1 soul ancestor. In contrast, the advancing teams in the top 5 typically possess 2 to 3 soul ancestors. Do not be misled into thinking this is particularly formidable. The teams from the Tiandou region are notoriously weak across the continent and have never claimed a championship title. The Starry Royal team and the Spirit Hall team are undoubtedly the most formidable squads, comprising nearly entirely of Spirit Masters. With even the presence of Spirit Kings being a possibility, my aspiration for the upcoming competition is to seize the championship, and I hope all of you can perceive the disparity in strength. During this period, it is imperative that you strive to enhance your abilities. Given your current rate of spirit power advancement, I expect each of you to at least attain the Spirit Master rank before the next competition, ideally reaching levels between 43 and 45 in order to possess a competitive edge. Otherwise, my efforts in training will be in vain. In the forthcoming promotion matches, Yang Padi and his 7 companions, leveraging their connections with the Tiandou Royal Academy, will also be present to observe the proceedings. However, the promotion matches are relatively straightforward and lack the excitement of grand tournaments. Nonetheless, they provide an opportunity to scrutinize the capabilities of each Spirit Master in greater detail, particularly their combat techniques. During the tournament, the relationship between Yang Padi and Yi Lingling blossomed rapidly, with them strolling hand in hand nearly every day. In moments of privacy, they often embraced each other affectionately. Of course, their time together was also filled with shopping. Yang Padi possessed over 10 million gold spirit coins, making purchases of various items a trivial matter. After each soul fighting contest, he particularly enjoyed visiting the auction house to uncover hidden treasures. Indeed, Yang Padi acquired numerous items, among which were 2 storage soul guides. One had the capacity to store living creatures, albeit limited to 30 cubic units, while the other was a significantly larger soul guide, unable to store living beings, yet boasting a volume of 100 cubic units. The combined cost of these 2 soul guides amounted to over 1 million gold spirit coins, but their utility proved to be exceptional. In addition to the soul guides, Yang Padi purchased a wealth of precious metals, including deep-sea silver, extraterrestrial copper, blue gold stone, cold heart iron essence, and black gold, nearly filling the entire 100 cubic soul guide. He also procured various other valuables, including whale glue and additional items. Notably, when Yi Lingling observed Yang Padi purchasing whale glue, her face flushed crimson, and she playfully pinched his waist, seemingly expressing her discontent. Yang Padi chose not to clarify the situation but instead took the whale glue and led Yi Lingling to their hotel. Noticing her apparent embarrassment, he hastily explained, "Lingling, you misunderstand. Whale glue serves purposes beyond intimate affairs and has other benefits for spirit masters." Seeing her look of confusion, he continued, "While a small quantity of whale glue may pertain to intimate matters, consuming a significant amount at once can purify impurities from a spirit master's body and enhance their spirit power, simultaneously augmenting their physical strength. Just a piece of millennia-old whale glue can extend a spirit master's absorption limit for a 500-year spirit ring." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling appeared astonished. "Last time, when my spirit power reached level 40, I consumed whale glue in the dormitory to bolster my physical strength, allowing me to absorb higher-level spirit rings, such as the 4th spirit ring I have yet to demonstrate, which would be quite advantageous." After Yang Padi finished speaking, he revealed his martial soul and soul rings. When the 2 yellow and 1 purple and 1 black soul rings emerged, Yi Lingling could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. "A 4th ring of 10,000 years, Brother Yang. I did not expect your 4th soul ring to be of such a high caliber. Is this also due to the effects of whale glue?" Yang Padi shook his head. "Whale glue is merely one aspect of it. A 4th soul ring of 10,000 years not only requires exceptionally high physical attributes, but also necessitates enduring the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul beast. I enhance my spiritual strength through other means to absorb it. Merely consuming whale glue would not suffice to support the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years." After saying this, Yang Padi took out a piece of crimson firestone and other tools, melting the fist-sized piece of 10,000-year whale glue. He then handed a bowl of the liquid whale glue to Yi Lingling. "Whale glue must be consumed in one piece, and it must be completely melted by fire. Consume it while it is still warm." Yi Lingling gazed at the metallic bowl, observing the fragrant liquid within, her face reddening further. However, out of trust for Yang Padi, she accepted the bowl and swallowed the whale glue in one gulp. Before long, she felt her blood vessels expand, her entire body seemingly turning a vivid red. With strands of black substance emerging from her skin, she felt a surge of heat coursing through her, as if her body yearned to release pent-up desires, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Yang Padi gently removed Yi Lingling's veil, attentively observing the changes in her complexion. When it appeared that she could no longer bear it, he carried her to the bed. The next morning, as they awoke, Yi Lingling's face was flushed with embarrassment, astonished at her own boldness the previous day. However, as she carefully sensed the changes in her body, she discovered that her soul power had indeed increased by 1 level. She was now at level 33. Furthermore, her entire being felt significantly more unimpeded, and her physical attributes had improved considerably. Just as Yang Padi had asserted, the effects of whale glue were indeed remarkable, even possessing a cleansing effect akin to the I Ching's essence washing. Meanwhile, Yang Padi meticulously examined Yi Lingling's physique. "Lingling, with your current physical strength, you should be able to absorb a soul ring of around 7,000 years for your future 4th soul ring. And even 8,000 years would not pose much of a problem. However, you must avoid choosing a 10,000-year soul ring." Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she finally spoke timidly. "Padi, thank you. I feel that my body has grown significantly stronger." "Lingling, do not disclose anything about whale glue to anyone," Yang Padi advised, noticing the look of confusion on her face. "The properties of whale glue were a serendipitous discovery for me. It can serve as a foundation for our family. If word gets out, the price of whale glue will likely skyrocket, and it will become impossible to acquire it at a lower cost. Rest assured, I will prepare whale glue for all our companions." Of course, Yang Padi did not mention that this was contingent upon them being his allies. He would not aid outsiders. "I understand. Thank you, and you need not worry. I will keep this a secret." Beyond mere acquisitions, Yang Padi ventured to the Clan of Strength, where he crafted a spear and a sword of identical dimensions, both fashioned from various precious metals. The spear weighed an impressive 2,000 pounds, while the sword tipped the scales at 800 pounds, each meticulously tailored to his stature and strength. It must be acknowledged that the forging capabilities of the Clan of Strength are truly commendable. Upon completion, both weapons proved exceptionally well suited for use, a consideration for future endeavors. Meanwhile, several teams from the Tiandou region faltered in their performance, with none advancing beyond 3 rounds, and not a single team securing a place among the top 3. It is rumored that upon receiving this news, the Snowy Night Emperor was incensed. Prompting a decisive measure, he assigned all matters concerning the Tiandou Royal Academy to Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, prohibiting any further interference from others. Additionally, he resolved to increase investment in the Tiandou Royal Academy, establishing a new team with the aim of redeeming their honor in the forthcoming Soul Master Tournament. The 3 committee members faced immense pressure, as the Academy's entire faculty was mobilized to prepare for the new team. After considerable deliberation, It was ultimately decided that teacher Qin Ming would lead the squad. At this juncture, Qin Ming had yet to attain the status of a level 62 soul master, remaining merely a high-tier soul king. Nonetheless, he had excelled as a leader within the elite class, achieving the best results among all classes. Gifted with extraordinary talent, and already a high-tier soul king at the tender age of 29. He was on a trajectory that suggested a breakthrough to Soul Emperor within 3 years, positioning him to become one of the youngest Soul Emperors in the realm. Moreover, Qin Ming was known for his strict demeanor, exuding calmness and wisdom, marked by loyalty and a clear mind, while retaining his youthful spirit. He was diligent, meticulous, and courteous, embodying a relatively perfect image among all the instructors. Most importantly, his youth rendered him highly trainable, with prospects of becoming a Soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, which would lead to the Tiandou Empire having its own title Douluo. His age also afforded him the ability to command the new team of the Tiandou Royal Academy with ease and foster camaraderie with the students, facilitating effective teaching. Chapter 95, Qin Ming. One day, while Yang Putti was meditating in his dormitory, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a knock at the door. It appeared that the 3 committee members requested his presence in the committee office. Puzzled, Yang Putti made his way to the office, where, alongside the 3 committee members, he encountered a young teacher and a notably tall student. He bowed respectfully to the committee members, inquiring, "Esteemed committee members, may I ask the purpose of my summons?" Committee member Meng Xinji gestured to the young teacher and student, saying, "Yang Putti, allow me to introduce you. This is teacher Qin Ming, and beside him is student Yu Tianheng." Yang Putti offered a slight nod to both. "Greetings, teacher Qin Ming. Greetings, student Yu Tianheng." However, a sense of confusion lingered in Yang Putti's mind, as he had no prior acquaintance with either Qin Ming or Yu Tianheng. What could the committee member's request entail? Yang Putti, the committee member continued, "According to the school's arrangements, teacher Qin Ming will be the leader of the Tiandou Royal Academy's first team, while student Yu Tianheng will serve as the team captain. Congratulations to teacher Qin Ming and captain Yu Tianheng." Inquiring about the connection between the Dream Machine Committee and the first team of the Tiandou Royal Academy. It seemed that Dream Machine hesitated for a moment before responding. "At the behest of His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, we are exerting every effort to assemble the battle team for the Tiandou Royal Academy. Teachers Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng believe that some members of your second team possess remarkable abilities and wish to recruit them into the first team." Yang Putti could not suppress a smile. "Esteemed committee member, my team has undergone rigorous training for over 2 years. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for the first team to directly recruit my members? Furthermore, I have already communicated with His Highness the Crown Prince that the recruitment and training of the second team are entirely my responsibility. I have also pledged to the Crown Prince that I will lead the second team of the Tiandou Royal Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition in 5 years, with my personal goal being to secure the championship." At this moment, Qin Ming interjected, "Student Yang Putti, I acknowledge your exceptional talent, but systematic training is equally essential. I have heard that since your enrollment, you have never attended classes, which may lead to a deficiency in your overall development. Teacher Qin Ming, my absence from class is due to the fact that I have already mastered the knowledge imparted therein. Attending classes would only be a waste of time. It is far more beneficial to focus on self-training and meditation. As for the training I have arranged, should the 3 esteemed committee members harbor any objections, I invite you to assess the improvement in my team members' abilities." Qin Ming appeared somewhat anxious. "How could your training methods possibly rival the systematic training I provide? Allow those students to train with me, and their strength and potential will see substantial enhancement." Yang Putti seemed dismissive. What training methods can Qin Ming offer? Is it merely the same approach as that of Shrek Academy? Teacher Qin Ming, in my current team, Douluo possesses a soul power level of 36, Yang Pingon 35, Yi Lingling 33, Niu Ming 29, and Tai Long and by Xiaofei 28. Compared to 2 years ago, all team members have improved their soul power by at least 7 levels. According to my ambitions for the Soul Master competition in 5 years, all members of my team will attain the rank of Soul Ancestor. I wonder if teacher Qin Ming can guarantee such an enhancement for them? Moreover, I myself expect to reach the rank of Soul King by then. I am curious if a lineup of 1 Soul King and 6 Soul Ancestors can achieve commendable results in the competition. Upon hearing these words, everyone present fell silent, particularly Qin Ming, who felt a profound astonishment. Based on Yang Putti's training, such remarkable progress in a mere 2 years was indeed astonishing. It was likely that his own training could not yield such rapid improvements, especially concerning Douluo, Yang Pingon, and Yi Lingling, who, logically speaking, had lower soul power than Yu Tianheng, had now surpassed him. The speed of their advancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Yu Tianheng was equally astonished. He had originally been in the same elite class as Douluo, Yi Lingling, and Yang Pingon. Yet he found it hard to believe that these three had progressed so swiftly. While he had only just entered the Tiandou class, they were nearing graduation standards. Yang Padi seemed far from finished. The members of my current team did not possess remarkable soul power upon enrollment. Their significant improvement is the result of my training over the past 2 years. Teacher Qinming, you may as well try to see who among them would be willing to join Team Tiandou, and who would dare to leave Team 2 for it. This is not an exaggeration by Yang Padi. It is indeed the truth. Yi Lingling is his girlfriend, and Yang Pingyan is his subordinate. Neither of them would ever leave. Niu Ming, Talon, and Bai Xiaofei are direct descendants of the single attribute 4 families. Should they dare to abandon Team 2, their parents would likely intervene personally to break their legs. As for Dugu Yan, with the current amicable relationship between Dugu Bo and the Pa family, and having known Dugu Yan for many years, it is improbable that she would depart from Team 2. The Royal Academy of Tiandou serves as a vast melting pot, primarily a venue for the offspring of the elite to forge connections. Within this institution, one is inundated with countless temptations. Over the past 2 years, as several individuals have experienced a rise in their soul power, many have sought to entice the members of Team 2. This includes an abundance of beautiful women and various lures, particularly for Talon and Niu Ming, both of whom hail from families with hundreds of soul masters, representing a considerable faction. Initially, it seemed that Talon and Niu Ming were unable to withstand the allure, as they engaged in romantic pursuits with the daughters of noble families, indicating a strong potential for being swayed. Consequently, they were soundly taught a lesson by Yang Padi, who left them in tears and with significant injuries. After the confrontation, he seemed unsatisfied, instructing Yi Lingling to heal them, only for the punishment to resume once they were well. Furthermore, following this, Yang Padi took the initiative to write to their fathers, resulting in both parents arriving at the academy the next day, leading to a further dual chastisement. To this day, the two remain haunted by that experience. Yang Padi's reaction was not a condemnation of their romantic entanglements, but rather a lesson on resisting temptation, emphasizing that all actions must be rooted in familial loyalty. Should one easily succumb to external influences, it could lead the family to irreparable ruin. At this moment, the committee member Meng Xinji noticed Teacher Qinming's apparent discomfort and sought to mediate. Teacher Qinming, regarding your selection of team members, our school boasts numerous outstanding students. It is not imperative to choose solely from Team 2. There are over 50 students in the Tiandou class, all above level 30. And you may select those under 20 years of age, all of whom are eligible for the next Soul Master competition. Qinming seemed to realize the futility of the situation and ultimately nodded slightly in agreement. Meng Xinji continued, classmate Yang Padi, we have all witnessed the results of your training with Team 2. Rest assured, there will be no changes among the members of Team 2. We hope you will continue your diligent efforts in the future.